Chapter 81 One Punch Kills. Hua Qiu, how dare you say such a thing? Sun Lang looked on incredulously. It seems he really doesn't know who Chairman Tong is. You're too arrogant. Do you think this place is still the same as Beishan? You've offended Chairman Tong. No matter how powerful your background is in Beishan, it won't help you. You must lose the next battle, otherwise, you will definitely not have a good ending. Sun Lang said coldly, his tone full of threat. This was something Chairman Tong had asked him to do, and he wanted to do it well to curry favor with the other party. With Chairman Tong's methods, making someone disappear is a piece of cake, he said coldly. Get out of my way and stop bothering me, Hua Qiu said, annoyed. Sun Lang's face was extremely ugly. Fine, you chose this yourself. If you die a horrible death, it's your own doing. He turned and left angrily. Sun Lang returned to the upper audience seats. I'm sorry, Chairman Tong, that kid is very arrogant and doesn't respect you at all, Sun Lang said in a low voice. He even told us to get as far away as possible, showing absolutely no respect for you. Upon hearing this, Chairman Tong's expression suddenly darkened, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Young people these days are getting more and more arrogant, he said coldly. Yes, he deserves to be taught a lesson, otherwise he'll become lawless in the future. Sun Lang fanned the flames. Go tell Mad Lion to go all out. He must win this battle. If he can seriously injure that kid, he'll be rewarded with 3 million. If he dies, well, the reward will be even higher. Yes, sir. Sun Lang left with a smile to find Mad Lion. Hua Qiu, I tried to advise you with good words, but you wouldn't listen. You insisted on courting death. You deserve to die. He thought to himself. When that time comes, Qin Yaya will have no one to rely on, so won't she have to come back to me? A match between a rising star and a top favorite to win the championship is attracting a lot of attention. Almost all the spectators crowded over here to watch the battle between Hua Qiu and Guangshi. Many people placed bets, but overall, more people supported the Mad Lion. After all, he had won nearly 30 games in a row, and his strength was evident to all. Although Hua Qiu is powerful, his moves are unpredictable, making it difficult to gauge his strength, and the two are physically very different. The battle was about to begin, and both sides stepped onto the stage. Mad Lion looked down at Hua Qiu's rather thin figure and grinned. Kid, my employer told me to kill you, he said with a sneer. I will take good care of you and make sure you die a quick and painless death. In his eyes, Hua Qiu was already a dead man. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. From the moment that burly man uttered those words, he too became a dead man in Hua Qiu's eyes. 3, 2, 1, start. The host shouted. He, the Mad Lion, filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, charged towards Hua Qiu like a small mountain. He couldn't wait to kill Hua Qiu so he could claim the reward. Hua Qiu's eyes revealed a cold glow. Unlike before, this time he really made a move. He threw a punch. Bang! A huge sonic boom was heard in the air. In an instant, the lion's expression changed drastically. The audience was blinded by his massive physique and couldn't see Hua Qiu's moves clearly. But he saw it all clearly. The opponent's punch shattered the air, and the immense force swept over. The attack was launched remotely, with tremendous momentum. That's a fighting style that only a martial venerable can pull off. The opponent was actually a martial venerable. The murderous intent on the lion's face turned into immense shock and fear. This kid is so young, yet he has cultivated to the terrifying martial venerable realm. How could he possibly be a match for a powerful martial venerable? Mad Lion tried desperately to dodge, but his speed was far too slow compared to Hua Qiu's attacks. Bang! A very short time later, a powerful punch slammed into the Mad Lion's body. His eyes immediately bulged out, his expression became ferocious, and his bones shattered inch by inch. All the tendons and veins in his body were severed, and his internal organs were shattered. The power was far greater than he had imagined, it was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Ugh! The Mad Lion coughed up blood, and the blood contained fragments of internal organs. Whoosh! Mad Lion flew backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a long arc before crashing outside the ring. There was no movement for a long time. The entire boxing ring fell silent. The lobby manager stared wide-eyed. Sun Lang looked dazed. Chairman Tong's face was extremely grim. No one expected the battle to end so quickly. One punch, just one punch. The favorite to win the championship was defeated. In a private room above the boxing ring, a man stared at Hua Qiu with a shocked expression. "How is it possible, so young?" he said in disbelief. The host walked over to Mad Lion to check on his condition. A moment later, his expression was filled with astonishment. "Mad Lion, die. Hua Qiu, win!" He shouted at the top of his lungs. Boom! The atmosphere in the boxing ring exploded instantly. Good, good, good. The people who bet on Hua Qiu shouted wildly and clapped incessantly. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu is the true champion. He killed the Mad Lion with a single punch, so his strength is beyond doubt. It's actually, like this. Sun Lang was stunned. He couldn't believe that Hua Qiu was so powerful that he could kill even the strong boxer that Chairman Tong had hired at a high price with a single punch. Where did he get this kind of strength? Bang! Chairman Tong's expression was extremely gloomy as he slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair, breaking it in two. He stared at Hua Qiu with a sinister look in his eyes. "President Tong, are you all right?" Sun Lang asked cautiously. "Humph." Chairman Tong snorted coldly, startling Sun Lang. "Go!" He stood up angrily, turned around and left, not wanting to watch any longer. Sun Lang quickly followed. He turned around and glanced down at Hua Qiu. Although Hua Qiu won, he also completely offended Chairman Tong. "I'm afraid he'll regret it later. I hereby announce that this month's boxing champion is Kitayama Kazuki." The host raised Kazuki's hand and announced to the entire audience. The people in the boxing ring roared loudly. The black market hall manager walked up to Hua Qiu with a complicated expression. "Congratulations on becoming the boxing champion," he said, his expression unnatural. He truly didn't expect that his joke would actually lead Hua Qiu to the boxing ring and win the boxing championship. That really underestimated him. "Now, may I see your branch leader?" Hua Qiu asked calmly. "I'm afraid that's not possible yet," the lobby manager replied. The branch leader rarely shows up, only occasionally coming to the boxing ring, and only a few boxing champions can be awarded the gold belt by him. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. "Looks like I still haven't broken through this boxing ring," he said unhappily. "What are you trying to do? You're not really going to cause trouble, are you?" The lobby manager asked warily. Hua Qiu raised his head and looked up at a private box in the audience area. "I'm going to challenge that guy inside," he shouted. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire black market boxing ring fell silent. 82, Chapter 82 Breaking Through the Boxing Ring. The person in that private room above the black market boxing ring is no ordinary person. Those were martial artists who were in charge of the boxing ring, no different from those who were in charge of the martial arts school. Hua Qiu pointed directly to that spot and said he wanted to challenge the people inside, which meant he was going to kick the gate. This has never happened before. Because no one dared to act recklessly in the northern branch, and moreover, because the person in charge of the boxing arena was a martial venerable level expert. This is the strength of the northern branch. Martial Venerable is a top-tier expert outside, a legend among martial artists, and is revered as a national hero by the Xia Kingdom, enjoying a high status and special privileges. The martial arts masters in the black market usually have mysterious origins, but their strength is beyond doubt. He's actually challenging the Northland Boxing Stadium's leader. A gasp rippled through the stands. Putting aside the power of martial venerable experts, the fact that someone dared to challenge the northern branch is a slap in the face to the black market. Even the most esteemed figures of the Xia Kingdom would have to carefully consider whether they possessed the necessary strength. In Hua Qiu's eyes, martial venerable experts are no longer anything special. But it's a different story for martial artists in the secular world. Despite being such a young martial artist, having won the title of boxing champion, he was still seen by the world as presumptuous and arrogant to challenge a martial arts master. Shock was inevitable. "What did you say, you want to challenge the boxing ring's leader?" The lobby manager was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Many people wanted to see the branch leader, and they used all sorts of methods. But Hua Qiu was the first one to be as wild as him. He's actually going to take over the underground boxing ring. This is going to be a good show. The audience got excited and waited with bated breath. Such a scene is very rare to encounter. Everyone else is coming to challenge us, why isn't the northern branch reacting? Where's the boss? Come out and teach that kid a lesson. The audience started making a ruckus, each with an expression of watching the spectacle. It's a rare sight to see the head of the martial arts school take action. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the door to the private room above was opened. An old man came out. He had an ordinary appearance, but with his hands behind his back, he exuded a powerful aura. The audience remained silent. The aura of a martial arts master has already intimidated many people. The old man lowered his head and stared at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression. While others were just egging him on, he realized after witnessing Hua Qiu's attack that Hua Qiu was also a martial venerable level martial artist. Such a young martial venerable expert filled him with trepidation, and he dared not be careless. "Master Wu, I am very sorry to have disturbed you. This boy is really ungrateful," the lobby manager said, bowing nervously to the person above. Master Wu waved his hand at him. Master Wu moved swiftly, gracefully descending from the height and landing on the arena. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Hua Qiu and said, "Please." The lobby manager was stunned. The audience was stunned. The martial arts master in charge of the martial arts school was not angry at all, and even bowed to the young man with clasped hands, as if treating him as an equal. The leader of the northern branch has a really good temper despite being a strong man. He is humble and polite. He truly deserves to be called a grandmaster, people discussed. Hua Qiu nodded to him. "Why aren't you reporting to your branch leader?" he said to the lobby manager. "If he arrives late, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill your boxing ring manager." The lobby manager's face darkened upon hearing this. This kid is really arrogant. "Humph, let's see if you can save your life from Master Wu's clutches first," he said angrily. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, ignored him, and stepped onto the arena. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the arena. "May I ask your background and who your teacher is?" Master Wu asked, clasping his hands in greeting. "No need for further words, our battle will be over soon," Hua Qiu said calmly. Master Wu frowned. He treated the other party with courtesy, but the other party seemed to disregard him and treated him with great disdain. In that case, he would oblige. "I'd like to learn from you," Master Wu shouted, then assumed a fighting stance. "Get ready, I'm about to make my move," Hua Qiu reminded him. He only said this because he saw that the other party was quite polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qiu instantly turned into a blur. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. Master Wu was never one to underestimate his opponent and was fully focused on dealing with him, but for the moment Hua Qiu moved, he still couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He is a powerful expert at the martial venerable realm. The trajectory of the other party's movements was completely obscured. He tried his best to capture it, but all his efforts were in vain. At this moment, Master Wu lost his composure, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of advanced movement technique is this? He wondered incredulously. Based on his understanding, he could only conclude that Hua Qiu must possess an extremely high-level special movement technique. Buzz. The air around me rippled. Master Wu's expression changed drastically. Relying on instinct, he could only quickly assume a defensive stance. Boom! Boom! The next moment, an extremely violent roar erupted from where Master Wu was, as if a nuclear bomb had struck, causing chaos. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions rang out, and the sturdy arena collapsed in an instant, shattering and exploding. The boxing ring shook violently, as if it were about to collapse. Holy crap! The people in the audience were utterly shocked, their expressions changing drastically. What kind of terrifying power is this? Is it going to turn the boxing ring upside down? Is this what a battle at the martial venerable level is like? That's terrifying. Everyone was trembling with fear. The scene of the battle was beyond their expectations. Below, the collapsed ring obscures the view. People craned their necks, eager to run down and see. What exactly is going on in this battle? As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, people finally saw what was below. Then, their eyes widened and their mouths gaped open. The young man stood with his hands behind his back on the collapsed ring, calm, composed, and spotless. Beneath his feet was a large pit. Lying in the crater is the head of the Beijing branch of the boxing ring. The black market boss lost? The audience was incredulous, their expressions blank. That was a martial venerable expert. He crippled you with just one move? Is it true or false? The lobby manager's expression froze on his face. He was deeply shocked and found it difficult to accept the outcome. It turns out that what he just said wasn't arrogance, nor was it a joke. He truly possesses such immense power. The boxing ring was deathly silent, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Cough cough. Master Wu coughed twice in the pit and slowly climbed up. He jumped out of the pit in a disheveled state, his face still showing lingering fear. Thank you for your mercy, young friend. He quickly bowed to Hua Qiu and said. If Hua Qiu hadn't held back, he felt he would probably be dead. Because the aura that Hua Qiu unleashed at that moment was truly terrifying. But the other party stopped, and he escaped a terrible fate. He was both relieved and incredibly surprised. I thought the other person was in the same grade as me. Such a huge difference. The shock that Master Wu felt lingered for a long time. He is at least a great martial venerable. Master Wu made his judgment. In the Xia kingdom today, no one of this age can reach this level. Even the most exceptional geniuses from the super-rich families in the capital city can't reach that level. He is undoubtedly the top young generation in Xia kingdom. Who exactly is this young man? Hua Qiu turned around and looked at the lobby manager. Now, may we go and inform your branch leader? He said calmly. If that doesn't work, I'll destroy the entire northern branch. 83, Chapter 83. Let the martial venerables attack together. How could the lobby manager dare to be negligent? He immediately dashed out to report to the branch leader. Who exactly is this person? The audience members stared at Hua Qiu with curiosity on their faces. Such a young martial venerable expert is extremely rare in the entire Xia kingdom, but I've never heard of one with the surname Hua. It's definitely a pseudonym, most likely one of the most outstanding geniuses from a super-rich family in the capital. Such extraordinary talent, so amazing, I wonder why such a person would come to Qishan. People were talking about it. Soon after, the boxing ring fell silent. The branch leader of the northern branch has arrived. He was also a very legendary figure. Without any martial arts cultivation, he climbed from the bottom to the position of the northern branch master, which is truly amazing. Hua Qiu, you finally arrived, Lin Tianzhou said with a smile as he walked to the arena. I knew you'd come here sooner or later, so, have you finally figured it out? He thought Hua Qiu had come to join him and wanted to discuss important matters with him. When the masked man returned last time, he told him that Hua Qiu had defeated the fourth-rank martial arts master sent by the Lin family in one move, which shocked him for a long time. He hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be that strong. This surprised him even more. By recruiting such talent, his plan to deal with the Lin family will be greatly accelerated, saving a lot of time. It's really not easy to see you, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. If he hadn't broken through the boxing ring, it would have been difficult to get Lin Tianzhou to show up. The lobby manager stood to the side, head bowed, sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, this was someone the branch leader knew. He was afraid of being held accountable. Branch Master, Master Wu walked over in a disheveled manner and cupped his hands in greeting to Lin Tianzhou. Master Wu, thank you for your hard work, Lin Tianzhou said with a smile. Branch Master, if you had come out sooner, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this, Master Wu gave a bitter smile. This battle was so terrifying that it terrified him, and he almost fell with it. This young man definitely has the strength of a great martial venerable, he said in a low voice. Lin Tianzhou's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Hua Qiu, welcome to the northern branch, Lin Tianzhou said with a smile. As you can see, this is my capital. As long as you are willing to help me, I will be able to challenge the Lin family within 5 years, instead of 10. He said earnestly. Hua Qiu shook his head. Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to help you, he said calmly. I have come here only to ask you where the Lin family is located. Lin Tianzhou's expression froze. Could it be that you're planning to attack the Lin family right now? He frowned deeply. Not bad, Hua Qiu nodded. Lin Tianzhou looked horrified. He stared at Hua Qiu with some disbelief. Are you sure? He asked. Hua Qiu met his gaze calmly. Lin Tianzhou was greatly shocked to realize that Hua Qiu was not joking. Why are you acting so impulsively? You are no match for the Lin family now. Even I need to plan carefully, and it will take a full 20 years before I can barely have the resources to fight against them. Lin Tianzhou didn't understand. You lack the strength, but I do, Hua Qiu replied. You just need to tell me where the Lin family is, and then you can sit back and watch, or you can go back and take back power after I defeat the Lin family. Lin Tianzhou's brows furrowed more and more as he listened. Hua Qiu, I know it's remarkable that you possess strength comparable to a great martial venerable at such a young age. Even within ancient martial arts families, you are a peerless genius. But with just that, you are far from being able to contend with a powerful ancient martial arts family. You're underestimating the ancient martial arts families. Hua Qiu was already fed up with Lin Tianzhou's excuses, which were exactly the same as before. Everyone thought he wasn't capable enough. Then let them see their true strength. Who said I'm no match for ancient martial arts families? Hua Qiu said coldly. He looked around. How many martial venerable level warriors do you have in your northern branch? He asked. Lin Tianzhou was taken aback upon hearing this. Why are you asking this? Call them all out, Hua Qiu said. I'll show you my strength, whether I'm qualified to stand against the Lin family. Lin Tianzhou was stunned. Does he intend to defeat all the martial venerables here? Hua Qiu underestimated the northern branch. But then he thought that this was a good opportunity to show Hua Qiu his strength, teach Hua Qiu a lesson, and also make it easier to persuade him. Lin Tianzhou looked at the lobby manager. Clear the area, he ordered. The lobby manager nodded quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, all the fights in the boxing ring have ended today due to severe damage to the ring. We will be carrying out repairs. Please move to another area to avoid making a mess, the lobby manager announced loudly to the audience. Some black market operators appeared and directed the audience to leave. Judging from their demeanor, if anyone is unwilling to leave, they will resort to coercive measures. The audience, though reluctant to leave, had no choice but to depart. As they walked, they continued to discuss the mysterious young martial arts master who had appeared that day. Soon after, the boxing ring was empty except for people from the black market. Go and invite all the elders from our branch over here, Lin Tianzhou instructed the masked man. The masked man nodded, then turned and left. After a while, 3 martial venerable experts arrived one after another. First rank, third rank, fourth rank, Hua Qiu judged each person's martial arts level with just one glance. In addition to the second-rank martial arts masters and the masked man, there are a total of 5 martial arts masters. Outside, martial venerable level experts are extremely rare. But a single branch in the Northern Territory actually has 5 martial venerable experts. It must be said that the black market is exceptionally powerful. This is just a branch. The black market headquarters is said to be overseas. I wonder what kind of powerful figures are hidden there. 5 martial venerables, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. This lineup would be impressive anywhere. But in Hua Qiu's eyes, it wasn't enough. Moreover, there wasn't even a single Grand Marshal Venerable. Is this Lin Tianjiao's capital? He could tell that apart from the masked man who was truly following Lin Tianjiao, the others were just black market followers who were only superficially flattering him. Lin Tianjiao was very polite to these people, and his tone of voice was very different from that he spoke to the masked man. Is this all the strength you have? Hua Qiu asked, looking at Lin Tianjiao. Of course not, I have many backup plans, Lin Tianjiao said with a smile. He knew what Hua Qiu was thinking. After all, Hua Qiu now possesses the strength of a great martial venerable. Go and see the Hangu king, and tell him that if he helps me today, I will give him the item he wants, Lin Tianjiao said to the masked man. The masked man accepted the order and left. Shortly after, a man appeared at the entrance of the boxing gym. The man had a long beard and eyebrows, and was dressed in a Taoist robe. He moved with such lightness that it seemed as if he were floating on the ground, as if he could leave no trace on the snow. This man has white hair but a youthful face, and possesses the air of a sage, displaying the demeanor of a master. Greetings, Prince Hangu. As soon as he entered, everyone except Hua Qiu bowed and greeted him. Even those martial venerables dared not be negligent in the slightest. Hangu King simply nodded, strolled over leisurely, and came to the crowd. Hua Qiu's brows furrowed slightly. This person possessed a powerful aura, far surpassing that of the Yi family patriarch, who was at the great martial venerable realm. Hua Qiu initially judged that he should have a cultivation level of around the 7th rank of martial venerable. There are probably only a handful of martial artists of this caliber even at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Have all your people arrived? Hua Qiu asked Lin Tianjiao. Everyone's here, Lin Tianjiao said with a smile. Okay, Hua Qiu nodded. Let them all come at me at once, he said calmly. As soon as the words were spoken, the air in the boxing ring froze for a moment. 84, Chapter 84 terrifies King Wu. Let them all come at me at once. Hua Qiu said this to all the martial masters in the black market. As soon as these words were spoken, there was complete silence around them. Several martial arts masters stared at Hua Qiu with bewildered expressions. Because they didn't understand what Hua Qiu meant by those words. Some people frowned, guessing something. Branch Master, do you mean when you say we're here to spar with someone, it's to spar with this kid? A martial venerable asked hesitantly. Not bad, Lin Tianjiao replied awkwardly. He never expected Hua Qiu to say such a thing. Martial venerable experts are all proud and arrogant martial artists. How could they tolerate being looked down upon and provoked like this? Especially since Hua Qiu is so young. Sure enough, once they realized what was happening, the black market retainers all turned pale and showed their anger. Arrogant? Where did this brat come from, daring to speak so arrogantly? Where does your confidence come from? It would be beneath me to fight this arrogant brat. Does he even deserve to spar with me? So arrogant and ignorant, young martial artists these days are getting more and more ungrateful. Apart from Master Wu and the masked man, the other 3 martial venerables were all enraged. They cast disapproving glances at Lin Tianjiao, believing that he was humiliating them. Hangu King's face darkened, and he looked displeased. Branch Master Lin, you invited me here so that I would fight this boy? He was a high-ranking martial arts master, a figure of the ancestral level, and he was so displeased that his talents were being wasted. Everyone, don't underestimate this young man, Lin Tianjiao quickly said. He's a powerful grand martial venerable. What? The group was immediately shocked. Even the Hangu King showed a look of shock and quickly looked Hua Qiu up and down. Even after achieving the highest level of martial venerable, he couldn't discern the slightest difference between Hua Qiu's true and false abilities. This young man is a great martial venerable? The 3 black market retainers stared at Hua Qiu in utter shock. They couldn't believe that Hua Qiu, who was so young, was actually at a higher cultivation level than them. At that age, they were only approaching the level of high-level martial artists. They are still far from being martial venerables. It's true, I just experienced it myself, Master Wu said with a wry smile. This young man's strength is definitely at the great martial venerable level. The group of people were stunned. Humph, even if he is a great martial venerable, he is still far too arrogant, King Hangwu said in a deep voice. Although he was also quite shocked, the great martial venerable did not yet have the strength to challenge him. He is a figure comparable to the founder of a martial arts school. Today, I invite you all to take action and spar with this young man, Lin Tianzhou said, cupping his hands in greeting. It is our honor to spar with the great martial venerable, the elders put away their contempt and said with smiles. For them, sparring with a great martial venerable has only benefits and no drawbacks. I don't hold back when I fight, so don't blame me if I hurt anyone, Hangwu King said coldly. Then I must ask the Hangwu King to show mercy, Lin Tianzhou bowed. Hangwu King, however, was not particularly interested. There's no need to worry about that, Huaqiu said. All of you come at me at once, let's finish this quickly. Everyone remained silent. How can he be so confident? The others are one thing, but there's a high-level martial venerable here. A great martial venerable challenging a high-level martial venerable, that just doesn't seem right, does it? Lin Tianzhou gave a helpless, bitter smile. No matter who he was facing, Huaqiu was always arrogant and conceited. He must have offended the Hangwu Emperor. As expected, the Hangwu Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy. It is difficult for even the most magnanimous person to tolerate being looked down upon by a great martial venerable. Besides, he wasn't magnanimous. Boy, remember what you just said, Hangwu King said in a sinister tone. After saying that, he walked to the center of the boxing ring. Should we intervene or not? The retainers looked at each other in confusion. Forget it, the Hangwu Emperor is already furious, how can we possibly intervene? Someone muttered. This young martial venerable is doomed. The group exchanged glances, all deciding to wait and see. Very well, seeing this, Huaqiu walked towards the collapsed arena. As he walked, his gaze changed. His eyes shone brightly, as if piercing through all things. With each step and movement, an aura emanated from him, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. One step and you're in mid-air, soaring upwards. Like a banished immortal descending to earth, now re-entering the ranks of the immortals, transcending the mortal world, yearning to ascend to the heavens. Within a few steps, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even the arrogant Hangwu King's pupils suddenly contracted. Huaqiu strode through the air, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. Even a martial saint, who is above the martial venerable, may not have such ability. That realm is still beyond the reach of mortals. When Huaqiu released his aura, Hangwu King's expression froze. What kind of aura was that? Vast as an abyss, unfathomable. Just experiencing it is enough to make your mind buzz. This is hardly the aura that a great martial venerable could possess. Hangwu King's expression became extremely solemn, and he instantly activated all his internal energy. He had to be cautious. Because he couldn't see through the person in the sky. Huaqiu treads on the void, his clothes fluttering in the air. He closed his eyes. In my memory, I once soared through the heavens and plunged into the earth, annihilating countless enemies across the myriad realms with the flick of my finger. At that time, he was the most powerful immortal emperor, and no one could fight him. Now, that confidence has returned. An extremely unique imperial aura emanated from him. The group looked surprised. They seemed to see an unparalleled emperor, looking down upon the mountains and rivers, above all living beings, who were nothing but ants in his eyes. In the past, I was the emperor, conquering the 9 netherworlds and the 8 desolations. Huaqiu opened his eyes, and divine light appeared. Back then, he single-handedly wielded his sword and swept through the 81 realms. Countless lives were annihilated, and the world crumbled. Sword is the strongest sword in the world. A surge of sword intent arose, revealing an astonishing sharpness. This is the sword intent that once belonged to the immortal Emperor Huaqiu, the supreme power to destroy all the heavens and myriad worlds. Now, he has managed to unleash a trace of that immortal emperor's sword intent. Even the tiniest bit can change the color of this world. A terrifying sword intent enveloped the black market boxing ring. In an instant, the expressions of the group froze, and they struggled to breathe, almost suffocating. It was a feeling that was hard to describe. They didn't know why, but they suddenly felt incredibly weak. An invisible force seemed to be pressing down on them from above, capable of obliterating them with a mere descent. That feeling of utter powerlessness was so overwhelming that it almost made one collapse on the spot and lose all faith. The men were pale-faced, their eyes filled with horror. As the one receiving special attention, Prince Hangwu felt this particularly keenly. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock, horror, and utter disbelief. He is a 7th-rank martial venerable, a rare find in the world. Even so, under Huaqiu's terrifying sword intent, he still felt powerless and felt a deep sense of fear. Emperor Hangwu had never faced such a strange and terrifying power. He looked up, but saw nothing. But he could feel as if a sharp sword was hanging over his head. The next strike would be enough to tear him to pieces. He tried, but found himself seemingly locked in, with no chance of escape whatsoever. The shadow of death, which he hadn't felt for many years, now enveloped him deeply, making it hard for him to breathe. In the air, Huaqiu's gaze darkened slightly, and his finger was about to press down. Below, the Hangwu Emperor, having exhausted all his strength, finally caught his breath and shouted urgently and loudly. "I surrender!" 85, Chapter 85 The Appearance of a Martial Saint. The phrase "I concede defeat" nearly exhausted all of Emperor Hongwu's strength. He had to strain to utter those words. The people in the black market were dumbfounded. Hangwu King is a high-ranking martial master. Those who are martial venerables of the 7th rank or above are also called martial kings by martial artists, which is a recognition of their powerful strength. In the mortal world, even ordinary martial venerables are hard to find, let alone high-level martial venerables who are known as martial kings. But now, this powerful martial king, without even making a single move, has been forced to bow his head and admit defeat. This was incredibly shocking to the other martial artists. Everyone in the black market was dumbfounded. In the air, Huaqiu frowned slightly. A dignified high-level martial venerable couldn't even withstand the sword intent he released before making a move. But upon reflection, it makes sense. His immortal emperor's sword intent is invincible even in the immortal realm, possessing overwhelming power. Even the most advanced martial venerables are still mortals, and they cannot withstand even the slightest trace of sword intent. Huaqiu withdrew his sword intent. In an instant, the immense pressure that had enveloped the entire boxing arena vanished. Call! Hangwu King felt light in his body when limp. He leaned on the ground with one hand and began to pant heavily. He was drenched in sweat, looked extremely exhausted, and had a lingering fear on his face. He will never forget that moment. That was an incredibly terrifying power, just facing it filled him with dread and horror. Huaqiu fell from the sky. Who exactly are you? Hangwu King looked up at Huaqiu and asked in a low voice. He simply didn't believe that Huaqiu was a young man. He felt this person must be some kind of ancient monster. I've heard that some martial arts masters have reached unimaginable levels, and it's not difficult for them to undergo a complete transformation and maintain a youthful appearance. He believed that Huaqiu was definitely a martial arts saint who had cultivated for nearly 100 years. My name is Huaqiu, and I am from Beishan, Huaqiu said calmly. Just now I was unaware of Senior Hua's strength and offended you greatly. Please forgive me. King Hangwu put away all his arrogance and humbly bowed to apologize. Faced with such an existence, he had to be extremely cautious and respectful. Your Majesty Hangwu, what is the meaning of this? Why do you address this young friend as senior? Several black market retainers asked, looking surprised. Can't you see it yet? Hangwu King asked with a serious expression. This is no young friend at all, he is clearly a legendary martial arts saint. Even if he isn't, he's still a half-saint, just one step away from becoming a martial saint. King Hangwu said emphatically. Upon hearing his words, the several worshippers were instantly dumbfounded. Even Lin Tianzhou and the masked man were dumbfounded. Legend has it that martial arts saints are reborn and transcend ordinary people, so it is not surprising that they can maintain a youthful appearance, said King Hangwu. The black market vendors stood speechless, their faces filled with nothing but shock. Martial saint. Legendary martial arts myth. They had never seen it before. This was the first time they had come so close to that being, and their emotions surged, making it difficult for them to calm down. Lin Tianjiu and the masked man exchanged a glance, both of them looking stiff. Only they knew that Hua Qiu was not some senior martial artist. He is a genuine young man in his early 20s. And he had actually reached the legendary realm. The shock in Lin Tianjiu's heart was like a raging storm, all his understanding was overturned. At first, he just wanted the Hangu king to teach Hua Qiu a lesson, to make him less arrogant, and to settle down and discuss things with him in the long run. Who would have thought that before he even made a move, the Hangu king had already conceded defeat? Upon hearing the Hangu king's conjecture about Hua Qiu's realm, his astonishment surpassed that of anyone else present. Martial Saint Lin Tianjiu's mouth was dry. Even in ancient martial arts families, reaching the martial saint realm at this age is a pipe dream. He was once an unparalleled talent in the ancient martial arts world, shining brightly for a time. But even that level of achievement was a distant dream for him. How exactly did Hua Qiu cultivate? A young man with an ordinary worldly background, lacking powerful resources and top-tier martial arts techniques. But he somehow managed to cultivate to such an unimaginable level. Is he a monster? Lin Sini, you heartless girl, yet you actually found someone like this. Lin Tianjiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now it seems that if Hua Qiu becomes his son-in-law, they are actually marrying above their station. Branch Master, do you think really became a martial saint? The masked man asked in a low voice, still finding it hard to believe. Hua Qiu is too young, achieving the martial venerable title is already enough to make them ashamed. I've seen the martial saint make a move before, and his momentum was even greater than before. He should be a half-saint, just one step away from becoming a martial saint, Lin Tianjiu said hesitantly. They were not the Hangu king, and they did not truly feel the terror of the immortal emperor's sword intent. In their eyes, Hua Qiu simply soared into the air and released his aura, and then the Hangu king conceded defeat. There were no spectacular scenes, nor were there any powerful moves. Based on the comparison, Lin Tianjiu made this judgment. That's a little better, the masked man breathed a sigh of relief. Although a half-saint is only one step away from a martial saint, that obstacle is not easy to overcome. Throughout history, many powerful individuals have been stuck at this hurdle in their entire lives, ultimately regretting it for the rest of their lives. While a half-saint transcends the level of a martial venerable, there is still a huge gap between them and a true martial saint. Therefore, there is a saying in the martial arts world, all those below the martial saint are ants. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant, he actually possesses immense strength. Lin Tianjiu smiled bitterly. At the same time, a huge surprise also filled his heart. Lin Tianjiu's body trembled slightly. No need for another decade, my plan can be implemented soon. Those stubborn old fogies of the Lin family, just you wait, I'll soon show you what you're made of, how stupid they are. Over there, Hua Qiu turned around and looked at Lin Tianjiu. Now, can you tell me where the Lin family is? He asked. You're so powerful, what more can I say? Lin Tianjiu laughed, becoming more and more satisfied with Hua Qiu. He was very pleased to think that this person might become his son-in-law. Hua Qiu's expression was strange. Why did Lin Tianjiu look at him with eyes that seemed to be shining? 1 month from now, I will go to the Lin family with you and overthrow the entire clan. Lin Tianjiu said loudly and passionately. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. A month? Indeed, all my preparations have been for this moment. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Then I will go all out and lend you a hand. I will leave the northern branch to gather all my strength. I will return in a month, and then we will attack the Lin family together. Lin Tianjiu said passionately. A month is too long. You don't want to wait, Hua Qiu said impatiently. This is still a long time? Lin Tianjiu was very puzzled. Just wait a month, and we'll definitely bring down the Lin family. Please wait patiently while I am away. If you need to do anything, you may freely allocate manpower from the northern branch. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. He wants to attack the Lin family right now. Can't you just tell me where the Lin family is right now? Hua Qiu asked. Lin Tianjiu shook his head. This matter is not simple and requires careful preparation. Even if you have great strength, you must not be reckless. When I return, I will take you there myself. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. He couldn't very well use force to threaten Lin Sini's father. The black market, can I get anything I want? Hua Qiu asked. When I leave, you will be equivalent to the leader of the northern branch. Lin Tianjiu said. Hua Qiu nodded. What he valued was the capabilities and resources of the black market. Madame Lin Jiasheng only has information about Hua Dong, which may not be of any use. He can use black market resources to find his sister's whereabouts. Similarly, one can also trace ancient martial arts families. He was confident that finding even the slightest clue would be enough to unveil the mystery surrounding the Lin family. When Lin Tianjiu returns, the Lin family is probably finished. 86, Chapter 86 The Troublesome Lu Yeye. Long Yuan, how is Lin Sini doing? Has anyone from the Lin family shown up? After leaving the northern branch, Hua Qiu made a phone call to Long Yuan. Master, no, it's very quiet here, Long Yuan replied. I understand, Hua Qiu said, somewhat dissatisfied. The Lin family sent a fourth-rank martial venerable last time, but after he defeated him, they disappeared without a trace. Did that so-called Lady Xiang give up after witnessing his power? Hua Qiu thought it was unlikely. The other party must have other plans. Have the evil faction made any moves? Hua Qiu asked again. Yes, Long Yuan said in a deep voice. Recently, some evil martial artists have been appearing in Beishan City, mostly near the He family's residence. It seems that the heavenly order of pursuit has had an effect, and the evil faction may take action. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled coldly upon hearing this. He Mieshan, the patriarch of the He family, believed that a heavenly kill order would be his downfall. Little did they know, that was the annihilation of the evil path. No matter how many come, I will kill them all, it's the same regardless of their cultivation level. Hua Qiu said indifferently. Protect Lin Sini and my family while after we return, I will personally improve your cultivation level and teach you more advanced techniques. Thank you, Master. Long Yuan was overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Hua Qiu looked around and sent out a divine sense. There was no trace of anyone suspicious. If the higher-ups of the evil sect are to be mobilized, they should be sending martial artists at the martial venerable level. I just don't know when they will arrive. Hua Qiu was a little impatient, he didn't like waiting. If I weren't currently tied up with something, I might have gone to the headquarters of the One Qi Alliance. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just as I was pondering this, my phone rang. It was Aunt Chu calling. Hello, Aunt Chu, Hua Qiu answered the call. Xiao Qiu, where are you now? Aunt Chu asked on the phone, her voice sounding somewhat anxious. Aunt Chu, I'm in the city. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Qiu, could you please go and check on Yeye for me? I'm worried about her safety, Aunt Chu pleaded. Hua Qiu frowned. She also has this humble, pleading attitude towards everyone. Aunt Chu, don't be so polite, just tell me what you need, and I'll do whatever I can. Hua Qiu said. Xiao Qiu, some of Yeye's friends came to see her and said they wanted to take her out to play. I thought those people were pretty much like spoiled brats, so I objected to her going. As a result, she got angry, vented her anger on me, and then left with those people, Aunt Chu said sadly. They seem to be going to some wave KTV. I have a feeling they're up to something with Yeye. Could you go check it out for me? Okay, Aunt Chu, I'll go right now, don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Hua Qiu said. Thank you so much. After hanging up the phone, Hua Qiu felt very uneasy. This Lu Yeye is truly an unfilial daughter. Her mother was worried about her safety, but instead of being grateful, she dared to throw a tantrum at her mother. I don't know who spoiled them like that. Langchao KTV, Hua Qiu checked the map and found that it was not far from her, about 4 kilometers away. I took a taxi and arrived quickly. Standing on the first floor of the KTV, he closed his eyes and sensed. Soon, he sensed Lu Yeye's presence in a private room on the second floor. There were 4 men and 3 women inside. After sensing the situation, Hua Qiu went straight upstairs. The private room where Lu Yaya was at that moment. "Yaya, don't be angry here, have a drink to calm down." A handsome young man smiled and persuaded Lu Yaya, handing her a glass of wine. Seeing this, the 2 men next to her exchanged glances, their eyes fixed intently on the glass of wine, eagerly anticipating Lu Yaya's drink. "I'm so angry," Lu Yaya said angrily. "I really don't know what my mom is thinking. I am so old and she still wants to control me. How long is she going to stop? She even inexplicably arranged a marriage for me with some country bumpkin, and she insists that I get close to him. Do she think I'm that cheap?" "Yaya, don't be angry. Don't be angry. That country bumpkin is no match for you. As like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Just ignore him," the man next to her said with a smile. "That's right, besides our young master Wang Chuan, who is worthy of you," a man teased. Lu Yaya remained silent. She actually knew what kind of people these were, and she wasn't particularly fond of that young master Wang Chuan. She only came out with them to spite her mother. "Come on, Yaya, have a drink to calm down," Wang Chuan continued to urge her to drink. Lu Yaya looked wary, staring at the glass of wine in Wang Chuan's hand without making a move. "What, are you afraid I'll drug you?" Wang Chuan laughed when he saw this. "How could that be? You're overthinking it. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Wang Chuan said, then took back the glass of wine and took a sip himself. "Look, I drank it all, and I'm fine," he said, taking another cup, pouring himself another drink, and handing it to Lu Yaya. "Don't worry, Yaya, how could Wang Chuan harm you? He likes you so much." The men and women around them all comforted her. Lu Yaya was finally relieved. She took the glass of wine and took a sip. Lu Yaya wasn't a big drinker and almost choked. The 4 men looked at each other and revealed eerie smiles. They stared at Lu Yaya, quietly waiting for the drug to take effect. Lu Yaya's charming face and her alluring, long, snow-white legs had long been the object of desire for many. "Today, I'm finally going to succeed." The 4 were eager and impatient. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. The door to the private room was kicked open. Hua Qiu walked in with a cold face. The expressions of everyone in the private room changed. "Who are you? Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here?" Wang Chuan said. The younger brother started cursing angrily. "Where did this bastard come from? Are you looking for death?" Wang Chuan was furious when this person came to ruin things just as things were about to go smoothly. "Hua Qiu, what are you doing here?" Lu Yaya was also surprised to see Hua Qiu and stood up. Immediately, she showed a displeased expression. "Did my mother send you? I'm very angry right now. Please leave immediately and don't disturb my mood," she said coldly. Hua Qiu glanced at the people in the private room, then looked at the drinks on the table, his brows furrowing deeply. There's no shortage of despicable people, no matter where they are. "Lu Yaya, come home with me," Hua Qiu said indifferently. "Let me go home with you, why should I?" Lu Yaya's pretty face darkened. "Your mother is worried about you, so she sent me to take you home," Hua Qiu replied, looking displeased. If it weren't for Ranchu's pleading, he wouldn't have wanted to get involved in this woman's affairs at all. Whatever her fate was, it was none of his business. My mom, it's my mom again." Upon hearing this, Lu Yaya's anger flared up instantly. "Where I go and who I hang out with is my freedom. Why should she tell me what to do? She's a mother, yet she lives in other people's shadows all day long. She's always subservient to everyone, but she only knows how to control me. What gives her the right? Just because I'm her daughter, does that mean I have to put up with her? Go back and tell her to mind her own business first." Lu Yaya roared like a madwoman. She couldn't stand her mother's subservient manner and felt ashamed. This time, she seized the opportunity to erupt and express her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's face turned icy cold, and his anger surged. "She's your mother," he snapped. "So what if she's my mom? I've had enough of her for a long time. She doesn't deserve to be my mom." Lu Yaya roared. Hua Qiu's eyes sharpened, and he raised his hand directly. Slap! A slap landed directly on Lu Yaya's face. This slap was delivered on behalf of Aunt Chu. 87. Chapter 87 I want to play with her right in front of you. Hua Qiu's slap completely stunned Lu Yeye. It took her a while to come to her senses. She covered her aching cheek and looked incredulous. You actually dared to hit me? Lu Yeye pointed angrily at Hua Qiu, tears welling in her eyes. She couldn't believe that this country bumpkin dared to hit her. What right does a poor boy living under someone else's roof have to hit her? So what if I hit you? Hua Qiu was also furious, and he even wanted to slap Lu Yeye again. If one slap doesn't wake you up, I don't mind slapping you again, Hua Qiu said coldly. Who do you think your mother was so subservient to in the Lu family for? If it weren't for you, why would she have to suffer so much in the Lu family? Lu Yeye wouldn't listen to anything. She now hated Hua Qiu to the core. You bastard, how dare you hit my woman? You've got a death wish. Wang Chuan, sitting down, looked at Hua Qiu with murderous intent, as if she were a dead man. Teach him a lesson, he ordered his henchmen. Yes, young Master Wang. The three men stood up with cold smiles. Kid, you dare to ruin our young Master Wang Chuan's plans? Do you really not know what death means? One of them cracked his knuckles. You country bumpkin, you'll probably have to crawl back to your village. The three men all had mocking expressions, trying to scare Hua Qiu and see how scared he would be. You guys. Lu Yeye opened her mouth upon seeing this. Don't worry, they won't kill him, Wang Chuan said with a smile. Lu Yeye was still furious when she thought about how Hua Qiu had slapped her hard earlier. Humph, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Lu Yeye decided to ignore it. Kid, open your eyes next time. Someone approached Hua Qiu and punched him in the face. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened, and he casually picked up the ashtray on the table. Bang! The ashtray shattered with a crash, and the man who did it lay down with blood streaming from his head and his eyes rolled back. Ha! Wang Chuan's expression froze upon seeing this, and his face darkened. Lu Yeye was startled. She hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be so ruthless, actually taking down Wang Chuan's men first. You underestimated him. You thought this country bumpkin was cowardly. Kill him! Wang Chuan roared at the other two. You son of a bitch, you're asking for it. The two men, enraged, charged at Hua Qiu together. You bunch of trash? Hua Qiu's expression was icy as he suddenly took a step forward. He slapped her across the face. Just as the two rushed up to Hua Qiu, they suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from him. Before they could react, they were sent flying. Bang bang, two loud crashes, and the two men fell to the corner of the private room, their mouths and noses covered in blood, and remained motionless for a long time. There was no reaction at all, he simply passed out. Several women screamed in fright. Wang Chuan's expression also changed. His henchmen, who were usually capable of taking on 3 men at once, were surprisingly no match for this country bumpkin and were easily defeated. Lu Yeye looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. My mom told me that Hua Qiu used to be a good student, but later she became disabled in her leg. Although she has recovered now, her health has never been good. Is this what you call being unwell? He's practically a martial arts master. Kid, you're courting death, you know that? Despite his underling being crippled, Wang Chuan remained calm, instead staring coldly at Hua Qiu and threatening him. Because he has the right to be arrogant, his background in Qishan City is extremely powerful, and not many people dare to mess with him. You're courting death too, do you know that? Hua Qiu replied coldly, his gaze sharp. Wang Chuan's expression froze for a moment, then he sneered. Hua Qiu, how could you hurt my friend? Lu Yeye accused. Hua Qiu frowned, clearly displeased. That stupid woman's really stupid. You consider these scumbags as friends? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. Lu Yeye, are you really brainless or just pretending? Can't you see they have ulterior motives towards you? Hua Qiu reached out and picked up the glass of wine on the table. If I'm not mistaken, there's probably some kind of aphrodisiac in this drink. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye's pretty face changed. At this moment, she also felt some discomfort, as if she was a little dizzy, and her body felt hot. Wang Chuan, is this true? She looked at Wang Chuan angrily. How dare you drug me? She exclaimed angrily. Wang Chuan laughed and even clapped. You've got a good eye, kid, he said with a smile. Yes, I did drug her, and it was a very strong drug. She had already drunk alcohol earlier. Lu Yeye's pretty face turned pale. My body is getting hotter and hotter. Wang Chuan, you bastard. Lu Yeye shouted, her pretty face tense. Me, an idiot? Wang Chuan's smile vanished. Lu Yeye, if it weren't for your pretty looks, who the hell would put up with your terrible temper? I've been joking around with you for so long, what else could it be but wanting to sleep with you? What's the big deal? Lu Yeye, didn't you pride yourself on being smart? You still fell for my trick today. Wang Chuan revealed a smug smile. Let me tell you, you're not leaving today. This KTV is full of my people. You think you can leave without serving me well? Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye looked shocked. Her body was becoming increasingly weak. The thought of possibly being violated by Wang Chuan was unbearable for her. She didn't want her innocence ruined by this scumbag. Lu Yeye regretted it. She regretted arguing with her mother and going out with Wang Chuan. She looked around, her gaze finally settling on Hua Qiu. Now, Hua Qiu is her only hope. So she quickly and unsteadily walked away. She went to Hua Qiu's side and collapsed into his arms. Hua Qiu, weren't you going to take me away? She said, her eyes glazed over. I'll go with you, please, you have to take me out of here. Hua Qiu supported her soft, hot body. Since I promised Aunt Chu I would take you home, I will naturally take you back safely, he said indifferently. Kid, anyone can talk big. Wang Chuan crossed his legs and stared at them with a mocking expression. I'd like to see how you managed to get Lu Yeye out unscathed today. Let me tell you, I'm not only going to play with her, I'm going to do it right in front of you. Let's see what you can do about it, ha ha ha. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, a noisy commotion broke out outside. A large group of people rushed in, carrying baseball bats, looking aggressive. As Wang Chuan said, everyone here is his man, which is why he is so arrogant. Oh. Hua Qiu sneered, and a terrifying killing intent began to appear in his eyes. 88, Chapter 88. Is this even human? Hai Chao KTV is in complete chaos. This place was originally an entertainment venue operating in a gray area. One group of people after another rushed in, and there wasn't enough room left in the back compartments. Young Master Wang Chuan, which blind bastard dares to offend you? The leader asked. Wang Chuan sat on the sofa and pointed to Hua Qiu across from him. I understand. Do you want it half dead or completely dead? The man asked again. Spare his life, Wang Chuan said calmly. Don't hurt the woman, I haven't enjoyed it yet. I want this kid to watch me play with women. Yes, sir. Brothers, did you all hear that? Do as young Master Wang Chuan says. Yes. The unified voices echoed throughout the KTV, creating a powerful and resounding atmosphere. Such a scene would have terrified an ordinary person. Go! At the command, the henchmen carrying baseball bats swarmed towards Hua Qiu and swung their bats at him. He was almost completely submerged in the crowd, and those outside could not see what was happening inside. A bunch of ants, how dare they defy their superiors? Hua Qiu's eyes flashed coldly. Humph. He waved his hand dismissively. An invisible burst of energy blasted out. Bang! The person at the front suddenly changed color and was sent flying backward. This fall knocked over the first few people. Like a chain reaction, his underlings fell one after another. In just a few moments, the first group of people who rushed forward were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. Although Hua Qiu swung his sword casually, it carried extraordinary power. These people aren't even the lowest level martial artists, how could they possibly withstand it? With this one move, Hua Qiu didn't even touch them, most of them already had broken bones and ligaments. What's going on? The leader stared wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening. Wang Chuan's cold expression froze for a moment. Why was that kid standing there unharmed, while they injured several people? Wang Chuan was quite worldly wise. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. I didn't expect this kid to be a martial artist, he sneered. So what if you're a martial artist? No matter how skilled you are, you can't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. Wang Chuan said coldly, looking at the others. Replace them all with real weapons. Don't hold back. It doesn't matter if people die, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned fierce. The private room was filled with the glint of cold light, as they had switched to sharp long knives. Go again! The leader commanded. Kill! The henchmen shouted, their slogans changed, and they charged towards Huaqiu with their knives. Huaqiu's expression darkened. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly. Where are they? The people were bewildered. The next moment. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out, and they couldn't even see the figures clearly. The gleaming blades shattered one after another, and screams of agony echoed throughout the room. In the blink of an eye, almost no one was still standing in the private room. The people on the ground were wailing in agony, enduring immense pain. In less than 2 seconds, everyone was dealt with. The space here is too cramped, and the air is stuffy. Huaqiu disliked the smell of blood, so he didn't kill these people, but only maimed them. But that's already shocking enough. The leader stared in disbelief at his underlings lying on the ground. 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds. His henchmen, who had lived a life of constant danger, were all crippled. Even Wang Chuan lost his composure. He never expected that Huaqiu would be such a powerful martial artist. Although he didn't understand martial arts, he knew that someone who could achieve such a level must be a master among martial artists. Lu Ye lay half reclined in Huaqiu's arms, everything in front of her seemed a little blurry. In a daze, she thought she saw Huaqiu move slightly, and then all those people lay down on the ground. Am I hallucinating? Lu Ye felt dizzy and shook her head a few times. Perhaps we're both going to die here today, she thought, her heart filled with sorrow, her consciousness growing increasingly blurred. Kid, you're quite capable, the leader said with a gloomy expression. He put his hand into his pocket. However, no matter how skilled you are, I don't believe you can stop this, he sneered, pulled out a black pistol, pointed it at Huaqiu, and cocked it. This is the age of technology. What use is a strong martial artist? Wang Chuan laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Is that so? Huaqiu snorted coldly, a hint of mockery in his expression. The leader glanced at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan nodded. The next moment, the leader pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gun has a silencer, and the sound of the gunshot is dull and impactful. The shot was aimed at Huaqiu's shoulder, not intended to kill him instantly. Huaqiu remained expressionless and quickly reached out and pinched him. Then he casually tossed it away in front of the two of them. Thump! A smoking bullet fell to the ground. What? The leader was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Wang Chuan's sneer froze on his face. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Catching a bullet with bare hands. This is a scene you only see in movies. How did he do it? Is that really something humans can do? They are unbelievable. Just what kind of martial artist is this? Wang Chuan couldn't help but be moved. The martial arts masters he had heard of were not this powerful. I refuse to believe it. The leader, his face filled with fear, pointed his gun at Huaqiu again, intending to fire once more. Huaqiu's gaze darkened, and he lightly made a sweeping motion with one finger. The sizzling sound of metal being cut filled the air. The leader stared in disbelief as the gun in his hand disintegrated in two. He let out a painful scream. Because his finger, which was holding the trigger, was also severed, fresh blood gushed out. The leader stared at Huaqiu in utter terror, unable to finish his sentence. What kind of astonishing method was that? This existence was beyond his comprehension, filling him with a deep-seated fear. Wang Chuan's hands and feet trembled. A chill instantly seeped into my heart. What the hell is this, kid? You want to kill me? Hua Qiu glanced at the leader, his gaze cold and sharp. He casually moved his finger again. The leader suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He quickly reached out and touched it. Viscous and moist. Upon closer inspection, I saw that my hands were covered in blood. The leader's pupils dilated, he was completely stunned. But he no longer had the chance to figure everything out. Soon, the leader's neck tilted to the side, and his life was cut off. His eyes were wide open, still filled with fear and disbelief. Those eyes just stared at Wang Chuan, unseeing their death. Wang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Hua Qiu carried Lu Yeye towards him. Wang Chuan was startled and instinctively shrank back. He was no longer arrogant at all, and his face turned deathly pale. Seeing the stark difference in Wang Chuan's reactions before and after, Hua Qiu's face showed disdain. As he uttered the two words indifferently, his expression filled with disdain for lowly beings. Then, he raised his hand. Wang Chuan's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face. 89, Chapter 89 Springtime. You can't kill me. Seeing the murderous intent in Hua Qiu's eyes, and remembering how the leader had died with just a light slash, Wang Chuan was terrified. There is no one in this world I cannot kill, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He is not a bloodthirsty person. But he won't let those who want to kill him get away with it. You really can't kill me. Wang Chuan shouted again. Do you know who my godfather is? He roared. I don't care who your godfather is, Hua Qiu said indifferently, his hand about to strike. My godfather is Tong Tiankue, he's the president of the Jingwu Association. Wang Chuan shouted. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Tong Tiankue, the president of the Jingwu Association? Never heard of it, he said casually. Wang Chuan panicked. I advise you not to act impulsively. Go and find out about the reputation of the Jingwu Association and Tong Tiankue. If you kill me, my godfather will never let you get away with it. With just one order from him, all the warriors of the Jingwu Association will be mobilized, and you will be doomed. Let me tell you, the Jingwu Association is full of hidden talents. There are many martial artists like you can't possibly be their match. Wang Chuan said in one breath, threatening Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled. He didn't believe that Qishan City and Jingwu Association could have many masters. Even if the entire Jingwu Association consisted of martial artists at the martial venerable level, he was not afraid at all. Seeing that Hua Qiu still didn't seem to care, Wang Chuan became extremely anxious. If you kill me, not only you, but also your family and Lu Yeye's entire family will suffer annihilation. I'm not exaggerating, you need to think this through. Hua Qiu sneered and was about to finish off Wang Chuan. Hua couldn't kill him. Suddenly, Lu Yeye grabbed his outstretched hand. Wang Chuan has a very powerful background, we can't afford to offend him, Lu Yeye said breathlessly. She was delirious, but when she heard Hua Qiu want to kill Wang Chuan, she managed to regain a moment of clarity. She knew Wang Chuan's identity, he was practically untouchable in Qishan City, and few dared to offend him. Hua Qiu was just an ordinary person, and although her father Lu Chang was a leader, he was not in the same league as Wang Chuan. If Wang Chuan is really dead, Hua Qiu is definitely doomed. The Lu family will also be implicated. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. He doesn't care about his background. Hua Qiu, take me away, I can hold back anymore, Lu Yeye said intermittently, her face flushed and her breath sweet. She was in great pain, as if her primal desires were about to be released. Please take me away quickly. She lay on Hua Qiu, her eyes glazed over as she pleaded. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid she would lose control and do something shameful. Hua Qiu couldn't stand her harassment anymore. She's right, if you don't kill me, there won't be any trouble. Wang Chuan quickly said. You all need to leave here immediately, I promise I won't pursue this matter. Hua Qiu revealed a look of disdain. Pursue, by your authority? His face darkened. Boom! Hua Qiu slammed his palm into Wang Chuan's chest. Wang Chuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected that after saying so much, Hua Qiu would still not let him go. The pain felt like my sternum was broken, and my internal organs were also shattering. Don't you have a powerful godfather? Hua Qiu sneered. I'll spare your breath. Go find your godfather, god-grandfather, find them all you can. I'll be waiting for you. He left a message behind, then carried Lu Yeye out. Seeing that Lu Yeye was on the verge of death, he decided not to delay any longer. If we kill Wang Chuan, his so-called godfather will definitely come looking for revenge. Since that's the case, let them all come together, preferably quickly, so it will save him trouble. Do you dare to give your name? Wang Chuan asked with difficulty, his eyes filled with hatred. Beishan, Hua Qiu said calmly. I'll remember you. You wait. Wang Chuan, will definitely not let you down. Wang Chuan said harshly, his mouth full of blood. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and carried Lu Yeye out of the private room. There were still many people in the hallway outside. They carried weapons, and when they saw Hua Qiu come out, they all looked fearful, glaring at him but not daring to actually make a move. They also saw what happened in the private room. This guy can even catch bullets. They are no match for them. If you want to die, come here. Hua Qiu shouted coldly. Some people were so drunk that they were trembling with fear. Get out. Hua Qiu spat out a single word. The corridor was in complete chaos. Those people were so frightened by him that they scattered and fled, no longer daring to confront him. What desperados, faced with overwhelming power, they're nothing but a rabble, Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression, looking down on these people. He carried Lu Yeye out of Haichao KTV, and no one dared to stop him. Hua Qiu, I feel so hot. Lu Yeye's body was burning hot, and she was murmuring something. Her pretty face was flushed and alluring. Even her most eye-catching pair of stunningly long legs seemed to gleam with a special luster, making them extremely alluring. Lu Yeye began to emit some strange, soft moans. Hua Qiu was half supporting and half embracing her delicate body, but now her soft body began to writhe, frequently making physical contact with Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. Is the drug that Wang Chuan and his team administered really that potent? How much poison was added? It's probably half a glass of medicine. Lu Yeye, have some self-respect. Don't you hate me? Hua Qiu said unhappily. With Lu Yeye moving around so much, he had trouble walking. Hua Qiu, I feel so bad, Lu Yeye whispered, becoming increasingly delirious. Hua Qiu was getting impatient. The next moment, he bent down and hoisted Lu Yeye onto his shoulder. What a hassle, Hua Qiu said with a dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Aunt Chu's request, he really wouldn't have bothered with Lu Yeye, that woman with the terrible temper. Hua Qiu, put me down, Lu Yeye suddenly struggled. What exactly do you want? Hua Qiu put her down. Unexpectedly, Lu Yeye suddenly pounced on Hua Qiu and sealed her lips with her own wet lips. She had lost her rationality, controlled by the effects of the drug, and was making some instinctive, primal movements. Hua Qiu was stunned for a moment. My first kiss after being reborn was stolen by this little girl. Lu Yeye threw herself into Hua Qiu's arms, her mouth and hands busy, groping and touching Hua Qiu's body. Lu Yeye, wake up! Hua Qiu forcefully pried Lu Yeye away. Unexpectedly, Lu Yeye pounced on him again the next moment. Like wolves and tigers. Even though Hua Qiu possessed strength comparable to a martial arts saint, he still seemed somewhat helpless at this moment. Suddenly, Lu Yeye grabbed her clothes and lifted them up. In an instant, a large expanse of spring light was revealed, and Hua Qiu saw something she shouldn't have seen. His eyes widened. 90, Chapter 90, Taking responsibility yourself. Even though Hua Qiu was a supreme immortal emperor with rich experience, he was still shocked by Lu Yeye at this moment. She completely changed, becoming incredibly proactive. Seeing that Lu Yeye was about to be completely naked, Hua Qiu shook his head. He extended his finger and channeled a wisp of spiritual energy into Lu Yeye's body. I was originally too lazy to waste a bit of spiritual energy. But Lu Yeye was too reckless. This was on the street. If she did something outrageous again, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Aunt Chu when he got back. After a wisp of creation technique spiritual energy entered Lu Yeye's body, it quickly cleared away the medicinal effects. Lu Yeye gradually regained her senses. Ah! The moment she regained her senses, she looked down and saw her reflection, and immediately let out a huge scream. She was practically naked in front of Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, what did you do to me? Lu Yeye shouted, both ashamed and angry. Don't make false accusations, I didn't do anything, Hua Qiu said calmly. Lu Yeye was furious and hurriedly put her clothes on. Don't look! She shouted in shame and indignation as she dressed. There's nothing much to see. Hua Qiu turned her head to the side, her expression slightly displeased. He'd seen all sorts of celestial beings and goddesses. She's just a little girl. Soon, Lu Yeye composed herself. Although she tried to remain calm, she couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. Especially after regaining consciousness, the memories from just now gradually flooded back to me. She recalled everything she had just done to Hua Qiu. She forcibly kissed Hua Qiu and even deliberately exposed herself in front of him. If Hua Qiu hadn't done something to bring her back to her senses, perhaps. Lu Yeye dared not think any further. Her pretty face flushed, and she felt incredibly embarrassed. I actually Lu Yeye felt more and more ashamed and angry as she thought about it. Hua Qiu was someone she originally disliked. But she was so proactive just now, she did things she shouldn't have. She was furious, but it was all her initiative. Hua Qiu hadn't touched her at all. Lu Yeye became emotional and eventually squatted down on the ground, sobbing. Hua Qiu was speechless. What is this girl up to? You're the one who's suffering a loss, yet you're crying, he said unhappily. You bastard. Lu Yeye looked up at him, squeezing out a sentence, her pretty face full of anger. That was my first kiss. Lu Yeye screamed. Hua Qiu rolled her eyes. It was clearly the woman who pounced on him, but now it's like he's the one in the wrong. Everyone's first kiss is like that. He even wasted a wisp of creative spiritual energy. He's also very unhappy right now. He couldn't be bothered with Lu Yeye anymore. Lu Yeye squatted on the ground and cried for a while before slowly wiping away her tears and standing up. She glanced at the Haichao KTV not far away. Did you rescue me? She asked, wiping away her tears. Who else could it be? Hua Qiu asked. Lu Yeye was taken aback. Her memories of the bar were hazy, she couldn't recall them clearly, as if they were mixed with many hallucinations. How did Hua Qiu manage to rescue her from Wang Chuan? She knew Wang Chuan's character, he was no pushover. How is Wang Chuan? Lu Yeye's expression suddenly changed as she recalled the scene before she left. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled, Hua Qiu said calmly. What? Lu Yeye's expression changed drastically in an instant. You injured him? She was shocked. Hua Qiu nodded. Lu Yeye's face turned somewhat pale. You know you've caused a huge disaster. It's over if the people behind Wang Chuan investigate, even my dad can't protect you. Why were you so impulsive? Now we're doomed. Lu Yeye was extremely anxious. She was very angry, but when she thought that Hua Qiu had come to save her and that's why she was confronting Wang Chuan, she felt helpless. Wang Chuan is nothing to cause much trouble, Hua Qiu said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye looked at him as if he were an idiot. How dare you say such a thing? Do you know how terrifying Wang Chuan's background is? He could take your life with just a word. Why couldn't you have been a little gentler? She said, her tone slightly reproachful. If we go easy on him, he'll let us go? Hua Qiu asked rhetorically. Lu Yeye was speechless when asked the question. She remained silent for a long time. Let's go home and find my dad, see if he can help, Lu Yeye sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Yeye and Hua Qiu returned to the Lu family home. Aunt Chu had been waiting anxiously and immediately came to greet her. Yeye, are you alright? She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She hugged Lu Yeye and looked her over, asking with concern. Lu Yeye's expression changed, and she hesitated to speak. "Mom, I'm fine," she said. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I should have listened to you," Lu Yeye said softly. Aunt Chu was taken aback. Lu Yeye actually apologized to her. This has never happened before. "Xiao Qiu, thank you so much for bringing Yeye home. Auntie is so grateful." She held Hua Qiu's hand and thanked her repeatedly. "Aunt Chu, it's nothing, you don't need to be so polite," Hua Qiu said with a smile. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut rang out. Lu Yeye, you're always causing trouble for me." Lu Chang walked in angrily. "Don't you know who Wang Chuan is? If you go out with him, he'll eat you alive." Lu Chang scolded. "And you, Chuing, you can't even take care of your daughter properly. What kind of mother are you?" he retorted, criticizing his wife as well. "I work hard every day to support my family, but you never give me a moment's peace. How can I live like this?" The mother and daughter were silenced by Lu Chang's reprimand. Hua Qiu looked displeased. He couldn't stand Lu Chang's bossy attitude towards Aunt Chu. "Dad, I'm back safely," Lu Yeye said softly. "Humph, you're lucky to have returned safely this time. If you dare to do that again, I won't be able to save you," Lu Chang said angrily. Dad, I won't do it again next time," Lu Yeye said, honestly admitting her mistake. Lu Chang calmed down a bit. "Dad, there's something I need to tell you," Lu Yeye whispered. "What is it?" Lu Chang asked in a deep voice. "When Hua Qiu went to rescue me, she accidentally injured Wang Chuan." "What?" Lu Chang's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "You injured Wang Chuan?" His eyes widened, his expression panicked. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Aunt Chu's expression also changed, filled with worry. "Don't you know who Wang Chuan is? How dare you hurt him?" Lu Chang roared, furious. "That Wang Chuan drugged me, and Hua Qiu had no choice but to injure him," Lu Yeye said angrily. At this moment, remembering Hua Qiu's kindness, she spoke up for Hua Qiu. "Dad, do you have a way to solve this?" Lu Yeye asked softly. "Solve it? Solve my ass." Lu Chang roared in uncontrollable rage. "Don't you know who Wang Chuan is? Although my Lu family has some strength, we are no match for him. You have been incredibly audacious and have committed a terrible disaster." Lu Chang sat down angrily, holding his forehead and remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Hua Qiu. "Was it him who injured the person?" he asked. Lu Yeye nodded. "Then he should bear the consequences himself," Lu Chang said coldly. Lu Yeye's eyes widened, she hadn't expected her father to say such a thing. Hua Qiu's face revealed a mocking expression. 91, Chapter 91 Death Sentence? He was the one who injured Wang Chuan, so he should naturally bear the responsibility, Lu Chang said in a muffled voice. He couldn't afford to offend Wang Chuan, so he decided to let Hua Qiu take the blame himself. Although Hua Qiu had already guessed this outcome, he still felt a chill in his heart. That's really something. He went to Hai Chao KTV entirely because of Lu Yeye. He saved Lu Yeye, but Lu Chang not only didn't thank him, but also wanted to wash his hands of the matter and let Hua Qiu bear all the consequences himself. Even the word ungrateful is insufficient to describe this person's despicable nature. Dad, what are you saying? Lu Yeye asked in disbelief. Hua Qiu injured Wang Chuan while trying to save me. If anyone is to be held responsible, it should be us all. How could you do this? Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's face turned angry. Shut up! He snapped. Do you know how serious the consequences of injuring Wang Chuan are? Is it something a little girl like you can bear? Someone has to take the blame for this. I'm currently in the prime of my career and will soon be promoted. I can't let this ruin my future. Lu Yeye opened her mouth but remained silent. She never expected her father to be so realistic and cold-hearted. Hua Qiu, you should indeed bear the responsibility, Lu Chang said to Hua Qiu again. But don't worry, I will also make some corresponding compensation to you. Isn't your family short of money? I can give you a large sum of money, and I promise you that after you get out, I will arrange a good job for you so that you can live a worry-free life. Hua Qiu remained indifferent to Lu Cheng's advice. If he were an ordinary person and actually followed Lu Cheng's advice to take responsibility, he would most likely be killed by Wang Chuan, with no chance of ever getting out. His promises were nothing but hypocritical lies. Husband, we absolutely can't let Xiaoqiu go in, please think of something, Aunt Chu said anxiously. What can I do? What can I possibly do? Lu Cheng snapped angrily. You've caused such a huge mess, even a god couldn't do anything about it. He angrily accused. He was completely unaware that the whole incident stemmed from his daughter. Without Hua Qiu, Lu Ye's fate would be unknown. Hua Qiu felt a pang of sorrow. I feel sorry for Aunt Chu. How could she possibly be happy marrying someone like that? You don't need to worry about this, Hua Qiu said calmly. I'll handle it. All three of them stared at him in surprise. Xiaoqiu, don't say that, Auntie will definitely help you find a way, Aunt Chu said, thinking that Hua Qiu was just saying it out of anger. How are you going to handle this? Don't try to be brave since this happened because of me. Don't worry, I won't run away, I'll face what we have to face together, Lu Ye said in a muffled voice. Lu Cheng, however, smiled. You said it yourself, so please don't drag us into this, Lu Cheng said. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. Surround this place. A commotion suddenly broke out outside, and it seemed that many people had appeared. Aunt Chu panicked and quickly looked down through the window. They read law enforcement. She panicked when she saw the uniforms the people below were wearing. They've come to arrest people so quickly? Lu Ye's pretty face turned pale. Hua Qiu, hide quickly. She shouted to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained motionless. Law enforcement agency? An organization similar to the Beishan security team, but with a higher functional level than the security team. Who are Hua Qiu and Lu Ye? A group of people burst in and shouted. I am, Hua Qiu said calmly. Cuff him. The captain-like man shouted. You dare to arrest me? Hua Qiu said coldly. The captain looked at him with some fear. He had heard that this was a ruthless person who dominated the Hai Chao KTV. There are plenty of capable people in the bureau who can deal with you. The captain shouted, but he didn't order anyone to put the handcuffs on you. Take them away. The captain ordered. Hua Qiu walked downstairs by herself. Lu Ye was also taken away. Xiaoqiu, you Aunt Chu panicked. Honey, what should we do? What else can we do? Let's go with them first, Lu Cheng said with a gloomy face. And so, the group was taken to the Qishan City District Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Cheng and his wife were kept outside, while Lu Ye and Hua Qiu were taken away for questioning. Hua Qiu, remember what you said. Lu Cheng shouted. He hoped that Hua Qiu would take all the blame. Hua Qiu ignored him completely. In the interrogation room, Hua Qiu sat leisurely in a chair. Put your legs down and sit up straight. Do you think this is your home? The interrogator shouted angrily. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. Summon your highest-ranking person here, Yuri. Not worthy to speak to me, Hua Qiu said coldly. I'm not worthy? The interrogator's face turned extremely ugly. Kid, who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to see our highest-ranking officer? He sneered. I really don't know how you can still be so arrogant. Don't you know who you injured? I'm afraid you'll never leave the Law Enforcement Bureau in your lifetime. Hua Qiu's eyes revealed a cold glow. I'll say it again, go and call your highest-ranking officer. He was already filled with impatience. Are you never going to stop? Do you really think you're something special? The interrogator roared. Heh, you want to see the highest-ranking officer? A voice rang out. Someone pushed open the door to the interrogation room and pushed a wheelchair in. In the wheelchair was a person whose body was wrapped in bandages. This person is none other than Wang Chuan, who was almost killed by Hua Qiu at the KTV. He is very weak now, but a strong desire for revenge has brought him here. He couldn't accept treatment without seeing Hua Qiu killed with his own eyes. Here, I, Wang Chuan, am the one with the most authority. Wang Chuan said coldly. Hey, you surnamed Hua, you were at the KTV, you displayed great power, how impressive, but here, no matter how powerful you are, you still have to submit to the law. I'm not afraid to tell you, they'll frame you for a crime punishable by death, and then cruelly kill you. This is what happens when you dare to touch me. A cold smile appeared on Hua Qiu's face. You think you can control me here? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. Why not? Wang Chuan asked confidently. Here, even a dragon has to coil up, no matter how powerful a martial artist is, if they openly provoke or defy law enforcement, the Martial Alliance will intervene. I don't believe you're not afraid of the Martial Alliance, that's the highest department specifically for punishing martial artists. Hua Qiu stood up. You, surnamed Wang, believe it or not, even if I kill you right here, the Law Enforcement Bureau can't do anything to me. Not only that, they also had to respectfully see me out the door. Wang Chuan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Are you dreaming? You really think you're some big shot? Hua Qiu smiled faintly and walked towards Wang Chuan. Stop him! Wang Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Stop! The interrogator drew his pistol and pointed it at Hua Qiu. But Hua Qiu's steps never stopped. Bang! The interrogator pulled the trigger. However, what happened next left him speechless. The bullet hovered 3 inches above Hua Qiu's head, almost frozen, unable to advance an inch further. The man with the gun was terrified. Those watching from outside the interrogation room were also stunned. As Hua Qiu drew closer, Wang Chuan's face showed fear. 92, Chapter 92. No one can stop me from killing. Outside the Law Enforcement Bureau, a sudden tremor erupted. Luxury cars pulled up one after another, filling the street outside the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, even though those vehicles were blatantly parked illegally, the law enforcement officers who saw it did not object. The public officials in the law enforcement service hall suddenly became flustered, rushing out one after another. Chuing and Lu Chang, sitting at the door, looked completely bewildered. Lu Chang glanced outside and instantly understood. A very important person has arrived. I wonder which important person it is that has all these people coming out to greet them. Even the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau went to greet him? His expression changed when he saw the highest-ranking man in the area running out as well. Outside, a crowd surrounded a middle-aged man as he walked in. President Tong, why did you come all this way in person? The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau greeted him with a fawning smile and bowed deeply. The man before me is Tong Tiankui, the president of the Qishan Jingwu Association. Although he held no real position or power, even the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau had to greet him respectfully. Because of his powerful background, no one dared to provoke him. My godson has been beaten to a pulp, how could I not come? Tong Tiankui said coldly, his expression sinister. Who is the murderer, what is his background? Tong Tiankui asked in a deep voice. His name is Hua Qiu, he's from Beishan We've already checked, he comes from an ordinary family and is unemployed, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau replied. Upon hearing this, Tong Tiankui's brows furrowed instantly. Hua Qiu, it's him? The young man next to Tong Tiankui exclaimed in surprise. Sun Lang looked astonished. Hua Qiu really doesn't stop until he's thoroughly offended someone. At the northern branch, he ignored Tong Tiankui's warnings, killed Tong Tiankui's boxer, and seized the boxing championship title. Tong Tiankui stormed off, and Sun Lang knew that Hua Qiu had thoroughly offended him. Before Tong Tiankui could retaliate, Hua Qiu actually injured his godson. Is this person tired of living? Do they want to die sooner rather than later? Good, very good. Tong Tiankui's expression was extremely gloomy as he uttered a few words heavily. Then, he angrily turned and walked into the bureau. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau and others quickly followed. Tong Tiankui, Wang Chuan's godfather, even he has shown up. Lu Chang inside looked alarmed upon seeing this. That Hua Qiu is doomed, I just don't know if Ye will be able to save her life. Upon hearing this, Chu Ying turned pale. President Tong, hello, I am Lu Cheng quickly got up and went to greet her, hoping to get closer to her and plead for her daughter. Get out! Tong Tiankue shouted coldly, without stopping. Lu Cheng was pushed aside. His face looked terrible, but he dared not say anything. Thump! The suspended bullet landed on the ground in the interrogation room, breaking the silence. Wang Chuan's heart was also shaken. Hua Qiu stretched out a hand and easily grabbed Wang Chuan by the throat. Wang Chuan was so frightened he almost lost his mind. What are you going to do? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Martial Alliance? He shouted in terror. Martial Alliance? Hua Qiu asked indifferently. Even if the leader of the Martial Alliance comes in person, I will still kill you. With a slight lift of his hand, he lifted Wang Chuan up. The intense feeling of suffocation made Wang Chuan extremely uncomfortable. He was both shocked and furious. Why is Hua Qiu not even afraid of the Martial Alliance? What in this world could possibly make him wary? He thought that once he got to the Law Enforcement Bureau, he could kill Hua Qiu. Unexpectedly, this person completely disregarded the Martial Alliance's ban and continued to do as he pleased. You can't kill Mayo, can't kill me, Wang Chuan cried out in terror. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had already decided to kill him. Let him go. At that moment, Tong Tiankue and his group arrived near the interrogation room and were shocked to see what was happening. Let go of my godson. Boy, do you want to die without a burial place? Tong Tiankue roared. Hua Qiu glanced in that direction and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, it's someone I know. Outrageous, this is the Law Enforcement Bureau, how dare you commit violence in public, you are utterly audacious. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau roared authoritatively. Click click click. Guns were cocked instantly, all aimed at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, do you want to die? That's Chairman Tong's godson, let him go. Sun Lang stepped forward and shouted, pointing at Hua Qiu. A wise man submits to circumstances. If Chairman Tong's godson dies, you will definitely not escape death either. Not only that, think about your family and friends, they will also be implicated because of you. You don't want them to suffer imprisonment because of you, do you? This isn't a black market here, Chairman Tong's abilities far exceed your imagination. Release them immediately. Hua Qiu frowned. That's Sun Lang, he talks so much nonsense no matter where he is. Sun Lang said this, but he actually hoped that Hua Qiu would offend Tong Tiankue even more, preferably to the point of certain death. He desperately wanted to see Hua Qiu punished once. Tong Tiankue's expression was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Hua Qiu with murderous intent. If Chuaner dies, I swear I will tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust. He threatened viciously. You'll absolutely regret this. Wang Chuan also gained some confidence. He, my godfather is here, are you still going to kill me? He looked at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression. As a martial artist, haven't you heard of the great name of the president of the Qishan Martial Arts Association? Kill me, and you will die. He didn't believe that Hua Qiu was truly fearless. I've never heard of the president of the Qishan Martial Arts Association, Hua Qiu said casually. Wang Chuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten me? Hua Qiu said with disdain. Utterly disdainful. He was not afraid of even the martial saint. Threatening him with someone who isn't even a martial venerable. Does it have any deterrent effect whatsoever? Wang Chuan was stunned. Even his godfather's presence couldn't intimidate Hua Qiu. Arrogant. Tong Tiankue roared in fury. The murderous intent intensified. He was actually looked down upon. How many people in Qishan City would dare to disregard him? Release them, otherwise he'll die. Tong Tiankue roared. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at him. No one can save the people I want to kill, he said calmly. Everyone present looked astonished. After saying that, Huaqiu applied a little more force to her hand. Crack! A crisp sound reached everyone's ears. Wang Chuan looked on in disbelief, tilting his head and his eyes losing their luster. His neck was snapped, and his life was cut off in an instant. Even in death, he couldn't believe that someone would dare to kill him in the police station, right in front of his godfather. The entire interrogation room was completely silent. No one expected Huaqiu to be so bold. Tong Tiankui roared in a deafening roar, his face filled with grief. He was so angry that his body trembled, and his murderous intent was extremely intense. Huaqiu, you're still alive this time? Sun Lang asked in surprise, shaking his head. Tong Tiankui will definitely use every means possible. He doesn't believe that Huaqiu can solve the problem with just one phone call this time, just like last time. I want you dead. Tong Tiankui roared, glaring at Huaqiu. Huaqiu said nothing, turned to look at him, her expression icy. The murderous intent in his eyes hadn't dissipated in the slightest after he killed Wang Chuan. You want to kill me? Little did you know, I also wanted to kill you. 93, Chapter 93, A National Hero? I want this person carried out of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Tong Tiankui said, word by word. If he's still alive in 5 minutes, you're fired as the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau shuddered upon hearing this. Prepare to fire, he ordered with a stern face. All law enforcement officials were on standby. Chief, bullets are useless against him, someone said weakly. Bullshit. The chief of law enforcement cursed. We're all made of flesh and blood, no matter how strong we are, we can't be immune to bullets. The man shrank back and remained silent. Fire. Add a command. Bang bang bang. In an instant, gunshots rang out like a dense rain of bullets. The area where Huaqiu stood was in complete chaos. Smoke rose, and nothing could be seen. But the gunfire never stopped. When numerous bullets are fired simultaneously, the resulting power is comparable to artillery bombardment. Sun Lang covered his face with his hands, unable to look directly at that spot. With so many bullets, he must have been riddled with holes. Can Huaqiu still survive? He couldn't calm down. This was also the first time he had ever seen such a grand scene. He really died a gruesome death. He brought it all on himself. Sun Lang shook his head, sighing inwardly. The gunfire lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Almost everyone here has emptied their magazines. He should be dead, right? The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau looked in that direction. Everyone stared silently in that direction. After a while, the smoke cleared. A figure appeared. What? In an instant, everyone in the hall was astonished, speechless with disbelief. That young man. It was standing perfectly intact. His expression was indifferent, spotless, and without the slightest injury. How is this possible? Sun Lang's mouth dropped open, his expression completely blank. Tong Tiankui was also extremely surprised. The law enforcement officers were terrified, their hands, which were holding guns, trembled uncontrollably. I've never seen anything like it before. How could they have withstood so much gunfire and still be unharmed? Is this something humans can do? I told you, bullets are useless against him, someone muttered quietly. Is he even human? Sun Lang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, simply unable to believe what he was seeing. The last time at the bar was outrageous enough, but this time it's even more outrageous. Is this Huaqiu the Huaqiu he knows? Kill him for me. Tong Tiankui lost his composure and pointed at Huaqiu, shouting angrily. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau looked grim. How can you possibly kill them? Chief, should we use high-explosive firearms? Someone asked. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau was startled. Using those things changes the concept. But Tong Tiankui's gaze was aggressive and piercing. He was caught in a dilemma. Seeing someone raise a gun and point it at him again, Huaqiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although that power couldn't even break through the protective internal energy of an ordinary martial venerable. But even the smallest amount of power becomes tiresome if used repeatedly. If you dare fire another shot, I'll wipe out your entire law enforcement bureau. Hua Qiu said coldly. A powerful killing intent emanated from the room, causing the temperature to plummet. The law enforcement officers were terrified upon hearing this, their bodies trembling under the influence of the murderous intent. They were just following orders and didn't want to risk their lives. Losing your job is better than losing your life. Hua Qiu's murderous intent made them truly feel the terror of being shrouded in death. Hua Qiu looked at Tong Tiankui. Both men were filled with murderous intent, wanting the other dead. The president of the Jingwu Association, Tong Tiankui, Hua Qiu murmured. I wanted to kill you last time at the black market boxing ring, he said. He is a man who is always ruthless and decisive, he will not let anyone who wants to kill him go. While on the black market, Tong Tiankui ordered his boxers to kill, but Hua Qiu killed them instead. I had other things to do at the time, so I let Tong Tiankui leave. But this time, he won't be leaving. Kill me? Tong Tiankui sneered. Even though Hua Qiu displayed formidable martial arts prowess, he was surprised but not alarmed, as if he were fearless. They seemed convinced that Hua Qiu couldn't kill him. At your age, no matter how strong you are, how strong can you be? Tong Tiankui said coldly. Just because law enforcement can't punish you doesn't mean no one can. Once I bring out that one, you won't have enough lives to die. Hua Qiu frowned. Is there someone behind Tong Tiankui? This is so troublesome. Go down and keep your godson company, Hua Qiu said indifferently. He took another step and walked towards Tong Tiankui. Stop him. Tong Tiankui shouted coldly. Several people immediately stepped in front of him to shield him. Humph. Hua Qiu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Buzz. An invisible fluctuation appeared in the air, producing a buzzing sound. The next moment, the people who were blocking Tong Tiankui were blasted away by an invisible and powerful force, falling to the ground and howling in pain. Tong Tiankui's expression changed, and he began to back away. Hua Qiu appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He kicked Tong Tiankui in the knee. Tong Tiankui winced in pain and let out a muffled groan. His leg was broken, so he knelt down directly in front of Hua Qiu. The higher one's status, the greater the psychological impact of such humiliation. Tong Tiankui's face turned ashen, he was furious. Now that you're kneeling before me, your life or death is in my hands, how could I not kill you? Hua Qiu said disdainfully. You're courting death. Tong Tiankui remained defiant, speaking with resentment. Hua Qiu was impatient. He raised his hand to send him to his death. A hero must not kill him. The head of the law enforcement bureau exclaimed in alarm. Do you know who Chairman Tong's godfather is? Hua Qiu was taken aback. How familiar this scene is. Another sugar daddy. Wang Chuan's godfather was his support, Tong Tiankui's godfather is his support. Could it be that Tong Tiankui's godfather also has a godfather? Is this ever going to end? Good man, please calm down. Chairman Tong's godfather is a highly respected national figure with an extremely prestigious position. Please, for his sake, do not act impulsively, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau hurriedly said. Since you are a martial artist, you must know what a national hero represents. Think carefully, is it really worth offending a noble national hero for a personal grudge? He patiently advised. If Tong Tiankui dies, their law enforcement bureau will also suffer. He was scared. So he has a powerful patron as his godfather, no wonder he's so fearless, Hua Qiu sneered. To ordinary people, a national hero is indeed of high status. Tong Tiankui, relying on his godfather who was a national hero, acts arrogantly and domineeringly, and there are really few people in Qishan City who dare to mess with him. Unfortunately, he met Hua Qiu. What, are you scared? Tong Tiankui asked with a mocking expression. Just a national hero, Hua Qiu said calmly. You still have to die. Tong Tiankui's expression changed. He didn't understand why Hua Qiu wasn't afraid. Hero, please calm down, his godfather is a national hero. The head of the law enforcement bureau was on the verge of collapse and shouted. Hua Qiu frowned, feeling quite annoyed. He waved his hand casually. A medal fell in front of the head of the law enforcement bureau. The head of the law enforcement bureau paused for a moment, then picked up the medal to examine it. At first glance, he seemed somewhat unfamiliar with the place. Upon looking again, my body suddenly trembled. He looked up at Hua Qiu, his eyes filled with utter shock. The next moment. Thump. The head of the law enforcement bureau bowed directly to Hua Qiu with utmost respect. In an instant, everyone was stunned. 94, Chapter 94 Hall of Fame. Even the dignified director of the law enforcement bureau only fawned over Tong Tiankui. He did not stoop so low as to kneel down. But as soon as he took the badge that Hua Qiu threw to him and glanced at it, he was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Hua Qiu and prostrated himself on the ground. What's going on? Everyone looked puzzled. Your subordinate greets Your Excellency, the Grand Master. The director of the enforcement bureau shouted, his face covered in cold sweat and trembling with fear. What Hua Qiu threw over was his national medal. When the head of the law enforcement bureau saw it clearly, he was terrified. He never expected that the young man before him would have such a prestigious status. Just now, he ordered the shooting of this young national hero. A national hero? The title given by the head of the law enforcement bureau left everyone stunned. Director, where is the great sage? Someone asked cautiously. They assumed that Tong Tiankui's godfather, the national hero of Qishan City, had arrived. He is the great sage, you all kneel down and beg for forgiveness right now. The head of the law enforcement bureau roared. What? The law enforcement officers were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. That young man, is he a national hero? They couldn't believe it. Those who are considered national heroes are often people who have made great contributions to the Xia state through hard work and merit. Which one of them isn't over 50? I have never heard of such a young national hero in the Xia kingdom. Chief, could there be some misunderstanding? Someone asked in a low voice. Do you think I would mistake a national medal? The head of the law enforcement bureau shouted. Why aren't you kneeling down yet, don't you want your heads? His words filled everyone with extreme fear. Thump. Thump. In an instant, everyone knelt on the ground, terrified. Offending a national hero is a serious crime. They fired at national heroes. If investigated strictly, each of them could be sentenced to death. Greetings, Your Excellency, they exclaimed respectfully and in astonishment. Some people looked worse than if they were crying, and they were terrified. He's a national hero? Tong Tiankui's eyes widened, bigger than a bull's eyes. His expression was somewhat blank. He acted arrogantly and domineeringly in Qishan precisely because he had a powerful and influential father. One can imagine how lofty the status of a national hero is. But now, the kid who was his enemy is actually a national hero. How can anyone accept this? How could Hua Qiu possibly be a national hero? Sun Lang asked, his face full of disbelief. He didn't understand why Hua Qiu was awarded the Medal of Honor. No matter how I think about it, it's wrong. Hua Qiu, a simp for Zhou Yuan in high school, later became disabled. He used to be seen as a good-for-nothing and a topic of ridicule. It was already outrageous that he made a name for himself in a bar, but now he's actually transformed into an incomparably noble national hero. Could it get any more outrageous? If he is a national hero, how could he have fallen so low as to fight in the black market? Tong Tiankui questioned. He just doesn't believe it. Take a good look at that Medal of Honor, it's definitely fake. This person is clearly impersonating a national hero. Have you ever heard of a national hero with the surname Hua in the Xia kingdom? Tong Tiankui shouted. His words aroused suspicion among the law enforcement officers. Generally speaking, the conferment of titles upon each national hero is no small matter. There will be grand ceremonies and rituals, and numerous media outlets will report on them extensively, dominating headlines for several days. If someone as young as Hua Qiu becomes a national hero, it will be even more sensational once the news breaks. The entire Xia kingdom will know him. The head of the law enforcement bureau looked doubtful. He turned his inquiring gaze to Hua Qiu, wanting Hua Qiu to explain himself. If it's true, questioning it now would offend even more people, and he can't afford to take that responsibility. Hua Qiu, I never thought you would even dare to impersonate a national hero. You have some nerve. Do you know how serious that crime is? Sun Lang scolded Hua Qiu. A man of national stature cannot be offended. As a citizen of Xia, you disregard even these basic principles to study with someone like you is truly shameful. He said indignantly, his words filled with fervor. What are you waiting for? Arrest him right now. Chairman Tong's godfather is a true national hero. Sun Lang's words shook some people. The head of the law enforcement bureau looked somewhat conflicted. He can't afford to offend them. If you don't know, go look it up, Hua Qiu said calmly. Please wait a moment. The head of the law enforcement bureau's eyes lit up. He stood up and dialed a number in the capital using a landline. Hello, I am the director of the law enforcement bureau of the 3rd district of Qishan City. I would like to request information on Hua Guoshi, a national hero of meritorious service. However, he quickly showed a look of astonishment. They said I wasn't qualified to ask questions, the head of the law enforcement bureau said with a wry smile. Tell them that Hua Qiu of Beishan City authorized you to make the inquiry, Hua Qiu said. The head of the law enforcement bureau asked again. This time, the other party agreed to his request to check. Soon, he was given the information he wanted to inquire about. As he listened, the head of the law enforcement bureau showed a look of shock, even more so than when he had seen the medal before. After a long pause, he hung up the phone with a heavy heart. Chief, how's it going? Have you found anything? Everyone asked hastily when they saw his expression was off. The head of the law enforcement bureau sighed. They told Medhat there is no one named Hua Qiu among the newly conferred meritorious national heroes of Xia Kingdom, he said in a low voice. I knew he was an imposter. How could he possibly be a national hero? Just look at him, he doesn't look like one at all. A national hero? How dare he say that? Does he deserve it? Sun Lang laughed loudly, looking smug. Honestly, he was really startled. I feel relieved now. Impersonating a national hero is a capital offense under the laws of Xia, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Tong Tiankue said with a sinister expression. What are you all standing there for? Seize this man. He ordered the law enforcement officers. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Even if it's fake, they seem to have no way to deal with them either. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet, the chief of law enforcement suddenly shouted. There are indeed no people with the surname Hua among the meritorious national heroes. However, among the Hall of Fame level national heroes, there is indeed one named Hua Qiu, a native of Beishan, who was just awarded the title last month, personally by a member of parliament. After the chief of law enforcement finished speaking, the entire interrogation room fell into an instant of complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Palace Hall level, someone stammered, their voice trembling. The others weren't much better off. This is much more shocking than before. Their national hero in Qishan City was only a meritorious official. The merit level is already an extremely transcendent existence, but the Hall of Fame level above it is not simply a matter of being one level higher. The implications of this cannot be explained in just a few words. The number of national heroes of the entire Xia Kingdom is very small, and each of them is an extremely important figure who is the focus of the whole world. It was hard for many to imagine how Hua Qiu, such a young man, could have earned the title of a national hero of the highest order. What extraordinary qualities did he possess, and what earth-shattering deeds did he accomplish? Hall of Fame level, how could he be a Hall of Fame national hero? Sun Lang was completely dumbfounded. No matter how unbelievable it is, it's no use. Because that was a response from the highest levels of government in the capital, it couldn't possibly be false. His calves began to tremble uncontrollably. Tong Tiankui's face turned as pale as paper. An overwhelming fear began to spread through his heart. 95, Chapter 95 Killing Without Hesitation. Hua Guasha, please accept your precious medal. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau held the national medal in both hands and returned it with trembling hands. Hua Qiu accepted it calmly. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau knelt down again. The others also knelt down, not daring to move. Although national heroes are of high rank, they do not need to perform the Kado ceremony. But they were afraid. We had no choice before. Please, Mr. Hua, have mercy and spare our lives, the chief of the Law Enforcement Bureau pleaded humbly. Please, Mr. Hua, have mercy, the crowd cried out in unison, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. It's not a question of whether I can keep my job anymore, I'd be lucky to keep my life. Hua Qiu remained indifferent and ignored them for the time being. He looked at Tong Tiankui with icy eyes. Tong Tiankui is kneeling too. He was just forced to kneel because his leg was broken. I have a suggestion, Tong Tiankui said, forcing a smile. Tell me about it, Hua Qiu said with a mocking expression. I didn't know you were a national hero, Tong Tiankui said with a wry smile. If I had known you were a national hero, I wouldn't have had to make such a fuss. He looked regretful. Hua Qiu sneered. If he weren't a national hero, if he were just an ordinary martial artist, would he still be alive today? He was killed by Tong Tiankui's boxers in the underground boxing ring long ago. Actually, it's not too late yet, you haven't been injured at all, so we still have room to maneuver, Tong Tiankui continued. My godson, Wang Xuan, is dead. It was his own fault for messing with you. I won't pursue the matter any further. Do you have the ability to pursue this matter? Hua Qiu said with a sneer. Tong Tiankui's expression froze. But this time he dared not get angry. My godfather is a highly respected and experienced national hero, Tong Tiankui said. Although he's only a meritorious officer, one level below you, with his seniority, he'll be promoted to the Hall of Fame level sooner or later. Moreover, he has an extremely wide network of connections. Half of the national heroes of Xia Kingdom are on good terms with him, and even the supreme leader of the Martial Alliance has a relationship with him. Tong Tiankui said these things to make Hua Qiu wary. Since you are also a national hero, let's just consider this a misunderstanding and turn hostility into friendship. How about that? Tong Tiankui suggested. Of course, I will give you a large sum of compensation to make up for the offense you suffered today. I think it will definitely satisfy you, Tong Tiankui smiled. Over the years, with the protection of the Imperial Advisor, he has acquired considerable economic power and collected some precious treasures in the eyes of martial artists. Originally, it was intended as a gift to his godfather. Saving your life is the priority now. I hope you will consider my suggestion. It won't do you any harm anyway. You didn't suffer any damage today, did you? Tong Tiankui said. Yes, let's turn hostility into friendship. It was all a misunderstanding. Let's be friends. Wouldn't that be better? Sun Lang chimed in from the side. Hua Qiu looked over with an icy expression. Do you even have the right to speak here? He asked. Sun Lang's smile froze on his face. Shut up, when did it become your turn to speak? Who do you think you are? Tong Tiankui shouted angrily. I was wrong, I didn't recognize my place. I should slap myself. Sun Lang was resentful, but he can only smile and flatter like a lapdog, and then slap himself across the face. He is now in a very pathetic state, not even qualified to speak with Hua Qiu. If you agree, I guarantee my compensation will exceed your expectations, and I will ask my godfather to host a banquet so I can personally apologize to you from now on. You will be a friend of both my father and me, Tong Tiankui continued. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. Wagwasher, if I may be so bold as to interject, Chairman Tong's suggestion is actually quite good, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau said cautiously. Our national hero in Xishan City, although only a meritorious official, is truly extraordinary. Some national heroes of the same rank also hold him in high esteem. Moreover, he also holds several positions and wields real power, making him one of the few national heroes who participates in national affairs. Having one more powerful ally is always better than having one more enemy. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau was earnestly giving Hua Qiu advice. Although he is of a high rank, he is still young. On some levels, it's not just about rank and personal ability, but also about connections. My suggestion will only benefit you, Tong Tiankui said with a smile, believing that Hua Qiu had been persuaded. If you agree, the benefits you'll receive will be enormous. Hua Qiu suddenly laughed. All you've said is to tell me that your godfather is amazing. But in my eyes, even if he could control everything, he's nothing. Tong Tiankui's expression changed. The crowd looked at each other strangely. From the moment you decided to kill me, your fate was sealed, Hua Qiu said coldly. He never easily changes his mind when he wants to kill someone. The first time in the black market, Tong Tiankui wanted to kill him. The second time was here. Even though he couldn't do anything to Hua Qiu wasn't exactly known for his good temper. Those who want to kill him deserve to die. We will not let a single one escape. If you kill me, my godfather will not let you off. Tong Tiankui was all bark and no bite, still trying to threaten Hua Qiu. Someone like you, I'll kill you if I want, Hua Qiu said calmly. If your so-called godfather has any complaints and wants to cause trouble for me, then I don't mind killing a national hero of the Xia kingdom. When Hua Qiu uttered these words, everyone was shocked. He even wanted to kill the imperial advisor. Even if he is a high-ranking official, if national heroes were to fight each other, the highest levels of the Xia kingdom would probably not stand idly by. Did he intend to fight against the entire Xia kingdom by himself at that time? This person is insane. You're arrogant. Tong Tiankui roared. Am I arrogant or not? You have no right to judge. Hua Qiu's eyes were filled with fierceness, and he suddenly flicked his sleeve. Because, you're nothing but a dead man. Tong Tiankui opened his eyes, still wanting to say something. But he'll never have that chance. A deep bloodstain appeared on his neck. The moment Hua Qiu flicked his sleeve, a murderous intent appeared, and he had no chance of survival. He really killed Tong Tiankui. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau swallowed hard, his mouth dry. He was completely unconcerned about offending a powerful and capable statesman. You really killed him. Sun Lang was so frightened that he took several steps back, fearing that Hua Qiu would kill him as well. Hua Qiu looked coldly at Sun Lang, her brows furrowed. No, don't kill me, weary classmates. Sun Lang trembled and begged for mercy pitifully. Hua Qiu snorted coldly. You don't even deserve to die by my hand. He was too lazy to make another move. If Qin Ya knew that he had killed his old classmate, she might feel uncomfortable. Let this man spend the rest of his life here, Hua Qiu said to the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Yes, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau replied. Sun Lang's face turned pale. This is not much better than death. Hua Qiu lifted her foot to leave. I wonder how things are going on the other side. I almost forgot about Lu Yeye. When their divine sense probed the past, they heard weeping. 96, Chapter 96. Is everything really alright? In another interrogation room, Lu Yeye was crying her eyes out. Under duress from the interrogators, she has just confessed. Am I going to spend the rest of my life in prison? She asked, crying. She was still a young girl, and the thought that her life would be bleak from now on filled her with despair. Spend your time in jail, you wish. The interrogator sneered. You injured Chairman Tong's godson so badly, Chairman Tong will definitely retaliate at all costs with his methods. It wouldn't be difficult for him to execute you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye turned pale. Shoot her, she looked terrified, her body going limp. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out as the interrogation room door was kicked open. Hua Qiu walked in. How dare you cause trouble in the Law Enforcement Bureau? Do you have a death wish? The interrogator stood up angrily and shouted. The interrogation rooms were very well soundproofed, and they had no idea what was happening in the other interrogation room. Get out! Hua Qiu uttered a single word with a cold face. The interrogator flew into a rage and reached for his gun. Stop right now. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, who was following behind Hua Qiu, rushed forward and shouted. He was glad he had come along, otherwise, who knows what irreversible things might have happened. Chief, the interrogator's expression changed drastically, and he quickly saluted. Lu Yeye, why are you crying? Hua Qiu looked at Lu Yeye, who was crying like a little kitten, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Even this arrogant girl has moments of helplessness and dejection. Humph. Lu Yeye snorted angrily. Do you know they're going to shoot me? I'm doomed, Lu Yeye cried. Execute? Hua Qiu was taken aback. Chief, this woman has confessed everything. She said she was responsible for everything at Haichao KTV, and she also injured Wang Chuan. It has nothing to do with the other person, the interrogator said. Of course I didn't believe it, so I threatened her that I would shoot her. Hua Qiu looked surprised upon hearing this. He had assumed that Lu Yeye would pin all the blame on him. Unexpectedly, this girl took on all of it. This was beyond his expectations. Some people began to look at Lu Yeye with new respect. What are you looking at? Lu Yeye said angrily. This is all my fault, it has nothing to do with you, so what are you still doing here? Get out of here. I hate just looking at you, get the hell away from me. After saying that, Lu Yeye buried her face in her arms on the table and began to sob. I grieve for the darkness of her future. Lu Yeye, let's go, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile, reaching out to pull her along. What are you doing? Lu Yeye asked impatiently. Leave, where to go, will they let me go? Go home, Hua Qiu said. If you like it here, you can stay. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye was stunned. Go home? She murmured, her eyes widening. I've committed such a serious crime, how can I go back? She cried again. Ahem, Miss Lu, Mr. Hua is right, you can go home now. The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau stepped forward with an embarrassed look. I'm really sorry, but you did nothing wrong. Wang Chuan has done a lot of bad things and deserves to die. You are not guilty at all. Lu Yeye was stunned. She even doubted that she had heard correctly. You know you keep your word? She asked incredulously. I am the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and I can stand by my words, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau replied. Lu Yeye's pretty face was filled with surprise. You have to understand, she came in with the mindset of certain death. She knew that Wang Chuan had a powerful background. How come everything is fine now? What exactly happened? Let's go. Hua Qiu took her hand and turned to walk out. Lu Yeye stood there dumbfounded, letting him lead her out. Chief, the interrogator looked anxious. Shut up if you don't want to die. The chief of law enforcement shouted. That's a national hero of the highest caliber. You dare to stop him, you're asking for trouble. The interrogators were shocked and terrified upon hearing this. In the lobby of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chuing and Lu Cheng sat on a bench, at a loss for what to do. Chuing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, her eyes filled with tears. Yeye, Xiaoqiu, how are they? Chuing asked anxiously, her face filled with sorrow. Stop reading, what's the point? Lu Cheng shouted angrily. It's all their fault, of all people to mess with, they had to provoke Wang Chuan. What can they do now? I just hope the sentence will be lenient. Chu Ying's expression turned somber, as if she had lost her soul. Dad, Mom. Lu Yeye's voice suddenly rang out. Yeah. Chu Ying jumped up immediately. Lu Yeye threw herself into her arms, and the mother and daughter burst into tears. Lu Cheng looked surprised. How did she and Hua Qiu end up here? Yeah, did they do anything to you? Chu Ying asked with concern. Mom, we're okay, we can go home now, Lu Yeye said, wiping away her tears. Chu Ying and Lu Cheng were both surprised. Is that all? Is it true or false? Yeah, what's going on? You should have been able to get out, Lu Cheng said in surprise. He saw Tong Tiankui lead a large group of people inside. Even the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau came out to greet them personally. Looking at Tong Tiankui's fierce and menacing appearance, there was no way they should let Lu Yeye and Hua Qiu go. The current situation has left him completely bewildered. You two must be Miss Lu's parents? The head of the Law Enforcement Bureau walked over with a smile. I'm so sorry, we have already investigated the whole story. It was Wang Chuan who attempted to molest Miss Liu using illegal means, while Mr. Hua Qiu acted bravely and righteously, truly a promising young man. You don't worry, the bad guys will be punished as they deserve. Our Law Enforcement Bureau will definitely give you justice. The bureau chief said righteously. Lu Chang listened with an incredulous expression. Is this really the same Law Enforcement Bureau chief who used to fawn over Tong Tiankue? He's being lenient by not sentencing them to life imprisonment. Now they've actually come out to apologize and declare them innocent. This is impossible. That's Tong Tiankue. How could he possibly make an exception? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Cheng's mind was in complete disarray. He couldn't understand how things had developed to this point. Director, you are also righteous. With your protection, we citizens will definitely live a better life. Chu Ying said to the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau with a grateful expression. Of course, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau said with a smile. Serving the people, upholding justice, and protecting the vulnerable is our sacred duty. Lu Cheng glanced at the crying Lu Yeye, then at the silent and nonchalant Hua Qiu, and began to mutter to himself. This matter is probably more than just about seeking justice. 97, Chapter 97. He's my boyfriend. Back at Lu Yeye's house, Lu Yeye was so frightened that she quickly ran back to her room to rest. Hua Qiu returned to his room and sat down to cultivate. An argument broke out outside. Lu Cheng had nowhere to vent his anger, so as usual he scolded Chu Ying, blaming her for not disciplining her daughter properly. This time, Chu Ying surprisingly retorted, accusing Lu Cheng of being unfair and making Hua Qiu take the blame. Hua Qiu felt agitated by what she heard. He personally harbored extreme resentment towards the Lu family. I don't know what Aunt Chu is thinking, and I don't know where to start to help her. After a while, the argument gradually subsided. There was a knock on Hua Qiu's door. Come in. Chu Ying walked in, feeling embarrassed. Auntie wants to thank you again. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would have lived after Yeye's accident, she said earnestly. Also, Auntie wants to apologize to you. Your Uncle Liu was too focused on personal gain, Chu Ying sighed. Aunt Chu, I have a question for you, Hua Qiu said. Since you've had such a miserable life all these years, haven't you ever thought about leaving the Lu family? Chu Ying was taken aback. Then, she gave a helpless, bitter smile. What can I do? I've been a full-time housewife for over 10 years, and I can't do anything else after I go out. The Lu family favors sons over daughters, so Yeye will definitely have to stay with me, but she's been spoiled since she was little. It won't be difficult for me to support myself after she leaves, but I can't give her a good life. Oh, I am sorry you had to see this. Aunt Chu said a few more words, and then went out. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Since Aunt Chu had such thoughts, he could do things more easily from then on. One night passed. Early in the morning, Hua Qiu's door was knocked on again. When the door opened, Lu Yeye was standing outside. Come shopping with me, Lu Yeye said. I'm not going, Hua Qiu refused outright. I was so scared yesterday that I cried so badly, but today I'm in the mood to go shopping. I really don't understand this woman. You're not going, are you? Lu Yeye snorted. Mom, she went directly to Chu Ying. Xiao Qiu, why don't you go with her? You young people will have more fun together, Chu Ying said with a smile, trying to persuade her. She still wants to bring the two together. With no other option, Hua Qiu went out with Lu Yeye. Hua Qiu noticed that Lu Yeye was wearing a bright green bracelet on her wrist. He gave it to me casually on the day we first met. Didn't you say this was cheap street vendor stuff and looked down on it? Hua Qiu asked. It looks pretty good, it's fine to wear it, Lu Yeye replied. It's your honor that I'm accepting your gift, you know? Lu Yeye said arrogantly, kicking her long, snow-white legs. Hua Qiu pursed her lips. Overnight, Lu Yeye seemed to have become a different person. Normally, she wouldn't even glance at Hua Qiu, her face full of disdain. You could tell her attitude had changed. Lu Yeye took Huaqiu to a large shopping mall and went on a shopping spree, as if she wanted to release all the pent-up emotions from yesterday. Midway through, she received a phone call. "I don't want to go," she told the person on the phone. "Jiang Chongwen said he's going to take us to see the world today." "Really? A world you've never experienced before?" "He said it's not a level that ordinary people are qualified to reach." "Are you really not going?" Lu Yeye's curiosity was piqued. "Okay, I'll go," she agreed. "My best friend invited me to go out. Why don't you come with me?" she said to Huaqiu. Huaqiu frowned. "If you don't go, I'll tell my mom," Lu Yeye threatened. Alright, considering that she was taking sole responsibility for the crime within the law enforcement bureau, Huaqiu agreed. "When you see those people later, don't say anything out of line, just agree with me," she specifically instructed. The two had just left the mall and stood by the roadside for a short while when a luxury convertible sports car pulled up in front of them. There were 2 men and 1 woman in the sports car. The woman was Lu Yeye's best friend. The 2 men had the air of spoiled rich kids. Yeye the girl jumped out of the car, ran to Lu Yeye, and hugged her tightly. "Dong Piapiao, don't be so mushy," Lu Yeye said with a helpless smile. "You said you went to the police station yesterday, and I was so worried about you," Dong Piapiao said. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Lu Yeye comforted her. "You're really lucky you managed to get out of trouble even after offending a ruthless person like Wang Chuan," Dong Piapiao exclaimed. "You know what, I heard that all of Wang Chuan's businesses were seized today, and all his business partners broke their contracts. The Wang Chuan family is finished. Even the powerful figures behind him have fallen, causing a huge uproar. Some say they've offended someone with an incredibly powerful background. You're really lucky. If it weren't for this unexpected turn of events, I'd probably have to visit you in jail." Dong Piapiao's words surprised Lu Yeye. What kind of powerful figure could bring down Wang Chuan and his backer overnight? It happened so coincidentally during her interrogation. She couldn't understand it yesterday, but she finally knows the reason today. "Enough of that. Today I'll show you the world," the handsome, wealthy young man in the driver's seat of the sports car said with a smile. His gaze lingered on Lu Yeye, fixating on her alluring long legs. It's clear that he has feelings for Lu Yeye. "Then thank you very much, young Master Jiang Chongwen," Lu Yeye said with a smile. "What are you saying? Why are you being so formal? What's our relationship?" Jiang Chongwen waved his hand. "That's right, Chongwen always thinks of you when there's good news," another man said. Lu Yeye looked somewhat uneasy. She didn't like Jiang Chongwen, but she also seemed afraid to offend him. "This is..." Jiang Chongwen noticed Huaqiu next to Lu Yeye and his eyes narrowed slightly. "He is my boyfriend," Lu Yeye said with a smile, naturally taking Huaqiu's arm. All 3 of them were taken aback. Jiang Chongwen's expression turned somewhat grim. He stared at Huaqiu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Seeing that Huaqiu was dressed plainly and had nothing of value on him, he subtly showed contempt in his eyes. "Come on, Yeye, I know you too well," Jiang Chongwen said. "With your high standards, how could you possibly find a boyfriend like this? Even if you wanted to reject me, you didn't need to just find someone like this to pretend to be your boyfriend. It's lost some of its value." His implication was quite clear. Would you be interested in a poor, country bumpkin? He's not worthy to be compared to me. I'm not lying, Lu Yeye said seriously. His name is Huaqiu, as the son of my mother's best friend. We were betrothed when we were little. Jiang Chongwen frowned deeply. The atmosphere became somewhat somber for a moment. Young Master Jiang, are you going to take me to see the world? Lu Yeye asked with a faint smile. Yes, of course I'll go. Jiang Chongwen gave a meaningful smile. If he didn't go, how could he let Lu Yeye know how great he was, and how could he make that country bumpkin feel ashamed of himself? 98, Chapter 98. You've got it wrong. Yeah, what's going on? Didn't you say you hated that country bumpkin? How come he's your boyfriend now? In the car, Dong Piapiao asked Lu Yeye in a low voice. Actually, he's quite nice too. Lu Yeye glanced at Huaqiu and replied softly. I remember Huaqiu fearlessly facing Wang Chuan's numerous thugs alone in the karaoke bar to rescue her. The scene on the street made her blush again. Perhaps because Huaqiu was her first kiss, she gradually developed some indescribable and complex feelings for him. It's over, Lu Yaya, you're finished. Dong Piapiao looked at her with a headache. I never thought that Miss Lu, who has such high standards for choosing a partner, would fall for a country bumpkin. Dong Piapiao shook her head and sighed. Don't talk nonsense, I only said that to dissuade Jiang Chongwen from his idea. I don't know what you're thinking. Jiang Chongwen is rich and handsome, and you still don't like him. If it were me, I would have fallen for him long ago. The two chatted about this and that. Yeah, that bracelet you're wearing looks nice. When did you buy it? Jiang Chongwen asked, glancing at it in the rearview mirror. This was a gift from Hua Qiu, Lu Yaya said with a smile. Oh, how much is this bracelet? Jiang Chongwen raised an eyebrow. It's a street vendor item, only a few dozen yuan, Hua Qiu interjected. Lu Yaya felt a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to say that it was genuine and worth 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Now, she's going to be looked down upon. As expected, Jiang Chongwen showed a disdainful expression. I can't believe you'd wear a bracelet like this. Your taste has become quite unique, he said. Lu Yaya felt even more embarrassed and glared at Hua Qiu. I wish I hadn't worn it. The sports car sped along, heading towards a place Lu Yaya and Dong Piapiao had never been before. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. This road looks familiar. After driving for a few more minutes, he was certain. This is the road to the Qishan black market. It turns out that what the rich young master meant by broadening their horizons was taking them to the black market. However, it makes sense. For ordinary people, the black market is shrouded in mystery, and only people at a certain level know about it and can enter it. Where are we going? Lu Yaya asked. People of ordinary status don't even have the right to know about that place, Jiang Chongwen said. Soon, you will have your eyes opened. After parking the car, the group walked to the entrance. The entrance to the black market was guarded and inspected by martial arts practitioners. Anyone who wants to get in needs a pass, but mine is no ordinary pass, it's a silver pass, so I don't even have to wait in line, Jiang Chongwen said proudly, leading the group straight to the entrance. Past the martial artist at the door called out coldly. Yes, Jiang Chongwen smiled as he reached into his pocket. At this moment, the martial artist at the door sized up the people behind him. He saw Hua Qiu. In an instant, the guard's expression changed. Please come in, he said respectfully, bowing deeply. The other martial artists had the same expression, all bowing respectfully in greeting. Before leaving, Lin Tianjiu instructed the branch members to treat Hua Qiu as if he were personally present. He was the temporary leader of the northern branch. No one dared to disrespect him. Jiang Chongwen, I never expected you to have such a big reputation, Dong Piapiao said in surprise. Lu Yaya also showed a look of surprise. Those gatekeepers were indifferent to everyone. But as soon as they arrived, these people became so respectful that they even refused to drink tea. Well, I do have a silver pass after all, Jiang Chongwen said with an embarrassed smile. Actually, he was also confused. In the past, even with a silver medal, he had to be very careful when facing these gatekeepers. But this time, their reaction was so strong that it made him feel flattered. Upon entering the black market, a completely different world unfolded before their eyes. It was the first time Lu Ye and Dong Piapiao had ever been to such a place, and they found it incredibly novel. The people walking on the street are all different, but each one seems to be extraordinary. The goods being sold were all rare and exotic, many of which they didn't even recognize. Moreover, those prices, often in the hundreds of thousands, are astonishing. So many celebrities are walking around here. Dong Piapiao noticed that some of them were quite famous outside and were rarely seen, but they were all gathered here. I've already said, this isn't a place for just anyone, Jiang Chongwen said. He was very satisfied with the two women's reactions and expressions. However, when he looked at Hua Qiu, he couldn't help but frown. That country bumpkin seemed completely unfazed by everything, showing no surprise whatsoever. Come on, I'll take you to see the black market auction, Jiang Chongwen said. I guarantee you'll be amazed. He led a few people to the huge auction hall in the black market. An auction is about to begin, and people are entering in an orderly manner. Wow, isn't that the richest man in Xishan? And that one, the president of Zhengda Group. Wow, even the top socialite in the business world is here. Dong Piapiao recognized many important figures and was very excited. The people at this black market auction are all wealthy and powerful, big shots they would never normally have the opportunity to meet. It seems this place is not for ordinary people, Dong Piapiao said excitedly. Lu Yaya is similar. Don't be surprised yet, there are many more strange things to come, Jiang Chongwen said with a smile. As before, just as he was about to show his pass, the people from the auction house, upon seeing the person behind him, immediately became extremely respectful and bowed to greet him. Jiang Chongwen became increasingly smug. I have a silver pass, so we can go to the private rooms on the second floor, we don't have to squeeze onto the first floor like those other people, Jiang Chongwen said, looking up. Only those whose status and position are recognized by the black market can go to the second floor and above, the higher they go, the higher their status. The group looked up. There are private rooms on the second floor and more, but the number decreases as you go up. Finally, at the very top, there is only one magnificent private room, unique in its own right. Oh dear, I forgot, one silver pass can only bring 3 people into the second floor private room, Jiang Chongwen suddenly slapped his forehead and said. But there are 4 of you. He gave a meaningful look. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. What show, right? Why don't you find a seat in the back row of the lobby on the first floor? Anyway, you're just here to take a look. You can't afford to ask for much, Jiang Chongwen said with a smile. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. This, Lu Yaya frowned slightly. It's obvious to everyone that Jiang Chongwen is targeting Hua Qiu. She clearly saw someone lead several people into a private room on the second floor. Okay, Hua Qiu said calmly. That's good then, Jiang Chongwen smiled even more smugly. His goal was to make Hua Qiu realize the difference in their social standing and to make him think carefully about his options. Yaya, let's go, Dong Piapiao excitedly pulled Lu Yaya to go upstairs. Lu Yaya hesitated for a moment, but seeing that Hua Qiu didn't react, she didn't say anything and was pulled upstairs. The view from the second floor is excellent. Jiang Chongwen looked down at Hua Qiu strolling below. The place was packed with people, and he had a hard time finding a seat. Only the last row still has seats, but it's difficult to see the exhibits on the auction stage from there. Hey you country bumpkin, you can keep playing around down there, Jiang Chongwen sneered and withdrew his disdainful gaze. Below, Hua Qiu walked to the last row and was about to sit down. Mr. Hua, why are you sitting here? An elderly man rushed over in a panic and asked anxiously. He is in charge of the Xishan black market auction. He received a report from his subordinates and rushed over. Given your status, you should not be sitting here, please move to the highest private room. Hua Qiu thought for a moment and nodded. The view here is indeed poor. In the private room on the second floor, Dong Piapiao suddenly let out a surprised exclamation. What's wrong? Lu Yaya asked. I think I saw someone take Hua Qiu to the top floor private room, she said uncertainly. How could that be? Jiang Chongwen laughed. That top floor private room is reserved for the most powerful figures in the Xishan black market. I've been here so many times, and I've never seen him appear. That Hua Qiu isn't even qualified to come up to the second floor, how could he possibly go to the top floor private room? You must be seeing things. 99, Chapter 99 Big Shot. Soon, the auction began. The first item was brought to the stage for auction. It was an antique from a very long time ago. After the host gave an introduction, he announced that the starting bid was 1 million. The people below started bidding aggressively. Each price increase was almost always by millions. Lu Yaya and the others in the private room on the second floor watched with trepidation. Everyone present, even those sitting at the lowest point on the first floor, were incredibly wealthy and didn't even blink when they started bidding. Is this the happiness of the rich? Dong Piapiao sighed with envy. Lu Yaya was also somewhat fascinated. Ultimately, the first antique was sold for 5 million, purchased by an obese man. The first item in the auction is already this expensive. I really don't know how valuable the rest of the items will be, Lu Yeye said in surprise. What's this? Some things are so precious that they're hard to measure in price. Just watch, Jiang Chongwen said with a smile. The ensuing auction was an eye-opener for the group. Items placed on the black auction table are not ordinary. The initial auctions mainly featured antiques, and most of them were bought by a fat man. That person is so rich, he spent 20 or 30 million, Dong Piapiao exclaimed. That person is the number one antique collector in Qishan, the founder of Tingfeng Group, and he's really rich and powerful. Jiang Chongwen said. He must get any antique he sets his sights on, no matter how much money it costs. Lu Yeye could only sigh that the hobbies of the rich are truly unique. She would need that much money to avoid buying those cold, impersonal things. The next item up for auction is a medicine, the host announced on stage. A ginseng plant that has grown for over 500 years. He suddenly pulled back the red cloth. Many people in the auction room reacted. On the second floor and above, most people stood up, their eyes fixed on the old ginseng. At the highest point, Hua Qiu's expression shifted, and he looked down. Not 500 years old, but about 450 years old, he judged the true age of the old ginseng at a glance. Although it's not 500 years, it's enough to refine pills that increase one's cultivation level, he was tempted. The concentration of spiritual energy in the mortal world is thin, making cultivation difficult. With the assistance of these spiritual objects, cultivation speed can be increased. Old medicines that are over 100 years old can prolong life and improve health, the host on stage shouted. Moreover, this is a 500-year-old medicinal herb king. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of 500-year-old ginseng. If taken properly, it will definitely prolong life and strengthen the body. Old wild ginseng, starting bid, 10 million. One additional bid, minimum of 1 million. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone raised a sign. 11 million. 13 million. 15 million. As everyone kept raising the price, Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao looked at each other in bewilderment. It's just a ginseng root, is it really that big of a deal? They didn't quite understand. You have no idea how much those important figures crave longevity, Jiang Chongwen said. It's a pity their asking price was too high, otherwise I would have liked to get involved too. The bid easily exceeded 20 million. 40 million. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the top. The auction house fell silent for a moment. Following the sound, everyone looked up at the highest private room, their faces showing surprise. Since that private room was set up, very few people have ever been inside it. It was established solely for the highest authority in the Qishan black market. To my surprise, that person actually came to the auction today. How could there bet here are people inside? Jiang Chongwen looked up, his face showing shock. Who's in there? Dong Piapiao asked curiously. He is the owner of the Qishan black market, Jiang Chongwen said. You may not know how special the black market is in our Xia kingdom and even the world, but I'll just tell you one thing, the person at the very top must be treated with utmost respect, even by the highest-ranking officials of Xia kingdom. Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao were shocked upon hearing this. Every person in the Xia kingdom knows how highly regarded Guosher is. That person even had to be treated with respect by the imperial advisor. That's enough to show what an extraordinary person he is. So, when you said you saw someone lead Hua Qiu into the top floor private room, I can say with absolute certainty that it's impossible, because that's simply impossible. Jiang Chongwen continued. That was a private room reserved for the head of the Qishan black market. Even I wasn't qualified to go up there to take a look. He certainly wasn't. If you put it that way, then it's definitely impossible. I must have been mistaken. Dong Piapiao stuck out her tongue. I really want to see what the important people inside look like, Lu Yeye said. She had never heard of or seen someone who deserved to be treated with the utmost respect. Even Hua Qiu would be trembling with fear if he saw such an important person. Hua Qiu always remained expressionless, as if nothing could shock him. She looked down but couldn't find Hua Qiu, and couldn't help but frown. It seems that the allure of this old ginseng is truly great, even alarming the black market Lord Zhang Chongwen sighed. I didn't expect that person to come too. The crowd in the auction hall was buzzing with discussion. The branch leader of the Qishan black market was influential enough that his offer intimidated many people. But for the wealthy, the allure of extended lifespan is enough to drive them mad. 45 million. After a minute of silence, someone finally made a bid. 4,006. 4,007. People started shouting again. At the highest point, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. In terms of financial resources, he is second to none. The Zhong family offered him half of their fortune, but he refused. But betting 10 times his winnings on the black market with the Zhong family fortune was already an astronomical sum. Even if he only took half, his net worth would still be enough to surpass it. Is proposed that any large family in Beishan City besides the Zhong family be included. 60 million. Hua Qiu shouted again. His bidding method made the people below uneasy. 6,001 million, the bidder was starting to lose his grip on the challenge. 80 million. Hua Qiu said without hesitation. The people below fell silent. That's not how you price something. How can anyone follow along? While ginseng is highly desirable, its price is prohibitive for many. Then let's give the branch leader face, some people said, finding a way to save face. No one bid anymore. After the host called out 3 times, it was announced that Hua Qiu had won the auction. These are real rich people, Lu Yeye exclaimed in a private room on the 2nd floor, her face full of longing. I wish I were that rich. Just think about it. Those big shots are not on the same level as us. Dong Piapiao smiled and looked up at the highest point. Suddenly, her expression froze. A figure walked out of the private room. That person really looks like Hua Qiu, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. No, it must be because I haven't been resting well lately, and I've misread it again. 100, Chapter 100. The Distinguished Silver Member. Today, I've truly broadened my horizons. As she came down from the 2nd floor private room, Dong Piapiao said excitedly, with many feelings on her mind. Leaving aside the extravagant spending of the wealthy, the rare and precious items auctioned off are all things that are hard to find elsewhere. Lu Yeye was also not at peace. This place is full of celebrities who spend hundreds of millions of dollars without batting an eye. She longs for such a lifestyle. I wish I were that rich, Lu Yeye whispered. If you marry Zhang Chongwen, you can become a rich wife too, Dong Piapiao teased her, leaning close to her ear. Get out of here, Lu Yeye glared at her. Although she likes money, she is virtuous and does not sell her body for money. Besides, she didn't like playboys like Zhang Chongwen at all. This auction is just the tip of the iceberg of the Qishan black market, Zhang Chongwen said with a smile. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal at a place that's the best in the black market. It'll definitely broaden your horizons. He was very confident. Okay, Dong Piapiao's face lit up with joy at the mention of food. Lu Yeye, however, looked around, searching for Hua Qiu's figure. Where did Hua Qiu go? She pouted. Unable to find anyone, she had no choice but to make a phone call. Where are you? Why are you gone? Lu Yeye asked. I have something to do. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll come find you when I'm done, Hua Qiu said on the phone. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Have fun. Hua Qiu hung up the phone. After saying that, he still had to go pick up the old ginseng. Because of the noise, Lu Yeye had her phone on speakerphone, and everyone could hear what she said. Lu Yeye, your boyfriend seems quite capable. He's already made arrangements for us, Zhang Chongwen said cryptically. Damn, what's he pretending for? He's just a country bumpkin. He only got into the black market because of young Master Jiang. Even young Master Jiang wouldn't dare to make arrangements here, but he's acting all high and mighty, another man said discontentedly. Yeah, what's the deal with that Hua Qiu? Dong Piapiao also had a prejudice against Hua Qiu, thinking that he was incompetent but pretended to be something he was not, and that he was very low class. Hua Qiu, he should be. Lu Yeye was extremely embarrassed and couldn't come up with a reason. She felt resentful. Hua Qiu had embarrassed her again. I'd really like to see how he's going to arrange things for us, Zhang Chongwen sneered. Let's go eat first. The group left the auction hall and walked along an artificial lake. From a distance, you can see an ancient building standing tall by the lake. The ancient building is 7 stories high and looks very magnificent, with its decoration exuding grandeur. That's the Immortal Cuisine restaurant in the Chishan Black Market, Jiang Chongwon said, pointing ahead. This Immortal Cuisine restaurant is no ordinary place. You can find all sorts of rare delicacies there, but its most famous dish is its unique medicinal cuisine. Xianshanlu's medicinal cuisine is incredibly delicious, and more importantly, it has great benefits for the human body. It is said that the highest grade medicinal cuisine at Xianshanlu can not only keep you healthy and free from illness, but also prolong your life. Jiang Chongwon said with great enthusiasm. Isn't that almost like a magic pill? Is it really that miraculous? Dong Piapiao was a little skeptical. That's right, it's practically a miracle cure. It's not just hype. I've heard that even some of the top figures in the capital have come here specifically to try it, and after experiencing it, they gave it extremely high praise. This Immortal Cuisine restaurant is no ordinary place. Of course, the food at Xianshanlu isn't that delicious. Besides being extremely expensive, it also differentiates between different levels of guests, with each level having access to different medicinal dishes. Look at that ancient building. It has 7 floors. The higher the floor you can reach, the more prestigious your status, and the better the medicinal cuisine you can enjoy. Even the heads of the top families in Chishan can only go up to the 5th floor at most. Only those of truly lofty status and position are qualified to ascend to the 6th and 7th levels. The group looked on in astonishment. Even the heads of the top families in Chishan could only reach the 5th level. What extraordinary beings must exist on the 6th and 7th floors? I have a silver pass, but I've never been inside before, so I don't know which floor I can go up to, Jiang Chongwon said, but I can at least go to the 2nd floor or above in order for you to enjoy the delicacies of Xianshanlu. I've decided to go all out today. Let's go. Jiang Chongwon waved his hand and led the way forward with great enthusiasm. Dong Piapiao couldn't wait. An expectant look also appeared on Lu Yeye's face. Within minutes, the 4 arrived at the entrance of Xianshanlu. Just as they were about to go in, suddenly, a large number of people poured out of the Xianshanlu restaurant. Those people quickly lined up on both sides of the doorway, their backs ramrod straight. They seemed to be welcoming someone. Could it be that a very important person has arrived? Jiang Chongwon asked with a puzzled look. In the past, when Xianshanlu had such a grand occasion, it was usually for top figures from the capital to attend. Between the 2 rows of people, a middle-aged man in a black suit wearing glasses appeared and walked straight toward them. Welcome to Xianshanlu. I am the manager of Xianshanlu, and I will personally entertain you distinguished guests. He placed one hand on his chest and bowed to the 4 people. Welcome, esteemed guests. The people in the 2 rows behind shouted in unison, all bowing down. This scene stunned all 4 of them. Even the head of the Chishan family can only dine on the 5th floor. When they arrived, the staff of Xianshan restaurant actually came out to greet them. What level is this? The person in charge was so respectful, as if they were some very distinguished guests. What is this? Jiang Chongwon was somewhat stunned. He figured he at least had a silver pass, which was enough for him to dine at Xianshanlu. He never expected it to be such a grand affair. We are honored to have such distinguished guests. We have already given instructions from above, and our Xianshan restaurant will do our utmost to serve you, the manager said with a smile. Gentlemen, please go up to the 7th floor. He gestured for them to proceed. What? Jiang Chongwon's expression froze, thinking he had misheard. Lu Yeye, Dong Piapiao, and the others were all extremely surprised. Wasn't it said that only top figures from the Xia kingdom were qualified to go up to the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine Pavilion? Can they really get up there? Who are those people? How did they manage to get to the 7th floor? Wow, could they be core members of a super rich family from the capital? It's highly likely. 8 or 9 out of 10 these people are definitely not simple. Their status and position are extremely prestigious. Even the top figures in Shishan would have a hard time getting to the 6th level. Immediately, the people around them started talking and all turned their attention to the four of them, looking on with surprise. For a moment, the four of them couldn't help but feel lightheaded. No one can resist such special treatment. This is the privilege of the Silver Pass? Zhang Chongwen stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. 101, Chapter 101. Get over here right now. It must be said that Xian Shanlu was quite grand. Not only at the entrance, but also inside the building, there were people lined up on both sides to welcome us. Upon hearing that someone who could enter the 7th floor was coming to dine, many diners rushed out to watch. The four of them felt like they were the center of attention. That feeling is exhilarating. Even the celebrities who had attended the auction were now looking at them with envy. Zhang Chongwen, you're amazing, I never knew you were so talented. Dong Piapiao said to Zhang Chongwen with admiration. So what, I have a silver pass, so naturally I'm treated differently, Zhang Chongwen said smugly. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling. Lu Yeye couldn't help but look at Zhang Chongwen with new respect. She wondered if Zhang Chongwen might have some other special identity. Even the Immortal Cuisine restaurant reacted this way, so his status as the young master of the Zhang family alone is probably not enough. It's a pity Hua Qiu isn't here, I can't enjoy it. Lu Yeye shook her head. She did hope that Hua Qiu could come and enjoy the food on the 7th floor of Xian Shanlu. After all, he came from a poor background and had never enjoyed anything good. Under the watchful eyes of many diners, the four went up to the 7th floor. The 7th floor is decorated in an elegant and noble style, with a distinctly high-end feel. Bring me the menu, Zhang Chongwen said. To be honest, he felt a little uneasy. Being able to go up to the 7th floor certainly reflects one's distinguished status and position, and the meals one can enjoy are also more delicious and high-class. But the price is also quite frightening. Zhang Chongwen had heard that some medicinal cuisine on the 7th floor could even cost 7 figures. We don't need a menu, the manager said with a smile. As previously stated, you are all extremely distinguished guests. It is an honor for our Xian Shanlu to have you here. Therefore, we will serve you the finest dishes from Xian Shanlu, and we will not charge you a single penny. Hearing the person in charge's words, the group was even more shocked. Is this really the unattainable Immortal Cuisine restaurant? Not only will they be welcomed up to the 7th floor, but they'll also be given a free meal. If those celebrities below knew, wouldn't they be green with envy? After exchanging a few polite words, the person in charge left. Zhang Chongwen, from now on, you are my idol. Dong Piapiao said loudly, as if she had become his little fangirl. How come your silver pass has such a big impact, how did you get it? She asked curiously. Yeah, is the silver pass really that high level? Lu Yeye also cast an inquiring glance. Of course Zhang Chongwen held his head high, looking proud. I am a prestigious silver member of the black market. Actually, he secretly took his silver pass from his father. He had no idea it would cause such a huge stir in the black market. Lu Yeye became more friendly towards Zhang Chongwen, which made Zhang Chongwen very proud. He refused to believe that Lu Yeye wouldn't be able to see the difference between him and that country bumpkin if things continued like this. If Lu Yeye isn't stupid, she should know who to choose. The group chatted in a private room on the 7th floor, and time passed gradually. No one has been serving food at Xian Shanlu. The group's stomachs were growling with hunger. What's wrong with these people? It's been so long and the food still hasn't arrived. Zhang Chongwen frowned, looking dissatisfied. Yeah, what's going on? We've been waiting for ages, Dong Piapiao complained. Humph, is this how Xian Shanlu treats its guests? Let me ask them, Zhang Chongwen said angrily. Waiter, he shouted outside. Sir, may I ask what brings you here? A waiter asked respectfully as he entered. What's wrong with you guys? Why haven't you served the food yet? We're all starving. Zhang Chongwen scolded. I'm sorry, sir, the manager instructed us to serve the food as soon as everyone arrives, the waiter replied. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Aren't we all here already? Jiang Chongwen said, displeased. The manager said that one of you is still missing. We can serve the food once he arrives. What? Jiang Chongwen's face instantly darkened. The people at Xianshanlu actually knew that they had one person outside. But that person nobody cared at all. Jiang Chongwen had no intention of letting a country bumpkin dine at Xianshanlu. Ignore that person and serve us the food now, immediately, right now. Jiang Chongwen roared. I'm sorry, sir, I can't make that decision, the waiter said. Then call your manager over. Jiang Chongwen roared, furious. A short while later, the person in charge appeared. Sir, what are your orders? He asked, still full of respect. Hurry up and serve us the food, hurry up. Jiang Chongwen shouted, banging on the table. But not all of you have arrived yet, the person in charge said with a smile. Why bother with that person? Are you people from Xianshanlu out of your minds? I'm the one in charge. Jiang Chongwen snapped. I'm ordering you now to serve us the food immediately. Don't give me that excuse about whether we're all here or not. There are only a few of us. Upon hearing this, the person in charge stopped smiling and frowned slightly. That person hasn't arrived yet, so the food can't be served. Please wait a little longer, he said, bowing. Damn it, can't you understand human language? Jiang Chongwen couldn't take it anymore and exploded. That guy surnamed Hua is nobody. I never even wanted him to come here. What business is it of yours whether he's here or not? You're ignoring the person in charge and instead worrying about whether some country bumpkin is here or not. Do you even have a brain? Do you have any common sense? Jiang Chongwen pointed at the person in charge and cursed angrily. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. But the preferential treatment he received from Xianshanlu had already made him arrogant, leading him to believe that he was of the highest status. The person in charge's face darkened. He looked at Jiang Chongwen with a hint of doubt. Young Master Jiang is right, what exactly are you thinking? Another man also stood up and accused. Young Master Jiang is our honored guest. Why don't you listen to him and instead care about that country bumpkin? Are you out of your minds? The person in charge's expression turned indifferent. Sorry, but I'll say it again, we can't serve the food until the last person arrives, he said calmly. Damn it! Jiang Chongwen was furious and almost overturned the table. He genuinely felt that the people at Xianshanlu were out of their minds. But because Lu Yeye was present, he held back his outburst. Yeah, call Hua Qiu right now and tell him to come to Xianshanlu immediately, Jiang Chongwen said impatiently. This kid has a real air about him, making so many of us wait for him for so long, Jiang Chongwen sneered. Exactly, I don't know what he was doing, making us wait for so long. Doesn't he know that he was able to get in here entirely because of young Master Jiang? Dong Piapiao also complained. She was so hungry she couldn't stand it anymore. The deeper their resentment and aversion towards Hua Qiu, the stronger their dislike for her. Lu Yeye looked very uncomfortable and quickly called Hua Qiu. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chongwen came over. You, surnamed Hua, I'm ordering you to get to Xianshanlu right now. He roared. 102, Chapter 102. The real protagonist. Hua Qiu had just received Lu Yeye's call when Jiang Chongwen's angry rebuke came through the phone. I order you to get over here right now. His expression slowly darkened. Who gave Jiang Chongwen the courage to yell at me like that? He had clearly made arrangements for people in the black market to take care of those people. What's wrong with Jiang Chongwen? Without further delay, he headed to Xianshanlu with a stern face. When Hua Qiu arrived at Xianshanlu, the staff were already prepared and waiting for him at the door. The person in charge still personally went to the door. Mr. Hua, your subordinates are here to welcome you. The person in charge was extremely respectful, almost bending over to the ground. On the 7th floor, Jiang Chongwen and others stood at the window and looked down, witnessing this scene. Why be polite to a country bumpkin? Are all the people at Xianshanlu really brain-dead? Jiang Chongwen was furious. What kind of bastards are these? They can't even tell who's the real person. The man in the group cursed. Head Jiang Chongwen sneered. He's furious and has nowhere to vent his anger. When Hua Qiu comes up, that will be his moment to explode. On the first floor, Hua Qiu was welcomed into the Xian Shan Lu restaurant. What happened? Hua Qiu asked. Mr. Hua, it's because you hadn't arrived yet that we didn't serve the food, and the people upstairs got impatient and started to get angry, the manager said cautiously. Hua Qiu frowned. No need for that, it's fine to serve them food, I might not even come over. Yes, it was my mistake, the person in charge was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. However, that Jiang fellow went too far. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. Mr. Hua, may I ask what is your relationship with those people upstairs? The person in charge asked, observing the situation. One of them is my friend, but I'm not familiar with the others. Understood, sir, the person in charge smiled slightly. The two quickly reached the 7th floor. The person in charge walked ahead and opened the door for Hua Qiu. Bang! As soon as the door opened, a cup was smashed over. The person in charge was from the black market. He reached out and caught the cup. You, surnamed Hua, have quite the airs, daring to make us wait so long. Zhang Chongwen said coldly. Hua Qiu's eyes revealed a cold glow. Is this kid a mad dog? Hua Qiu, what's wrong with you? Another person shouted angrily. You were able to get into the black market entirely thanks to our young master Zheng. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even have the right to come in. And you dare to put on airs and make us wait here for so long. Do you have any conscience at all? Hua Qiu, you did something wrong. If it weren't for young master Zheng, you really wouldn't have been able to get into the black market, Dong Piapiao said. Out of consideration for Lu Yeya's feelings, she didn't say anything too harsh, but her face was full of dissatisfaction. Hua Qiu was stunned for a moment. Are these three okay? It's said that he got into the black market because of Zhang Chongwen. That's an absolute joke. Do you know where this is? Zhang Chongwen pointed to the ground and stared at Hua Qiu. This is the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine Pavilion. Even the top figures from Qishan don't have the qualifications to come up here. But I, Zhang Chongwen, can bring you in. However, you brat are so ungrateful that you dare to make us wait here without being able to eat. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bring them up even if they begged me. If it weren't for Yeya's sake, why would I have let you come along, on your own? You wouldn't even be qualified to set foot here in your next life. Zhang Chongwen said arrogantly. Hua Qiu's face was grim. The person in charge had a strange expression. He didn't understand. How could this person think that they were able to reach the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant because of him? Where does his confidence come from? Alright, Hua Qiu probably didn't do it on purpose. Lu Yeya stepped in to smooth things over. It must have been his first time in the black market, and he was curious about everything, which is why he lingered outside for a while. Hua Qiu, you should apologize to Zhang Chongwen. You've been taking so long to come over. Everyone has been getting impatient, Lu Yeya said to Hua Qiu, with a hint of reproach in her voice. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. Should he apologize to Zhang Chongwen? How ridiculous. No need to apologize, I don't accept it. Zhang Chongwen waved his hand coldly. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, he's never seen the world, he scoffed. Why would I invite someone like that to dine at Xian Shan Lu, unless I'm out of my mind? You surnamed Hua, get out of Xian Shan Lu and get out of the black market. I gave you the opportunity to come into contact with high society, but you didn't cherish it. Go back to your level. You are not worthy of reaching higher levels. Zhang Chongwen scolded impatiently. He no longer wanted to hide it and completely broke off all pretense. Tell me to get lost? Hua Qiu laughed, his expression laced with sarcasm. What, can't you hear me? Zhang Chongwen frowned. Just get out of here, stop talking nonsense, or I'll look down on you even more. I don't know how Yeya could have fallen for someone like you. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Presumptuous. Before he could speak, the person in charge of Xian Shan Lu spoke first. He let out a furious shout. Zhang Chongwen was taken aback, but quickly recovered. Watch your words and attitude. He reprimanded, pointing at the person in charge. As the person in charge of Xianshan, is this how you treat your esteemed guests? Believe me or not, I'll make sure you can't stay at this job. The person in charge smiled. He laughed out of anger. He had never seen anything so ridiculous. Distinguished guest, you? Heh, who do you think you are, a distinguished guest? The manager sneered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chongwen became furious. I'm a distinguished silver member, how dare you speak to me like that? He said arrogantly. Silver medal, ha ha, the person in charge laughed even louder. Because this was the biggest joke he had ever heard in his career. The person in charge's laughter made Jiang Chongwen's face turn ugly. Don't laugh, I order you not to laugh. He said urgently. How dare you mock a silver member who can climb 7 floors, do you really not want to work here anymore? He roared. Young Master Jiang, immediately file a complaint with the higher-ups and get him dismissed. The man beside him said indignantly. Exactly, how can they treat such a distinguished guest like this? This manager is utterly incompetent. Dong Piapiao chimed in. I think you've all got one thing wrong. The person in charge stopped laughing and his expression turned serious. Do you really think you were able to dine on the seventh floor of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant because of his so-called black market silver pass? He asked with a mocking expression. Isn't that right? The three of them were stunned for a moment. What a joke! The person in charge sneered. The black market silver pass is just to pass 60 or 70% of those who can enter the Qishan black market have such a pass. You think you can dine on the 7th floor of Xianshan with just a mere silver pass? That's wishful thinking. This pass is only valid for dining in the lobby on the 1st floor. The person in charge's words caused the three men's expressions to change drastically. Jiang Chongwen, in particular, looked utterly incredulous. But, we clearly went up to the 7th floor, Dong Piapiao said softly. Humph, you were able to reach the 7th floor entirely thanks to one person. This person is none other than the truly esteemed Mr. Hua. The person in charge pointed at Hua Qiu. What? In an instant, the four of them widened their eyes. 103, Chapter 103, Utterly Ridiculous. Jiang Chongwen was stunned. Dong Piapiao and the other man's expressions froze. Lu Yeye looked at Hua Qiu with utter astonishment and disbelief. The person in charge of Xianshan actually said that they were able to get here entirely thanks to Hua Qiu. These words were like a thunderbolt from the blue. What are you saying? Jiang Chongwen looked surprised and incredulous. Hema country bumpkin, someone who can only give women cheap gifts from street stalls, and you're saying he's a distinguished guest of your Xianshan restaurant? Are you kidding me? He simply couldn't believe it. Despite his status, he was not as dignified as a country bumpkin. You must have made a mistake? Dong Piapiao asked hesitantly. According to Lu Ye's description, Hua Qiu came from a small place in Beishan City, from a poor family, and was just an ordinary poor boy. How could he possibly transform into a distinguished guest of Xianshan? Moreover, they were distinguished guests qualified to ascend to the 7th floor. No one would believe me if I told them. No mistake, you're the ones who were really mistaken, the manager of Xianshan said coldly. Not just at the Immortal Cuisine restaurant, but anywhere in the northern branch, Mr. Hua is an incomparably distinguished figure. Everyone in any branch must treat him with utmost respect and must not be disrespectful in the slightest. The person in charge's words sent a jolt through the four of them. No one expected that Hua Qiu's status here would be so high. But why is that? Mr. Hua had instructed the branch leaders to treat you well, the person in charge continued. That's why we received you so warmly when you arrived at Xianshan, but we never expected you to be such ingrates, so ridiculously self-righteous. and even dared to belittle and insult Mr. Hua. This is the black market. To disrespect Mr. Hua is to be an enemy of the entire Northern Territory branch. The person in charge looked menacingly at the group. Jiang Chongwon and the other two looked serious. They finally understood why the Immortal Cuisine restaurant had greeted them so warmly. Now I finally understand why we can dine on the 7th floor without spending a penny. It turns out that the reason why Xian Shanlu was taking so long to serve the dishes was because the real star of the show hadn't arrived yet. But that Hua Qiu, he's clearly just a country bumpkin. Why is he so revered by the black market? I just can't figure it out. So, I wasn't mistaken at the auction. Dong Piapiao recalled the events of not long ago, utterly shocked. You really are the one who entered the VIP box at the top of the auction. She exclaimed. She saw Hua Qiu twice, but everyone denied it, thinking it was impossible. She also thought it was impossible, so she didn't think much of it. It turns out she wasn't mistaken at all. That's Hua Qiu. Upon hearing Dong Piapiao's words, the group was surprised but had no choice but to believe her. Hua Qiu, what exactly is your identity here? Lu Yeye, her heart pounding, looked at Hua Qiu and asked softly. Shuing told her a lot about Hua Qiu's family. Hua Qiu also gave her a very bad first impression, which made her extremely disgusted. A poor boy suddenly becomes a big shot in the Qishan black market. The contrast is enormous. I don't have any special status, I'm just acquainted with the leader of the northern branch, Hua Qiu said calmly. Several people were skeptical. Although not many people knew the leader of the northern branch, there were still quite a few. But no one else has ever been treated like this by the black market. They're practically worshipping him like an ancestor. Wherever Mr. Hua is in the northern branch, it's as if the branch master himself is there. The person in charge of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant said in a deep voice. Jiang Chongwon was stunned speechless. Only those who understand the Qishan black market know the weight of these words. Hua Qiu is equivalent to the master of the black market. What a lofty status that is. Even though his family was quite famous in Qishan, his father could only look up to such an existence and had no chance to even get close to them. He finally realized just how vast the gap was between the two of them. Is this guy a country bumpkin? Fart. He even believed that the black market people treated him so respectfully because of the silver pass. In retrospect, he was so ridiculous. Mr. Hua, these three people have been so disrespectful to you. Xian Shanlu does not welcome them. I would like to ask them to leave. Xian Shanlu, what do you think? The person in charge said, seeking Hua Qiu's opinion. Hua Qiu said nothing. The person in charge looked enlightened. Guards, throw these three out of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant. The manager ordered, waving his hand. Jiang Chongwon and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Please count them. You can't do this, I at least have a silver pass to the Qishan black market. Jiang Chongwon quickly said. I almost forgot, the person in charge sneered. He stared at Jiang Chongwon with a contemptuous expression. From now on, your pass is useless. You are forbidden from entering the Qishan black market again, or I'll break both your legs and make you crawl out. Jiang Chongwon's face turned deathly pale. He secretly took the silver pass from his father without his father's knowledge. If his father knew that the silver pass had been abolished, he would surely be furious and give him a severe scolding. If they knew he had offended someone like the leader of the northern branch, they might even cripple him. Jiang Chongwon was terrified. Wait a minute, he stammered, wanting to say a few words of begging for mercy to Hua Qiu, but he found it difficult to say in front of Lu Yeye, unable to swallow his pride. Saying anything is useless, just kick them out. The person in charge ordered. Be as rough as possible, so that they will never dare to offend Mr. Hua again, he added. Saying something like that could cripple all three of them. Someone came in, looking fierce and menacing, and dragged Jiang Chongwon and his henchmen away without paying any attention to their cries of pain. Wait a minute, you please say something for me. When Dong Piapiao saw someone coming to grab her, she was terrified and quickly shouted to Lu Yeye. Hua Qiu, Pao Pao didn't say anything too nasty, can you please not send her away? Lu Yeye quickly pleaded with Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned slightly and gave the person in charge a look. This is considered giving Lu Yeye some face. Dong Piapiao narrowly escaped death, patting her chest with lingering fear. After those two were kicked out. Mr. Hua, please have a seat, the person in charge said, personally pulling out a chair for Hua Qiu. Please, both of you, have a seat, he gave Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao a kind smile. The two looked embarrassed. The person in charge had a dark expression and acted like a mafia boss, but even though he had become polite now, they were still trembling with fear. Serve the food. The manager called out. The people serving the food lined up and came in an orderly fashion, and one delicious and beautiful dish after another was placed on the table. Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao were completely dazzled. More than 100 dishes were laid out on the large table. This is similar to the scene of emperors and their concubines dining in ancient times. Please enjoy your meal, the person in charge said with a smile, and then took his leave. Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao looked at each other, and then at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's identity made them unable to relax. At this moment, Hua Qiu's divine sense spread across the first floor of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant. After seeing the two people being blasted away, he prepared to withdraw it. Hey, how could you do this? Give me back the flyer. A pleasant female voice reached Hua Qiu's ears through his divine sense. Hua Qiu's expression immediately changed. There is a voice, sealed within his memory for thousands of years. Today, I heard it again. Hua Qiu suddenly stood up. He walked to the window and looked down. But I didn't see anything. You two take your time eating, I have something to do, Hua Qiu said to the two women as she turned around. The two women looked completely bewildered. After saying that, Hua Qiu leaped out of the 7th floor window. Oh my god! Dong Piapiao was startled. Lu Yeye's pretty face turned pale with fright. 104, Chapter 104, Priceless Treasure. That's the height of the 7th floor. Hua Qiu jumped down without hesitation. Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao were terrified and rushed to the window to look down. Upon seeing this, the two were instantly dumbfounded. Hua Qiu descended from the sky like a graceful bird. He wasn't falling. He was stepping into the air, as if flying. It surpasses even the lightness skills displayed by martial arts masters on TV. When Hua Qiu landed, he had already flown quite a distance away, and in a flash, he disappeared from their sight. Lu Yeye couldn't help but feel her mind buzzing. Only today did she realize that Hua Qiu was not at all what her mother had described. His status was equivalent to that of the master of the Qishan black market, and he could easily enter the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant, a place only important figures in the capital were qualified to set foot on. Now he descends from the sky as if strolling leisurely, leaping away with unrestrained grace. Lu Yeye clutched her chest, her heart pounding wildly. Today, Hua Qiu completely changed her perception. The image of Hua Qiu rescuing her alone at Haichao KTV flashed through her mind again. At the time, she saw Hua Qiu dominating everyone and no one could defeat her, and she thought it was a hallucination caused by being drugged. Now it seems that everything really happened. She then thought of what happened at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Wang Xuan had a powerful background, and she even thought she was doomed. Suddenly, she and Hua Qiu were both acquitted, and the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau personally came to apologize and send them away. At that time, she felt something was wrong. Now, everything makes sense. It's all because of Hua Qiu. His presence made even the powerful figures behind Wang Xuan afraid to provoke him. Lu Yeye's emotions were in turmoil, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She didn't know who Hua Qiu really was. Yeye, what exactly is Hua Qiu? What kind of person is he? Dong Piapiao asked, her heart pounding with fear. She deeply regretted that she had been too superficial and hadn't given Hua Qiu a kind look. Two don't know either, Lu Yeye forced a smile. All she knew was that her heart was in complete turmoil. Lu Yeye, you're about to rise to the top. Dong Piapiao excitedly shook her shoulders. That Hua Qiu seems to be an extremely remarkable person, and so powerful he can even fly down from the 7th floors practically like Superman. Didn't you two have a childhood betrothal? Marrying someone like him, your future life will be unimaginably wonderful. Lu Yeye was somewhat stunned. An arranged marriage between childhood friends, she murmured, her expression wistful. Lu Yeye was in a state of confusion, and she couldn't eat a single bite of the delicacies on the table. Dong Piapiao didn't care about anything else and ate heartily until she was too full to eat anymore. When Lu Yeye came downstairs after finishing her meal, she still looked preoccupied. Sigh, if only I could have such a wonderful childhood betrothal. Dong Piapiao couldn't help but sigh. Sister, don't forget me when you're doing well in the future, she joked. Lu Yeye's smile remained forced. When Hua Qiu first arrived in Qishan, she didn't give her a kind look at all. When she heard about the arranged marriage, she was extremely disgusted and refused to agree to it. Would Hua Qiu? They'll definitely care. Lu Yeye sighed. Yeah, tell me, Hua Qiu is so important, why would he give you a cheap trinket worth only a few dozen yuan? With his status, giving you some expensive jewelry shouldn't be a problem, Dong Piapiao said, pointing to the bracelet on Lu Yeye's wrist. Perhaps he's just being modest, Lu Yeye said, glancing at the bracelet. Actually, she was a little confused as well. Ladies, please wait a moment. A voice suddenly rang out from the side. The two looked over at the sound and found a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. Yuri, the one who bought so many antiques. Dong Piapiao recognized the man and exclaimed. She clearly remembered that at the auction, this person spent a fortune, buying up many antiques. Jiang Chongwen once said that he is an antique collector, the president of a certain group, and very wealthy. Hello, Dong Piapiao quickly smiled and shook hands with the man. However, the man's eyes remained fixed on Lu Yeye. To be precise, he was staring at the bracelet on her wrist. Miss, may I take a look at this bracelet? He asked earnestly. Lu Yeye frowned. Can items sold at street stalls for a few dozen yuan catch the eye of antique collectors? See? She took off her bracelet and threw it over. Thank you, the man was very grateful and hurriedly took the bracelet, handling it carefully as if afraid of damaging it. He examined the bracelet several times, his expression growing increasingly excited. No mistake, absolutely no mistake. This is the emerald bracelet I've been searching for so long. The man's excitement left Lu Yeye and Dong Piapiao puzzled. That's clearly just a cheap, low-quality item. Sir, this bracelet, Lu Yeye wanted to remind him. This is a jade bracelet bestowed upon Princess Taiping by Emperor Wu of the Tang dynasty. It was one of the national treasures of that time. The man said excitedly. What? The two were shocked. Street vendor goods actually became national treasures of the Tang dynasty? I've been searching for this emerald bracelet for so many years, and I've finally found it. The man was so excited he was almost crying. Sir, are you telling the truth? Dong Piapiao couldn't believe it. Having studied antiques for decades, my judgment is absolutely correct. The man said solemnly. Dong Piapiao opened her mouth wide. Lu Yeye's breathing became rapid. When Hua Qiu gave her the jade bracelet, she was disgusted and said it must be a cheap knockoff. Hua Qiu didn't argue and admitted it. Now it seems this is definitely not a cheap, low-quality item. It's genuine. So, this bracelet is very valuable? Dong Piapiao asked tentatively. However, the man showed an angry expression. What do you mean by valuable or worthless? This is a national treasure. How can you measure its worth by price? This is a true priceless treasure. Dong Piapiao was stunned and speechless. Lu Yeye took a deep breath. One shocking thing after another happened, and she was almost overwhelmed. Miss, I really love this jadeite bracelet. I wonder if you would be so reluctant to part with it? The man said to Lu Yeye, his words even carrying a pleading tone. I know that you must be people of noble status who can enter the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine Pavilion and regard money as dirt. I noticed you as soon as you came in, and I've been waiting here because I really like this thing. I know that money won't sway you anymore, so I don't dare to mention a high price for the transfer. Dong Piapiao wanted to shout, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Only a fool would consider money as dirt. After all that talk, just name your price. Miss, all those items you bought at the auction, I can give them to you if you're willing to part with them. I can even trade some of my family's treasured possessions. Dong Piapiao's eyes widened in surprise. This person spent lavishly at the auction, those antiques cost at least 20 or 30 million. The bracelet that Hua Qiu gave to Lu Yeye was actually so valuable. And it seems the value is far more than that. Who exactly is Hua Qiu? He can just casually give away such precious items, treating them like cheap knockoffs. Upon hearing the value of the bracelet, Lu Yeye could no longer remain calm. For her, that was an astronomical figure. I can't believe I've been looking down on this priceless treasure as if it were something from a street stall for so long. She remembered that Hua Qiu had also given her mother a large bead, which looked even more luxurious than her bracelet. What kind of treasure is that? Miss, what do you think? The man asked expectantly. Dong Piapiao frantically winked at Lu Yeye, trying to get her to agree quickly. But after taking a deep breath, Lu Yeye shook her head. Sorry, I won't change it. 105, Chapter 105 I'm willing to join. Hua Qiu walked through the crowd. A scene from my past life resurfaced in my mind. After his mother and father both died of illness, he traveled all over the Xia kingdom in search of his missing sister, enduring great hardship. And for him, being a person with disabilities in both legs made things even more difficult. That year, he wandered to Qishan, penniless and almost starving to death, and fainted on the streets of Qishan. He thought his life was about to end. In his hazy state of consciousness, he heard a pleasant sound. How are you? Can you still hear me? Someone came to his side, their voice full of concern. She had a pleasant fragrance about her. Forget it, let's not worry about it, there are plenty of people like this weary in a bind right now, how can we help others? Someone nearby advised. No, we can't just leave him to die, I can't stand by and watch him die. The girl was very stubborn, leaving those around her feeling helpless. She bought food and water, intending to feed Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was half dead and had difficulty chewing food, so she couldn't eat anything. He can't even eat anything, he can't be saved, let's go quickly, others urged again. He can be saved, he definitely can be saved, as long as he has a breath left, I will not give up. The girl said emphatically, and then put the food in her mouth to chew, and then fed it to Hua Qiu mouth to mouth. Despite the freezing weather and the filthy beggars, she showed no disgust, her only concern was saving lives. Hua Qiu has regained some vitality. The girl laughed happily, her laughter still as melodious as ever. Hurry up, those people are catching up soon, and they'll only get the beggar into trouble, someone urged. I'm sorry, this is all I can do for you, the girl sighed, placing some money beside Hua Qiu. I hope you can come back to life and live a good life from now on. She left her wish, and was then pulled away. She didn't know what kind of person she had saved. Without her, there would be no Hua Qiu, the supreme immortal emperor. Hua Qiu had also searched for the girl whose face he did not know, but to no avail. Because he had only ever heard her voice. Later, he engraved that sound for thousands of years, never forgetting it. Today, Hua Qiu finally heard that incredibly familiar voice again. Thousands of years later, it remains as melodious and soothing as ever. Hua Qiu moved swiftly through the crowd, like a phantom. He was thrilled, he was determined to find that girl. Immortal Emperor Hua Qiu is a man who will avenge any wrong done to him and repay any kindness shown to him. We must find it, we absolutely must find it. Hua Qiu murmured. The biggest regret of my past life was that both searching for my sister and finding my benefactor ended in vain. My sister is now nowhere to be found, but my benefactor has finally appeared. I must find her. Hua Qiu extended his divine sense to the maximum extent, pursuing the trail. Finally. Huang Peng, give me back my flyer. That pleasant voice rang in my ears again. Although the voice was filled with anger at that moment. Whoosh! Hua Qiu dashed toward the source of the sound like a rocket. The distance is getting closer and closer. He walked through the crowd and stopped at one point. After thousands of years, I finally saw what she looked like. Ahead, a girl is chasing a young man. She was wearing a fitted tracksuit, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, exuding youthful energy. Her appearance was extremely pure, and her aura was exceptionally clean. She was very young, looking only 18 or 19 years old, about the same age as Lin Sinny, like a little girl. Looking at her, Hua Qiu couldn't help but smile. I finally found her. Huang Peng, give me back my flyer. The girl chased after the man in front of her, panting heavily. Helpless, she leaned on her knees and gasped for breath. She was furious at the sight of the man running ahead, but there was nothing she could do. Xia Ziwei, you're already out of energy? The man in front stopped when he saw that she had given up chasing him, and said with a mocking expression. No way, aren't you a true disciple of the Bai family martial arts school? Is this all the skill you have? You can't even catch up with people? The man continued to mock. I think your Bai family martial arts school is full of useless cowards with no real skills. Why don't you marry into the Righteous Chi martial arts school? I guarantee I'll teach you real kung fu, which will be 100 times better than what you learned at the Bai family martial arts school. Xia Ziwei's face turned bright red with anger. Huang Peng, you are not allowed to slander our Bai family martial arts school. She shouted angrily. So what if I slander you? Huang Peng laughed, his voice full of contempt. The people of your Bai family martial arts school are so weak, but they have quite the backbone. Would it be better to just merge into our Righteous Chi martial arts school? Instead, you insist on resisting stubbornly. You really don't know what's good for you. By the time of the 100 schools martial arts tournament, you probably won't even make it past the preliminary rounds, and you won't even have the chance to compete against our school. Xia Ziwei grew increasingly angry, but was powerless to refute her. Because of her personality, she couldn't bring herself to say anything unpleasant. Give me back the flyer. She could only yell. Humph, here you go. Huang Peng looked at the flyer in his hand, his expression becoming increasingly mocking. I really don't know where you got the courage to come to the black market to hand out flyers and recruit people. Even with the strength of our righteous martial arts school, we wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Huang Peng glanced at the contents of the flyer. Everyone come and take a look, the martial arts school ranked last in Qishan actually dares to recruit people in the black market, he shouted, holding up a flyer. His shout attracted the attention of many people around him. Look at this, everyone, the martial arts school ranked last has the nerve to recruit people in the black market. They're really overestimating themselves. Huang Peng shouted, throwing the flyer in his hand into the air. Numerous flyers fluttered and scattered everywhere. People received the leaflets and read them with great interest. Bai Family Martial Arts School, with a long history of martial arts, is the best choice for learning martial arts and improving health. People couldn't help but laugh as they read the promotional text on the flyer. That laughter was full of ridicule. The Bai Family Martial Arts School ranks last among all the martial arts schools in Qishan, yet it dares to claim that it has a long history and is the best choice. Don't you think that's funny? Huang Peng sneered. It's really quite ridiculous, someone agreed with a laugh. I'm afraid any random martial artist here could take down their master with a single punch. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Enduring the ridicule of the crowd, Xia Ziwei gradually lowered her head. There was a deep sense of resentment in her eyes. She just wanted to try to change the status quo of the martial arts school, so why did she have to suffer so much ridicule and mockery? What's wrong with trying? Hua Qiu, standing to the side, felt a lump in her throat as she watched her dejected expression. Tell me, who would be stupid enough to go to such a terrible martial arts gym? Xia Ziwei, you'll never be able to recruit anyone. Huang Peng laughed loudly. Xia Ziwei bit her lip, feeling extremely dejected. Who says we can't find people? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone was immediately startled and looked at the person who had spoken. Hua Qiu came out. I'm willing to join her martial arts school. Hua Qiu said firmly. Xia Ziwei's delicate body trembled, and she looked up in surprise at the person standing in front of her. 106, Chapter 106 Bone broken with a wave of the hand. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment. Even Xia Ziwei found it hard to believe. At this moment, someone actually stepped forward and offered to join the martial arts school she belonged to. Brother, are you serious? Huang Peng squinted at Hua Qiu. Don't you know that the Bai family martial arts school ranks last among all martial arts schools in Qishan City? Even a dog wouldn't want to go to a martial arts school like that. If you really want to learn martial arts, I can recommend you to join our Jingqi Martial Arts School. Jingqi Martial Arts School is very powerful in the last 100 schools martial arts competition. Our Jingqi Martial Arts School fought its way through the competition and made it into the top 10. Huang Peng said proudly. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. So what if Jingqi Martial Arts School is the #1 martial arts school in Qishan? I still don't respect it, he said calmly. I only want to join the martial arts school that this girl is in. Yu Huangpeng immediately showed anger upon hearing this, and his expression turned cold. Hua Qiu's audacity to look down on the righteous martial arts school infuriated him. You look down on powerful martial arts schools but insist on joining the weakest one. I think you're just lusting after Xia Ziwei's looks, aren't you? Huang Peng sneered. It's none of your business, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Choked again, Huang Peng's face grew even colder, and his eyes revealed a fierce glint. Are you really willing to join our martial arts school? Xia Ziwei looked at Hua Qiu and asked, word by word. Not bad. Hua Qiu nodded. Can I ask why? She asked, pursing her lips. Perhaps it's true what that person said, I was attracted to your looks and had lustful thoughts, Hua Qiu joked. Xia Ziwei paused for a moment, then her face began to flush. Her innocent charm combined with such a reaction is extremely attractive to men, few can resist it. Are you really willing to join our martial arts school? Xia Ziwei regained her composure and asked the same question again. I'm willing, Hua Qiu said. You said it, you can't go back on your word. Xia Ziwei revealed a captivating smile, her neat, white teeth gleaming. She became happy. After working so hard for so many days, she finally recruited someone for the martial arts school. Although I suffered some humiliation, it was worth it. There really are people this stupid who want to join the Bai family martial arts school, Huang Peng sneered from the side. Birds of a feather flock together, only trash goes to trashy martial arts schools, he scoffed disdainfully. Hua Qiu's face darkened, and she turned to look at him. How dare a mere clown mock him? He could tell at a glance that Huang Peng was only a 4th-rank martial artist, a low-level martial artist. In his eyes, such martial artists were no different from ants. After all, he didn't even take martial venerable seriously. Huang Peng, can you watch your mouth? What makes you think you can call the people at our martial arts school trash? Xia Ziwei snapped angrily. Why should I? Huang Peng's mocking laughter grew even louder. By all accounts, the Bai family martial arts school is the worst martial arts school in Qishan, and the people there are a bunch of weaklings. Xia Ziwei was furious. Knowing full well that it's such a lousy martial arts school, yet still ignoring warnings and wanting to join, what else can such a person be but trash? Huang Peng stared at Hua Qiu and said slowly. Hua Qiu began to exude a murderous aura. Even the great martial venerable and the martial king dared not speak to him like that. A mere 4th-rank martial artist dares to provoke such a powerful figure. What, are you very dissatisfied? Huang Peng sneered when he saw Hua Qiu's unfriendly expression. You'd better keep your dissatisfaction to yourself, or rather, if you're going to lay a hand on me, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. He didn't take Hua Qiu seriously at all. He felt that anyone who could join the worst-ranked martial arts school must be a weakling. Because the strong disdain to do that. Overestimating yourself, Hua Qiu said coldly. Oh, you're putting on an act with me now? Huang Peng smiled contemptuously. Fine, I'll show you just how powerful the martial artists from the Righteous Martial Arts Academy are, and let you know how foolish your choice was. He set up his stance on the flat ground. No, don't fight him. Xia Ziwei cried out to Hua Qiu in a panic. Even our senior brother is no match for him, so don't fight him. You think you can just say you won't fight? Too late. Huang Peng sneered. Before the other party could speak, he immediately took action. He threw a punch at Hua Qiu's upper body, intending to knock him down in front of everyone and demonstrate his strength. At this moment, Hua Qiu was not looking at him, seemingly unaware of anything. Watch out! Xia Ziwei exclaimed. She acted immediately, wanting to rush forward to help Hua Qiu. However, her strength was only that of a third-rank martial artist, and her speed was much slower than Huang Peng's, so she was simply too late to stop him. Xia Ziwei was extremely anxious. Are the new martial arts school members that we've worked so hard to recruit going to be ruined by Huang Peng? Take this. Huang Peng shouted, his fist already extended towards Hua Qiu. At this moment, Hua Qiu seemed to belatedly realize something and turned around. He didn't make any move, just casually waved at Huang Peng. Call! As if a strong wind had blown by, Huang Peng was sent flying backwards in the next second. Xia Ziwei stared wide-eyed. Huang Peng came on strong, but Hua Qiu turned around and waved his hand, and he flew back. What kind of tactic is this? Not only was she stunned, but everyone else was too. Because I couldn't understand what Hua Qiu was doing. Is waving your sleeve a move? Bang! Huang Peng fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. He looked at Hua Qiu, completely dumbfounded. What happened? Just as he was about to attack Hua Qiu, he suddenly felt a strange force blast him away. But he couldn't figure out where that power came from. Huang Peng moved and suddenly felt a sharp pain. He looked at his hands. Bone broken. Huang Peng instantly showed an expression of extreme fear. When did your hand bones break? Could it really have been that person on the other side? But he only waved his hand. What kind of immense strength would it take to break someone's bones with a mere wave of the hand? The person opposite him clearly looked several years younger than him. Seeing everyone's reaction, Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He looked at Xia Ziwei and found that she seemed a little dazed. Perhaps, revealing too much strength might be too much for her to handle. After all, the environment she was in was too low-end. He is held back in order to avoid causing too much chaos in the black market. Otherwise, Huang Peng's situation would be far more serious than just broken bones. It seems that if I want to get closer to her and help her, I need to hide my strength, otherwise the difference in strength will create a sense of distance between us, Hua Qiu thought to himself. When he helped Zhong Xiling, he was very assertive, invincible and crushing all enemies, which made Zhong Xiling extremely respectful of him. He didn't like that. After all, they were all his benefactors. You just wait. Huang Peng forced himself to get up despite the pain, uttered a harsh word, and turned to run away. Xia Ziwei walked up to Hua Qiu. She looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. Are you a very powerful martial artist? She asked hesitantly. Even our senior brother couldn't beat Huang Peng. 107, Chapter 107 Talent Too Poor. No, I haven't practiced martial arts much. When Xia Ziwei asked her, Hua Qiu immediately denied it. But you waved your hand, and Huang Peng flew away. Xia Ziwei still looked surprised. I've heard my master say that only an extremely powerful martial arts master can injure someone with a casual wave of their hand. But you're so young, it's impossible for you to reach that level. She stared intently at Hua Qiu, her gaze filled with curiosity. Would you believe me if I said I was just shooing away flies? Hua Qiu asked. Xia Ziwei was stunned. I've heard that fighting in the streets is forbidden in the black market. If someone violates this rule, they will be stopped by black market experts and may even be punished, Hua Qiu suddenly said. It must have been a powerful figure from the black market who secretly intervened and punished the person who violated the rules. Luckily, this is the black market, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat that guy. I would have been badly injured today. Hua Qiu pretended to be still shaken. You're right, the black market does have such regulations. Xia Ziwei nodded. I knew it. How could you possibly hurt Huang Peng with just a wave of your hand? Even our senior brother can't beat him. Luckily, it was in the black market today, and a master intervened, so you were unharmed next time. Don't be so impulsive and provoke him after all, we can't beat him, Xia Ziwei advised. I will definitely restrain myself, Hua Qiu said. I'll take you to our martial arts school right now, Xia Ziwei smiled. She was overjoyed at the thought of having recruited someone. By the way, now that you've entered the sect, I'm your senior sister, call me senior sister first, Xia Ziwei said expectantly. Actually, she was the junior sister of the Bai family martial arts school. Even though she started early and her martial arts skills were higher than some of the apprentices, no one was willing to call her senior sister because she was not good at martial arts and could not fully utilize her third-grade realm. Over time, she became the unwavering junior sister. Senior sister, Hua Qiu called out with a smile, not minding at all. Xia Ziwei was beaming with joy, almost jumping for joy. Good boy. Come on, your senior sister will take you back to the martial arts school. She led the way excitedly. Hua Qiu shook his head and silently followed. Looking at Xia Ziwei's youthful and lively figure from behind, his gaze became deep. It was because of her selfless rescue that I was able to save my life. Without her, there would be no immortal Emperor Hua Qiu. Having remembered the sound for thousands of years, Hua Qiu has a special feeling for this girl. Xia Ziwei, you saved my life in my past life, and in this life I will be your strongest support. Hua Qiu said in his heart. After leaving the black market, Xia Ziwei pushed out a small electric scooter. She gestured for Hua Qiu to get into her beloved car. It was quite comical to see Hua Qiu, a grown man, sitting on the back of such a tiny electric scooter. But he didn't say anything and sat down. A gentle breeze blew, and Xia Ziwei's hair brushed against Hua Qiu's face. The unique, refreshing fragrance emanating from her wafted into Hua Qiu's nose, it was so familiar. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up. Xia Ziwei shouted. The little electric scooter sped along, and she let out a silvery laugh, as if she had rarely been so happy. That senior sister title could make her feel good for days. Hua Qiu smiled gently. It's rare to see such genuine emotions these days. The Bai family martial arts school is located in a somewhat remote area. Xia Ziwei skillfully turned left and right, leading Hua Qiu through several alleyways. Finally, it stopped in front of an old-fashioned clubhouse. The plaque above the entrance, bearing the 4 large characters Bai family martial arts school, was covered in peeling paint. The dilapidated and cramped interior can be foreseen from the exterior of the martial arts school. It exudes the atmosphere of the worst martial arts school in Qishan. Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. Xia Ziwei came from such a small martial arts school. With her limited abilities, it's unlikely she could ever revitalize such a martial arts school in her lifetime. Thankfully, Hua Qiu arrived. Master, I'm back. Xia Ziwei shouted loudly as she was still at the door. I've finally found the person today. She jogged inside. Hua Qiu followed slowly behind. I glanced at the moss on the stone steps by the door, then at the spider web in the corner. In the courtyard, 4 or 5 young people dressed in training clothes were practicing martial arts listlessly. On the steps, an elderly man with a long beard and glasses was sitting with a small teapot in his hand. Master, I've found the person. Xia Ziwei ran in excitedly. What? What? The old man nearly dropped the teapot and jumped up instantly. Several fellow disciples also gathered around. Junior sister, you found him, where is he? Well, call him out quickly. They smiled. It's him. Xia Ziwei turned around and pointed to Hua Qiu, who had followed her in. All of them turned their attention to him, sizing him up. Good lad, you've made the right choice stepping into the Bai family martial arts school, your future is absolutely limitless. The old man stroked his beard and said with a broad smile. Our martial arts school has a long history and possesses unparalleled techniques created by the strongest martial artists. If you learn them, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts in the future will not be a dream. He said passionately. Hua Qiu was somewhat speechless. Upon seeing the old headmaster of the Bai family martial arts school, he felt as if he had encountered a charlatan. This old man is a 6th-rank martial artist. However, judging from his unstable foundation and weak internal strength, he probably can't even defeat a slightly stronger 5th-rank martial artist. No wonder the Bai family martial arts school has declined so much, and is known as the worst martial arts school in Xishan. What's your name? The old man asked. His name is Hua Qiu, and I recruited him on the black market. Xia Ziwei said proudly. Several people showed strange expressions. When Xia Ziwei said she was going to recruit people on the black market, they had no hope. If we can't recruit ordinary people, it's even more impossible to recruit people from the black market, a place full of hidden talents. I didn't expect it to actually happen. The old man frowned. Generally speaking, people who can access the black market are not simple. Meaning this means it's hard to fool. Come, let me introduce you. The old man walked down with a smile, pulled Hua Qiu over, as if afraid he would run away. There weren't many people at the small martial arts school, so I gave a brief introduction. The old man before me was the curator, named Bai Hongyu, who claimed to have received the true teachings of the strongest martial artist and whose own strength was unfathomable. The other fellow disciples were of average cultivation, except for the eldest disciple, who was a 4th-grade beginner martial artist. Others include those at the 3rd or 2nd rank, and even those who have just reached the 1st rank. Even so, Xia Ziwei, with her 3rd-grade cultivation, was still the junior sister. Have you ever practiced martial arts before? Bai Hongyu asked. I've practiced a few fancy moves, but they're not very useful, Hua Qiu said. Okay, Bai Hongyu smiled broadly. Those who study martial arts determine their talent based on their physical abilities. Come, let this old man see if you have the talent for martial arts. He beckoned to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu walked up to him. Bai Hongyu touched Hua Qiu's body, his brows gradually furrowing. My muscles and bones are loose, my strength is too low, and my meridians are completely blocked, he said. Young man, your talent for martial arts is terrible, the worst I've ever seen since I opened my school. 108, Chapter 108 Encountering a Challenge Upon Entering the School. Bai Hongyu's words startled Hua Qiu slightly. This is the first time I've heard someone say he has poor talent in martial arts. Then am I not suited to practice martial arts? Hua Qiu asked. That's how it was supposed to be, Bai Hongyu said, stroking his beard, but thankfully you came to the Bai family martial arts school. The martial arts techniques passed down in my Bai family martial arts school are profound and unfathomable, and with my guidance as a renowned master, even someone without martial arts talent can be taught to become a powerful martial artist. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. It was all a setup. That old man. But, Bai Hongyu changed the subject. Such a profound and precious technique cannot be easily passed on to others. What conditions are required? Hua Qiu asked cooperatively. That depends on whether your sincerity can move me, Bai Hongyu said calmly. Hua Qiu didn't waste any words and took out a card. 200,000, is that enough? He asked. Bai Hongyu's eyebrows twitched. Clearly, he hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be so generous, he had only intended to swindle more tuition fees. Enough, of course it's enough. Bai Hongyu said repeatedly. I am not a greedy person, but I can see your sincerity from this, and I am very pleased, so I will pass it on to you, he said solemnly. Boss, go get the card reader, he instructed. Hua Qiu was somewhat speechless. No wonder the Bai family martial arts school can't recruit anyone. The decline is normal, it's no one else's fault. Ha, good apprentice, I like you very much. After swiping the card, Bai Hongyu was very happy and patted Hua Qiu on the shoulder. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Look, you have several senior brothers above you. Are you a little resentful? Actually, they are all of mediocre talent and may not deserve the title of senior brother. If you are sincere enough, I can make you my eldest disciple and have them call you senior brother. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. According to this old man, if the money is high enough, he'll do anything the curator asks him to. Are you obsessed with money? No need, Hua Qiu refused. He has a lot of money, but he's not a sucker. Unfortunately, martial artists should have a competitive spirit and refuse to be subservient to others, Bai Bai Hongyu sighed, shaking his head. Master, don't talk nonsense. It's fine for him to be my junior brother. Xia Ziwei was anxious, afraid that she would become the junior sister again. Bai Hongyu glared at her, and she dared not speak. Bai Hongyu asked Hua Qiu some more questions, such as his background. Hua Qiu gave only one-sided answers. He came from Beishan and loved martial arts novels since childhood, determined to learn martial arts and punish evil and promote good. Where should we put you up? Bai Hongyu pondered. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. The sound came from the doorway. The group was terrified and ran out immediately. The dilapidated gate of the Bai family martial arts school had been kicked and broken into several pieces, which were scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the faces of the Bai family martial arts school members all turned ugly. Pay up! Xia Ziwei and the others shouted in unison. The people who kicked the door open were stunned for a moment. They were several burly men. The leader had a buzz cut, was shirtless, and had a muscular physique with a bronze sheen. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Who is the curator? The burly man with the buzz cut asked in a deep voice, staring at the group. I am he. Bai Hongyu stepped forward, his face showing anger. Why did you destroy the gate of my martial arts school? You must compensate for this gate. The burly man with a buzz cut grinned, revealing a mouthful of bright white teeth. Compensation is not a problem, but it has to be after you defeat me. What do you mean, sir? Bai Hongyu frowned deeply. I'm the manager of the newly opened martial arts school on the street next door, said the burly man with a buzz cut. I am new here and have no reputation, so I would like to make friends through martial arts, exchange skills with my friends in Qishan, and show off my martial arts skills. The Bai family martial arts school members' expressions changed upon hearing this. They're here to challenge us. To put it bluntly, the goal is to establish authority by targeting the lowest ranked Bai family martial arts school and to demonstrate the strength of the new school. Damn it, they really only pick on the weak. The bald senior brother touched his bald head, looking indignant. They look down on people and are going too far. Bai Hongyu said in a low voice, equally indignant. Boss, are you sure you can do it? Damn it, master, you must be joking. That shirtless guy looks tough. I am not skilled enough. It's best if you go first. The bald senior brother quickly stepped back. The disciples retreated in unison, allowing Bai Hongyu to take the lead. Only Hua Qiu remained standing at the front. Bai Hongyu then looked at him. Hua Qiu frowned. Really? They even dare to target a novice disciple like him? He has no martial arts skills. Hua Qiu, you. Don't say anything, curator, I understand, Hua Qiu said. Good apprentice, you are a promising student. Bai Hongyu smiled with satisfaction. Hua Qiu stepped forward, facing the group. You bunch of good-for-nothings dare to come here and challenge us, you're simply ignorant of your own limitations. Hua Qiu shouted angrily, pointing at the group. Upon hearing this, the men on the other side flew into a rage and began to rub their fists together, itching for a fight. Isn't junior brother a bit too arrogant? The others frowned and looked at each other. Xia Ziwei looked worried. How could Hua Qiu possibly be a match for those people? She wanted to help. Boy, what did you say? How dare you be so arrogant? The burly man with the buzz cut roared. Too arrogant, curator, we have to teach him a lesson. Someone behind him said. It looked like the other party was about to explode. We could crush 7 or 8 pieces of trash like you with one hand. Hua Qiu said coldly. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Hongyu was so startled that he dropped the teapot, which crashed to the ground with a bang. Xia Ziwei and the others were stunned. If you don't believe me, come and experience the ruthlessness of our curator. Hey, let me tell you, he's a powerful martial artist who received the true teachings of the strongest martial artist. Hua Qiu shouted. Damn it, fine, I'll take your lesson. The burly man with the buzz cut was furious and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Director, teach these scoundrels a lesson, give them a good scolding. Hua Qiu said, stepping back behind Bai Hongyu. Bai Honyu's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. This junior brother doesn't seem to be a good person either, the bald senior brother said gloatingly. Master got himself into trouble. Come on, old man, let me see what you've got. The burly man with the buzz cut shouted. Bai Hongyu glared at Huaqiu fiercely, but had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. Junior brother, you're really something, the group said to Huaqiu meaningfully. It seems that Master will have to admit defeat again, just like always. It's alright, Master, and we're used to it anyway. Xia Ziwei shook her head helplessly and sighed. Shishan's worst martial arts school has always been a stepping stone for others. Being challenged and then admitting defeat is commonplace, making them a laughingstock in the martial arts school. Admit defeat? Huaqiu frowned. He's here to help Xia Ziwei revive her martial arts school. He won't agree to that. 109, Chapter 109. The Ancestral Master appears. The burly man with a buzz cut had bulging muscles all over his body, exuding explosive power. It's clear that the headmaster of the martial arts school next door is no ordinary person, he possesses exceptional physical skills. Huaqiu could tell that his martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the 6th grade martial artist, just one step away from entering the 7th grade. In the secular world, such a person could already be considered a master. Bai Hongyu was a 6th rank cultivator, but his muscles and bones were loose and his cultivation was unstable. He might not even be able to defeat a peak 5th rank cultivator, so naturally he was no match for this big man. Clearly, Bai Hongyu was aware of the gap between the two sides. He solemnly assumed a fighting stance and half squatted down. Ouch! Bai Hongyu suddenly shouted. I've twisted my back, so I'm afraid I can't fight today. How about we spar another day? He said, waving his hand. The burly man with the buzz cut was dumbfounded. Old man, running away won't help. I'm going to take down your Bai family martial arts school today. He said fiercely. How dare you? Huaqiu shouted. Our director was just giving you a way out. He was afraid of hitting you too hard and killing you, so he pretended to twist his back because he didn't want to fight you, you scoundrel. You really don't know what's good for you. This is outrageous, this is too much. The burly man with the buzz cut was furious, his expression showing that he was determined to fight Bai Hongyu to the death. Xia Ziwei and the others looked strange. Bai Hongyu's old face was as black as could be. Is this kid absolutely going to be killed today? He regretted taking Huaqiu into the martial arts school. Hey Bai, no matter what excuse you make today, you have to fight this battle whether you want to or not. The burly man with the buzz cut said aggressively. Bai Hongyu, with a long face, had no choice but to bite the bullet and go ahead. At worst, I'll just admit defeat again. Bai Hongyu made up his mind and no longer cared about saving face. Huaqiu smiled faintly. He wouldn't give Bai Hongyu a chance to admit defeat. Bai Hongyu and the burly man with the buzz cut stood facing each other, each assuming an offensive or defensive stance. Ha! The burly man with the buzz cut roared, leaned forward, and threw a powerful punch at Bai Hongyu. Bang! The air exploded with a loud bang, demonstrating the immense power of that punch. Bai Hongyu's expression changed. He originally intended to concede defeat after a symbolic exchange of blows. But when the opponent's punch came, his expression changed drastically. Even if he could catch it, his old bones would fall apart. Not good. Xia Ziwei and the others also changed their expressions. Unexpectedly, the burly man with the buzz cut used his full strength from the start, showing no intention of testing or holding back. How much anger must have been accumulated? Escape! Bai Hongyu had only one thought in his mind at that moment. He decided to do everything in his power to dodge the punch. However, when he tried to move his foot, he found that it felt like it was filled with lead and he couldn't move it at all. Bai Hongyu was shocked and his face showed panic. This was naturally Huaqiu's doing. With a mere gesture of his hand, an invisible force suppressed Bai Hongyu, rendering him unable to move. Bai Hongyu looked like he'd seen a ghost, and as the burly man with the buzz cut charged towards him, he felt extremely anxious. At the critical moment, Huaqiu raised his hand. Bai Hongyu involuntarily raised one hand and threw a weak punch. Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The burly man with the buzz cut looked shocked upon seeing this. Who would have thought that this little old man's move would cause such a commotion? Holy crap! The bald senior brother's eyes widened. The other disciples had similar expressions. Xia Ziwei's small mouth was slightly open. Is their master really that powerful? Compared to the sensation caused by Bai Hongyu's palm strike, the buzzcut man's punch paled in comparison and was instantly overwhelmed. Then, the force slammed into the burly man with the buzz cut. Ah! The burly man with the buzz cut let out a scream. The energy felt like knives scraping against his body, and many bloody marks immediately appeared on his bare upper body. Finally, he was sent flying backwards and crashed into several burly men. Master! The burly men were shocked and quickly helped him up. The burly man with a buzz cut had blood at the corner of his mouth and a pale face. He stared at Bai Hongyu with extreme apprehension. So strong he managed to utter two words with difficulty. Bai Hongyu was stunned. Xia Ziwei and the others were also stunned. Only Hua Qiu wore a smile. Bai Hongyu couldn't believe that his punch possessed such immense power. He almost crippled his opponent with a single punch. He looked at his hands, his face filled with disbelief. Damn, could it be that master was hiding his strength all along? The disciples looked at each other in disbelief. I never expected you to be so unassuming, the burly man with the buzz cut said with a grim expression. Your strength is at least at the 8th grade martial artist level. It's truly incomprehensible that a martial arts school with such a powerful figure in charge is ranked last in Xishan. I dislike hurting people and have no interest in competing for fame and fortune. I only gave you some pointers today because you have considerable strength, Bai Hongyu said with his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a grandmaster. Thank you for your guidance, senior. What else could the burly man with the buzz cut say but clasp his hands in thanks? Alright, now that you've revealed your strength, things will likely never be peaceful again. You may leave. Bai Hongyu waved his hand. I have offended you greatly. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior. The burly man with the buzz cut bowed. Remember to pay for the gate of my martial arts school, Bai Hongyu said. Of course, the burly man with the buzz cut nodded. That door isn't expensive, only 88,000. Send the money over as soon as possible, Bai Hongyu said. The burly man with the buzz cut stumbled and almost fell again. I understand, he replied awkwardly, and then was helped out. After leaving the Bai family martial arts school, his face suddenly turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The people nearby were startled. Master, you are so badly injured. They were shocked. This is only because the other party held back. If he hadn't, I would already be dead. Life. The burly man with the buzz cut smiled bitterly. Is that old man really that powerful? The group was skeptical. They're incredibly powerful. The burly man with the buzz cut exclaimed, still shaken. An 8th grade martial artist is an understatement. He could very well be a peak 9th grade martial artist, or even a legendary martial venerable who was 1 in 10,000. That kind of power is far too great. The group was shocked. That's the worst martial arts school in Xishan City. If such a master truly existed, how could the country have fallen into such decline? They couldn't understand it. From now on, never provoke the people from the Bai family martial arts school, the burly man with the buzz cut instructed. The group quickly agreed. Inside the martial arts school. Master, you've taken drugs? Xia Ziwei and the others stared at Bai Hongyu in shock. Nonsense. Bai Hongyu feigned anger. You're lucky today to witness my true power. The disciples scoffed, their faces full of disbelief. Master, it must have been the ancestral master's intervention just now, otherwise you would have been taken down by that crew-cut guy, said the bald senior brother. Shut up, how dare you question your master's abilities? Bai Hongyu roared. The disciples pursed their lips and remained silent. They absolutely did not believe that this master could truly display such divine power. But what just happened? Bai Hongyu was equally puzzled. During the fight, he had intended to run away, but suddenly felt his body brimming with power, and involuntarily threw a punch that unleashed astonishing force. His eyes glanced at the ancestral altar in the martial arts hall. The ancestral master's spiritual platform seemed to be flashing with an unusual light. Bai Hongyu felt a chill run down his spine. Could it really be the ancestral master manifesting his power? 110, Chapter 110 Possession? The story of Bai Hongyu's extraordinary victory over the enemy remains a mystery. That very night, Bai Hongyu repeatedly paid homage to the ancestral tablet, his face filled with excitement. Hua Qiu called Aunt Chu and told her that she would be away for a few days, and then stayed at the Bai family martial arts school. Although the place was simple, Hua Qiu still managed to get a dilapidated single room thanks to her money. Through their conversation during the day, he had learned about Xia Ziwei's background. Xia Ziwei was picked up and raised by Bai Hongyu when she was a child. When they found her, she was still an infant in swaddling clothes. All she had with her was a piece of jade and a note with her name written on it. Most of the disciples in this martial arts school are orphans who were adopted and raised by Bai Hongyu. Although Bai Hongyu is an unreliable mentor, he has the kindness of raising and transforming them. The apprentices often disobeyed him on the surface, but in reality they respected the old man very much and regarded him as their father. Xia Ziwei, what are your dreams or wishes? Hua Qiu asked Xia Ziwei. Me? Xia Ziwei was taken aback. What dreams do I have? My biggest wish is to live happily with my master and fellow disciples, revitalize our martial arts school and make Bai Family Martial Arts School the most prestigious martial arts school in Xishan. Hua Qiu smiled and nodded. Xia Ziwei's wish was very simple. Don't worry, your wish will come true soon, he said with a smile. Xia Ziwei looked puzzled, but Hua Qiu didn't say much. As night fell, everyone at the martial arts school fell asleep. Hua Qiu slipped out of the room, transforming into a black shadow, and stealthily made his way towards Xia Ziwei's room. There was one thing that puzzled him. Xia Ziwei's physical constitution is suitable for martial arts training, one could even say she has reached the threshold of genius. However, despite practicing martial arts with Bai Hongyu for many years, she still only has a third-rank martial arts cultivation level. Even if Bai Hongyu is incompetent, and the Bai family martial arts school's techniques are low-level, it shouldn't have ended up like this. In addition, Xia Ziwei possesses spiritual roots. Although such a talent might not be considered exceptionally gifted in the immortal realm, it is still a highly coveted spiritual root talent among cultivation sects in the cultivation world. But to be honest, her aura was too ordinary. If Hua Qiu's divine soul and consciousness weren't so powerful, he wouldn't have been able to tell at a glance. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate under cover of night. Xia Ziwei's room was small and simple, with little decoration. Only a strange, feminine fragrance filled the air, refreshing and delightful. Hua Qiu came to Xia Ziwei's bedside. She was dressed lightly, with some of her fair skin exposed. Xia Ziwei had a silly smile on her face, which was extremely cute. Hua Qiu sat down in front of her bed. After examining it for a while, he picked up Xia Ziwei's hand and touched it. Her skin was soft and supple. Upon touching it, Hua Qiu couldn't help but frown. Xia Ziwei does indeed possess remarkable spiritual talent. But her talents seem to be hidden by an aura. Within that aura, Hua Qiu sensed the presence of a cultivator. Xia Ziwei actually had contact with cultivators. There really are cultivators on Earth. Hua Qiu had some questions after her rebirth. With nearly 5,000 years of civilization, the Xia kingdom was able to develop martial arts as a form of power, so it was highly likely that it could have developed a civilization of immortal cultivation. Unfortunately, throughout the history of the Xia kingdom, it is difficult to find any records or descriptions of cultivators. Even if there are any, they are mostly related to legends and tend to be untrue. Unexpectedly, the first time I sensed the aura of another cultivator was from Xia Ziwei. It's very possible that these are Earth's native cultivators. At that moment, Hua Qiu's brows furrowed, and he injected a surge of creative spiritual power into Xia Ziwei's body, along with his divine sense extending into it. Divine sense detected Xia Ziwei's dantian. There, Huaqiu discovered a pale blue, misty substance. This is, Huaqiu's expression changed. Having cultivated for thousands of years and become a supreme immortal emperor, he was knowledgeable and experienced, and had a deep impression of this kind of thing. Because he had also encountered something similar in the world of cultivation. An elder from a powerful cultivation sect took him as a disciple and devoted himself to nurturing him, which moved him to tears of gratitude. It was only later that they discovered that the elder wanted to train him to become a useful person, and then possess his body to prolong his lifespan. However, it devoured him instead, greatly increasing his cultivation level. At that time, the sect elders had left this misty substance in his dantian. This is a spiritual power containing divine consciousness. If it exists in the human body for a long time, it can gradually gain control of the physical body. Finally, when combined with the original body, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort in possession. If that elder hadn't acted so hastily, Huaqiu wouldn't have been able to resist. Someone actually wants to possess Xia Ziwei's body. Huaqiu's expression suddenly darkened. No wonder he couldn't find Xia Ziwei in his previous life. At that time, she was most likely possessed, probably hiding somewhere on Earth to cultivate, or perhaps she had already left Earth. Humph, you've got a good plan, but too bad you've run into me, Huaqiu sneered. With him around, such a thing would never happen. Who dares to act so presumptuously here? Huaqiu roared angrily, blasting towards the ball of spiritual energy. The spiritual power containing divine consciousness was awakened, and its rage surged forth, striking back to destroy Huaqiu. You're so arrogant! Huaqiu scoffed. His divine sense was supported by the divine soul of a supreme immortal emperor. Throughout Earth and even across all the myriad realms, how many people dare to compete with him in the strength of their divine sense? Bang! With just one impact, the misty spiritual energy was severely damaged, becoming illusory and almost annihilated. The misty spiritual energy was terrified and incredulous. It seemed unable to believe that it could encounter such a terrifying being on Earth. In an instant, the misty spiritual energy made its choice. They immediately abandoned their physical bodies and fled. But would Huaqiu give it that chance? A divine sense attack, brimming with rage, slammed through the void as if ignoring space itself. How terrifying is the divine consciousness of a celestial emperor! That wisp of misty spiritual energy had no hope of escape. It was annihilated in an instant, leaving not a trace. It only had time to let out a final screech before vanishing into nothingness. Even after doing all this, Huaqiu still didn't relax. He focused his divine sense and similarly formed a spiritual energy aggregate within Xia Ziwei's dantian. It also left behind a wisp of the celestial emperor's divine consciousness. If that cultivator's divine sense dares to invade Xia Ziwei's body again, Huaqiu will be able to detect it immediately, and the divine sense he left behind will also launch a fierce counterattack. After finishing this task, Huaqiu withdrew his divine sense. He smiled as he looked at Xia Ziwei, who was sleeping soundly. Turning his head, he was met with an endless, chilling killing intent, an extremely intense murderous aura. Regardless of your status or cultivation level, since you dare to attempt to possess Xia Ziwei, then you are my sworn enemy. Huaqiu said coldly. You wait. I will find you and utterly destroy your soul. 111, Chapter 111 The Ancestral Master's Transmission of Skills. Huaqiu left Xia Ziwei's room. He separated some spiritual power and divine consciousness, which made him slightly tired. My cultivation level is still too low. If my cultivation level were high enough, I could create as many divine senses as I wanted, Huaqiu thought with a frown. Earth's spiritual energy is scarce, and although he possesses the creation technique, the speed at which his cultivation level improves has never been satisfactory. I'll go back and refine that 500-year-old ginseng into a pill and take it to improve my cultivation level, he muttered to himself. At that time, he can disperse his divine consciousness to his relatives, and if they encounter any accidents, he can help them. On the way back to my room, I passed a place and heard someone muttering in their sleep. Grandmaster, if you truly have a spirit, please grant me the complete and supreme cultivation technique. Bai Hongyu cried out in his sleep. Hua Qiu stopped and peered inside. Bai Hongyu slept with the window open, a blue book in his arms, sprawled out on his back, talking in his sleep. Hua Qiu thought for a moment, then moved closer. With a slight movement, the person was already inside the house. Bai Hongyu held the book in his arms with great care, muttering something about the patriarch, which was hard to hear clearly. Hua Qiu was curious and reached for the book to see what it was. The words Kung Fu can be vaguely seen. Could this be the profound martial arts technique passed down from the strongest martial artist that Bai Hongyu boasted about? He tugged at it, but Bai Hongyu was holding on tightly and he couldn't pull him out. So Hua Qiu used a bit of force and almost tore the book to shreds. Who goes there? How dare you steal my cultivation technique? Bai Hongyu suddenly roared, half asleep and about to jump up. Hua Qiu quickly slapped him, knocking him unconscious. After Bai Hongyu collapsed, Hua Qiu picked up the blue book and began to read it. It is indeed a martial arts manual. He frowned deeply after reading only 2 pages. He had seen the Zhong family's martial arts techniques. In the martial arts world, martial arts techniques are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the level, the rarer and more precious the technique, which also means that the technique is more profound and powerful. Ordinary martial artists mostly cultivate yellow rank techniques. Secular martial arts families possess profound level martial arts techniques passed down through generations. Ancient martial arts families rely on earth rank techniques to become powerful. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques are extremely rare, even martial artists at the martial saint level may not possess them. Hua Qiu could tell that Bai Hongyu's treatise on martial arts was more profound than the Zhong family's manual. Unfortunately, the techniques in this book are incomplete, missing words and sentences, and some parts are not coherent. What Bai Hongyu said is true, this is indeed a technique created by a powerful martial artist in the secular world, Hua Qiu concluded. However, due to the incompleteness of the cultivation method, there are many problems in cultivation, making it difficult to reach a higher level. This technique, when complete, might be a level 1 technique, Hua Qiu said non-committally. As a cultivator, no matter how exquisite the martial arts techniques of ordinary people are, they are not worthy of his attention. The 2 techniques he taught Lin Sini and Qi Nyaya were absolutely superior to the so-called heavenly rank techniques. After all, that's a method of cultivating immortality. Grandmaster, why couldn't you pass down the complete cultivation technique? Bai Hongyu muttered in a daze. Hua Qiu glanced at the book in his hand. Xia Ziwei's wish is to revitalize the martial arts school. With such techniques and these lazy martial artists, it's almost impossible. Very well, I will lend you a hand. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, his divine sense leaving his body to invade Bai Hongyu's mental world. In his sleep, Bai Hongyu was suddenly struck by a brilliant light. A figure appeared. He was dressed in a long robe, with white hair and an air of otherworldly grace. It is exactly the same as the portrait enshrined in front of the ancestral altar of the Bai family martial arts school. Grandmaster! Bai Hongyu exclaimed in shock and immediately knelt down. Grandmaster, you really did appear. Bai Hongyu was overjoyed, and he believed even more that it was the Grandmaster's divine intervention that enabled him to defeat the challenger during the day. You wretched creature! The patriarch shouted coldly. Bai Hongyu shuddered in fright. Is this how you pass on my martial arts? Look at the mess you've made of it. Bai Hongyu's face turned ashen. Grandmaster, it's not my fault, it's just that the techniques you passed down are already incomplete. Even with my extraordinary talent, it's useless. He cried. The patriarch rolled his eyes. Bai Hongyu has a thick skin. If I were to impart the complete technique to you, what would you do? The patriarch asked. If you can pass on the complete techniques to me, I will practice diligently and carry forward the martial arts of my ancestor. Bai Hongyu said solemnly. Remember what you said, the patriarch said solemnly, handing over a book. Bai Hongyu was startled and hurriedly accepted it with trepidation. He couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened. All the missing parts in the book have been filled in, and many more mnemonic devices have been added. Even after just a brief glance, he realized how profound and extensive this technique was. Bai Hongyu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master, for passing on your skills to me. Will certainly live up to your expectations." Bai Hongyu was extremely excited and kowtowed 3 times. The patriarch nodded. He naturally couldn't repair the Bai family's martial arts techniques to be the same as before. He forcibly completed the incomplete cultivation technique based on his own understanding and cultivation experience. This is no longer the original cultivation method, it leans more towards the direction of immortal cultivation techniques. Hua Qiu was confident that the quality of the technique he repaired would be no less than that of the original. "Grandmaster, may I ask what grade this cultivation technique you bestowed upon me is?" Bai Hongyu asked expectantly. The patriarch pondered for a moment. "At the very least, it's Earth rank, maybe even Heaven rank. In any case, it won't be inferior to the world's top martial arts techniques," he said calmly. "What, heavenly rank?" Bai Hongyu's eyes widened in utter astonishment. For a small martial arts school owner like him, even a Shen-level technique would be enough to surprise and delight him. But the patriarch actually said that this technique might have reached the heavenly rank. That's a legendary supreme martial arts technique. There are rumors in the martial arts world that cultivating the heavenly rank with this cultivation technique, one will definitely reach the martial venerable realm, and may even achieve the transformation realm beyond martial venerable. Even if it's not heaven rank, it's at least Earth rank. Earth rank cultivation techniques are currently less than a handful publicly known in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts world. It is also an extremely precious high-level cultivation technique. Bai Hongyu was so excited he could hardly breathe. With this technique, what's the point of Qishan's last-ranked martial arts school, will become Qishan's #1 martial arts school? He exclaimed excitedly. The ancestral master has appeared. The ancestral master has really appeared. Bai Hongyu was moved to tears, filled with boundless hope for the future. Hua Qiu couldn't stand his snotty-nosed, tearful appearance. "You must not tell anyone about the dream I gave you," he said in a deep voice. "This disciple will remember." Bai Hongyu knelt down again. "I have passed on this technique to you. If you achieve only mediocre results, then even if I have to shatter the void, I will still come to hold you accountable." With these words, the patriarch's figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Bai Hongyu suddenly woke up from his sleep. He was taken aback and quickly opened the book on his chest. The missing parts were indeed filled in. "The ancestral master has appeared, the ancestral master has appeared." Bai Hongyu shouted in surprise. "Remember this." 2 words suddenly echoed in my ears, seemingly ethereal. Bai Hongyu was utterly shocked. "Our patriarch is still alive, has he already ascended to immortality?" Bai Hongyu exclaimed in surprise. "Is it possible for a mortal to send a message through a dream? If I cultivate this technique, wouldn't I also have the chance to reach that transcendent realm?" 112, Chapter 112. There must be a purpose. Early in the morning, Bai Hongyu woke up all his apprentices. The people at the Bai family martial arts school are known for their laziness in training, so they're not used to being woken up so early. "I have some incredibly good news to tell you," Bai Hongyu said with a smile. "Yesterday, I was indeed no match for the challenger who came to challenge us, but it was the ancestral master who appeared and helped me defeat him." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziwei and the others were even less convinced. The idea of a patriarch manifesting is just ridiculous. And last night, the patriarch even appeared to me in a dream, imparting to me the complete high-level cultivation technique. Do you know what this means? It means our martial arts school will take off and soon become the strongest martial arts school in Qishan City. Bai Hongyu spoke with great excitement, but his apprentices were all listless. They were already tired of hearing their master brag. "Don't disbelieve me, your master will now pass on the first part of the technique to you. You must practice diligently and not let your master's painstaking efforts go to waste. The future of the martial arts school depends on you." After saying that, he called Xia Ziwei and the others over and whispered the incantation of the previous chapter of the cultivation technique to them, ordering them to memorize it word for word. Someone tried practicing the complete incantation and was surprised to find that the effect was many times better than when they practiced the incomplete technique before. Master, could it be that the ancestral master has truly manifested his power? The bald senior brother asked in shock. Of course it's true, our ancestor was an extraordinary being, it wouldn't be difficult for him to send me a dream. It was my sincerity that moved the patriarch, who then appeared in my dream to impart the teachings and instructed me to carry forward the martial arts school. Several people were skeptical. But the new exercise method has indeed been upgraded a lot. The cultivation technique passed down by our ancestor is of extremely high quality, and can be considered a divine skill in this world. I will first teach you the first part while you practice diligently. You must remember not to reveal this divine skill, otherwise it will bring great disaster. Bai Hongyu repeatedly instructed, his expression serious. The group nodded in agreement. On the other side, Hua Qiu sat on the stone steps, and he could hear the conversation of the others clearly even from a distance. He just joined the martial arts school yesterday and hasn't formally become an apprentice yet, so Bai Hongyu definitely won't teach him any martial arts techniques. In fact, all martial arts schools in Xia Kingdom are like this. Techniques are extremely valuable to any individual or group. Martial arts schools profit from teaching, but they mostly teach basic fist and foot techniques. They rarely pass on even low-level martial arts skills and techniques, except to their closed-door disciples. Of course, that cultivation method was modified by Hua Qiu, and he wasn't interested in it at all, so he wouldn't practice it at all. After instructing his apprentices, Bai Hongyu smiled and walked towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, you said you've learned some martial arts. What did you learn? How well did you practice? He asked. What I learned was just a smattering of skills, all show, and no substance, with no practical application, Hua Qiu said. Then you've come to the right place. Bai Hongyu said. I'll teach you a set of boxing techniques right now. This was passed down from our ancestor, and I don't teach it to just anyone. You'd better watch carefully. After saying that, Bai Hongyu performed a series of punches in front of Hua Qiu, his movements powerful and imposing. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow as she read it. He said that his own moves were just for show, but Bai Hongyu's set of punches was truly just for show. It appears powerful and effective, but in reality, it is not very useful and is full of flaws. Old man, I paid you 200,000 yuan, and you're just trying to fool me like this? Hua Qiu thought to himself. Actually, he was overthinking it. He has too high a standard. He doesn't even respect the kung fu of the top martial arts school in Xishan. The Bai family martial arts school was already dilapidated and didn't have any advanced martial arts techniques. Bai Hongyu finished his punches and started panting. How's it going? How much have you remembered? He asked. I didn't remember a single move, Hua Qiu said. You're so stupid, your martial arts talent is really terrible. Bai Hongyu frowned. But don't worry, now that I've accepted your tuition, I'll definitely teach you. Thank you, Master. Hua Qiu replied perfunctorily. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out from the doorway. Hua Qiu looked over. He was a young man dressed in a full black and white tracksuit, with curly hair that was slightly golden. Master, that set of boxing techniques was excellent. The man exclaimed, clapping his hands as he praised loudly. So it's Miao Feng. Bai Hongyu smiled broadly upon seeing the man. Hua Qiu, this is Miao Feng. He started learning the art a little earlier than you, so he's your senior brother, Bai Hongyu introduced. As he spoke, Bai Hongyu went to greet Miao Feng, chatting and laughing with him. It seems to have a hint of fawning and ingratiating. Xia Ziwei moved closer to Hua Qiu. This Miao Feng joined the martial arts school half a month ago. When he joined, he was much more generous than you. Xia Ziwei said. Hua Qiu glanced at the man, her brows furrowing slightly. Why would someone like him join the Xishan martial arts school, which is ranked last in the rankings? Don't let his youth fool you. He's incredibly strong, much stronger than me. Even my fourth and third senior brothers might not be able to beat him. I don't know why he took a liking to our martial arts school and insisted on becoming a disciple. Xia Ziwei's face was full of confusion. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Don't even mention your fourth and third senior brothers. Even your bald-headed senior brother can't beat him. Miao Feng concealed his cultivation aura. But under Hua Qiu's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. This person is a 5th grade martial artist, not much different from the 6th grade. It's very likely that even the museum owner, Bai Hongyu, wouldn't be a match for him. In the secular martial arts world, setting aside the top geniuses, reaching this level at this age is already considered quite remarkable talent. The Zhong siblings from the Beishan martial arts family, Zhong Xiling and Zhong Xiling, are both inferior to this person in terms of cultivation. It's impossible to say that this person, who concealed his true abilities, joined the martial arts school ranked last in Xishan, without any ulterior motives. Hua Qiu noticed that Miao Feng would always glance at Xia Ziwei, intentionally or unintentionally. Disaster, did he do this to get closer to and pursue Xia Ziwei? Hua Qiu glanced at Xia Ziwei. The naive girl seemed oblivious to everything. It has to be said that her innocent and pure temperament is extremely attractive to some men. Hua Qiu, come over and let's get to know each other, Bai Hongyu called out. Hua Qiu walked over. His name is Hua Qiu. He was recruited from the black market by Ziwei. Now he's your junior brother, Bai Hongyu introduced. Oh? Miao Feng looked at Hua Qiu curiously, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Hua Qiu's talent for martial arts is rather poor, is still a beginner and hasn't even reached the level of a professional. You'll have to teach him more in the future, Bai Hongyu said. Not even up to par? Miao Feng looked surprised as he stared at Hua Qiu. A third-rate martial artist recruited from the black market? How many second-rate martial artists could be found on the black market? He became wary. Under his investigation, he could not sense any aura on Hua Qiu's body. There are generally two possibilities in this case. One possibility is that the opponent is weak and lacks strength. Another possibility is that the other party deliberately concealed their presence, making them difficult to detect. He believes the latter more strongly. Miao Feng narrowed his eyes. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. With his powerful divine sense, he sensed that Miao Feng was wary of him and was radiating hostility. Hua Qiu chuckled coldly. In his eyes, a 5th-rank martial artist was nothing but an ant. How dare an ant presume to be his enemy? 113, Chapter 113. Who will teach whom? Hello, welcome to the Bai Family Martial Arts School. From now on, we will be fellow disciples. Miao Feng appeared quite courteous, welcoming Hua Qiu with a beaming smile. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and brushed it off. Ziwei, how have you been these past few days? Miao Feng greeted Xia Ziwei with a smile. I'm fine, Xia Ziwei said with a sweet smile. I brought some gifts for everyone. Miao Feng asked the people outside to bring some things in. At first glance, these are items of considerable value. Bai Hongyu and his apprentices were naturally all smiles. Ziwei, this necklace suits you very well. You'll look beautiful wearing it. Miao Feng took out an exquisite jewelry box, opened it, and took out a diamond necklace. Hua Qiu frowned. That diamond necklace isn't cheap. He seems to have truly come for Xia Ziwei. Thank you, but I don't like wearing jewelry. Xia Ziwei politely declined, as she could tell the necklace wasn't cheap. What nonsense are you talking about? Girls at this age should dress themselves up more. Here, let me put it on you, Miao Feng said, moving closer to Xia Ziwei. Xia Ziwei was naive and not good at saying no, so she was at a loss for what to do. Hua Qiu twitched his fingers slightly, activating his spiritual power. Splash! The diamond necklace in Miao Feng's hand suddenly broke, and the diamonds scattered all over the ground. Miao Feng was completely dumbfounded. Generally speaking, this type of necklace is very difficult to break. What happened? Senior sister, I haven't learned the boxing technique that the headmaster taught me. Could you teach me again? Hua Qiu asked. Okay. As soon as Xia Ziwei heard Hua Qiu call her senior sister, her pretty face lit up with a smile, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. The two walked to the side and began to practice. Xia Ziwei was very attentive and taught Hua Qiu the postures very seriously. The two inevitably had some physical contact and appeared intimate. Xia Ziwei seemed to enjoy being with Hua Qiu, a smile on her face. She was captivated by Hua Qiu's repeated calls of senior sister and felt lightheaded. Miao Feng held the broken necklace in his hand, and as he watched the two's intimate actions, his expression gradually darkened. "You're so stupid," Xia Ziwei couldn't help but complain after calling Hua Qiu several times. "But with your senior sister here, I'll definitely teach you. Leave it all to me," she said, patting her chest. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, Miao Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, during a break when Xia Ziwei went to get a drink of water, Miao Feng walked up to Hua Qiu. "Junior brother, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you," he said in a deep voice. After saying that, he left on his own. Hua Qiu gave a cold smile and followed. The two walked to a secluded spot in the Bai family martial arts school. Speak. What is your purpose in coming to the Bai family martial arts school?" Miao Feng asked coldly, his back to Hua Qiu. "Don't pretend you're not some second-rate martial artist with terrible talent. Don't think I can't see through your hiding your strength. Your little tricks can't fool me." Hua Qiu wore a mocking smile. Miao Feng is arrogant and self-righteous, but he can't see through Miao Feng at all. "What is your purpose in coming to the Bai family martial arts school?" Hua Qiu asked in return. Miao Feng paused, turned around, his expression icy, completely devoid of his previous composure. "Question me?" Miao Feng sneered. "You're not qualified. I'm warning you, whatever your purpose in coming here, you'd better give up on that idea and leave the martial arts school immediately, otherwise, you might not be able to bear the consequences." Hua Qiu smiled. Yet another confident individual threatened him. The previous body was already cold to the bone. "What if I don't leave?" Hua Qiu said calmly. "Not leaving?" Miao Feng frowned, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "By the time you regret it in the future, it will be too late." Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. "I'll also give you some advice. No matter what your purpose was in coming here, it's not too late to give up now and leave, otherwise you'll regret it." Miao Feng was stunned for a moment. His expression then turned so somber that it seemed as if he were about to burst into tears. The other party completely ignored his warning and instead threatened him with the very words he had said. This enraged him. He looked around and forcibly suppressed his anger. "You've taken a liking to Xia Ziwei, haven't you?" Miao Feng said. "Unfortunately, I've also taken a liking to you. So, how much money do you want before you leave?" "Name your price, don't worry, I can afford it," he sneered. "Xia Ziwei is not a woman you can touch. You'd better not dream about her. Just take the money and leave." "Trying to bribe me?" Hua Qiu asked with a mocking expression. "He has no shortage of money. It's even less likely that Miao Feng will dismiss them." He shook his head. "Kid, don't be so ungrateful," Miao Feng shouted angrily. "Don't think I can't do anything to you. I just don't want to give Xia Ziwei a bad impression. If I wanted to deal with you, I have a million ways." Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. He had no time to deal with this arrogant young master. Just a mere fifth-rank martial artist. "Get out of the Bai family martial arts school and never set foot here again," Hua Qiu said calmly. "What did you say?" Miao Feng sneered repeatedly, finding Hua Qiu utterly ridiculous. Some nobody, who seems to have come from nowhere, dares to speak to him like that. He was utterly enraged. "This is not a threat, nor a warning, this is expulsion," Hua Qiu said coldly. "If you don't leave, I'll make you crawl out." Miao Feng laughed. "What a joke, who do you think you are, daring to say such things to me? Do you know who I am? Even a ninth-rank martial artist might not dare to speak to me like that." Hua Qiu's gaze was icy cold. He didn't want to waste any more breath. "How dare an unknown nobody act so arrogantly in front of me? I don't care what strength you're hiding, I'll teach you a lesson today." After speaking, Miao Feng's body jolted, and he made the first move. He unleashed all of his hidden martial arts prowess. He learned a powerful and fierce style of boxing, and his punch landed squarely on Hua Qiu. The punch created a whooshing sound, and Hua Qiu could faintly hear a tiger's roar. At the same time, the internal energy of the martial artist contained in Miao Feng's fist gradually manifested as the phantom image of a fierce tiger. This should be a high-grade martial art, far more powerful than the low-grade martial arts of ordinary martial artists. Miao Feng threw a punch, a cold smile on his face, full of confidence. Being inside the Bai family martial arts school, he didn't want to reveal his identity, so this punch was intended to inflict some internal injuries on Hua Qiu and teach him a lesson. Hua Qiu's eyes flashed coldly as he watched the other party confidently unleash their attack. Overestimating yourself, he shouted coldly. Buzz. As if his words were law, the air rippled violently the moment he finished speaking. A powerful force swept over Hua Qiu like a raging storm. In an instant, Miao Feng's fist technique became completely chaotic, and the internal energy surrounding his fist was annihilated without a doubt. This is all under the premise that the force hasn't yet struck. How is this possible? Miao Feng was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. 114, Chapter 114 Top-Tier Cultivation Technique. Miao Feng looked completely incredulous. He used his family's powerful martial arts technique, thinking he could easily crush Hua Qiu. However, the other party only uttered 4 words, which actually triggered a terrifying storm. Miao Feng had never seen such a scene before. He also couldn't understand how Hua Qiu's rebuke could cause such a terrifying fluctuation. His martial arts skills were dismantled before he could even truly unleash them. However, now is not the time to be shocked. Miao Feng was only distracted for a moment when the storm swept right up to him. Boom! He was like a lone boat on a giant wave in the ocean, swallowed up in an instant. Miao Feng was terrified. This could lead to deaths. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. There was no other way. With his current strength, he could easily kill a large number of low-level martial artists with just a little effort. This is the Bai family martial arts school. If someone is killed, how is he going to explain it to Xia Ziwei and the others? Hua Qiu quickly waved his hand, thus quelling the storm. Bang! Miao Feng then fell heavily to the ground. His face was filled with terror, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Just now, he truly felt the threat of death. That feeling was terrifying. Miao Feng looked up at Hua Qiu, utterly shocked. That person was younger than him. How could it be so terrifying? He almost lost his life by uttering a single casual remark. Who the hell is this person? Did they start cultivating from the womb? This is the weakest martial arts school in Xishan. Is it appropriate to bring in such a monstrous talent? Miao Feng's face turned deathly pale. He was terrified. What happened? A voice came from outside. It turned out that people from the martial arts school had heard the commotion inside and came to investigate. What happened, Miao Feng? Why are you lying on the ground? Bai Hongyu asked, puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? The others asked. Miao Feng hesitated, glancing at Hua Qiu with extreme apprehension, feeling as if his body was being torn apart by excruciating pain. He was already filled with fear of Hua Qiu. We were sparring when he wasn't paying attention to his footing and fell down, Hua Qiu said. A friendly spar? Bai Hongyu frowned. Nonsense, how could you spar with Miao Feng? You haven't even crossed the threshold of martial arts, while he is already highly skilled. If you spar with him, aren't you just asking for trouble? If Miao Feng hurts you, it might take 10 days or half a month for you to recover. Bai Hongyu was somewhat angry. Hua Qiu, master is right, you were too reckless. How could you challenge Miao Feng to a duel? It's very dangerous. Xia Ziwei said, looking at Hua Qiu with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, wanting to check on Hua Qiu's condition. Miao Feng, who was lying on the ground, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He should be the one who's worried. He's the one who's hurt. How could that be a second-rate martial artist? I almost killed him. Even high-level martial artists might not be a match for that kid. Meow Phone looked pale, but he forced himself to get up. Puff! He suddenly tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, startling everyone. Even though Hua Qiu stopped early, he still suffered severe internal injuries. Holy crap, how did he fall like that? How could he have fallen so hard? He's even coughing up blood, the bald senior brother exclaimed in surprise. That's really a bit outrageous, Miao Feng, you were too careless, Bai Hongyu said. Miao Feng's face turned ashen. Has anyone ever seen a 5th-rank martial artist suffer severe internal injuries and vomit blood after a fall? Do these people have no brains? But he didn't dare say anything. It was indeed my carelessness. I'll be more careful next time I walk, he said with a straight face. Quick, go to the inner room and rest. I think you're not feeling well, Xia Ziwei said kindly. Can you help me up? Miao Feng asked with a wry smile. Xia Ziwei was about to step forward to help. I'll help you up, Hua Qiu said, stepping forward first. Miao Feng's expression was worse than if he were crying. Be careful, don't fall again and break your internal organs, Hua Qiu said meaningfully. Miao Feng's body trembled. He was truly afraid that Hua Qiu would strike him again and kill him. They helped Miao Feng to sit down in the inner hall. Who exactly are you? Miao Feng asked in a deep voice. Such astonishing strength at this age is no ordinary person. You're not qualified to know who I am, Hua Qiu said calmly. Next time, you might not even have the chance to crawl out, he said indifferently, before walking out. Miao Feng's face turned pale. After Hua Qiu left, she continued to practice martial arts with Xia Ziwei, while Miao Feng was looked after by Bai Hongyu. It's unclear what the two talked about inside, but in the end, Miao Feng left with something, while Bai Hongyu was all smiles. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly. He saw that when Miao Feng left, he was carrying some papers covered with writing. That old guy Bai Hongyu wouldn't have sold the improved cultivation technique, would he? He had already guessed Miao Feng's purpose in joining the Bai family martial arts school. Miao Feng returned to his family. Put. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale and his breath weak. Fenger, what's wrong? Miao Feng's father rushed forward in shock. Dad, I got it. Miao Feng held up the paper in his hand. That old bastard Bai Hongyu is cunning and treacherous for the past half-month. He's refused to pass on his cultivation technique to me no matter what today. I offered him a huge reward before he finally agreed to give me a small portion. Miao Feng's father quickly took the paper and eagerly began to read it. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This technique, the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. Dad, how is it? Is it true? Miao Feng asked. It's true. Miao Feng's father said emphatically. Unfortunately, this small section is only the introductory chapter, intended for beginners in martial arts. But, based solely on this introductory chapter, I can conclude that the martial arts techniques passed down by the Bai family martial arts school are at least Earth rank. Miao Feng's father said with a look of surprise. Earth rank. Miao Feng was extremely surprised. That's right, it's at least Earth rank, and definitely the best of the Earth rank, possibly even close to the legendary Heaven rank. Upon hearing this, Miao Feng's mouth dropped open. I never would have guessed that such a small Bai family martial arts school could actually pass down such a high-level martial arts technique. This is a top-tier cultivation technique, incredibly precious, we must obtain it. If we can obtain it, not only will I have a chance to break through to the martial venerable realm, but I may even be able to reach the realm of transcendence and become a martial saint. Father Miao was extremely excited. Father, I'm afraid this is a bit tricky, Miao Feng said with a solemn expression. He recounted his experience at the Bai family martial arts school that day. What? Miao's father was shocked upon hearing this. A martial artist younger than you, just by uttering a few words, has already severely injured you? Miao Feng nodded, he still found it unbelievable. It's very likely a sonic martial art, which is an extremely rare thing. If we could get it, that would be great. As for that young man, his strength is naturally above yours, probably around the 8th rank, and at most the 9th rank. Dad, what should we do? Miao Feng asked. I absolutely must obtain the cultivation technique. As for that young man, who cares if he's a genius or not, we'll just kill him. 115, Chapter 115 The Patriarch Saves Me. Today is Hua Qiu's 3rd day at the Bai Family Martial Arts School. Early in the morning, Xia Ziwei was still teaching him that set of second-rate boxing techniques. Since receiving the new complete training method from Bai Hongyu yesterday, the disciples at the martial arts school have noticeably become much more diligent in their practice. Because they all felt that practicing that technique was twice as effective as before. Very good, you finally learned half of the moves today. Xia Ziwei was delighted with Hua Qiu's progress. For the past 2 days, she has patiently taught Hua Qiu, and although she has complained a few times, she has shown no disgust or impatience. This kind of personality deeply moved Hua Qiu. It was precisely because of her pure kindness that, even though she was on the run in her past life, she couldn't bear to leave a dying beggar on the roadside and was willing to risk her own life to stop and save him. Hua Qiu was able to survive. Senior sister, have you ever thought about cultivating properly? Hua Qiu suddenly asked. Xia Ziwei has excellent spiritual talent and he has the idea of passing on immortal cultivation techniques. People like Lin Xinyi and Qin Yaya are far less talented than her. What he taught them were only cultivation techniques from the cultivation world. If Xia Ziwei wanted to cultivate, he was willing to give her even the top-tier cultivation techniques from the immortal realm. Actually, I'm not very interested in cultivation, Xia Ziwei said with a smile. However, if I want to revitalize our martial arts school, I still need to work hard to train, but unfortunately I don't have the talent, she said dejectedly. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. With him, even if the other party has poor talent, he can mold them into a top-tier powerhouse on earth, not to mention that Xia Ziwei already has good talent. Bang! Just then, a loud noise came from the entrance of the martial arts school. It seems the door has been kicked down again. Is someone else here to challenge us? Bai Hongyu rushed out from the inner hall. Damn it, do you think we can get away with not swindling him out of tens or hundreds of thousands this time? The group walked towards the gate. As soon as I reached the gate, I saw 7 or 8 people walk in. Bai Hongyu and his group were initially aggressive, but their expressions changed upon seeing the newcomer, and their momentum wilted. Master, they are from Tianyi Martial Arts School. The bald senior brother said solemnly. Tianyi Martial Arts School ranks among the top 10 martial arts schools in Xishan City. The master of Tianyi Martial Arts School is a powerful 8th-rank martial artist, a well-known high-level martial artist in the Xishan area. May I ask you all what brings you to my Bai Family Martial Arts School? Bai Hongyu cupped his hands and asked. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's a challenge. The tall, burly owner of Tianyi Martial Arts School walked out with a smile. Bai Hongyu and the others showed strange expressions. Sir, we have no past grudges or recent enmity. I wonder how we offended your martial arts school? Bai Hongyu was very wary and dared not say anything unpleasant. Unlike the martial arts school the day before yesterday, Tianyi Martial Arts School is a large martial arts school. Even if they wanted to challenge other schools to increase their reputation, they would never target a small martial arts school like Bai Family Martial Arts School. If word gets out, it will damage their reputation. We really don't have any grudges between us, we just want to challenge the dojo, the owner of Tianyi Martial Arts School said with a smile. Bai Hongyu and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. Isn't this blatant bullying? But they clearly did not offend the other party. Sir, don't push your luck. Bai Hongyu said angrily. Among martial artists, strength speaks volumes. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to fight me. If I lose, I will apologize, said the master of Tianyi Martial Arts School calmly. But if you lose, I will order the Bai Family Martial Arts School to be demolished. Nothing more than that. I don't want an eyesore like your dilapidated martial arts school near my school. Bai Hongyu was so angry that he started blowing his beard. Xia Ziwei and the others were also very angry. But what can they do besides get angry? The other side is far stronger than them. Hua Qiu's expression darkened slightly as he sized up the people who had come to challenge him. Why would a large martial arts school come here to cause trouble for no reason? There must be something fishy going on. Hua Qiu remembered that Miao Feng had taken the papers with him when he left yesterday. That old bastard Bai Hongyu is greedy for money. He even dares to sell his ancestral martial arts techniques for cash, Hua Qiu said with some displeasure. He thought that providing only a basic introduction wouldn't cause any major problems. Little did they know that any martial artist with a discerning eye could deduce from a single detail that the technique was of a high rank. It is highly likely that these people were hired by Miao Feng or someone behind Miao Feng. Do you want to destroy the Bai family martial arts school and then bribe Bai Hongyu to hand over the martial arts techniques? Hua Qiu frowned. Does anyone here dare to fight? The Tianyi martial arts school owner shouted impatiently. Humph, since you insist on causing trouble, then I'll play along. Bai Hongyu became assertive. Let's fight then. If you lose, you must apologize. Seeing Bai Hongyu's expression, the people from Tianyi martial arts school instead began to mock him. Old man Bai, you're just a mere 6th rank martial artist. When did you start daring to be so arrogant? Where did you get the courage? The head of Tianyi martial arts school said with a face full of disdain. I'll beat you to a pulp. Bai Hongyu was not afraid at all. Then let's do it. He began to get into position. Master. Xia Ziwei and the others looked worried. Don't worry, Bai Hongyu said confidently. Don't forget, our ancestor is always watching over the martial arts school this time. He will surely appear again and help me defeat the enemy. Xia Ziwei and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They looked at the ancestral tablets in the inner hall. Do the patriarchs really manifest their power? Even now, they don't quite believe Bai Hongyu's story. You old fool, are you out of your mind? Even if your ancestor could manifest, I would still beat him to a pulp. The head of Tianyi martial arts school sneered. What's so great about the founder of a shabby martial arts school? The master of Tianyi martial arts school squatted slightly, his internal energy surging forth. A crimson aura emanated from him, making people feel hot. Crimson Sun Palm. He shouted with a whoosh. He darted out and struck Bai Hongyu with a palm. This palm strike was exceptionally powerful. It even stirred up a red wave of energy. Bai Hongyu's body trembled, and he unconsciously shrank back. Don't worry, I have the protection of my ancestral master. He encouraged himself. Little dour, watch me break your crimson sun palm. Just like last time, Bai Hongyu lightly raised his palm and struck out. He wore a smile, exuding the air of a master, seemingly not taking his opponents seriously. However, his palm strike only stirred the air and nothing else happened. Bai Hongyu's expression changed instantly. Where is the patriarch? Why isn't the patriarch showing his power? He panicked. He waved his hands wildly and danced strangely, but he couldn't elicit any unusual phenomena. The master of Tianyi martial arts school was already close enough to attack. Master, save me! Bai Hongyu cried out in alarm, frantically trying to defend himself. Boom! A shockwave rolled out, and Bai Hongyu was sent flying backward. How could a 6th-rank martial artist possibly withstand an 8th-rank martial artist? Master! Xia Ziwei and the others were shocked and looked anxious. Grandmaster, where are you? Please show yourself and save your disciple. Bai Hongyu was slightly injured, but he was still shouting frantically. If it weren't for the protective power he had just received from the ancestral master through a dream, he would have been seriously injured. I'll send you to see your ancestor. The head of Tianyi martial arts school sneered and slammed another palm down. It's over. Bai Hongyu's face turned pale, realizing he couldn't withstand another blow. The master of Tianyi martial arts school grinned maliciously, his palm strikes becoming increasingly vigorous. His palm strike disregarded whether the opponent lived or died. Master! Xia Ziwei's eyes widened, her heart leaping into her throat. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange fluctuation appeared inside the martial arts hall. A weathered yet powerful voice rang out. Who dares to act so arrogantly here? 116, Chapter 116. The world changes. Seeing that Bai Hongyu had also suffered, Hua Qiu felt that it was about time. So when the master of Tianyi Martial Arts School was about to use a heavy blow, he activated the sound transmission technique, and an old voice resounded throughout the entire Bai family martial arts school. Upon hearing this voice, the head of Tianyi Martial Arts School was startled, stopped his attack, and looked around. Xia Ziwei and the others were also extremely surprised, showing expressions of disbelief. They quickly looked toward the ancestral tablet enshrined in the inner hall. Incense smoke curled from the candle burner, and the ancestral tablet glowed faintly. For a moment, the group was deeply shaken. Could it be that the patriarch has truly manifested his power? They all looked somewhat dazed. Since they were children, Xia Ziwei and the others had heard Bai Hongyu tell the story of their ancestor countless times. They say he's incredibly powerful and extraordinary. When they were young, they admired that patriarch quite a bit, but they stopped believing in him when they grew up. Because this martial arts school is so dilapidated, the techniques are all incomplete, who knows if it was made up by the boastful Bai Hongyu. Therefore, when the patriarch truly manifested his power, they were utterly overwhelmed with awe. Master, you have finally shown your power. If you hadn't, I would have been beaten to death. Bai Hongyu cried, tears streaming down his face. Shut up! The weathered voice snapped angrily. Bold Bai Hongyu, this patriarch appeared to you in a dream to impart supreme martial arts techniques, instructing you to carry forward the legacy of our sect. How dare you, for a mere pittance, secretly pass on these techniques to outsiders, who gave you the audacity? Upon hearing this, Bai Hongyu was greatly shocked. How did the patriarch know everything? As expected of the founder, he knew everything. Disciple knows his sins. I beg the ancestral master to have mercy and forgive me. Bai Hongyu quickly knelt down and kowtowed to the ancestral master's memorial tablet. This disciple was blinded by greed and leaked the introductory chapter of the cultivation technique. This disciple is guilty. I promise I will never do it again. If I do it again, may I be struck by lightning. Bai Hongyu was terrified. If you offend again, I, the patriarch, will personally cleanse your sect. The ancient voice rebuked. Yes, this disciple knows his mistake. Bai Hongyu was so frightened that his face turned ashen. The people at Tianyi Martial Arts School looked at each other, stunned by what they saw. Could it be that the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School has truly manifested his power? They were somewhat skeptical. What kind of miracle is this? The founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School has been dead for decades. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School said coldly. These people must be playing tricks to scare us away. What a pipe dream. How could I, the master of this establishment, be so easily fooled? Even if their ancestor truly manifested, how powerful could he be? What is there to fear? The people at Tianyi Martial Arts School agreed that what he said made sense. The group then had no more reservations. Old man Bai, stop acting. Do you think we'll believe you? What a joke. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School sneered. Get out here, you charlatan hiding behind the scenes. If you don't come out, I, the master of this establishment, will personally drag you out, and I won't hold back. Shut up, you are not allowed to offend our sect's founder. Bai Hongyu shouted, his anger surging. Oh, you've gotten addicted to this, haven't you? The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School said with a mocking expression, as if looking at a clown. Ha ha ha! The people from Tianyi Martial Arts School laughed loudly. Even if your Bai Family Martial Arts School's founder were here, we wouldn't take him seriously. What is he anyway? The people from the Bai Family Martial Arts School were furious. How dare you insult our sect's founder? You are unforgivable. Bai Hongyu pointed at them, trembling with rage. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School's expression turned cold. He surveyed the Bai Family Martial Arts School with a sharp gaze. Who's playing tricks? If you don't come out, believe me, I'll cripple you. He threatened. Insolence, you rabble, if you don't leave this place, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The weathered voice rang out again, issuing the order to expel them. The group from Tianyi Martial Arts School, however, showed no fear and maintained a mocking expression. You've actually put on an act, haven't you? The owner of Tianyi Martial Arts School sneered. Aren't you the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School? Aren't you supposed to be a miracle worker? Then show us some real skills. Or is it you who can't show anything at all? The group was filled with disdain. They were convinced that someone was playing tricks, and they didn't even dare to come out and see them. What can the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School do to them? They were all fearless and complacent. Then so be it. The weathered voice suddenly spoke indifferently. The group remained unmoved and didn't care at all. However, the next moment. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sky changed drastically. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the entire area was in chaos. As if a great calamity had arrived, the sky and earth were darkened, and a terrifying power was hidden in the void, seemingly about to devour everything in the world. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of the people from Tianyi Martial Arts School froze. They never expected that the strange event would actually happen. Such an astonishing change. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind howled furiously, like the roar of ghosts and gods. Boom boom boom. A series of loud noises followed, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The people from Tianyi Martial Arts School were extremely shocked and terrified. No one wore a mocking expression anymore. These changes shocked them so much that they were terrified and filled with immense fear. This is the manifestation of the patriarch? Xia Ziwei and the others were dumbfounded, equally astonished. A tremendous shock filled their hearts. Who could have imagined that the patriarch would actually manifest, and that his manifestation would be so earth-shattering? So what kind of patriarch was he? What kind of person is he? Unbelievable, incredible. Our sect's founder is a god descended to earth. Bai Hongyu exclaimed with piety and awe, prostrating himself on the ground. He was incredibly excited, never imagining that the founder of his sect was so powerful. If he is not a god, then what is he? With such a patriarch supporting them, how can a martial arts school not prosper? Our patriarch is invincible. The bald senior brother and the others also bowed down with reverence. At this moment, they are proud to be disciples of the Bai Family Martial Arts School. The patriarch was so powerful. On the contrary, the group from Tianyi Martial Arts School turned pale with fright. This was completely beyond their comprehension. This is modern society. The idea of someone who has been dead for many years suddenly appearing is scary enough. In particular, it triggered terrifying celestial phenomena, which were extremely frightening. Let alone them, even a martial arts saint would probably be intimidated by this situation. The group of people were trembling with fear and dared not move an inch. Everyone is filled with nothing but fear. You lowly scoundrels are unworthy to enter our territory. The ancient voice rang out again, filled with a chilling indifference. To the members of Tianyi Martial Arts School, it sounded like the sound of death. Get out! The weathered voice uttered a single word coldly. Boom! As soon as the words were spoken, a continuous roaring sound was heard, causing a powerful and violent shockwave. The people from Tianyi Martial Arts School suddenly changed color. Bang bang bang! The next moment, an invisible force appeared, unstoppable. The group from Tianyi Martial Arts School, including the powerful 8th rank master, were all sent flying backwards. Boom! The wall of the Bai Family Martial Arts School was smashed down by them, but their bodies still lingered. They were sent flying more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was seriously injured. External and internal injuries combined will take a year and a half to heal. The headmaster of Tianyi Martial Arts School raised his head, staring at Bai Family Martial Arts School with a look of horror, his eyes wide open. He was terrified. Just what kind of being is the Bai family's patriarch? 117, Chapter 117. Terrified. Shishan City, Miao family, a martial arts clan. Bang! The people from Tianyi Martial Arts School carried the school's leader directly into the Miao family's courtyard, almost breaking down the gate. Hearing the commotion, Miao Feng and his son quickly appeared in the yard. When the father and son saw the Tianyi Martial Arts Schoolmaster lying on the ground covered in injuries, and the other members of the Tianyi Martial Arts School also covered in wounds and looking disheveled, they couldn't help but show their shock. They hired people from Tianyi Martial Arts School to challenge Bai Family Martial Arts School. I thought I could at least severely damage the Bai Family Martial Arts School, but I never expected it to turn out like this. What's going on? Could it be that the Bai Family Martial Arts School has a master? Miao Feng asked, frowning. His first thought was of Hua Qiu. He had attacked Miao Feng, and just 4 words from him had seriously injured Miao Feng. He hasn't recovered yet. Miao Feng was very surprised. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School is an 8th rank martial artist. Even if he was no match for Hua Qiu, he shouldn't be injured like this. Just how strong is Hua Qiu? Not a master. The Bai Family Martial Arts School has no masters. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School said, his eyes wide with horror. No experts, then what's going on here? Miao's father was very puzzled. A ghost. The Bai Family Martial Arts School is haunted. The master of Tianyi Martial Arts School shouted in fear. He was terrified out of his wits. The Miao father and son froze for a moment. A ghost? What are you talking about? They frowned deeply. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School is usually a calm and collected person, but now he looks like he's gone mad. What on earth happened to frighten an 8th rank martial artist like this? They find it hard to understand. No, it's not a ghost, it's a god. The Bai Family Martial Arts School is protected by gods. The headmaster of Tianyi Martial Arts School suddenly shouted again. That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. We shouldn't have gone. Miao's father showed signs of impatience. Speak properly, what exactly happened? He snapped. The founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School has appeared. Someone exclaimed in alarm. As soon as we entered, the master of the temple injured old man Bai, but suddenly, their ancestor appeared. You didn't see that scene, it was terrifying. The sky changed color, with lightning and thunder, and the wind was stronger than the biggest waves. It looked like the world was about to end. Their master only said one word, get out. And we were all blasted out of the Bai Family Martial Arts School, flying probably 100 meters away. The person speaking was trembling, their face filled with fear. The ancestor of the Bai family must have become a god, otherwise, how could he manifest his power? How could he be so terrifying? Another person said. I dare not go to the Bai Family Martial Arts School again. They are protected by the gods. No one can touch the Bai Family Martial Arts School. The people at Tianyi Martial Arts School were still in shock. That scene was truly terrifying. Humans are naturally afraid of the dead and ghosts. The sudden appearance of someone who has been dead for many years and their powerful presence is extremely frightening. What's going on with you all? What nonsense are you spouting? The Miao father and son's faces darkened after hearing this. Of course, they wouldn't believe these people's nonsense. But what exactly happened to the people at Tianyi Martial Arts School? They were completely baffled. Patriarch Miao, listen to my advice. Whatever you're after in the Bai family's martial arts school, quickly abandon your idea. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School said with utmost solemnity. The Bai family martial arts school is not to be trifled with. If you insist on going your own way, you will only face death. Miao Feng and his son looked indifferent. They wouldn't listen to his advice at all. You're really crazy, how could you be so scared? Miao's father shook his head, his expression contemptuous. An 8th rank martial artist was so frightened that he lost his mind, disgracing the image of a high-ranking martial artist and earning the contempt of the other. You may leave now. I will compensate you for all the losses you have suffered. Mr. Miao waved his hand, dismissing them. You must listen to my advice. The Bai family martial arts school is protected by a master, and your Miao family can't afford to offend them. The head of Tianyi Martial Arts School was still shouting as he was being carried away. Miao's father's eyes flashed coldly, and his face showed disgust. A dignified 8th rank martial artist, so pathetic. Tianyi Martial Arts School is nothing special, he said coldly. What could have scared him like that? Miao Feng asked, quite curious. I suspect that the kid hidden in the Bai family martial arts school is not only proficient in sonic martial arts, but also knows rare martial arts techniques that can bewitch people, said Miao's father. That martial art can create illusions, making people unable to fight back, while the caster can easily kill those who are affected. That kid even knows this kind of martial arts, who exactly is he? Miao Feng's expression turned serious. Decades ago, there was a sect in the martial arts world whose core secret techniques were these two martial arts. He is most likely a disciple of that sect, Miao's father said with a smile. This person is not easy to deal with. We should not act rashly. I have received news from my uncle that he will be returning to the Miao family from the Hashio sect in the next 2 days. I heard that his power has greatly increased this time, and he is about to break through to the great martial venerable realm. When he takes action, no matter how many tricks that kid has, he'll have to kneel down and beg for mercy. To save his life, he would voluntarily offer up both of his martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Miao Feng's face lit up with delight. Grand-uncle is actually coming back, and he's even breaking through to the great martial venerable realm. He was very surprised. I heard that the Yishio sect has taken in a female disciple with a unique physique. Any martial artist who cultivates with her will see their cultivation advance rapidly. The entire Yishio sect has greatly increased in strength because of this woman, and is about to emerge into the world ahead of schedule. My great-uncle entered the world first to gather information about the righteous path. The Yishio sect is finally making a comeback. Miao Feng exclaimed excitedly. Over the years, the Miao family has been lurking in Qishan. On the surface, they are a legitimate martial arts family, but in reality, they have maintained contact with the Hashio sect, providing them with supplies and intelligence. The emergence of the Yishio sect, with its greatly increased strength, signifies the Miao people are also about to usher in a glorious future. Miao Feng was full of anticipation. By Family Martial Arts School. Bai Hongyu and several disciples knelt before their ancestral master's spirit tablet, devoutly offering incense. Today, thanks to the divine intervention of our ancestor, the martial arts school was spared from disaster. This calamity was caused by me, and I am truly ashamed. Bai Hongyu knelt down and repented. Rest assured, Master, I will dedicate myself to revitalizing the martial arts school and do my utmost without the slightest slackening, he said solemnly. Xia Ziwei and the others had never been so devout to their ancestor. The manifestation of the ancestral master today has completely shocked them. It's hard to imagine what level the patriarch had reached that could cause such a cataclysmic change in the heavens and earth. They also believed that the cultivation method passed down by the patriarch must be the top-level cultivation method. Naturally, I will strive to cultivate diligently in the future. The Bai Family Martial Arts School has gained a positive and energetic atmosphere. Side, watching Bai Hongyu repent. Hopefully he'll learn his lesson this time, Hua Qiu said indifferently. If he commits the same offense again, even if Xia Ziwei saved his life, he will no longer care about the fate of this dilapidated martial arts school, and will only take care of Xia Ziwei. Hua Qiu withdrew her gaze, her heart sinking slightly. This matter is not completely resolved. Miao people. It must have been Tianyi Martial Arts School that they instructed. It seems I should make a trip to the Miao people. Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile. 118, Chapter 118 The Feast at Hongmen. How are we supposed to fix this gate? At the entrance of the Bai Family Martial Arts School, the bald senior brother and his companions looked at the damaged gate of the martial arts school and were at a loss. And that courtyard wall, we need to buy new materials and rebuild it. Our master is so stingy he doesn't want to spend money, but he still wants us to fix these things, the apprentices complained. I never imagined that our martial arts school would be almost demolished just because our ancestor casually uttered the word "get lost," a disciple said in astonishment. I really don't know what kind of existence our patriarch has become. The group sighed, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, the sky and earth changed color, and the patriarch shouted the word "get out." And everyone in Tanny Martial Arts School was sent flying and blasted out of the martial arts school. That scene left a deep impression on them and was hard to forget. Now, the disciples revere the martial arts school's founder as a deity, and no longer dare to treat him with the same disrespect as before. Hua Qiu stood in a corner of the courtyard, her expression calm. After refining the 500-year-old ginseng into a pill and consuming it, his cultivation improved again, reaching the late stage of the first level of the creation technique. If he can reach the second level, his methods will be even more unbelievable to mortals. Even now, the supernatural powers he displays have already surpassed ordinary understanding. Excuse me, is Hua Qiu at your martial arts school? A voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. The bald senior brother and his companions looked over and saw a beautiful woman with long legs, which made their eyes light up. Yes, beautiful lady, what do you need him for? Several people approached with smiles. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu walked to the door. Lu Yaya, what are you doing here? Qiu asked, startled. Lu Yaya gave him a resentful look. You haven't been home for 3 days. My mom is worried sick. If I don't come to check on you soon, she might come looking for you herself. She even had another fight with my dad, blaming him for treating you badly, which made you not want to go home anymore. Despite saying that, Lu Yaya couldn't help but want to see what Hua Qiu was doing outside. For some reason, ever since that night at the KTV, Hua Qiu's image has always lingered in her mind. Every time I think about it, my face turns red and my heart races. Especially after the black market incident, her opinion of Hua Qiu completely changed, and his image filled her mind. Arguing? Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Lately, Aunt Chu and Lu Chang seem to be arguing more because of him. Tell me, why haven't you gone home for 3 days? What's so appealing about this place? She looked at the dilapidated martial arts school with some disdain. Beautiful lady, come inside and talk, come inside and talk. Several martial arts school disciples fawned over her. Lu Ye also wanted to see what was so special about this place, so she followed them inside. Hearing that guests had arrived, Xia Ziwei ran out to greet them enthusiastically. But Lu Ye only glanced at Xia Ziwei before her delicate brows furrowed. A strong sense of unease arose in my mind. She glanced at Hua Qiu, feeling quite jealous. No wonder he didn't go home for 3 days, turns out there's a pretty girl here. Hua Qiu understood what she meant. It's not what you think, he said calmly. What else could it be? Lu Yaya was a little angry. I don't know why, but her emotions just came over her all of a sudden. I feel a little sad. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Are you interested in learning Kung Fu? The naive Xia Ziwei seemed oblivious to everything and asked with a smile. Let me tell you, our martial arts school takes teaching very seriously, and we guarantee you'll learn it. Look at Hua Qiu. Although he's not very talented, it took him 3 days to learn even a simple set of boxing techniques, but I still taught him diligently. You look much smarter than him. If you want to learn, you'll definitely be able to learn it very quickly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye frowned even more deeply. Not talented? She paused for a moment, then looked at Hua Qiu with a half-smile. In the black market, she witnessed Hua Qiu leaping from the 7th floor of the Immortal Cuisine restaurant, displaying the likeness skill of a top martial arts master from movies and TV dramas, flying away as if walking on flat ground. She later made a special inquiry about the black market. A person who is treated with such fear and trepidation by those in the black market cannot be a simple character. Lu Yeye could tell without guessing that Hua Qiu's strength was definitely very high, at least higher than that of most people in the black market. Such a skilled player is being told he lacks talent. You're kidding me. I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. coming to a martial arts school to learn boxing, taking 3 days to learn a simple set of boxing techniques, Lu Yaya said with a hidden meaning. That jerk, he even said it wasn't what she thought. A master martial artist disguises himself as a newbie and sneaks into a small martial arts school. He was clearly lustful and wanted to get close to the pretty girl at the martial arts school. Hua Qiu felt somewhat embarrassed. He gestured to Lu Yaya with his eyes, signaling her not to reveal his secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up the act at this martial arts school. Humph. Lu Yaya snorted, turned her head away, and ignored him. However, he didn't say much more. I hope someone can give a reasonable explanation, otherwise I'm going to go back and tell my mom, she said unhappily. Actually, Hua Qiu's talent isn't that bad, he still has a lot of potential. Xia Ziwei didn't understand, so she could only smile and smooth things over. Ahem, senior sister, go make yourself a cup of tea. Hua Qiu was afraid that she would say something wrong again, so she quickly sent her away. Given your temper, you don't seem like the type to call a little girl senior sister, Lu Yaya snorted. I have my own plans, which I cannot go into detail about with you, Hua Qiu said. He was also baffled. This Lu Yaya, who used to despise him so much, now likes to meddle in his affairs. Master, someone has delivered an invitation. Outside, the bald senior brother shouted and ran in with an invitation. An invitation? Who sent it? Bai Hongyu walked out, looking puzzled. Bai Family Martial Arts School is the worst martial arts school in Qishan City, and is usually looked down upon, yet someone actually sent them an invitation. He curiously took the invitation, opened it, and read it. Upon looking at it, he showed a look of surprise. So that Miao Feng is actually the young master of the famous Miao family, a renowned martial arts clan, he said in surprise. The Miao people. The apprentices were also quite surprised. Could they be referring to the Miao family, a powerful clan in Qishan? Lu Yaya muttered to herself. Among the large families in Qishan City, the Miao family ranks among the top and is highly respected. That's really strange. This young master of the Miao family comes from a martial arts family, so why would he need to come to a martial arts school to learn martial arts? I'm afraid they might not even think much of the teaching at the Qishan No One Martial Arts School, Bai Hongyu said, puzzled. The invitation says that the head of the Miao family thanks our martial arts school for teaching Miao Feng to express his gratitude. He specially invites all members of our martial arts school to a banquet at the Miao family's residence tonight. The Miao family will treat us well. The apprentices showed excitement upon hearing this. The Miao people are beyond their reach. Being able to attend a banquet at a Miao family's home is something to brag about. Hua Qiu frowned. Before he even arrived at the Miao family's home, the Miao family had already taken action. Without a doubt, this was a trap. However, those idiots at the Bai Family Martial Arts School are completely oblivious. Master, let's go. I've never seen a banquet of a wealthy family before, one of the disciples said expectantly. The others had similar ideas. Then let's go to the banquet. Bai Hongyu stroked his beard and smiled. Who would refuse the opportunity to establish a connection with a powerful family in Qishan? Perhaps, this can even enhance the reputation of the martial arts school. Can I go with you? Lu Yaya asked with a smile. She was worried and had to keep a close eye on Hua Qiu. Of course, you're more than welcome. The disciples beamed with joy, eager to oblige. Hua Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. That's fine. He wanted to see what tricks the Miao people were up to. No matter how many tricks you try, I can thwart them with a flick of my finger. 119, Chapter 119, Overestimating One's Abilities. It must be said that the Miao family, as one of the top families in Qishan, certainly has the air of importance. As soon as they got off the car, they saw the Miao family's super luxurious villa and spacious manor, which dazzled the Bai Family Martial Arts School master and his disciples. If I could live in such a luxurious house in this lifetime, it would be worth dying for, the bald senior brother couldn't help but sigh. Ah, the life of the rich is so enviable, the apprentices longed for it. Xia Ziwei looked around curiously, she simply thought the scenery was beautiful and the houses were large. Lu Yeya's expression changed, and she lingered, glancing at Lu Yeya. This is the life she longs for.
Master, fellow disciples, welcome to my Miao family. Miaophone personally greeted them with a smile on his face. His face was pale, and he walked with unsteady steps, clearly indicating that his injuries had not yet healed. But in order to please everyone, he pretended to be normal. Miaophone glanced at Hua Qiu, seemingly unintentionally. His eyes lit up when he saw the tall, beautiful girl, but he quickly returned to normal. Looking at Miaophone, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. He exuded a strange and subtle aura. Hua Qiu thought hard and suddenly remembered. He had sensed this aura before in Beishan City. The elder of the Hexiu sect possessed such an aura, far stronger than that of Miaophone. Especially when the elders used the combined cultivation techniques, that aura was most pronounced, exuding a lewd and decadent air. This Miaophone has recently been practicing the cultivation techniques of the Hexiu sect. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. What a small world. It seems that the Miao family is also related to the evil sects and the Hexiu sect. Before he could even storm the Hexiu sect, he encountered its members first. It seems that the Miao people have no choice but to be wiped out, Hua Qiu thought with a cold smile. Originally, he intended to severely punish the Miao family so that they would no longer dare to covet the Bai family's martial arts techniques. Now, all that remains in his heart is murderous intent. Miaophone welcomed everyone into the Miao family banquet hall. The magnificent gold and silver here stunned the martial arts school staff. They looked around like they'd never seen the world before, their faces full of envy. Only Xia Ziwei was somewhat normal. Beautiful lady, may I ask your name? Miaophone asked Lu Yeye with a smile. Those alluring long legs made his heart flutter. Lu Yeye's allure to him even surpassed that of the innocent Xia Ziwei. Especially after practicing the Hexiu sect's techniques, his desire for beautiful women became even stronger. My name is Lu Yeye replied politely. In the past, she might have thought of currying favor with such a wealthy young master. But now, she has lost interest and keeps her distance, glancing at Hua Qiu every now and then while talking to Miaophone, afraid that he and Xia Ziwei are getting too close. Miaopheng's expression darkened slightly after he noticed. He was very unhappy. Why are all the top beauties siding with Hua Qiu? What's so great about that kid? After thinking for a moment, Miaophone revealed a sinister smile. After the banquet, neither of the two beauties would escape his grasp. They will all become his playthings. As for Hua Qiu, only death awaits him. With victory in his grasp, Miaophone remained calm and composed, not in a hurry. Welcome everyone from the Bai family martial arts school to this banquet, Miaopheng's father said with a smile as he appeared in the banquet hall. He looked harmless, with a very gentle smile and glasses, resembling a cultured gentleman, giving people a great sense of approachability. Oh, not at all, it's an honor for our martial arts school to be invited by Patriarch Miao. Bai Hongyu and the others were flattered and quickly replied. The head of the Miao family is a big shot in Xishan City. This is a 9th-rank martial artist. The members of the Bai family martial arts school were filled with trepidation at exchanging ideas with such a master. Master Bai is too modest. I should thank you properly for teaching my son. He used to be very rebellious, and even the master of the Xishan No One martial arts school couldn't handle him. I never imagined that my son would become so much more sensible after going to your martial arts school. I am truly grateful, said the head of the Miao family, looking very sincere. Bai Hongyu became quite smug after being praised. Please, everyone, take your seats. The Miao family head gestured for them to sit down. Everyone then took their seats. The Miao family's dinner was incredibly lavish, making the martial arts school staff drool with envy. Everyone, please don't be shy, just make yourselves at home, the Miao family head said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the group became less polite and began to eat heartily, displaying a boisterous eating style. Miaophone revealed a hint of disdain, but quickly concealed it. This must be brother Hua Qiu, right? The head of the Miao family suddenly stood up, took a cup of wine, and walked to Hua Qiu's side.
My son mentioned you, he has a deep impression of you. The Miao family head smiled and extended a hand to shake hands with Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, a smile that held a profound meaning. The peculiar aura emanating from this Miao family patriarch was several times stronger than that from Miao Feng. It was obvious that he had been practicing the combined cultivation techniques of the sect for many years. On the surface, he is the head of a highly respected martial arts family. I don't know how many respectable women he has harmed. Hua Qiu looked at the hand that the Miao family patriarch had extended and shook it. You want to challenge me? Oh. Overestimating your abilities. As soon as their hands clasped, the Miao family patriarch's gaze turned cold and fierce instantly. His powerful inner strength as a ninth-grade martial artist surged wildly, fiercely attacking Hua Qiu. Miao Feng sneered from the side. His father is very powerful, he can definitely teach Hua Qiu a lesson. The head of the Miao family originally had a smile on his face. But his smile quickly vanished. To his shock, he discovered that his immense internal energy, after striking Hua Qiu's hand, vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. The head of the Miao family looked shocked. He looked at Hua Qiu, only to find that Hua Qiu was completely unaffected, even staring at him with a mocking smile on his face. How is this possible? The Miao family patriarch couldn't help but change color. According to his push, judging from the current situation, even if this young man's cultivation level is far superior to that of his peers, he is at most a 7th or 8th grade martial artist. With his peak 9th grade cultivation, he could easily crush them. But now, he realizes he was wrong. This kid is far more complex than he imagined. Since that's the case. After a change in expression, the Miao family patriarch's gaze turned cold and sharp once more. He directly used the cultivation techniques of the He Xiu sect. A force 2 or 3 times stronger than the previous internal energy blasted out again. He refused to believe that he couldn't control the other side this time. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. No response. There was still no response. He clearly used all his strength. The opponent neutralized them all, seemingly without lifting a finger. The head of the Miao family glanced at Hua Qiu and his body trembled. Hua Qiu gave a "that's it?" look, with a hint of sarcasm. The head of the Miao family was deeply shocked. He had absolutely no idea what Hua Qiu's strength was, because he had never encountered such a strange martial artist before. Has father not really exerted his full strength yet? Miao Feng looked on in confusion, not understanding why Hua Qiu still looked so relaxed. Hua Qiu reacted for the first time, permeating a trace of spiritual energy into the area. In an instant, the head of the Miao family showed a look of pain. He was utterly horrified. A terrifyingly powerful force spread over and instantly severed 2 of his meridians. The bones in my arm felt like they were shattering inch by inch. What kind of power is this? The Miao family patriarch was shocked and extremely surprised. Crash! The wineglass in his other hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. How is this possible? Miao Feng exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing this scene. 120, Chapter 120. Call someone to collect their bodies. The strange behavior of the Miao family patriarch alarmed everyone. Patriarch Miao, what's wrong? Bai Hongyu and the others looked at him in confusion. No, it's nothing, I accidentally lost my grip. The Miao family head forced a smile and withdrew the hand he was holding from Hua Qiu. Then everyone stopped paying attention. The head of the Miao family forced himself to remain calm and slowly walked back to his seat. Dad, what's going on? Can't you handle that brat surnamed Hua either? Miao Feng leaned closer and asked in a low voice. The Miao family head looked grim. Your father has 2 tendons severed, he said, his face ashen. What? Miao Feng was extremely shocked and almost shouted out loud. He was truly astonished. His father was a peak 9th rank martial artist. In Xishan, besides the national hero Wu Zun, he is among the top-tier experts. Unexpectedly, in their first encounter, not only did he fail to teach Hua Qiu a lesson,
but he also shattered 2 of his own meridians.
What does this mean? Miao Feng couldn't accept it. How could a kid who was even younger than him have such terrifying strength? Even his father, who was at the peak of the 9th rank, was no match for him, so what level is that kid? Could it bet hat he is? Miao Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't believe it, but it seemed to be the only explanation for now. Father, could it be that his cultivation level is not bad, martial venerable? The Miao family patriarch said in a low voice, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise. He's actually a martial venerable. Miao Feng exclaimed, his heart reeling from the shock. Despite having only a 5th grade cultivation level, he was already known as one of the most outstanding young talents in Qishan. But that Hua Kiwi's a martial venerable. Compared to him, this rising star of the younger generation is nothing. Miao Feng was filled with mixed emotions and found it difficult to calm down for a long time. I wonder where this monster comes from. The Miao family head showed a look of apprehension. The sudden appearance of such a young martial venerable was so unexpected that it left him hesitant. Dad, what should we do? Miao Feng was at a loss. Don't panic, proceed according to plan, the Miao family head said in a deep voice. Even if he is a martial venerable, we are no match for him in a direct confrontation, but if we resort to underhanded tactics, this young and impetuous martial venerable won't be able to cause much trouble. Miao Feng nodded, trying to remain calm. The Miao family patriarch had 2 tendons severed and several bones broken. He was on the verge of vomiting blood. Hua Qiu was somewhat impressed that he could still smile and toast with Bai Hongyu and the others despite his appearance. Miao Feng also toasted everyone with a glass of wine. Hua Qiu only needed to pick up the wine glass and glance at it to realize that the wine had been drugged. When Miao Feng came over to offer a toast, he was actually quite nervous, afraid that Hua Qiu would notice something amiss. But Hua Qiu remained calm and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing him drink it, the father and son breathed a sigh of relief, and their fear of Hua Qiu lessened somewhat. What young martial arts master, he still fell victim to their attack. They had already taken the antidote and were waiting for it to take effect. After a while. Clatter! Bai Hongyu's expression suddenly changed, and he dropped the cutlery he was holding. He collapsed onto the dining table, his consciousness becoming blurred. Master, what's wrong? Xia Ziwei asked in a panic, trying to get up to check on her. But she felt weak all over and slumped into the chair, unable to stand up. The people from the martial arts school all turned pale. What's going on? They struggled to stand up, but their bodies were limp and powerless. Everyone understood immediately. Patriarch Miao, you actually poisoned him. Bai Hongyu roared. We only just realized it. It's too late now, the Miao family patriarch sneered. Don't worry, it's not some deadly poison, it's just a power-dissolving powder that will render any martial artist unable to use any power for 6 hours, causing them to fall into a coma. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. Patriarch Miao, we have no enmity with each other, what does your Miao family want to do? Bai Hongyu questioned. It's all because your martial arts school possesses top-tier techniques that you can't control. The Miao family head's expression turned cold as he spoke. You are not worthy of having such a trashy martial arts school. It is more suitable for the Miao family. Bai Hongyu immediately realized that this was trouble he had brought upon himself. If he hadn't been tempted by money and given the introductory manual to Miao Feng, he wouldn't have gotten himself into trouble. Bai Hongyu was filled with regret. You Miao people are despicable and shameless, unworthy of being a martial arts family of Qishan. Bai Hongyu could only angrily accuse. We've never been decent people to begin with, the Miao father and son laughed. Bai Hongyu wanted to continue cursing, but his consciousness became increasingly blurred. He quickly lost consciousness and passed out. Xia Ziwei and the others fell into a coma earlier, unable to withstand the effects of the medicine. Ha ha ha, the Miao father and son laughed triumphantly, their eyes darting around. However, their smiles froze on their faces in an instant. Surprisingly, there were 2 people sitting perfectly at the dining table, looking incredibly energetic.
One is Hua Qiu, and the other is Lu Yeye. How come you're all right? The head of the Miao family looked surprised. I clearly saw you drink the alcohol. Miao Feng exclaimed in surprise. Despite his injury, he offered toasts and only felt at ease after watching everyone drink them. That Hua Qiu is a martial venerable, it's not surprising that he's alright. But Lu Yeye isn't even a martial artist, so how come she's unharmed? She drank more than one cup. Miao Feng was bewildered. The Miao family patriarch's face was extremely grim. This Lu Yeye was also very confused. Why did everyone else faint, but she was fine? Logically speaking, as an ordinary person, she shouldn't be an exception. Unbeknownst to her, she had been drugged at the KTV that day and nearly forced herself on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu patiently transferred a pure stream of creation technique spiritual energy into his body. The pure and refined spiritual energy is extraordinary. She didn't know that her body had been altered after a while. Immunity to such mundane drugs was no problem at all. Hua Qiu, what should we do? Lu Yeye panicked and quickly looked at Hua Qiu to ask. She didn't know what the Miao people were planning. But the Miao family was a powerful clan, and now that they were in enemy territory, she panicked. Hua Qiu remained calm. He slowly pulled out a small cannon barrel and handed it to Lu Yeye. Take this outside and pull it gently. Help me call some people to collect the bodies of the Miao people, he said calmly. He sent a message to the outside world as soon as he realized that the drinks had been drugged. Ha! Lu Yeye was taken aback by what Hua Qiu said. Call someone to collect the bodies of the Miao people? Is he really not joking? The Miao family is a powerful and influential clan. He's telling me to go get reinforcements, Lu Yeye thought to herself. Go, Hua Qiu said, waving his hand casually. A gentle force enveloped Lu Yeye's body and carried her out of the banquet hall. Lu Yeye was completely bewildered. She appeared outside and immediately opened the cannon. Bang! A spark shot into the sky, forming a pattern. Can Hua Qiu really call for reinforcements? Lu Yeye was extremely worried. But if she goes in now, she'll only be a hindrance and won't serve any purpose. All she could do was clasp her hands together in prayer. I beg you, whatever the reinforcements are, even just 4 or 5 would be fine. 121, Chapter 121, Great Warrior of the Hushu Sect. You all drank alcohol, so why are you all okay? Miao Feng and his son stared at Hua Qiu with extreme apprehension, not daring to make any rash moves. Both of them were injured and were no match for Hua Qiu. Even though the Miao family is a powerful martial arts family in Xishan City, it would be useless for all the Miao family's martial artists to attack together in front of a martial venerable. Because my existence is far beyond your comprehension, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Miao father and son froze for a moment. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? The Miao family patriarch asked solemnly. This person is both young and powerful, and he has surprised people in many ways. He believes that the origin of this being is definitely not simple. Perhaps it comes from some unimaginable, transcendent power. You are not worthy to know, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The Miao family head looked grim after being rebuffed again. Very well, since you are unwilling to say, then I will not ask any further, he nodded. Actually, we can also cooperate. I suppose you concealed your cultivation level and infiltrated the Bai family martial arts school for their inherited techniques. We're all sensible people, so let's stop pretending. That cultivation technique is a top-tier technique, even martial arts saints would covet it. How about we cooperate, obtain the technique, and cultivate together? The Miao family head said with a faint smile. He was not going to compromise so easily. He wanted to keep Hua Qiu calm for now and wait for the Miao family's Grand Marshal Venerable of the Yishio sect to arrive before killing Hua Qiu to silence him. However, Hua Qiu calmly shook her head. Your Excellency, it would be best not to be too greedy, the Miao family patriarch said with a stern face. You can't master that technique by yourself. Even if we can't beat you, it's still easy for us to spread the news. At that time, the entire martial arts world will go crazy. Even the martial venerables and saints above the martial venerables in Xia Kingdom will be alarmed if they make a move to snatch it. I'm afraid that no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to keep your cultivation technique, and you may even be in danger of losing your life.
Hua Qiu smiled slightly. I'm not interested in cultivation techniques. The Miao father and son were both taken aback. They looked at each other with disbelief. That's a top-tier martial arts technique, incredibly tempting. They didn't believe any martial artist in the world could resist it. As long as I wipe out the entire Miao family before you spread the news, I will have no worries, Hua Qiu added. Upon hearing this, the Miao father and son couldn't help but change color. With Hua Qiu's abilities, it's quite possible that he could do it. Your Excellency, I advise you not to be overconfident and underestimate the Miao family. The Miao family head made a warning gesture. Hua Qiu remained unmoved. He slowly stood up. The father and son were both jolted, their hearts leaping into their throats. Is he about to go on a killing spree? The two were anxious, but had no way to deal with the situation. If it really comes down to it, I have no choice but to grit my teeth and fight. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew up outside the living room. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter rang out from outside, making everyone who heard it feel overjoyed. It's Uncle has finally arrived. The head of the Miao family was overjoyed, and his heart finally settled down. Ha, my great-uncle is back. Miao Feng was overjoyed, but looked at Hua Qiu with a cold smile. You surnamed Hua, do you think that just because you're a martial venerable, you can do whatever you want and wipe out my Miao family at will? Ha, you're dreaming, my great-uncle is back, with his strength, killing you is a piece of cake for him. Yuri finished. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being too slow and not acting sooner, but you don't have a chance to regret it now. Hua Qiu, however, remained calm. He's not one to waste time talking nonsense. Under normal circumstances, the Miao father and son would have been corpses long ago. Wasn't he also waiting? He knew that the Miao family had connections with the Haxiu sect and were also waiting for the arrival of the Haxiu sect members who were connected to them. Otherwise, how can we capture them all at once? Uncle, is that you? The Miao family head shouted outside. It is I. A voice replied. The next moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the center of the Miao family banquet hall. He was holding someone in his hand. It was Lu Yeye with a terrified expression. Miao Bubi rushed back to the Miao family home, only to find a stunningly beautiful woman with long legs standing at the door. He was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Lu Yeye and brought her inside. I never expected to find such a rare gem here. Miao Bubi exclaimed with delight. With such a beauty, my skills will improve even further after I enjoy her. He exclaimed excitedly. Great uncle, this is what my father and I prepared for you, Miao Feng said hastily, as if seeking credit. Not only this woman, there's another one here. He pointed to Xia Ziwei, who was lying unconscious on the dining table. Miao Bubi took a closer look, and his brows and eyes immediately relaxed. Good, another stunning beauty. You and your son have done a great job. He licked his lips, extremely excited. I will certainly reward you two handsomely. Miao Feng and his son had smiles on their faces. What's going on with these people? Miao Bubi asked, frowning as he glanced at the other unconscious members of the Bai family martial arts school. Uncle, there is another great piece of good news to tell you. The Miao family head immediately told him about the Bai family martial arts school's techniques. What, a top-tier cultivation technique? Miao Bubi exclaimed in surprise. This is the introductory chapter of that technique. Please take a look, Uncle. The Miao family head presented several pages of paper. Miao Bubi took it and read it. In a short while, his face was filled with shock. It's such a top-tier technique. Miao Bubi exclaimed in surprise. Judging from this introductory section alone, if the entire technique is of the same quality, then it must be a legendary heaven-ranked technique. The Miao father and son were shocked to hear this. They had only guessed before that the Bai family martial arts school's inherited techniques were at least at the earth rank.
Upon receiving the great martial venerable's affirmation, he was immediately overjoyed.
Excellent, it's actually a heaven-rank cultivation technique, a legendary technique that even martial saints rarely possess. I never imagined that my return from seclusion would bring one joyous event after another, each more delightful than the last. Niao Bubi had never been so happy.
Hua Qiu watched indifferently as the three members of the Miao family indulged in their own revelry.
They seemed to have forgotten that there was still someone standing there.
Quickly, wake that old bastard up, I'll interrogate him myself.
Niao Bubi said impatiently, throwing Lu Ye onto a chair after striking her pressure points. The allure of a heavenly rank cultivation technique is far greater than that of a stunningly beautiful woman. Lu Ye looked at Hua Qiu with a panicked expression.
Instead of reinforcements, she was greeted by a terrifying old man. The old man seemed to want to do that to her, which terrified her. She was worried, unsure if Hua Qiu could handle the situation.
No need, Hua Qiu finally said. Niao Bubi then noticed him and looked over with a frown. What, this kid isn't one of yours?
He asked the Miao father and son. He still thought Hua Qiu was a subordinate of the Miao family. The father and son shook their heads.
Boy, very few people dare to interrupt me, Niao Bubi said with a displeased expression, his face full of hostility. Hua Qiu's expression was mocking.
You want that martial arts technique, don't you? There's no need to wake up the head of the Bai family martial arts school and torture him for a confession.
Because I wrote that cultivation method.
Upon hearing this, all three showed expressions of shock.
122, Chapter 122. What realm are you at? You're saying you wrote the heavenly rank martial arts manual for the Bai family martial arts school? Niao Bubi asked. I wrote it. Hua Qiu nodded. The Miao banquet hall was silent for a few seconds. Ha ha ha! Niao Bubi laughed loudly with a mocking expression.
The Miao father and son also burst into laughter, laughing so hard they were doubled over. Because it was the funniest joke they had ever heard in their lives.
Kid, do you even know what a heavenly rank cultivation technique is?
Niao Bubi was laughing so hard he was almost out of breath, looking at Hua Qiu as if he were a clown. Heavenly rank cultivation techniques, let alone martial artists at the martial venerable realm, even martial saints dream of them. Only top-tier beings whose martial arts cultivation has reached unimaginable heights and who possess an incomparably profound understanding of martial arts could possibly create such techniques. In the thousands of years of history of martial arts in Xia Kingdom, there are only a handful of heaven-ranked techniques. Who do you think you are to claim that you have written a heaven-ranked technique?
Hua Qiu smiled slightly, not angry at all.
Their limited perspective determines their understanding, and they are destined never to reach a higher level. They regarded the heavenly rank cultivation techniques as priceless treasures, but they were not worthy of Hua Qiu's attention.
What is this kid? Niao Bubi asked the head of the Miao family.
Uncle, although this man is arrogant, he should not be underestimated, the Miao family head said solemnly. He is a martial artist at the martial venerable realm.
Niao Bubi was taken aback upon hearing this. He looked at Hua Qiu with some disbelief.
Unfortunately, even though he was a great martial venerable, he couldn't see through Hua Qiu's true strength at all.
Are you sure? Niao Bubi frowned.
Such a young martial venerable might exist in the Xia Kingdom, but there are only one or two, and they all have very impressive backgrounds. They shouldn't be appearing in Xishan.
I only tested it out, and I had 2 tendons and a bone in my hand broken, the Miao family head said in a deep voice. Niao Bubi's expression changed.
Boy, state your name. Although he was surprised, he didn't take Hua Qiu seriously.
Grand uncle, this man's name is Hua Qiu, from Beishan, Miao Feng quickly said. Niao Bubi's expression changed upon hearing this. What did you say his name was? His name is Hua Qiu, your great uncle. Have you heard of him before? Good lad, Niao Bubi sneered.
He looked Hua Qiu up and down again, his expression strange. So you are the mortal enemy of my sex, holy maiden, and I've run into you here. To have cultivated to the martial venerable realm at such a young age, no wonder the holy maiden holds such a grudge against him.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. The saintess he was referring to must be Zhou Yuan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan even became the holy maiden of the He sect. For someone from such a sect to become a holy maiden, she must have served countless men. Zhou Yuan, you're really shameless. Hua Qiu felt even more disgusted. Our sect's holy maiden once declared that whoever can bring Beishan Huaqiu's head before her can cultivate with her for life, Miao Bubi said, as if recalling something, with a lewd expression on his face. Serves you right for being unlucky, it just so happens that I ran into you here. It seems that I might be able to reach the legendary realm of a martial arts saint in my lifetime. Huaqiu looked at him and shook her head. We'll soon find out who's really in trouble. Without saying a word, he moved on his own, slowly walking up to Lu Yeye, who had been acupunctured. With a gentle touch, he released Lu Yeye's pressure points. Go outside and wait for someone. The scene here is going to be quite bloody, and it's not suitable for you to watch, Huaqiu said to her. Lu Yeye looked completely bewildered and didn't move for a moment. That old man sounds incredibly powerful. Can Huaqiu really withstand it? Furthermore, he calmly came to his rescue right in front of those three people. But will they let her out? Good girl, go out now, Huaqiu said with a faint smile. Oh-ho, Lu Yeye nodded blankly and walked out cautiously. As she walked, she kept looking back, her face full of worry. Just as Lu Yeye was about to leave the banquet hall. Great uncle. Miao Feng called out anxiously. Miao Bubi's face was extremely ugly. This kid actually dared to ignore him. Are you treating me like I don't exist? He shouted angrily. Get back here. He shouted, stretching out his hand into a claw and drawing in Lu Yeye, his inner energy surging out. The martial venerable can release his internal energy, and it takes him little effort to draw back a girl. Huaqiu sneered and waved his hand casually. Bang! The air vibrated loudly. A burst of spiritual energy struck the internal force emanating from Miao Bubi, instantly shattering it. Miao Bubi's eyelids twitched, and his face grew even more gloomy. Since you insist on courting death, I will grant your wish. He said viciously, staring at Huaqiu. Anyway, that girl can't run far. Even if I kill you, I can still bring her back. As soon as he finished speaking, Miao Bubi struck Huaqiu with a palm strike. A pink ribbon, shaped like a knife, slashed towards Huaqiu with unstoppable force. A martial artist at the Great Martial Venerable Realm possesses extremely profound internal energy, allowing them to freely utilize external internal energy to blast enemies at a distance. Is this the Great Martial Venerable? The Miao family patriarch's mind was in turmoil. Which martial artist below the martial venerable level wouldn't envy such a fighting style? Grand uncle has become a great martial venerable, so killing an ordinary martial venerable is probably as easy as killing a chicken or a fish for him. That kid is doomed. Miao Feng's face was filled with resentment. He longed to see Huaqiu dismembered beneath that bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the pink ribbon struck Huaqiu. The next moment, he would be dismembered. A sinister smile crept across Miao Feng's face, his anticipation growing even stronger. But Huaqiu's expression didn't change at all, and he just waved his hand casually again. Buzz! A strange fluctuation appeared in the air. The next moment, the pink streak of lightning suddenly turned around and slashed back at the three members of the Miao family. Moreover, it's even faster. What? Miao Bubi, the instigator, exclaimed instantly. His expression changed, revealing disbelief. He had never seen such a fighting style before. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent his attack flying back the way it came. How was this done, and how is it even possible? Logically speaking, even to counter his attack, the opponent would have to unleash at least the same amount of power. To think it could be taken back is simply a pipe dream. What an amazing skill it is to turn things around with a wave of the hand. He had never seen it, much less heard of it. The Miao father and son were completely dumbfounded and stood there in shock. His face was full of incomprehension. Buzz! The pink ribbon was already upon them, carrying an aura of deathly cutting. Watch out! Miao Bubi shouted, immediately channeling all his power to grab the Miao family patriarch and dodge. Even with his great martial venerable strength,
he only had time to grab the Miao family head and dodge.
Miao Feng, who was a little behind, couldn't dodge it.
As the black horse came hurtling towards him, Miao Feng was terrified, and his pupils dilated rapidly.
Sizzle.
With just a brief cutting sound, Miao Feng didn't even have time to scream before his body was sliced in two, blood gushing out like a fountain.
He was dismembered and died instantly. Until his death, half of his face was filled with terror and bewilderment.
He didn't understand why even his great-uncle, who was at the level of a Grand Marshal Venerable, couldn't do anything to Hua Qiu. He couldn't understand why his great-uncle's attack had cost him his life.
Ah Fenger.
The Miao family patriarch cried out in despair upon seeing his son's tragic state.
Miao Bubi's expression turned extremely solemn as he stared at Hua Qiu with great apprehension. What level are you at?
He asked in astonishment from the depths of his heart. 123, Chapter 123. He is the disaster of the He sect. At this moment, Hua Qiu was no longer an ordinary martial master who could be slaughtered at will in Miao Bubi's eyes.
What ordinary martial arts master could possibly have the ability to reverse his attack?
This single move is enough to prove that Hua Qiu is no ordinary person. My Fenger, the head of the Miao family, scrambled to Miao Feng's body and painfully picked up his son. Uncle, kill him for me, please kill him to avenge Fenger. He shouted madly, filled with boundless hatred for Hua Qiu.
Miao Bubi did not make a move for the time being.
Because he couldn't see through Hua Qiu, he dared not act rashly. It would be laughable if a great martial venerable were to be wary of an ordinary martial venerable.
But Miao Bubi looked solemn because he felt an inexplicable pressure. You are definitely not an ordinary martial venerable. What is your cultivation level? Miao Bubi asked, trying to test him.
It's a realm you can never imagine, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Miao Bubi felt a chill run down his spine.
This time, he dared not take Hua Qiu's words as boasting. He was able to cultivate to his current level because of his sufficient vigilance and caution.
Uncle, why aren't you doing it yet? Kill him quickly.
The Miao family head had lost his mind and was shouting madly.
Shut up! Miao Bubi roared angrily, his face grim. The Miao family head's expression was stiff.
A sense of sorrow welled up within me. Miao Bubi stared at Hua Qiu for a long time, then gritted his teeth.
He decided to take a gamble and give it a try. Boy, take my strongest move. Miao Bubi's figure flashed, and he had already leaped into the air.
The next moment, his body began to spin incredibly fast, like a whirlwind. A human-shaped storm formed, growing larger and larger, resembling a desert tornado.
Bang bang bang.
Splash. Anything caught in the aftershocks of the storm was instantly reduced to dust.
This clearly demonstrates the power of this humanoid storm. Miao Bubi's figure was barely visible in the storm.
Even the aftershocks carried a strong sharpness, with a powerful force that seemed capable of destroying everything tangible.
This is Miao Bubi's strongest move.
After using this move, he felt that even if he was at his worst, he could still fight Hua Qiu.
No matter how well he hides it, he can forget about ever going back to peace. Boom! The humanoid storm quickly swept towards Hua Qiu.
Along the way, the wind swept away everything in its path, destroying all.
Ha ha ha! From within the storm came Miao Bubi's confident laughter. Hua Qiu glanced at it and sneered. He made his move too. He only threw one punch.
A simple, unadorned punch. Without any exaggerated gestures or flashy displays, it was just an ordinary punch that slowly struck the storm. Amidst the storm, Miao Bubi saw this and sneered repeatedly.
He didn't believe it. How could such a single punch possibly rival his storm? Ridiculous. This is suicide.
He grew increasingly confident that he would crush Hua Qiu into dust, just like those miscellaneous items. Soon, the storm approached Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's fist also made contact with the raging, roaring storm.
Buzz. In that instant, something unexpected happened.
Hua Qiu's simple and unadorned punch seemed to carry the power to destroy the world, and it went straight in. All the storm energy that was touched by that fist was annihilated.
It's as simple as the wind blowing out a candle. That punch was unstoppable. Niao Bubi's expression changed drastically. No matter how hard he could believe it, the fact was right before his eyes. In a short while, the storm raging around him dissipated and vanished, leaving him completely speechless. He was speechless, his pupils shrinking sharply. His gaze flickered slightly, and a fist the size of a sandbag was already upon him. Bang! The booming sound was intense and long, creating layers of air rings. The Miao family patriarch stared blankly as he watched his powerful Grand Marshal venerable uncle fly backward at top speed. Boom! Boom! He smashed through a massive load-bearing pillar in the banquet hall. Boom! The solid marble steps couldn't withstand the immense force of Niao Bubi's impact and collapsed entirely. Bang! Niao Bubi crashed into the thick stone wall and became embedded in it, like a human-shaped specimen embedded in the wall. Countless cracks spread from his body, as if the thick wall would collapse at any moment. The head of the Miao family felt a violent buzzing in his mind. That was the strongest member of their Miao family, a peak Great Marshal Venerable. Such a powerful being was actually blasted away by that person with a single punch, leaving him in such a sorry state. What exactly is his strength? Even the top martial arts genius of Xia Kingdom and the capital city isn't this terrifyingly powerful. Miao Bubi, embedded in the wall, kept spitting out blood, his face deathly pale. He was covered in blood, which soaked through his clothes. His injuries were extremely serious. Leaving aside the external injuries, he looked utterly miserable. Even more serious is the internal injury. Fractured bones and muscles, severe damage to internal organs. It's almost the most serious internal injury a martial artist can suffer. Niao Bubi's face was filled with terror. He was very vigilant and dared not use his ultimate move carelessly. In fact, he did not intend to hurt his opponent, he just wanted to test his strength one last time. If that doesn't work, he will give up the fight, or even run away. But he never expected that person to be this strong. One punch. A single, ordinary punch shattered his storm and left him severely injured and on the verge of death. What terrifying strength must that be? How could a young man possess such terrifying strength? The He Xiu sect has ushered in its strongest opportunity in history, with the Holy Maiden joining the sect for dual cultivation, resulting in a significant improvement in the cultivation level of everyone. He broke through to the great martial venerable realm he had always dreamed of, and descended the mountain in high spirits. They encountered their first enemy, and were instantly doomed. Niao Bubi let out a bitter laugh. Just moments ago, he was still excited and thrilled by the surprises he had received after descending the mountain. Who would have thought that such a beautiful dream would shatter so quickly? Is this King Wu? No, he's not the martial king, he's very likely the martial saint, Niao Bubi muttered to himself, trembling. The excruciating pain throughout his body was nothing compared to the intense shock he felt inside. The saintess's mortal enemy, this is the saintess's mortal enemy, he muttered, a bitter smile playing on his lips. The Holy Maiden spoke, and everyone in the He Xiu sect wanted to kill the man named Hua Qiu in order to gain the qualification to cultivate with the Holy Maiden forever. Everyone thought it wasn't that difficult. Everyone was thinking that once the He Xiu sect was born, the first thing they would do was to kill Hua Qiu. And now, the He Xiu sect is about to be born. This is clearly a disaster for the He Xiu sect. Niao Bubi sighed. The people of the He Xiu sect still don't know what kind of being they want to kill. Could someone from the He Xiu sect possibly kill him? I'm afraid the entire He Xiu sect will have to be buried with that Holy Maiden. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to notify the He Xiu sect. He no longer has the energy to think about those things. Drink! Niao Bubi used his last bit of strength to climb out of the wall. Then, without even glancing at Hua Qiu, he directly and without hesitation burned his inner energy and fled outside. He only wanted to escape, he didn't care about anything else. Even if he escaped, he would never have thought of revenge, he would rather live a life of anonymity in the mountains. Trying to escape? Hua Qiu sneered.
How could those whom I wish to kill escape? His eyes flashed coldly as he reached out and gripped Meow Booby's hand tightly as he fled for his life.
124, Chapter 124 Huachio's Influence.
As Meow Booby saw that he was about to escape from the banquet hall, hope ignited in his heart.
As long as we can escape. I don't want to care about anything else.
Buzz suddenly, the space trembled and emitted a continuous buzzing sound.
The next moment, Meow Booby felt the space around his body freeze. He was eerily suspended in mid-air, unable to move at all.
The immense pressure was so great that he could hardly breathe.
What is this? Meow Booby's face turned ashen, fear spreading throughout his body.
Huachio was about 10 meters away from him. But with just a flick of the wrist, he bound him in midair, freezing him in place.
What an astonishing method.
Martial saint, he is definitely a martial saint. Meow Booby trembled all over, a chill rising from the soles of his feet. He knew he was finished. There was no chance of escape. Martial saint, saint of martial arts. Legend has it that these beings are reborn and transcend the human realm, having already transcended the human condition.
Meow Booby was filled with deep regret.
If he hadn't become arrogant after breaking through to the great martial venerable realm and had continued to cultivate in seclusion on the mountain as before, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying prodigy. It certainly wouldn't cost him his life. In the center of the banquet hall, Huachio exuded a chilling murderous intent. An invisible force of creation bound Meow Booby, and his life or death was now in his hands. Without any hesitation, he coldly squeezed that hand hard.
Bang! Bang! With this squeeze, Meow Booby's body exploded in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist. It's a pity that this spirited and powerful Grand Marshal Venerable of the Hishio sect died here before he could even show his strength to the world. Uncle!
The Meow family patriarch stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Meow Booby exploded into a bloody mist.
He couldn't believe that a dignified Great Marshal Venerable could be crushed by Huachio from a distance.
People often feel immense fear when faced with situations that far exceed their own understanding. The head of the Meow family is now unable to describe his feelings. His scheme, which he had been brimming with confidence, has now come to an end, with his son dead and his great-uncle, the Great Marshal Venerable, also wiped out.
Where do the Meow people find hope and a future?
Why did such a jinx appear, causing the Meow people to suffer a complete defeat? He felt that God was being unfair. If I had known, I wouldn't have wanted that cultivation technique. The Meow family patriarch let out a bitter laugh.
One wrong step, and the Meow people are destroyed. Huachio glanced at the head of the Meow family.
He waved his hand dismissively. A burst of energy flashed by.
Ugh! The head of the Meow family groaned and collapsed, instantly dying.
Huachio glanced at Meow Booby's bloodstains and frowned slightly. He had originally intended to inquire about Zhou Yuan's whereabouts, but he was determined to escape.
The only option is to kill them directly. Outside the Meow family banquet hall, Lu Yeye waited anxiously.
She kept her eyes fixed on the open gate of the Meow family's house.
Outside, there were many Meow people guarding the area.
Inside, Huachio confronts the main figures of the Meow family alone. She was very worried, extremely worried. She didn't know if Huachio could hold on this time.
She was extremely anxious outside the banquet hall and almost burst into tears. Come on, hasn't anyone come yet?
She stamped her foot anxiously. Huachio, please don't die, she murmured as she looked behind her, praying incessantly.
I wonder what kind of help Huachio can call, but can he really call anyone? Lu Yeye waited anxiously, feeling extremely uncomfortable.
For her, everything was unknown.
Oh dear, why isn't he here yet?
She felt like she had been waiting for far too long. She looked behind her again, feeling an urge to rush in without a second thought. Even if she couldn't help Huachio, even if she could only be a burden, she still wanted to go in and see how he was doing. Just as Lu Yeye was on the verge of collapse, some noises suddenly came from outside the Meow family's residence.
At first, Lu Yeye thought she had misheard, but as the sound grew louder, she became excited. Could it be that the person he summoned has arrived?
She muttered to herself, and began to approach the gate. The closer they got, the louder the commotion became. She heard screams rising and falling.
Kill them all, leave no one alive.
She heard someone shout, their voice brimming with energy.
Boom boom boom.
The ground outside the Miao village seemed to be shaking, probably due to the chaos caused by the large number of people.
Bang bang bang, flames shot into the sky outside.
Lu Yaya was very surprised. She seemed to hear the sounds of intense artillery fire and gunfire, as if a large army was fighting outside. The Miao people are colluding with evil forces, kill them without mercy. Someone shouted again, their killing intent palpable. The entire area outside the Miao village was gripped by a rapid tremor, with screams echoing everywhere.
Lu Yaya's heart was beating faster and faster.
It seems that Hua Qiu summoned quite a few people.
Moreover, it seems to be quite powerful.
Soon, the noise gradually subsided. No one screamed anymore, as if all those who were to be killed had already been killed.
The area outside the Miao village fell silent. At this moment, Lu Yaya had just reached the door.
The chaos subsided so quickly that she was somewhat at a loss. She paused at the doorway, took a deep breath, and then mustered her courage to step outside. As soon as she stepped out, several beams of bright light shone on her, making it impossible for her to open her eyes. She could only shield them with her hands.
Who are you? Are you from the Miao people? Someone asked coldly.
It seemed that if she gave the wrong answer, she would be killed.
I'm not a Miao person, my name is Lu Yaya, and I'm Hua Qiu's friend.
She shouted nervously.
Excuse me, are you people invited by Hua Qiu? She asked. Snap. The bright lights went out instantly.
Lu Yaya lowered her hands, and her vision gradually cleared from blurry. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled violently. Because she discovered the opposite side was full of people. Outside the Miao village, a dense crowd of people stood, so large it created a suffocating atmosphere. Lu Yaya couldn't tell exactly how many people there were, she could only describe it as a sea of people. On the ground lay the corpses of the Miao people. In a very short time, they were all killed.
Lu Yaya looked at the crowd with disbelief.
They wore the same uniforms, stood ramrod straight, and exuded an aura of steel. They carried advanced weapons, giving them a powerful and intimidating presence.
Lu Yaya was stunned. She never imagined that Hua Qiu could summon so many people. Who did he summon? I'm sorry, Miss Lu, please don't take offense. A man who looked like a military officer stepped out from the crowd, saluted Lu Yaya, and apologized. Lu Yaya was completely stunned.
She looked at the colors and stripes on the man's clothes that indicated his rank. She couldn't tell what level it was, but it was definitely not low. I am the military governor of Beishan, leading the Beishan troops in training in the Daqi Mountains. Upon seeing Mr. Hua's signal, I led 3,000 elite soldiers to come and assist you.
North Mountain Commander, Lu Yaya opened her mouth wide, unable to speak coherently. What level of existence is that?
That was a military genius from the northwest of the Xia Kingdom, a famous general of the Xia Kingdom. Hua Qiu merely gave a signal, and he immediately led his army to attack the Miao family.
In other words, Hua Qiu can easily mobilize the army. At this moment, Lu Yaya couldn't help but feel her mind buzzing.
She knew Hua Qiu was remarkable, she had learned that from the black market.
But she wasn't involved in the black market and didn't quite understand Hua Qiu's position. But now, she finally understood just how noble Hua Qiu's status was. It's just a signal, indicating the direction the army is heading. She was so shocked she didn't know what to say.
Miss Lu, I am Dong Jiqi, the branch manager of the Qishan Martial Alliance. I have received a notice from Mr. Hua and am here with 100 martial artists from the Qishan branch. Another person stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said respectfully.
Lu Yaya was shocked again.
She didn't know about the Martial Alliance branch.
But she knew Dong Jiqi.
A top-tier existence in Qishan, almost the highest level in that realm. I've only ever seen them on TV before. What are law enforcement bureau chiefs and the like compared to him? They're nothing but a fart. Not to mention her father, who had such a commanding presence, didn't even have the right to meet Dong Jiqi. Yet even such a person was easily mobilized by Hua Qiu. Lu Yeya's emotions were in turmoil. Her mind was filled with questions. Who exactly is Hua Qiu? 125, Chapter 125 The Capital? Not going. It took Lu Yeya quite a while to calm down. Miss Lu, where is Mr. Hua? Dong Jiqi asked. Lu Yeya then realized that Hua Qiu was still inside confronting the Miao family. Oh no, you must go save Hua Qiu. She hurriedly shouted anxiously. Please lead the way, said the military governor of Beishan. Lu Yeya hurriedly led them towards the banquet hall. Hua Qiu, please don't let anything happen to you, she kept repeating. As they approached the Miao banquet hall, the complete silence inside only fueled Lu Yeya's anxiety, causing her to quicken her pace. The group rushed into the banquet hall. However, once inside, they were all stunned. The banquet hall was in complete disarray, as if a major battle had taken place there. The pillars collapsed, the steps crumbled, the walls crumbled. Lu Yeya quickly searched the entire room for Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, where are you? Lu Yeya cried out, her voice even trembling with a hint of tears. At this moment, Hua Qiu was squatting next to the corpse of the Miao family patriarch, examining it. He stood up upon hearing the sound. I'm here. Lu Yeya looked over and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Hua Qiu was safe and sound. The next second, she ran over quickly and threw herself into Hua Qiu's arms. I thought you were dead, Lu Yeya cried. She had rarely experienced anything like this. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Hua Qiu patted her back. Lu Yeya sobbed for a while before getting out of Hua Qiu's arms. With so many people watching, she felt a little embarrassed. Your subordinates greet Mr. Hua. A group of people saluted and clasped their hands in greeting, calling out respectfully. Commander Beishan, you've come too? Hua Qiu was somewhat surprised. He simply sent a message through Wu Pingqing to the people at the Qishan Martial Alliance branch, asking them to handle the Miao family's affairs. To put it bluntly, they were sent to collect the bodies. Unexpectedly, the military governor of Beishan also came. Mr. Hua, I happened to be training troops in the mountains when I saw your signal. I contacted the Qishan branch and learned that you were here. I immediately brought 3,000 elite troops to help you, said the Beishan commander. Mr. Hua, more than 100 people from my Qishan branch have also come, Dong Jiqi said. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. What are you doing? He asked, somewhat displeased. I only asked you to come and collect a body. Why are there so many people here? Everyone was stunned by what they heard. Generally speaking, when a national hero sends out that kind of signal, it must be something serious that requires help. A martial arts family that colludes with evil sects is indeed no small matter. Especially after hearing that this family might have a martial venerable, they dared not take it lightly and all came fully armed, mobilizing a large number of people. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu had sent them to collect the body. Lu Yeya stared blankly at Hua Qiu. Even top-tier figures were rendered speechless and dared not refute by Hua Qiu's rebuke. This is absolutely stunning. Could it be that his status is far more extraordinary than these people's? What should that identity be? She couldn't figure it out. Mr. Hua, what about the key figures of the Miao people? Dong Jiqi asked. Hua Qiu pointed to the ground behind him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over, and their eyelids twitched. Ah! Lu Yeya screamed in fright, her pretty face turning pale as she took several steps back. The Miao family patriarch seemed to have been struck in the throat with a single sword strike. The other corpse was in a very gruesome state, dismembered in two, with blood splattered all over the ground. Even these people, who were used to life and death, felt uncomfortable. Lu Yeya had never seen such a cruel scene before, and she ran out to vomit. Hua Qiu shook his head. I clearly warned her not to come in. The head of the Miao family was at least a peak 9th rank martial artist, and he died just like that. Dong Jiqi shook his head inside. The Qishan branch had also tried to recruit him, but he refused, which Dong Jiqi found regrettable at the time.
Mr. Hua, where is that Miao family's martial venerable, has he not shown up yet? Dong Jiqi looked around but did not find anyone else.
There were only a few people slumped over the table, and the strongest among them was only a 6th-rank martial artist. Over there Hua Qiu pointed to the doorway, where there was a pool of blood. That was a grand martial venerable from the Hishio sect. He couldn't beat me, so he tried to escape. I hit him too hard and killed him completely, leaving no corpse behind, he said calmly. The military governor of Beishan and Dong Jiqi were stunned and speechless.
The martial artists of the Qishan branch found it as if they were hearing a fairy tale. A powerful martial arts master from an evil sect. Was it destroyed by him? All that's left is a pool of blood? Nobody would believe this. What kind of existence is the great martial venerable?
Those at the 5th rank of martial venerable or above are among the highest level, even at the Martial Alliance headquarters. Within the evil faction, he was also a core figure. Such a powerful being was annihilated by him, leaving not a trace.
Is that possible? They could hardly believe it. But they dared not question Hua Qiu.
When we get back, we should tell the Martial Alliance headquarters that the evil cultivation sect is very likely to emerge soon, and that the Martial Alliance should take precautions in advance, Hua Qiu said to Dong Jiqi.
Dong Jiqi nodded.
Mr. Hua, actually, headquarters has already issued more than 20 urgent orders to the branch office since they learned you were here. Dong Jiqi looked troubled.
Headquarters is urging you to come to Beijing and seek refuge there.
Because evil martial artists have recently become active in Xia Kingdom, the higher-ups speculate that the One Qi Alliance is very likely to make a comeback at that time. Your safety cannot be guaranteed.
Hua Qiu waved his hand. I'm not going, he said calmly. Dong Jiqi looked helpless.
I'm just informing you, I can't force you, he shrugged. However, the head of the Martial Alliance headquarters has already set off from the capital for Qishan and will arrive soon. He will personally bring you back to the capital.
Hua Qiu looked slightly taken aback. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance? Are they trying to forcibly take him away? It's no use. Even if the Martial Alliance sent a martial saint, they couldn't take him away.
Clean this place up quickly, Hua Qiu ordered. Having a lot of people coming has its advantages. It saves time and effort when cleaning up.
Lu Yeye was not feeling well, so Hua Qiu had someone send her home first. Hua Qiu then gave further instructions.
In the end, only he and a few unconscious members of the Bai family martial arts school remained in the banquet hall. He unleashed his creative spiritual power, and the group quickly reacted and slowly awoke.
What happened? The group was shocked to see the mess in the banquet hall after they woke up. Where are the Miao people? How come we're all right?
They were puzzled. Before they completely lost consciousness, they all thought they were going to die. Almost all the Miao people are dead, and those who survived have been captured by the Martial Alliance branch, Hua Qiu said.
What?
The group was quite surprised. The Miao people colluded with evil sects, and the Martial Alliance branch came to wipe them out, which just happened to save us, Hua Qiu explained. The group looked at each other strangely.
What a coincidence!
However, they didn't have time to think too much about it. The joy of surviving the ordeal filled their hearts. This time it really was the blessing of the ancestors. Bai Hongyu wiped away his cold sweat, feeling extremely fortunate. From now on, I will never reveal the ancestral master's techniques again, he said with lingering fear. So the ancestral master's technique is actually the most advanced technique, the bald senior brother exclaimed. It was the Miao people who made them realize how precious that skill was. With such top-notch skills, we're sure we can shake off the curse of being ranked last in this 100 schools martial arts tournament. The disciples were full of confidence.
That's for sure.
Bai Hongyu said with a smile, full of confidence. The 100 schools martial arts tournament, Hua Qiu murmured. According to his plan, Bai Family Martial Arts School not only wants to get rid of last place, but also wants to become the real number one.
126, Chapter 126, to take first place. A martial arts competition among all schools. a biennial event held by various martial arts schools in Chishan City. In the past, Bai Family Martial Arts School consistently ranked last in every competition, making the 100 schools martial arts tournament an indelible disgrace for them. But this time, the people at the Bai Family Martial Arts School were more eager for the martial arts competition than any other martial arts school. Because they have acquired top-tier martial arts techniques and are determined to shake off the stigma of being the worst martial arts school. For several days in a row, they practiced their skills diligently, hoping to make a breakthrough and show their prowess in the martial arts competition. On this day, everyone was clean and in good spirits. Let's go register. Bai Hongyu waved his hand and led his disciples away from the martial arts school with great pride. Today is the registration day for the 100 schools martial arts competition. The registration point for the 100 halls martial arts competition is located in an exhibition center in the central area of Chishan City. When the group arrived at the venue, there were already many martial arts practitioners queuing up to register. Registration was only open for one day, but quite a lot of people showed up. While waiting in line, Hua Qiu looked around, assessing the strength of the martial artists from Chishan Martial Arts School. Most of the young students at Chishan Martial Arts School are mid to low-level martial artists, with their cultivation levels generally between the 3rd and 5th ranks, and those at the 5th rank are very rare. Those who are older and look like the owners of the hall are generally at the 6th or 7th rank, and those at the 8th rank are relatively rare. The rules of the martial arts competition are that each martial arts school sends 3 people to fight one by one, and the martial arts school with the last martial artist remaining wins. Usually, it's the sect leader with the highest cultivation level and his 2 strongest disciples who take the field. Bai Hongyu's cultivation level was only a superficial 6th rank, the bald senior brother was 4th rank, and the others were 2nd or 3rd rank. No wonder the Bai Family Martial Arts School always ranked last. The group queued for more than 20 minutes before finally reaching the registration area. Upon seeing the people sitting at the registration desk, Xia Ziwei's pretty face became unnatural. Hua Qiu glanced at it and frowned slightly. One of them was the martial arts student he had injured on the black market. His name was something like Huang Peng. He bullied Xia Ziwei and got a beating from him. I didn't expect that Jingqi Martial Arts Academy would be in charge of registration this year. Bai Hongyu's expression was also very unpleasant. It's obvious that they have a grudge against this martial arts school. The Righteousness Martial Arts School once wanted to absorb the Bai Family Martial Arts School and develop it into their branch, but was firmly rejected, which led to a conflict between the 2 sides and created a grudge between them. Jingqi Martial Arts School is one of the top 10 martial arts schools in Chishan City. With great strength, the people of Bai Family Martial Arts School have always been tolerant and have suffered a lot of humiliation. Register, Bai Family Martial Arts School, Bai Hongyu said as he stepped forward with a sullen face. Ha Huang Peng, who was in charge of taking notes, sneered, but didn't write a single word. He had already spotted the people from the Bai Family Martial Arts School and was eager to vent his anger. Bai Family Martial Arts School, you've come to register again? Huang Peng sneered. I think you shouldn't waste that registration fee. Every year you're consistently in last place. No matter how many times you participate, the result will still be the same. I just don't understand. You guys come to participate every year, and you get beaten badly every time, yet you still enjoy it. Though the people in your martial arts school have masochistic tendencies, or do you just enjoy humiliating yourselves? You're talking nonsense. The Bai Family Martial Arts School members shouted angrily. I'm just telling the truth, Huang Peng said with a smile. What, you think you're on track to advance just because you took on a new student this year? He glanced at Hua Qiu with disdain. He held a grudge after being wronged by Hua Qiu last time. With this kid, you think you can advance? That's just wishful thinking. What are you talking about? Bai Hongyu and the others were puzzled, but they were very annoyed by his sarcasm. I was just trying to be helpful. If you're last in the class, you should have the mindset of being last in the class. Don't always be so ambitious. You need to recognize your own strength and position, Huang Peng continued to mock. Damn it, you want to fight? The bald senior brother and his gang got angry and wanted to make a move. Want to make a move? Fine. Huang Peng suddenly stood up.
The tall, burly students from the righteous martial arts school standing nearby also stood up, staring coldly at them. The people from the righteousness martial arts school are naturally much stronger than those from the Bai family martial arts school. The group was caught in a dilemma, and their situation was somewhat awkward. Is this how your master taught you? You have no martial ethics at all. Bai Hongyu said angrily. Who is speaking ill of our righteousness martial arts school? A deep voice rang out, and a middle-aged man in a long robe walked out from behind Huang Peng and his group. His face was gloomy, and he exuded a menacing aura. He is Wang Dong, the owner of the Righteousness Martial Arts School, and an 8th-rank intermediate martial artist. Master Wang Bai Hongyu greeted him with an awkward smile. Old man Bai, do you have a problem with the disciples I've taught? Wang Dong sneered. I wouldn't dare. Bai Hongyu could only admit defeat, not daring to offend. Wang Dong's expression was contemptuous and full of disdain. The members of the Bai family martial arts school were furious but dared not speak out, feeling extremely aggrieved. Master, Huang Peng called out, gesturing for Wang Dong to look at Hua Qiu. So it was you who injured my martial arts school's disciple? Wang Dong stared aggressively at Hua Qiu and questioned him coldly. It's me, so what? Hua Qiu said indifferently. Wang Dong revealed a sinister smirk. What a hero emerging from among the young, he's certainly arrogant enough. His face grew even colder. Hua Qiu remained defiant in the face of his oppression, which greatly displeased him. Make a note of it for them, Wang Dong said, turning to Huang Peng. Yes, Master Huang Peng obediently did as instructed. Thank you very much, Master Wang, Bai Hongyu quickly said. Don't thank me yet, Wang Dong waved his hand. Don't misunderstand, I just want to see what kind of trouble your Bai family martial arts school can pull this time. If you get eliminated in the first round again, then you're still trash. I hope you can work hard, stand opposite our righteous martial arts school, and then fall before us. However, you are most likely, I don't have that ability. The faces of the people from the Bai family martial arts school turned ugly. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed, Hua Qiu said. Wang Dong and the people from Jingqi martial arts school looked at him coldly. Our martial arts school can not only stand in front of you, but also easily defeat you and ultimately win first place in this martial arts competition, Hua Qiu said calmly. Bai Hongyu and the others looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. How dare he say such a thing in front of so many martial arts schools? Isn't this just laughable? Although they wanted to clear their name, they never even considered winning first place. Because they themselves felt that it was too unrealistic. Really, you want to defeat us and take first place? Wang Dong laughed, his face even more sarcastic. How utterly ridiculous, how could anyone say such a thing? They should take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror. Huang Peng mocked. Damn, a student from the worst-ranked martial arts school is so arrogant. Does he think he can just easily win first place in the Qishan martial arts tournament? The crowd erupted in discussion. Are you out of your mind? Even the Righteousness Martial Arts School, with its formidable strength, wouldn't dare to make such boastful claims. What makes him think he can? They are ignorant and arrogant. The people from the Bai family martial arts school are indeed weak and ridiculous. There is not a single normal person among them. Overestimating themselves, don't they even realize their own capabilities? People mocked and ridiculed him. Bai Hongyu and the others were extremely embarrassed. They didn't understand why Hua Qiu said that. How dare he do that? 127, Chapter 127 The Bet. A chorus of mocking voices erupted from all around. Hua Qiu, however, did not take it to heart. What an interesting lad, Wang Dong said with a smile. I'd really like to know, what gave you the courage to say such a thing? Ahem, Master Wang, Hua Qiu was just joking, don't take it seriously, everyone please don't take it seriously. Bai Hongyu, fearing the situation would get out of control, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. This is no laughing matter, Wang Dong said in a deep voice. So many people heard it. Bai Hongyu looked embarrassed. People around them pointed and whispered, and all sorts of mockery and accusations came pouring in, which the people of the Bai family martial arts school couldn't handle. I'm not joking, Hua Qiu said calmly. Righteousness Martial Arts School, is it? Judging from your attitude, you don't take our school seriously at all. How about this? Let's make a bet.
Oh? Wang Dong raised an eyebrow. Tell me about it.
If our martial arts school defeats the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School in this competition and wins first place, then your Righteous Chi Martial Arts School should close down and all of you should join our school and do odd jobs for 3 years.
If you can't do it, then you can do whatever you want with me.
Hua Qiu spoke calmly. But the crowd erupted in uproar. What an arrogant brat, how dare he challenge a top 10 righteous martial arts school? The last place challenge ranked 9th, the result was completely predictable, there was no suspense at all.
How dare he? Can he represent the Bai Family Martial Arts School? Didn't you see even the head of the Bai Family Martial Arts School was stammering with fear? People were talking about it, and it sparked another wave of ridicule. Bai Hongyu and the others looked ashen-faced. They truly hadn't expected Hua Qiu to be so reckless, daring to provoke the righteous martial arts school. He even boasted that he would win first place in the martial arts competition. Is that something they can do? They just wanted to get rid of the last place title, nothing more. Let alone first place, I don't even dare to dream of being in the top 50. What's wrong with Hua Qiu today?
Xia Ziwei asked, looking at Hua Qiu with concern and confusion.
This is unlike Hua Qiu's usual style. That was too impulsive.
My God, he's going to destroy our martial arts school forever, Bai Hongyu said in a terrified voice.
The fellow disciples looked at each other in bewilderment.
Master Wang, he's talking nonsense, don't take it seriously, his words don't count, he's just an apprentice we've only had for a few days, Bai Hongyu quickly shouted.
Your martial arts school people provoked the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School, and you expect me to ignore it?
Wang Dong said coldly, his eyes sharp.
Then how can my Righteous Martial Arts School have the face to stand in Qishan? A bet, fine, Yijingqi Martial Arts School accepts.
Bai Hongyu's old face turned a deep liver color.
We are now in a situation where we can't back down.
Master Wang, our martial arts school really didn't mean that, his words were just his personal opinion and don't represent the Bai Family Martial Arts School, he explained with a bitter face.
I don't care. Wang Dong waved his hand indifferently. He's from your Bai Family Martial Arts School, isn't he? Since he is, this master cannot let this go. If your martial arts school dares to make this bet, this master respects your courage. If not, then get out of Qishan as soon as possible. How dare a timid and cowardly martial arts school teach martial arts in Qishan? Bai Hongyu's expression was extremely ugly.
Everyone was staring at him. Now they backed down, lost face, and can no longer stand firm in Qishan.
If you're not going to back down, then what makes you think you can be so?
Hua Qiu, what's wrong with you? He blamed Hua Qiu, filled with resentment.
Master, you can accept this bet. I guarantee the martial arts school won't lose, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Bai Hongyu looked at him in surprise. Our ancestor passed down top-tier techniques so that the martial arts school could flourish and prosper, and this martial arts competition is an excellent opportunity for that, Hua Qiu said in a low voice.
But, Bai Hongyu said helplessly, even so, it takes time for cultivation to be effective, and right now we are completely unable to compete with the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School.
You don't need to worry, Hua Qiu said in a low voice again. Yesterday, I knelt and worshipped before the Ancestral Master's tablet. Last night, he appeared to me in a dream and gave me some instructions. Everything I did today was guided by the Ancestral Master.
What?
Bai Hongyu looked surprised upon hearing this.
The patriarch actually appeared in Hua Qiu's dream?
But he wasn't even a true beginner, he was just a martial arts student.
If you want to receive a message in a dream, you should go to the owner of this academy. Is what you're saying true? Bai Hongyu asked, half believing and half doubting. He didn't really believe it, but when the patriarch was mentioned, he hesitated.
That founder is now a god in the entire martial arts school. Our patriarch said that we should go for it, and he would lend a helping hand at crucial moments, Hua Qiu added.
Bai Hongyu looked thoughtful.
The patriarch had already performed miracles many times, so he dared not question it.
Master, do you intend to go against the wishes of our patriarch?
Hua Qiu said in a deep voice.
Of course not. Bai Hongyu quickly replied.
Throughout the entire martial arts school, he was the most devout in his faith in the founder.
Alright, since it's the patriarch's instruction, then I'll go all out.
I believe in the master's instructions, he would never harm the martial arts school.
Having made up his mind, Bai Hongyu took 2 steps forward to face Wang Dong.
Master Wang, since things have come to this point, then the Bai family martial arts school accepts this bet.
He said loudly. Everyone was taken aback. Wang Dong frowned, not understanding what Bai Hongyu was up to. Just a moment ago I was terrified and timid, how come I suddenly feel confident? What exactly did they say? Master, it's true.
The disciples were shocked. Rest assured, our martial arts school is blessed with good fortune and protected by our ancestral master. We will surely forge ahead and no one can stop us. Bai Hongyu said confidently.
Master Wang, why aren't you saying anything?
Bai Hongyu's confidence had grown, and his voice became several times more forceful.
Could it be that your righteous martial arts school is afraid? He laughed.
Bullshit!
Wang Dong roared.
The bet is established, witnessed by all those present in this martial arts competition. At whichever martial arts school loses, they must immediately become disciples of the other school and serve as their servants.
Let's make a vow with a high five. Bai Hongyu said. Okay.
Wang Dong nodded. Clap. The two high-fived in full view of everyone. I hope you're not too pathetic and can actually hold out until the duel with the righteous martial arts school, Wang Dong sneered.
He wasn't the only one who thought this way.
The martial arts school in Qishan, which is ranked last, is very likely to be eliminated in the first round of the preliminary competition. In everyone's eyes, they were so overconfident. Don't worry, we will definitely meet on stage, Bai Hongyu said confidently.
Wang Dong snorted coldly and ordered Huang Peng to record the registration for the Bai family martial arts school.
These fools are ignorant and arrogant, they've only brought shame upon themselves, Huang Peng sneered repeatedly, then picked up his pen and wrote down the name of the Bai family martial arts school. After registering, Bai Hongyu led his apprentices away with their heads held high.
Hua Qiu turned around and saw that everyone was mocking her, gossiping and laughing. He gave a faint smile. Soon, everyone will be astonished.
With him around, winning a mere martial arts competition would be a piece of cake.
128, Chapter 128 Basic Boxing Techniques. The preliminary round of the 100 schools martial arts tournament will be held on the 3rd day after registration. The competition took place in a huge arena that is rarely open to the public. Early in the morning, the Bai family martial arts school group arrived at the venue. In the previous 100 schools martial arts tournament, the top-ranked schools were exempt from the preliminary rounds, only those schools that were eliminated in the first round needed to arrive early to participate. I heard there are even more martial arts schools participating this year, Xia Ziwei muttered, looking at the crowded clubhouse. After all, Qishan was once a hometown of martial arts, so it's normal for more and more martial arts schools to be opening up, Bai Hongyu said. After waiting for a while, someone took a microphone and called everyone to draw lots. Bai Hongyu asked the bald senior brother to go over.
Have a bit of luck, and don't face a formidable opponent in your first battle, Bai Hongyu said. If we can't even get past the first round of the preliminary round, we'll probably be ridiculed for years and have to work like slaves for Jingqi Martial Arts School. The bald senior brother nervously ran to draw lots. A short while later, he ran back with a number tag in his hand.
Then everyone waited anxiously for the host to announce the results.
Those who draw the same number become opponents.
Number 25, Bai Family Martial Arts School vs Hongyuan Martial Arts School.
Upon hearing the host's announcement, Bai Hongyu and the others were immediately taken aback, and their expressions turned grim.
What, is Hongyuan Martial Arts School very strong? Hua Qiu asked. In the last martial arts competition, Hongyuan Martial Arts School made it into the top 40. Xia Ziwei said with a bitter face. If they hadn't encountered the martial arts school that later ranked 8th in the semifinals, their ranking could have been even higher. I never expected that we would encounter such a formidable opponent in our very first match of the preliminary round. Bai Hongyu and the others were in low spirits. That's incredibly bad luck. What's there to be afraid of? We have our ancestral master protecting us, Hua Qiu said calmly. Yes, we have the protection of our ancestors, so don't be discouraged. The battle hasn't even started yet. Bai Hongyu encouraged everyone. But the results were not good, and the apprentices remained depressed. On the contrary, the Hongyuan Martial Arts School was overjoyed. Isn't this almost the same as a Bai? The people from Hongyuan Martial Arts School laughed, completely disregarding Bai Family Martial Arts School. After all, that was the weakest martial arts school in Xishan, and anyone could easily defeat it. They had bad luck last time, but this time they've started off on a good note. Let's try to break into the top 20 this time, said the owner of Hongyuan Martial Arts School. We'll definitely succeed this time. The disciples beamed with joy. People from Jingqi Martial Arts School also came to watch the match from the stands. They weren't originally interested in watching these preliminary rounds. Master, the Bai Family Martial Arts School drew the Hongyuan Martial Arts School. Huang Peng ran over to Wang Dong with a gloating expression. Are they really that unlucky? Wang Dong frowned. Now I don't think they'll even make it past the preliminary rounds. They still want to compete against us. Dream on. Huang Peng scoffed. Actually, I hope they could hold on until that moment, but alas, it's impossible. Wang Dong shook his head, his expression contemptuous. Soon, the preliminary rounds began. On more than 20 arenas, people from various martial arts schools entered one after another. The Bai Family Martial Arts School and Hongyuan Martial Arts School have the largest gatherings of people. It wasn't because the fight here was particularly exciting, but because of the commotion caused by the Bai Family Martial Arts School. The last-ranked player dared to challenge the 9th-ranked player, becoming a laughingstock among martial arts schools. Many people wanted to see the Bai Family Martial Arts School make a fool of itself. Master, I am nervous. The bald senior brother felt immense pressure and was covered in cold sweat. He had never been watched by so many people before, especially since these people were there to see him make a fool of himself. You're spineless, calm down. Bai Hongyu scolded. Master, I'm a little panicked too, the second senior brother said, his situation not much better. Bai Hongyu sighed. To be honest, he couldn't calm down either. The pressure is too much. He was full of confidence when he made the bet, but now he's feeling uneasy. No one expected to encounter such a formidable opponent in the very first match of the preliminary rounds. It looks like it's about time for them to go on stage. Master, Tu can't hold it in anymore. The bald senior brother suddenly turned pale, clutched his buttocks, and ran to the toilet. Tu have diarrhea too. The second senior brother ran over. The third senior brother quickly ran over as well. What are they doing? Bai Hongyu's expression changed. They seem to have taken some health supplements this morning, supposedly to enhance their strength. They bought them from a quack doctor, Xia Ziwei said awkwardly. These guys are good for nothing and good for making things worse. Bai Hongyu said with a look of disappointment at their lack of ambition. It's obvious they were scammed and bought fake medicine. Bai Family Martial Arts School, come to the arena. The referee on the stage shouted. Bai Hongyu's face was grim. Ziwei, why don't you go up and hold the fort first? He looked at Xia Ziwei. Ha, me? Xia Ziwei was stunned, her expression blank. She's just a pretty face with the cultivation level of a third-grade martial artist. In a real fight, she probably couldn't even defeat a first-grade beginner martial artist. The only remaining disciple had a first-grade cultivation level. Oh dear, what should we do? Bai Hongyu was extremely anxious. According to the rules, each martial arts school will send 3 people to fight. They can't even get all 3 of them together right now. I'll go, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Hua Chou who spoke. He hadn't originally intended to intervene, planning to help secretly, but those two were too disappointing and couldn't even get onto the stage. You? Both of them looked at Hua Chou in surprise. He's only been at the martial arts school for a few days. And so I learned a basic set of boxing techniques. He dares to step into the ring? This is no joke. If you get hurt up there, I won't be able to face your family, Bai Hongyu said, shaking his head. What's there to be afraid of? I have the protection of my ancestor. Hua Chou didn't care at all and got up to walk towards the arena. Bai Hongyu and Xia Ziwei were stunned for a moment. Hua Chou has already stepped onto the ring. Sigh, that's it. I hope the ancestral master will truly protect us. Bai Hongyu steeled his heart and stood up as well. Ziwei, come with me. He called out. Xia Ziwei looked embarrassed, but she had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow superior. Soon, the participants from both martial arts schools took their positions on the stage. Upon seeing this lineup, the people from Hongyuan Martial Arts School burst out laughing. Well, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, it's not easy to deal with them, someone laughed. Look at that girl, so delicate and fair-skinned, she's trembling with nervousness, and that boy, his aura isn't even as strong as a first-grade martial artist. As for Bai Hongyu, he's a paper tiger. He might not even be able to beat a 5th-rank martial artist. Sigh, this first battle is far too unchallenging. Let's fight it out. The people from Hongyuan Martial Arts School were very casual. In the audience, Wang Dong kept shaking his head. With this lineup, they can't even last a few minutes. Is the Bai family martial arts school giving up entirely? Master, they must know they can't win, so they're just giving up, Wang Ping sneered. They were so arrogant when they made the bet, but now they're acting like this. I really don't know where they get their confidence from. It's utterly ridiculous. Ziwei, don't be nervous. Hua Chou noticed that Xia Ziwei was trembling and raised an eyebrow. I've never actually fought with anyone before. Xia Ziwei forced a smile. Don't be afraid, Hua Chou said with a smile, patting her back. Instantly, several streams of pure creative spiritual energy flowed into her body. In an instant, Xia Ziwei felt her body brimming with power, as if she could lift off the ground and fly into the air with the slightest movement. For some reason, she no longer felt anxious. She looked at Hua Chou in surprise. What did he do? How can it be so amazing? The competition begins. The host suddenly shouted. Each of the three faced an opponent. Hua Chou was fighting a burly man. Hua Chou remained calm and began to assume a fighting stance. Xia Ziwei and Bai Hongyu, who were worried about him, glanced at him and were instantly stunned. That's basic boxing? Use this against the enemy? Seriously? 129, Chapter 129. Is that really a basic boxing technique? What, a basic boxing techniques? The burly man opposite Hua Chou was stunned when he saw the stance Hua Chou was taking. In the martial arts world, martial arts skills are extremely precious. Even the lowest level martial arts techniques are closely guarded secrets for ordinary martial artists, and are only shared and taught to those who are extremely close to them. However, the basic boxing techniques that Hua Chou used could not be considered martial arts skills at all. That wasn't exclusive to the Bai family martial arts school. It was a set of warm-up punches widely circulated in the martial arts world, hence the name basic boxing techniques. As the name suggests, this is for warming up, like practicing Tai Chi. It is not offensive, and no one would use such a thing to fight an enemy. But then, Hua Chou used this very thing. They did it very seriously, as if it were a serious matter. Has this kid lost his mind? The big man stared blankly, not making a move for a moment. He found it utterly ridiculous. Does the other party's action mean they look down on him? This Xia Ziwei and Bai Hongyu were both dumbfounded. They never expected Hua Chou to do this. But upon closer reflection, it seems that Hua Chou has only learned this one basic set of boxing techniques in the few days since he arrived. There's no hope for him. Bai Hongyu felt a headache coming on. He withdrew his gaze and focused on confronting the head of Hongyuan Martial Arts School. Your disciples are really interesting, the owner of Hongyuan Martial Arts School said with a smile.
Bai Hongyu's face almost turned red. He didn't want to respond.
Haha, basic boxing techniques. Huang Peng laughed so hard he almost fell over in the audience.
He's really something. Does he really think he can win the match with that set of boxing techniques? That's quite an idea. What a talent. Huang Peng was laughing so hard he could hardly contain himself. Many spectators also laughed and found it quite amusing.
Wang Dong frowned again.
A young man like that, who would dare to talk back to him like that someday?
He thought this young man must have some extraordinary talent.
He was very displeased.
How could the Bai family martial arts school have fallen to such a wretched state?
Before Huaxiu could even make a move, the other two sides had already started fighting. The master of Hongyuan Martial Arts School was a peak 6th rank martial artist, whose cultivation was much higher than Bai Hongyu's, and he defeated Bai Hongyu repeatedly. Although I have recently practiced a top-tier technique, it has been too short a time to demonstrate its full power. If it weren't for that technique, he would have been defeated in the very first move.
Little beauty, don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Xia Ziwei's opponent grinned lewdly and struck out with a palm.
The attack was a ruse. The real intention was to take advantage of the situation. Xia Ziwei was initially flustered, but suddenly felt that the person's movements became very slow in her eyes.
She swayed slightly and nimbly dodged it.
Oh, not bad. The man was slightly surprised and attacked again.
Xia Ziwei easily dodged it again. The man panicked.
He began to use his true strength. However, it was all in vain. Xia Ziwei was so light that she seemed not to touch the ground. Her movements were beautiful and swift, and she could ignore his attacks.
That woman has amazing agility. Wang Dong exclaimed in the audience.
Only a master could see how superb Xia Ziwei's movements were.
The two were not even in the same league in terms of speed and reaction time.
I never expected that the Bai family martial arts school would have such a female martial artist. Wang Dong was quite surprised and narrowed his eyes.
When did she become so capable? Huang Peng was also surprised.
Xia Ziwei had been bullied by him before, and she couldn't even catch up with him.
What happened to her? The most surprised person was Xia Ziwei.
She couldn't figure out how she had become so light, but she vaguely felt that her strength had increased significantly, not just a little bit. Could it be Huaqiu? She remembered Huaqiu patting her back, and she felt something different. How could Huaqiu possibly do such a thing?
Could it really be the protection of the ancestral master? That was the only thought she could have.
On Huaqiu's side, the big man watched Huaqiu perform several moves and finally became impatient.
Kid, I don't care what tricks you're playing, get off me.
He attacked directly, his massive body crashing into Huaqiu. He was so strong that the ring shook constantly when he ran. That body crashed into the slender Huaqiu like an elephant hitting a deer.
Some people couldn't bear to watch. Wouldn't that cause him to cough up 3 liters of blood from the impact?
However, Huaqiu remained calm and unhurried. Boom boom boom, the burly man charged towards them like a nuclear bomb, like a roaring little train.
He didn't try to dodge.
It seems they want to confront each other head on.
This is suicidal.
The audience frowned deeply.
Huaqiu, get out of here. Xia Ziwei, still watching this area, shouted urgently.
Huaqiu smiled slightly, but his gaze turned cold as he looked at the burly man charging towards him.
A palm strike was launched lightly.
This is a basic pushing hand technique in basic boxing.
Overestimating yourself,
the burly man said with utter contempt. He was confident that he could break Huaqiu's bones and tendons. Make the other party pay a heavy price for disrespecting him.
In the blink of an eye, he bumped into Huaqiu. Huaqiu's push also landed on the Han Dynasty.
Buzz. In an instant, a huge ring of air suddenly bloomed.
Bang!
That seemingly light push suddenly revealed its immense power. As the air blast burst open, the bewildered giant's massive, ox-like body was sent flying. Its speed was so great that it even created a whooshing sound in the wind. The burly man looked astonished, an expression of disbelief on his face.
He couldn't understand how such a gentle push could generate such powerful energy. What?
Wang Dong, standing in the audience, was so shocked that he stood up. Not only him, but everyone watching the match showed a look of shock. The force of that burly man's impact was extraordinary, even a 6th or 7th rank martial artist wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. But that kid actually knocked the guy flying with just a basic punch.
Do you know how amazing it is when an ant can send an elephant flying with a single slap? Similar to this.
After all, Hua Qiu's aura barely reached the level of an entry-level martial artist. At most he could be considered a first-grade beginner martial artist. He was using basic boxing techniques that had no practical effectiveness in combat. This effect was quite surprising.
Bang!
The big man smashed through the thick ropes of the ring and flew more than 10 meters backward, almost crashing into the referee's table. After the big man fell, he couldn't get up for a long time.
The audience was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Hua Qiu is so strong?
The bald senior brother and his companions, who had just returned from the restroom, were filled with self-reproach and worry, knowing that Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei were going to compete. As it turned out, Xia Ziwei handled the situation with ease, while Hua Qiu, with a single push, shocked everyone present.
They were stunned. How is this possible? Huang Peng stared in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a single move from basic boxing could achieve that.
Even more unbelievable was that Hua Qiu defeated a powerful martial artist in a single move using basic boxing techniques.
Damn it, is this really basic boxing?
Someone in the audience exclaimed, eyes wide.
Holy crap, basic boxing techniques can be this powerful, am I dreaming? Could it be that the basic fist technique is actually some kind of powerful, high-level martial art? The audience was shocked and bewildered.
Because anyone can learn basic boxing techniques.
130, Chapter 130, Female Takaru? That fist technique has that much power?
Bai Hongyu's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Hua Qiu in disbelief. Hua Qiu's time at the martial arts school was very short, and he only taught this one set of basic warm-up boxing techniques. There was no other way to put him on the stage, we had no expectations of him. The result was shocking. The two remaining members of Hongyuan Martial Arts School were extremely surprised and looked at each other in disbelief. They never took the Bai family martial arts school seriously from the very beginning. They didn't even glance at the young man who only exuded the aura of a first-grade martial artist.
So much so that my jaw dropped. Quickly finish this.
The head of Hongyuan Martial Arts School realized something was wrong and quickly shouted to another person.
If they lose to the weakest martial arts school in Qishan, where will they put their faces?
Bang bang bang, the other person also dared not be careless anymore, and his attack became fierce. He stopped teasing Xia Ziwei and just wanted to defeat her as soon as possible.
For a moment, even though Xia Ziwei was agile, she began to struggle. Hua Qiu is not idle.
According to the rules of the martial arts competition, the side that is still standing on the stage at the end wins, regardless of whether it is a case of bullying the weak or outnumbering the strong. So he continued to use his basic boxing techniques, slowly attacking Xia Ziwei's opponent.
Trying to use the same trick on me, I'm not that weak.
The man was furious when he saw this. He snorted coldly, ignored Xia Ziwei, and turned around to attack Hua Qiu. His cultivation level was 1 grade higher than that of the burly man from before, and he attacked with all his might. Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged. It's still the same pusher. It felt light and airy, as if it had no strength. The man dared not be careless. But I don't think this move was really that powerful. I think it was mainly because my companion underestimated me. No matter how powerful this kid is, he's only a first-grade beginner martial artist. Head to head, who's afraid of who? He shouted, gathering all his strength to unleash his strongest punch. In an instant, a punch and a push collided. Boom! The energy roared and rippled. Without any pause, even though the man used his strongest strength, he was completely disintegrated by that light push, and he followed in his companion's footsteps. Everyone watched in astonishment as the second person was sent flying backward, unable to be stopped. After the man fell to the ground, he couldn't get up for a long time. Even if he could get up, he would rather lie down.
So embarrassing.
He was sent flying by a mere first-grade martial artist and wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. He thought he could at least fight back, but he didn't realize how much power was contained in that seemingly gentle push until he actually encountered it. He couldn't understand how a beginner-level martial artist could possess such immense power with just a basic fist technique.
This is unbelievable.
The owner of Hongyuan Martial Arts School exclaimed in disbelief. His two top students were both defeated by the weakest fighter from the Bai family martial arts school.
How could a first-rank martial artist be so terrifying?
It's that same move again, the same move all over again. The audience was shocked once more. That set of basic fist techniques must be a martial art of a high grade, otherwise how could a first-grade martial artist defeat an enemy so many grades higher?
It must be, it's just that we've never studied that set of boxing techniques in depth. Basic boxing techniques must have profound secrets.
Everyone seemed to have discovered a new continent. They decided that they must diligently practice the basic boxing techniques every day to discover their profound secrets.
Master, could it be that there's more to that fist technique than meets the eye? Huang Pang asked Wang Dong, his composure growing. Wang Dong looked thoughtful. He didn't dare to draw any conclusions easily.
That Hua Qiu was just a weak first-grade martial artist. There was no strong internal energy fluctuation when he made his move, which means that he really only used the power of a first-grade martial artist. Yet, he can defeat enemies 3 or 4 levels higher. Without a doubt, the martial arts he used were extraordinary. When you get back, you should also study the basic boxing techniques carefully, especially that pushing hand move, Wang Dong instructed.
Huang Pang nodded awkwardly.
Hua Qiu, how did you do that? On the stage, Xia Ziwei walked up to Hua Qiu in surprise. She felt as if she had rediscovered Hua Qiu and was filled with curiosity about him. Senior sister, this set of boxing techniques is amazing. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Hua Qiu said.
Xia Ziwei stared blankly. Is it really because she taught so well?
She also wanted to ask why so much had changed about her.
You two are still chatting there, why don't you hurry up and help your master?
Bai Hongyu on the other side complained and shouted. Enraged by the elimination of 2 contestants in a row, the head of Hongyuan
Ziwei wanted to help.
But she stopped again very quickly.
What should I do?
I don't know how to fight, she said, looking distressed. She was just a female martial artist with empty skills but no real talent. Although she felt that her cultivation had become stronger and her movement techniques had improved, she still didn't know how to attack.
Do you feel like you have so much energy right now, but you can't seem to release it? Hua Qiu asked from the side.
Yes, that's it, Xia Ziwei nodded vigorously.
Why don't you try doing this?
Imagine the feeling of circulating the cultivation technique, drawing the power within your dantian and gathering it in your hands. Xia Ziwei seemed to understand something and closed her eyes to practice her skills. She felt a heat rising throughout her body, and a surge of power flowing into her arms.
Now, strike that person with a palm strike. Hua Qiu shouted.
Xia Ziwei opened her eyes, let out a delicate shout, and struck out with a palm at the master of Hongyuan Martial Arts School.
Boom!
In an instant, a purple energy burst forth at an extremely rapid speed.
What? Almost everyone in the audience jumped up in surprise.
They were utterly shocked.
Even a peak 9th rank martial artist couldn't do that.
Attacking with internal energy outside the body is an attack method that only a martial venerable can perform.
Could that little girl be a powerful martial venerable? This is possible. That's terrifying. What the hell?
The head of Hongyuan Martial Arts School was chasing and beating by Hongyu when he suddenly saw a purple light coming towards him, which startled him.
It was too late when I tried to react.
They were hit squarely. Before the master of Hongyuan Martial Arts School could finish speaking, he was sent flying. He was in mid-air, and he didn't even realize what was happening.
He fainted immediately after landing. The entire hall was completely silent.
After a very long time, a sound finally emerged.
Could that little girl be a martial venerable?
Someone asked softly, their face filled with shock.
If so, that would be terrifying.
At such a young age, and still a female martial artist, there seems to be no one this powerful in the history of martial arts in the Xia Kingdom.
That level of skill, why would they use it to participate in this kind of competition?
It shouldn't be, Wang Dong said with a frown after regaining some composure from his initial shock. I was fortunate enough to witness a martial venerable in action, and that girl's purple energy was still quite different from the martial venerable's internal strength. Whether in terms of speed or intensity, it is far inferior to the internal strength of a martial venerable. This must be an extremely rare high-level martial skill. It's incredible that it allows a martial artist who is not at the martial venerable level to attack from a distance, he said with a look of astonishment, his eyes flashing.
So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, the crowd's surprise lessened considerably.
But everyone had different thoughts and stared at Xia Ziwei. That kind of martial art is rare and incredibly precious.
Its rank must be at least Earth rank.
This tiny, bottom-ranked martial arts school actually has someone who knows Earth-level martial arts techniques.
Earth rank martial arts technique.
Something that even a martial venerable might not be able to possess. Compared to cultivation techniques, high-grade martial arts skills are even more precious to martial artists.
Many people were tempted.
Hua Qiu on the arena sensed the ill intent in those gazes. He frowned, his eyes filled with coldness.
131, Chapter 131. I am your ancestor.
Ziwei, you. Bai Hongyu stared at Xia Ziwei, speechless for a long time. The master of Hongyuan Martial Arts School was far more skilled than him, he was no match for him at all. He was actually sent flying by Xia Ziwei's palm strike from a distance. Not only was he surprised, but his fellow disciples at the Bai family martial arts school were also stunned. How did I do that? Xia Ziwei was also incredulous, staring blankly at her hand. She simply followed Hua Qiu's instructions and struck out with one palm.
She never imagined it could be so powerful. The winner is Bai family martial arts school. The host shouted. We won?
Bai Hongyu felt like he was dreaming. As the head of the museum, he doesn't seem to have done much.
Winning in a fog. Oh, we won.
After realizing what had happened, the bald senior brother and his friends excitedly ran onto the arena and jumped around. Those who witnessed this scene were speechless. The martial arts school ranked last in Xishan.
A huge upset. Even against Hongyuan Martial Arts School, which boasts top 20 strength, they easily prevailed and qualified for the next battle.
Without a doubt, the Bai family martial arts school was the biggest and only focus of this preliminary round. Hua Qiu, with the cultivation of a first-grade martial artist, displayed great power using basic fist techniques. Xia Ziwei, using a high-level rare martial art, defeated the master of the martial arts school. Generally speaking, the head of a martial arts school is necessarily the strongest person in that school. This is the first time in the martial arts tournament that the school master has been defeated by an opposing student in a single move. The people at the Bai family martial arts school cheered and celebrated. The people at Hongyuan martial arts school looked worse than if they were crying. They are clearly quite strong. Last time, they faced a top 10 opponent in the semifinals and had to be eliminated early. This time, they came full of confidence, determined to win a top 20 ranking. They even thought it was extremely lucky to encounter the last-ranked martial arts school in the preliminary round, which was a good omen.
Who could have imagined it would be even worse this time? They were eliminated in the preliminary round. What a terrible sin this is. The owner of Honyuan Martial Arts School roared. In the lounge. Everyone from the Bai family martial arts school stood in front of Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. What exactly happened today, you two, tell us. They surrounded the two men and pressed them for answers. These two are truly amazing. Two don't know what happened either. Xia Ziwei looked completely bewildered. I was very nervous when I went on stage, but after Hua Qiu patted my back, I suddenly stopped being nervous and even felt warm all over. It was as if my cultivation level had changed. When the fight started, I found that I became very fast. I could see all of the other person's movements clearly and dodged them all. That last palm strike was taught to me by Hua Qiu. I did as he said, and that's how the scene you saw happened. I don't understand what happened either. Upon hearing this, the group looked at Hua Qiu, wanting to hear what he had to say. They didn't really believe that those basic boxing techniques were that powerful. Because the Bai family martial arts school didn't have many martial arts skills, they often practiced that thing to pass the time. Wait a moment, let your teacher take a look. Bai Hongyu put one hand on Xia Ziwei's shoulder and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes in shock. Ziwei, you've become a peak 5th rank martial artist. He exclaimed in surprise. What? The group's eyes widened in shock. Before the competition, Xia Ziwei was only a 3rd rank martial artist. Is he almost catching up with Bai Hongyu now? What's going on? Peak of the 5th rank? Xia Ziwei's pretty face was somewhat stunned. She could hardly believe it. Hua Qiu just patted her a few times, and she's already at the peak of the 5th rank? This is too bizarre. Hua Qiu, what exactly did you do to her? Bai Hongyu stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment. How did you manage to do all this? Everyone was looking at him. They have questioned Hua Qiu's true strength and identity. Because that's something no ordinary person could do, completely different from Hua Qiu's character. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He stood up and looked at the group of people calmly. I said I would protect you all, he said calmly. Hua Qiu, why are you talking like that? The bald senior brother asked, looking puzzled. Yeah, I'm asking you a question, so hurry up and answer it. Hua Qiu's face darkened. I am not Hua Qiu, he said indifferently. Stop joking, who else could you be but Hua Qiu? Why are you putting on an act? If you're not Hua Qiu, then who are you to be the founder of our martial arts school? Stop pretending. It's not funny. The group felt that Hua Qiu was joking at this point, which was quite pointless. Insolence! Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold, and he shouted. Buzz! In an instant, the temperature in the entire lounge plummeted. An incredibly terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping everyone. What kind of aura was that? It sent shivers down one's spine, as if one were witnessing a terrifying being capable of destroying the world, and involuntarily evoked a sense of humility. The group froze, their pupils dilating as fear slowly crept into their eyes. Under their watchful eyes, Hua Qiu, who had been indifferent, suddenly lifted his feet off the ground, his entire body levitating. He stood in the air, looking down indifferently at the crowd. His eyes shone with divine light, shining brightly, like a god descending to earth. His clothes fluttered, and a luminous mark appeared on his forehead, radiating boundless holiness. You are the Grandmaster! Bai Hongyu exclaimed in shock, as if suddenly realizing something. Plop! He immediately knelt down without hesitation and worshipped Hua Qiu. What, the patriarch? The bald senior brother and the others were shocked. The patriarch had actually descended upon them for the first time. Borrow Hua Qiu's body. In this situation, they dared not have the slightest doubt. In an instant, all of them knelt down and worshipped Hua Qiu devoutly. Xia Ziwei's pretty face flushed with panic. He immediately knelt down as well. But Hua Qiu raised her hand slightly, and she couldn't kneel down at all, forced to stand. This disciple was unaware of the arrival of the ancestral master. I beg the ancestral master's forgiveness. Bai Hongyu said loudly. Please forgive us, master. Several disciples echoed. All right. Hua Qiu waved his hand.
I saw that this lad had some potential, so I gave him some pointers in a dream and asked him to convey my message. You can regard him as the spokesperson of this patriarch. I will continue to pay attention to this martial arts competition and will lend a helping hand at crucial moments, so you don't need to worry. I will follow the instructions of the patriarch. Bai Hongyu replied respectfully. Possession consumes too much energy, and even I, the patriarch, cannot manifest my divine power too often. You must also work harder and not disappoint me, Huaqiu said. The group readily agreed. I, your ancestor, will pass on another set of martial arts techniques to you. Practice them diligently, Huaqiu said, taking out a booklet and throwing it down. Thank you for the reward, master. The group was overjoyed. Huaqiu closed her eyes and slowly descended from the sky. At the same time, that powerful aura gradually dissipated. What happened? After landing, Huaqiu pretended to wake up and asked in confusion. You're lucky, kid, Bai Hongyu said with an envious look. He's the head of the academy, yet he can't even be the representative of the founder. This kid actually received guidance from the patriarch himself in a dream. No one doubted Huaqiu anymore. After all, the patriarch possessed him and manifested his divine power. The patriarch is a god in their hearts, omnipotent. This little thing is easy to do. Bai Hongyu picked up the booklet. A high-level martial skill at the peak of the profound rank. He was taken aback when he read the description. As expected of the founder, his actions are truly extraordinary, casually bestowing high-level martial arts techniques. The group was very excited. A martial skill at the peak of the Xian rank can be considered a treasure. Only those at the martial venerable level possess this. The group was incredibly excited with the ancestral master appearing again. They had even more confidence in this martial arts competition. Huaqiu smiled slightly. He got this from the black market. If you want the Bai family martial arts school to rise to prominence, having martial arts techniques alone is not enough. However, giving it too high a grade is also not good. Xia Ziwei stared at Huaqiu, her beautiful eyes unblinking. For some reason, she felt like something was off. He seemed to have some doubts about Huaqiu, who had just been possessed by the patriarch. 132, Chapter 132 As You Wish. Another battle in the afternoon. This time, the opponent was much weaker than Hongyuan Martial Arts School, and we easily defeated them. Huaqiu's style remains simple and basic, and his push hands technique is unstoppable. Xia Ziwei only knew one move, and before she could even unleash it, her opponent immediately surrendered. The morning's competition made everyone aware of the Bai family martial arts school, which had once been ranked last. With this victory, Bai family martial arts school will directly advance to the semi-finals. This is the first time in so many years that the Bai family martial arts school has achieved this. This also means that they have finally shaken off the stigma of being last in the rankings. The martial arts school members were naturally very excited and went back to celebrate. The semi-finals were drawn in the morning, and the matches began in the afternoon. The group arrived at the guild hall. You don't need to draw anymore. Huang Peng walked over and handed Bai Hongyu a stick. Today's match is against our Jingqi martial arts school, he said with amusement. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This is rigged behind the scenes. They were supposed to fight another round before they could possibly run into Jingqi martial arts school. My master told me to tell you not to forget the bet, Huang Peng said with a sneer. No matter who loses, they have to work as a servant in the other's martial arts school for 3 years, and everything they own will belong to the other. Huang Peng's words made the others frown. This last point wasn't mentioned before. They're not stupid. It's obvious that Wang Dong added this condition because he was interested in their martial arts techniques and skills. Although the Bai family martial arts school displayed great prowess yesterday, surprisingly advancing to the semifinals, it's clear that the head of the righteous martial arts school still doesn't take them seriously. Because Jingqi martial arts school is far superior to Hongyuan martial arts school by more than one level. This, Bai Hongyu hesitated. What, scared? If you're scared, just admit defeat. Huang Peng sneered. Who said we're afraid? The bald senior brother and his companions were indignant, their faces showing anger.
If you're not afraid, then go ahead and take it, if you really have the guts.
However, there's nothing shameful about admitting defeat after all. You're just the worst martial arts school if you can't beat them. Admitting defeat will at most make you the laughingstock for a couple of years. Huang Peng was clearly using a provocation tactic.
Hua Qiu, what do you think? Bai Hongyu asked Hua Qiu.
Huang Peng found it strange that a museum owner couldn't make a decision on his own and had to ask Hua Qiu for his opinion.
Fight them, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Alright, let's do it.
Bai Hongyu said emphatically.
Very good. Huang Peng achieved his goal and left triumphantly.
The audience for the semifinals was far larger than that for the preliminary rounds.
The match between Bai Family Martial Arts School and Jingqi Martial Arts School today was particularly eye-catching. The bet between the two martial arts schools caused quite a stir when they registered, and the unexpected upset by the Bai Family Martial Arts School later became big news. Many people came to watch, eager to witness the incredible power of basic fist techniques and the rare, advanced long-range attack skills.
The level of attention is unprecedented.
This is only the semifinals. The finals will be the most exciting, the bald senior brother said, glancing at the audience. At that time, all the famous figures in the Qishan martial arts world will be invited to come. I heard that our esteemed national hero from Qishan will also come to preside over the event.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
It seems that Qishan only has one national hero at the martial venerable realm. He had a grudge against that esteemed patron.
Don't worry, with the patriarch's protection, what does the righteous Qi martial arts school matter?
Bai Hongyu encouraged his disciples. Yesterday, the patriarch possessed him and manifested divine power, which gave him confidence.
He believed in an omnipotent patriarch. The match began quickly.
The semifinals are different from the preliminary rounds. There are only 5 arenas.
Hua Qiu and his team were in the second round.
After waiting for a while, the first round finally ended, and it was Bai Family Martial Arts School's turn to take the stage.
Bai Family Martial Arts School versus Righteous Qi Martial Arts School. The host announced loudly on the stage. A warm cheer erupted from the audience. Many people are getting impatient, just to see this show. Amidst much attention, both sides took the stage. The Bai Family Martial Arts School team still consists of Hua Qiu, Xia Ziwei, and Bai Hongyu.
On the Jingqi Martial Arts School side were Wang Dong, Huang Peng, and another student. Wang Dong had a faint smile on his lips. He was confident of victory and longed for his opponent's advanced martial arts techniques. The two sides stood still, their eyes clashing, and a tense atmosphere filled the air.
Start! The host shouted. Both sides began to look for their own opponents.
Bai Hongyu faced off against Wang Dong, Huang Peng challenged Hua Qiu, and Xia Ziwei fought against Ling Aaron. Hua Qiu looked displeased as he watched Huang Peng sneer repeatedly. Originally, he wanted to fight Xia Ziwei's opponent, whose cultivation level was higher than Huang Peng's.
What, don't want to fight me? Huang Peng was displeased when he saw Huang Peng's gaze wandering.
A defeated opponent dares to boast, Hua Qiu said calmly.
Huang Peng's face darkened. What are you so smug about? He snapped. Last time at the black market, if it weren't for the black market experts secretly intervening, I would have rubbed you to the ground. I didn't expect you to put on such a show. Hua Qiu was taken aback. That was his explanation to Xia Ziwei. Huang Peng actually believed it.
Now that my strength has improved again and I've advanced to the 5th grade martial artist level, dealing with a weakling like you will be a piece of cake. Huang Peng was full of confidence and extremely contemptuous.
You're just a first-rank martial artist. You defeated a few low-rank martial artists with a single move of that basic fist technique. Do you think you're a master? You were all very powerful the other day, but now that you've met me, your days are numbered.
Hua Qiu looked to the other two sides. Huang Peng talks too much, he doesn't want to pay any attention to him. Wang Dong is an 8th rank martial artist, while Bai Hongyu is only a 6th rank martial artist with an unstable foundation. The two are not in the same league. Even if they manage to resist with great difficulty using advanced techniques, defeat is only a matter of time, and it won't be long. Xia Ziwei was agile, and although the man was a 6th-rank martial artist, he couldn't do anything to her.
It seems we'll have to rely on him to make a move today. Where are you looking?
Huang Peng was furious when he saw that Hua Qiu ignored him. He said so much, but Hua Qiu didn't take him seriously at all. Hua Qiu's gaze darkened slightly.
I'm getting ready to get rid of this annoying thing.
I know that a single set of basic boxing techniques cannot possibly be that powerful, Huang Peng sneered.
You must have been hiding your true strength, right?
No matter how much you've been hiding, just bring it out, because if you don't, you'll never have another chance, Huang Peng said arrogantly, full of disdain. He had just broken through to a higher realm and was feeling quite pleased with himself.
Then so be it.
Hua Qiu said coldly and indifferently. His gaze turned cold and sharp as he stared indifferently at Huang Peng. Buzz in an instant, the air vibrated violently, and a buzzing sound filled the air. An aura of unparalleled terror spread like a raging flood, engulfing every inch of space around Huang Peng.
What? In an instant, Huang Peng's mocking smile froze on his face. 133, Chapter 133. How could he be so strong? What's this? Huang Peng was terrified and looked flustered.
This was an aura he had never felt before. It was so domineering, so powerful.
He couldn't believe that Hua Qiu could exude such a terrifying aura. What level is this?
He was surprised and wanted to investigate Hua Qiu's cultivation level, but after investigating, he was even more frightened. Because that person still exuded the aura of a first-grade martial artist. Let alone a first-rank martial artist, even a 9th-rank martial artist might not be able to exude such a terrifying aura. There's only one possibility. The gap between him and the other party was too great, he couldn't even fathom the tip of the iceberg.
Huang Peng's face turned extremely ugly. This is a fact he cannot accept. Didn't you tell me not to hide it?
Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. I'll let you experience 1/10 of my strength.
What, you only use 10% of your strength? Huang Peng's eyes widened. Such a powerful and terrifying aura, yet it's only 1/10 of his strength? He couldn't believe it. If 1% is already this strong, how strong would 10% be?
He didn't believe it and thought Hua Qiu was definitely bluffing him. No, Hua Qiu shook her head. Now is the time, he said.
Buzz the next moment, an even more terrifying aura emanated from his body. Unrivaled and unparalleled. Huang Peng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He can actually get even stronger.
This time, it's beyond description as simply terrifying.
Because Huang Peng was surrounded by Hua Qiu's aura, he was having difficulty breathing and was almost suffocating.
He couldn't move his body at all, as if his throat was being choked, and his face turned deathly pale.
An overwhelming sense of terror grew within Huang Peng, threatening to consume his entire will.
In his eyes, Hua Qiu's figure became incredibly tall, looking down at him indifferently, creating a pressure as heavy as a mountain.
Crunch, crunch.
Huang Peng's bones were cracking, and he felt like he was about to be crushed by a heavy force.
If I had to describe his current predicament,
he was like a lowly ant being targeted by an unparalleled being, who could vanish into thin air with a flick of its finger at any moment.
That intense feeling of powerlessness and fear is something that most people cannot bear. Huang Peng was on the verge of a breakdown.
He guessed that Hua Qiu was hiding something, but he didn't take it seriously. Feeling confident of victory, he clamored for Hua Qiu to go all out. But he never expected it to be this outrageous.
Just what kind of existence is this martial artist who was even younger than him?
Huang Peng was drenched in sweat, feeling like he was living a life worse than death. So weak Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the pathetic Huang Peng. He hadn't even exerted much pressure yet, he had only released some of his aura, and Huang Peng couldn't withstand it. With his strength, releasing his aura to intimidate a martial artist who had only just reached the 5th rank was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Hua Qiu lost interest and withdrew his aura.
Thump. Huang Peng, almost completely exhausted, collapsed onto the arena, utterly powerless. To fall down and not get up means to be eliminated. Huang Peng, what are you doing? why aren't you standing up and attacking?
The other two from the Righteousness Martial Arts School looked at him with puzzlement and shouted angrily. Because Hua Qiu's aura was only directed at Huang Peng, the scene they witnessed was extremely bizarre. In their eyes, Huang Peng hadn't even gotten close to Hua Qiu yet, but Hua Qiu had only said a few words, and he was so frightened that his face turned pale and his body trembled in the end. He even collapsed on the stage and couldn't get up.
This is something they cannot understand. Huang Peng looked bitter, still shaken and terrified. He wanted to stand up too. But he really doesn't have that ability anymore. He wanted to tell his master and senior brother how terrifying Hua Qiu was, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. Bang! In a corner of the arena, Wang Dong struck out with a powerful palm strike, which by Hong Yu, who was already exhausted, could not dodge and was hit. He was knocked off the stage, his face pale and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The head of the Bai Family Martial Arts School has been eliminated. The Bai Family Martial Arts School lost in the audience. The audience couldn't help but frown, feeling that it was very boring. They hadn't yet witnessed the power of basic fist techniques, nor had they seen the rare, high-level long-range attack skills. But the Bai Family Martial Arts School is about to lose. After all, their strongest gym leader has been eliminated. How could the remaining two possibly be a match for the master of the Righteous Martial Arts School? He's an 8th-rank martial artist. Huang Peng, what's wrong with you? Stand up. After defeating by Hong Yu, Wang Dong frowned and shouted at Huang Peng. Huang Peng's performance was a disgrace to Jingqi Martial Arts School. Upon hearing this, Huang Peng struggled to move, trying to get up, but he slumped back down after only managing to get up a little and remained motionless. Useless thing. Wang Dong shouted angrily with a cold face. He looked at Hua Qiu and Xia Ziwei. It's time to end this, he said coldly, his powerful aura as an 8th-rank martial artist surging forth, exuding a chilling murderous aura. It's over. The bald senior brother and the others below looked anxious. Hua Qiu, you guys have to hold on, Bai Hongyu whispered, clutching his chest. He felt that as long as he held on, the patriarch would surely appear and help him. You two, get off here. Wang Dong felt that Huang Peng had lost face and was furious, so he slapped Hua Qiu directly. The audience was so tense they didn't dare blink. Will that young man use the basic fist technique, Divine Might? Even if he used his abilities, with such a huge difference in strength, he still couldn't win. You're the one who should get out. Hua Qiu said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. After saying that, he also thrust out a palm strike. It was that tried and tested basic boxing technique, the pushing hand. Oomph, do you think I'm like those good-for-nothings? Wang Dong scoffed. He also felt slighted, which made him even angrier. He increased the pressure on his palm. With this palm strike, he was determined to make Hua Qiu cough up blood, fall to the ground severely injured, and be unable to remain a martial artist. Hua Qiu also noticed Wang Dong's gaze, the ruthlessness within. Hey, he sneered. He had been hiding his true strength to participate in this 100 Halls martial arts tournament. For him, participating in a competition of this level would be considered beneath him. Therefore, his initial plan was to stop short of making a move. But now, he's changed his mind. For the first time, that push became fast and powerful. Even before they touched, the air was already rippling. Wang Dong frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. But he didn't have much time to think. The next moment he was exchanging blows with Hua Qiu. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and the air rippled out from where the palms met. Crack! A series of tiny sounds of bones breaking. In that instant, Wang Dong's expression changed drastically. An indescribably powerful force emanated from the point where their palms met, instantly shocking and horrifying him. The disparity between the two forces is like that between the bright moon and a firefly. Put! Within a breath, Wang Dong spat out blood, his face turning deathly pale. Bang! A moment later, he was sent flying backward, his speed like an arrow released from a bow. My meridians! As he was thrown backward, Wang Dong was terrified and could hardly believe it.
In that brief encounter, his bones were broken and his tendons were snapped, his 8th grade cultivation was completely annihilated, and he was reduced to a cripple. Wang Dong's mind was racing, and he almost froze. He was just a young martial artist. It's just a basic push hands technique in boxing. How could someone possess such unbelievable and terrifying power? His understanding was completely shattered. He finally understood why Huang Ping was so despicable. Because the opponent is so strong that words cannot describe it. Bang bang bang. Wang Dong was thrown backwards repeatedly, during which he lost consciousness and passed out. Boom! The referee's stand was smashed to pieces, creating a huge human-shaped crater. The referees, who were scrambling to dodge, looked shocked and were speechless for a long time. The entire competition venue was deathly silent. 134, Chapter 134, Taking over the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School. Basic boxing techniques can be this powerful? The spectators felt their senses were going numb. This is the first time since the 100 Schools martial arts tournament began that a martial arts school student has defeated the school's master. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. One move, just one move. Jinchi Martial Arts School was among the top 10 martial arts schools in the last martial arts competition, so its strength goes without saying. The Bai Family Martial Arts School has been ranked last for 10,000 years. Such a huge upset, who wouldn't be surprised? Basic boxing techniques must contain unknown secrets. Someone said emphatically. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Because Hua Qiu always uses the same simple push-hand move when fighting, and there is no fluctuation of his cultivation level. How could his level of understanding possibly surpass that of the head of a museum? It must be because the power of that basic boxing technique is too strong. Everyone thought so. Ha, the patriarch has possessed us, the patriarch has possessed us, we won. Bai Hongyu was so excited that he danced around and shouted. Our ancestor is mighty. The bald senior brother and the others shouted excitedly. They certainly didn't think that was Hua Qiu's strength, they believed that he was so powerful because the patriarch possessed him. Otherwise, how could basic boxing techniques have that kind of power? All the unexpected events that happened to Hua Qiu were attributed to the manifestation and possession of the patriarch. On the stage, Hua Qiu looked at the last person from the Righteous Martial Arts School. That person was originally Xia Ziwei's rival. After Wang Dong was sent flying by Hua Qiu, he stood there stunned in disbelief, unable to move. When he saw Hua Qiu looking at him, he couldn't help but shudder. "Tool go down myself," the man said in fear, and actually walked to the edge of the arena and jumped down. Even the sect leader was beaten so badly in one move, he didn't think he had the strength to contend with Hua Qiu. The winner is the Bai Family Martial Arts School. The host announced loudly. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Today's match was absolutely breathtaking. Even a powerful 8th-rank martial artist was sent flying with a single blow, severely injured and unconscious. Such overwhelming situations have been rare in recent years' competitions. After all, while there are differences between high-level martial artists, it is generally difficult to achieve such an effect. From then on, the Bai Family Martial Arts School gained great prestige. Because they already have the strength to be in the top 10. In the afternoon match, the opponent conceded defeat immediately. Hua Qiu was stunned for a moment. The opposing martial arts school was quite powerful, yet they surrendered without hesitation and didn't even dare to step onto the ring. News from the hospital says that Wang Dong, the head of the Jingqi Martial Arts School, is on his deathbed. His meridians have suffered irreversible damage, and 7 or 8 bones are broken. He probably won't be able to leave the hospital for at least 4 or 5 months, the bald senior brother explained to Hua Qiu. The patriarch's attack was too powerful. Even an 8th-rank martial artist was almost killed in one move. Those martial arts schools are all afraid and dare not fight against you. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, thinking that this would save her some trouble. Therefore, they advanced directly to the finals, which means they have truly entered the top 10. 2 days later, the finals will begin under the auspices of the Qishan Martial Arts Alliance branch. That will be when everyone is truly in the spotlight. Celebrities from the Qishan martial arts community will be present to watch the battle, and even the most revered martial arts masters will be there to oversee the event and present awards to the victors. After the afternoon competition ended, the group prepared to head home. However, as soon as they stepped out of the hall, they were stopped by a large group of people outside. "Master, we want to join the Bai family martial arts school, please accept us." Many people knelt down and begged Bai Hongyu to accept them. Everyone was stunned. "I just qualified for the finals, and so many people already want to become my apprentices. A week ago, they were the worst martial arts school in Qishan, and nobody paid any attention to them. Very well, our martial arts school welcomes all, regardless of their background. Anyone with good character is welcome to join us," Bai Hongyu said with a broad smile. "I'd like to ask senior sister Xia to teach me martial arts, is that alright? I want to learn basic boxing techniques from senior brother Hua. That move is so cool, it can take down an 8th rank martial artist in one move." The student exclaimed excitedly. Xia Ziwei lost herself in the repeated calls of senior sister, her face filled with rapture as she giggled foolishly. After all these years, she can finally be a senior student. She's still the senior sister of so many people. Upon seeing this, Hua Qiu smiled faintly. "Let's go to the Righteousness Martial Arts School," Hua Qiu said. "Where are you going?" someone asked. "Have you forgotten the bet?" Hua Qiu said, "Our martial arts school is too small to accommodate so many people." Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. According to the bet, the winner gets to take what the other person owns. Let's go, the group exclaimed excitedly. So, leading a group of newly recruited students, they headed to the Jingqi Martial Arts School in a grand procession. The Righteousness Martial Arts School was deathly still. After losing the match, the gym owner was also seriously injured and fell into a coma, and it is unknown when he will wake up. "Senior brother Huang Peng, what do we do now?" everyone asked, surrounding Huang Peng. Huang Peng was carried back to the martial arts school and didn't have the strength to get up until the afternoon. He was scared half to death. "I don't know either." Huang Peng was at a loss. They never thought they would lose, never imagined things would turn out this way. Just as I was feeling troubled, a commotion broke out outside. "Listen up, members of the Righteousness Martial Arts School, our Bai Family Martial Arts School is here to take over." The bald senior disciple shouted. "What are you doing here?" The crowd glared angrily at the people from the Bai Family Martial Arts School. Don't forget the bet your sect leader made with us." There were many people present at the time. The bald senior brother and his companions were now riding high, speaking with great arrogance. The people from Jingqi Martial Arts School were speechless and could only show their resentment. Upon seeing Hua Qiu, Huang Peng felt a chill run down his spine. Hua Qiu has become a psychological shadow for him. According to the bet, all the people from your Righteous Qi Martial Arts School must work as laborers at the Bai Family Martial Arts School for 3 years, and everything owned by the Righteous Qi Martial Arts School will belong to the Bai Family Martial Arts School, Hua Qiu said calmly. He won't be soft-hearted. The previous righteous martial arts, the people in the brothel were incredibly arrogant. This is the retribution they deserve. Humph. You want to take everything from our righteous martial arts school, you wish? Someone said angrily. Today, you will not take a single penny from here, unless you step over my dead body. A group of people confronted each other with impassioned fervor. Is that so? Hua Qiu's face turned cold. Buzz. An incredibly powerful aura emanated from him. In an instant, gusts of wind swept through the air, and everyone felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on them, causing their expressions to change drastically and reveal fear. They were both shocked and frightened. How could someone's aura be so terrifying? This person is clearly about the same age as them. Hua Qiu alone was so overwhelming that everyone at the Jingqi Martial Arts School could hardly breathe and was unable to move an inch. Is this senior brother Hua's strength? He's amazing. The new students were shocked and looked at Huaqiu with admiration. The people from Jingqi Martial Arts School looked extremely grim, as they were under immense pressure. They finally understood why the museum owner had lost. How could such a powerful being not be defeated?
Damn it, here we go again.
Huang Peng had truly experienced that terrifying aura before, and now seeing Huaqiu about to exert pressure with his aura again, he was terrified.
Brother Hua, please don't get angry, we will not disobey you.
He quickly shouted.
Senior brother Huang Peng. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Even our master has been defeated, who among you can stop him? Huang Peng roared.
Everyone fell silent, unable to utter a word. We must honor our bet and not let people look down on our righteous martial arts school or say that we are untrustworthy, Huang Peng added.
Everyone looked bitter and could only sigh.
Everyone, I will have someone hand over the reins to you, and you will be able to take over everything, Huang Peng said. Huaqiu was quite surprised.
This Huang Peng is starting to take on some responsibility. Huang Peng certainly had his own agenda. He glanced at the unfathomable Huaqiu. Perhaps, joining the Bai family martial arts school wasn't such a bad thing after all. 135, Chapter 135 Noble Patriot. The final round of the 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament has arrived as scheduled. This time, the Bai family martial arts schools team has grown significantly. In the past 2 days, people have been flocking to the Bai family martial arts school to learn martial arts, making it a highly sought-after institution. Huaqiu and his group were followed by about 10 people who addressed them as senior brothers and sisters and served them. Xia Ziwei and the others had never enjoyed such treatment before, and they were all elated. Guided by the staff on site, they walked to the designated area of the Bai Family Martial Arts School. Looking at the 4 large characters Bai Family Martial Arts School, Bai Hongyu and the others had burning eyes. This is a height they never dared to imagine. Fortunately, with the help of the patriarch, his wish was finally fulfilled. Look over there, the bald senior brother said to Huaqiu, pointing to the main platform. Huaqiu looked over. The people sitting up there today are all big names in the Qishan martial arts world. The heads of martial arts families and the branch managers of the Martial Alliance will all be present. The person in the very center is even more important. It's Liao Tongyuan, a top legend in our Qishan martial arts world. Do you know that he is an extremely powerful veteran martial venerable? Huaqiu smiled slightly and said nothing. Liao Tongyuan, right. He even killed Liao Tongyuan's adopted sons and grandsons. So many days have passed, and this so-called Qishan national hero has shown no reaction. I wonder what he's thinking. According to Dong Jiqi, the branch manager of the Qishan Martial Alliance, it seems that the matter was suppressed by the people at the headquarters of the Martial Alliance. Otherwise, given Liao Tongyuan's temper, he would have settled accounts with him long ago. Huaqiu had a premonition. The two are bound to clash in this martial arts final. However, he didn't take it seriously. Because no matter how senior or well-connected an ordinary martial arts master is, he has no right to be afraid of him. Then many people entered. The bald senior brother enthusiastically introduced the various martial arts schools participating in the finals to Huaqiu. Things like being ranked in the top 5 or the owner being incredibly powerful. There's also the so-called number 1 martial arts school, whose master is a 9th-rank martial artist with a lofty status. Huaqiu didn't hear a word of what Huaqiu said. Because he's not interested. In any case, no matter which martial arts school it is, there is only one outcome in a fight: he will sweep them all away. Using the pretext of being possessed by the patriarch, he can act with impunity. The final was held on a stage set up outside the Qishan Martial Arts Alliance branch, and the audience seats were packed, making it a grand event. After a long while, a commotion broke out in the audience. At the locations of each martial arts school, both the school owners and students stood up and looked towards the entrance. Bai Hongyu and the others also stood up. Hua Qiu, stand up quickly, important people are arriving.
The bald senior brother urged him.
Hua Qiu frowned slightly, remaining motionless. Soon, several imposing figures entered and headed towards the main stage.
These people are all celebrities in the Qishan martial arts world, and almost all of them are ninth-rank martial artists. They are either important figures in the Qishan martial arts family or high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance branch. Of all these people, Hua Qiu only knew one branch manager, Dong Jiqiu.
They are the referees for this final match. Please take your seats, referees. The host called out. Clap clap clap, the people present applauded. After everyone was seated, the host's expression became solemn.
Next, let us welcome our esteemed scholar from Qishan, Liao Tongyuan.
He shouted. Clap 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 clap, irresistible applause rang out as everyone looked towards the entrance with anticipation and reverence.
The dignitaries who had just been seated on the stage quickly stood up and applauded.
Amidst the intense anticipation of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged at the entrance.
He was an elderly man dressed in a loose black robe, thin but with sharp, piercing eyes. He exuded a powerful aura, far stronger than a ninth-rank martial artist. He strode in with a powerful stride, head held high and chest out.
I've finally met Liao Tongyuan, the national hero. Is this the aura of a martial venerable? It's incredibly powerful. Many people were filled with excitement and anticipation. A national hero, he is the faith of our Qishan.
That was a powerful martial arts master from Qishan, a noble patriot. People held him in high esteem and longed for him.
Greetings, Liao Guoshi.
On the platform, Dong Jiqi, the branch leader of the Qishan Martial Alliance, led the way by bowing and shouting.
Greetings, Liao Guoshi.
Several prominent figures followed closely behind, bowing and greeting.
Greetings, Liao Guoshi.
Everyone in the audience and the players' stands, except for Hua Qiu, clasped their hands in a respectful salute and called out. Its momentum was so great that it was as noisy as 10,000 horses galloping. This is the weight of a national hero at the martial venerable level.
Noble and worthy of respect. A national hero, revered by all.
The bald senior brother said with a look of longing. I wonder if we'll ever reach that level in this lifetime. As he spoke, he looked down at himself.
What the hell? Hua Qiu, how dare you still sit there? He was instantly shocked. Hua Qiu never stood up. You dare not stand up and bow to a national hero, damn, you're incredibly audacious.
The bald senior brother was shocked. If this were investigated, the charges would be quite serious. This could be considered disrespectful to a national hero, and is punishable by imprisonment.
Hua Qiu,
get up quickly. Upon hearing this, Bai Hongyu and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly said to Hua Qiu. If someone finds out and uses this as an excuse, you'll be in big trouble. We might even be disqualified from the competition.
You expect me to bow to someone like that?
Hua Qiu looked displeased. I'm afraid he can't accept my gift, he said indifferently. The people at the Bai family martial arts school were all stunned. His remarks are extremely disrespectful to a national hero. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Hua Qiu, Bai Hongyu thought for a moment and immediately came up with an idea.
Stop him quickly, don't let anyone see that he's still sitting. He ordered.
The people from the Bai family martial arts school quickly stepped in front of Hua Qiu and blocked him from behind.
This greatly displeased Hua Qiu. But he only frowned slightly and didn't say anything.
The host led Liao Tongyuan to the main seat on the stage.
Only after Liao Tongyuan sat down did the martial arts celebrities dare to sit down.
The people below slowly returned to their original seats. The people from the Bai family martial arts school finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Hua Qiu, that's Liao Guoshi,
a man of high status. Commoners cannot disrespect him.
Bai Hongyu said earnestly.
Luckily no one saw it this time. If they had, you would have been in big trouble.
Bai Hongyu wiped away a bead of cold sweat.
He was quite frightened just now.
Does this kind of person deserve respect? He doesn't deserve to be admired at all, Hua Qiu said coldly.
It was It's precisely because of Liao Tongyuan's protection that his adopted sons and grandsons dare to act lawlessly. Hua Qiu, watch your words. Bai Hongyu was so frightened that he quickly covered Hua Qiu's mouth. Hua Qiu, what's wrong with you today? You seem to have a lot of opinions about Liao Guisher, the bald senior brother asked, puzzled. I heard that Liao Guisher's adopted son was recently assassinated. He's been in a bad mood lately. If he hears what you're saying, you're finished. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. What assassination? He killed them openly and honestly. Hua Qiu, you should listen to your master and the others. Don't get yourself into trouble, Xia Ziwei advised. Hua Qiu didn't say anything more. He glanced at Liao Tongyuan, who was seated high on the platform. During the final match later, Liao Tongyuan will definitely find out his identity. He'd better not cause any trouble. If they dare to do anything. Oh. 136, Chapter 136 Crushing. Hua Qiu was annoyed by the opening remarks before the final. The host went on and on about the competition rules, and then the martial arts celebrities on the platform rambled on for ages. It took a long time before the start of the competition was announced. 10 martial arts schools participated in the finals. The draw system will still be used for the matches. Except for the final ranking of the top martial arts school, which requires a winning streak, the other rankings require multiple matches, with points awarded to determine the final rankings. The bald senior brother was still in charge of drawing lots. Whether they are lucky or not doesn't matter anymore. They believe in the omnipotent founder of the martial arts school, who can defeat any martial arts school. On the platform, the patriot Liao Tongyuan noticed the Bai Family Martial Arts School plaque on his bald senior brother's body and his expression changed. Why haven't I heard of this Bai Family Martial Arts School? He asked. He knew all the top martial arts schools in Xishan, but this was the first time he had met a disciple of the Bai Family Martial Arts School. My lord, this is the biggest dark horse of this year's 100 Schools Martial Arts Tournament. Someone immediately answered his question. This Bai Family Martial Arts School has always been eliminated in the first round of previous martial arts competitions, consistently ranking last among all martial arts schools in Xishan. Oh? Liao Tongyuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Previously ranked last, it suddenly broke into the top 10, which is quite a leap. I don't know what's going on, but in this martial arts competition, the Bai Family Martial Arts School is showing incredible power, winning a series of upset victories, even defeating the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School, which was ranked in the top 10 last time. You probably wouldn't believe it, but the 8th rank master of the Righteous Chi Martial Arts School was seriously injured in one move with a basic fist technique. Moreover, one of their contestants is a female martial artist who can use rare long-range attack techniques. Liao Tongyuan's expression changed upon hearing this. It seems that this Bai Family Martial Arts School is quite extraordinary. He decided to pay more attention to it and see what was so special about it. After the draw, Bai Family Martial Arts School will face off against the martial arts school that ranked 5th in the previous competition. Unlike before, the Bai Family Martial Arts School members looked relaxed this time. In contrast, their opponents looked solemn. Now, who would dare to underestimate the Bai Family Martial Arts School? If an 8th rank martial artist was severely injured in one move, the person who made the attack must have been at least a 9th rank martial artist. Among the Xishan martial arts schools, only the headmaster of the first martial arts school is a 9th rank martial artist. They couldn't help but worry. The duel between Hua Qiu and his team will not begin until the 3rd match. In the first 2 matches, the martial artists from the 4 martial arts schools fought for quite a while. Both are powerful martial arts schools, so the difference in strength between them is not actually that great. It's more of a war of attrition, seeing which side can't hold on any longer. After waiting for almost an hour, it was finally Hua Qiu and his team's turn to go on stage. The audience was startled and perked up. Will this year's dark horse continue its winning streak? Can basic boxing techniques truly guarantee unstoppable progress? They were very much looking forward to it. The participating martial artists from both sides, by Family Martial Arts School, by Hongyu, Xiaoziwei, Hua Qiu. The host introduced the information of the participating martial artists one by one. On the stage, Liao Tongyuan, who was already paying attention to the Bai Family Martial Arts School, immediately darkened his face upon hearing Hua Qiu's name. "Give me the information about that Hua Qiu," Liao Tongyuan ordered Dong Jiqi. Dong Jiqi also looked surprised. He never expected that Hua Qiu would actually come to participate in the 100 Schools martial arts tournament. He had no idea what Hua Qiu was up to. He is a martial arts master. Which of these martial arts schools can be his opponent? Liao Guosher, this Dong Jiqi looked troubled. He knew about the feud between these two big shots. Although the Martial Alliance headquarters had mediated, he could tell that Liao Tongyuan's anger had not subsided at all. He was genuinely afraid that the two martial arts masters would start fighting here. He's in a difficult position no matter which side gets hurt. "I told you to bring it here." Liao Tongyuan shouted sharply, his face as cold as ice. Dong Jiqi sighed helplessly. "Liao Guosher, you don't need to look. He is the newly promoted Martial Venerable Hua Qiu Hua Guosher from Beishan City." He could only answer honestly. Upon hearing this, Liao Tongyuan's expression grew even more somber. Hua Qiu killed his adopted son. The hatred for killing my son. We are sworn enemies. A newly promoted Martial Venerable, although of a higher rank than him, having reached the Hall of Fame level. In terms of both ability and connections, he was confident that he far surpassed his opponent. "Liao Guosher, please calm down," Dong Jiqi quickly advised. "Have you forgotten what the higher-ups at headquarters said?" Liao Tongyuan glanced at Dong Jiqi, the coldness in his eyes quite evident. Dong Jiqi felt a chill, and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. The person in front of you is a martial venerable expert. He was under immense pressure. But he had no choice but to bite the bullet and give the reminder. "Of course I haven't forgotten," Liao Tongyuan sneered. That chilling smile sent shivers down Dong Jiqi's spine. "Don't worry, I've cultivated for many years and am considered the kid senior. I won't fall out with him here and start a fight," he said meaningfully. "I greatly admire Liao Guosher's magnanimity," Dong Jiqi quickly flattered. "Don't worry, headquarters will definitely mediate and persuade Hua Guosher to apologize to you." Liao Tongyuan smiled faintly, then said nothing more. He stared at Hua Qiu on the arena, his coldness growing stronger. On the arena, Hua Qiu frowned. He could easily sense that a martial venerable was eyeing him covetously. "Old man, you'd better not cause any trouble," Hua Qiu thought to himself with a cold sneer. His main goal today is still to help the Bai Family Martial Arts School win first place in the martial arts competition. On the arena, the three opponents looked solemn, their bodies tense, and their faces wary. Their attention was mostly focused on Hua Qiu. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu is the strongest fighter in the entire Bai Family Martial Arts School. The other two are actually not much of a threat. Bai Hongyu, needless to say, is just a pretty face. Although Xiaoziwei was agile and possessed long-range attack skills, although not very skilled, they can still easily handle it. Only Hua Qiu. He remained unassuming and his true level of skill was still unknown. He made it to the finals with just a basic boxing routine, and no one could stop him. They have already made their decision. The competition begins. The host announced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the three opposing martial artists went all out and attacked Hua Qiu directly. Ignoring the other two, the three of them attacked from three directions simultaneously, trying to eliminate Hua Qiu. They're guaranteed to win if they eliminate the strongest team. "That's a good idea," Hua Qiu said with a slight smile. "Unfortunately, even with a combined attack, your strength is far from sufficient." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the three people. The three men's expressions changed. The enemy completely disregarded their siege and even launched a preemptive attack. Whoosh. Hua Qiu moved his body, creating a strong whirlwind on the spot. In an instant, the three of them lost their balance and were thrown away by the whirlwind. Bang bang bang. Three muffled thuds followed as the three landed, looking bewildered. They have already fallen off the ring. Lost?
They hadn't quite reacted yet. Holy crap, that was way too fast.
The people in the audience were all stunned. That was the master on the platform. Even the martial arts celebrities looked dazed.
They were all ninth-rank martial artists.
But it can't achieve that effect.
That young man is incredibly strong. Cheers erupted from the audience.
The people from the Bai family martial arts school were shouting and celebrating loudly, while Bai Hongyu and others were praising the power of their ancestor.
Wow, what level is that guy surnamed Hua at? Huang Peng and others from the Righteous Chi martial arts school were also sitting in the audience. They were stunned by what they saw.
The fifth martial arts school was instantly wiped out, even worse than them.
My decision was right,
Huang Peng said with a burning gaze.
Snort. Master, Liao Tongyuan, watching this scene from the platform, snorted coldly.
Hua Qiu, the sage, wants to help a bottom-ranked martial arts school turn around and make it the #1 martial arts school in Qishan, is that right?
He saw through Hua Qiu's intentions. Two won't let you have your way. 137, Chapter 137. A national hero intervenes.
Hua Qiu has stopped pretending.
He no longer possessed the weak aura of a first-grade martial artist. They no longer rely solely on simple basic boxing and pushing techniques to fight their opponents. Another martial arts school showdown. The duel begins. Buzz.
Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, Hua Qiu's figure had already disappeared. The three people from the opposite martial arts school only had time to show their shock before they were blasted away with a huge explosion.
Bai family martial arts school wins,
the host announced in astonishment. This martial arts school ranked third in the last martial arts competition.
But they were instantly killed. That must be a huge difference in strength. The audience was stunned.
Holy crap, this young man is definitely a 9th grade martial artist, and a top-tier one at that.
Someone exclaimed. What a formidable young martial artist. When did such a brilliant genius emerge in Qishan?
At this age, a 9th rank martial artist, he will definitely reach the martial venerable realm in the future. Even compared to the many super rich families and martial arts geniuses in the capital, he will not be inferior.
People started talking about it. He's too strong, senior brother Hua is too strong.
The newly recruited students of the Bai family martial arts school shouted excitedly, expressing their boundless admiration for Hua Qiu.
The patriarch is indeed the patriarch. Even his spirit possession has made Hua Qiu so powerful, Bai Hongyu exclaimed in amazement.
Only a few of them believed that Hua Qiu was so powerful because he was possessed by the patriarch, and they were not very surprised.
This person is truly talented.
On the platform, the eyes of the martial arts family leaders lit up, and they immediately sent people to inquire about the young man's background.
This kind of unparalleled genius must be won over.
Liao Tongyuan, a national hero from Qishan, sneered, his expression revealing contempt.
A dignified martial venerable, going to a martial arts tournament to bully those ants below the martial venerable level, isn't he ashamed?
He said with a sneer.
Dong Jiqi, do you think what I said makes sense? He glanced sideways at Dong Jiqi. Dong Jiqi was sweating profusely and could only manage an awkward smile. He dared not answer.
Whether he affirms or denies it, he will offend a national hero, a responsibility he cannot afford. My God, I hope today's martial arts competition will end peacefully. He could only pray silently in his heart.
Bai Family Martial Arts School, victory.
The victor is the Bai Family Martial Arts School.
The Bai Family Martial Arts School still wins.
After defeating 3 more martial arts schools in succession, the Bai Family Martial Arts School swept through the land, crushing all sides.
Next, there is only one final battle. They defeated the top-ranked martial arts school from the previous competition, making them the champions of this year's competition. The audience has become numb to it. Every time, it was a decisive sweep. No martial arts school could last more than a minute. Basically, if Hua Qiu makes a move, it means the game is about to end. Without a doubt, they are the biggest favorites to win the championship. The final battle, Bai Family Martial Arts School versus Yi Martial Arts School.
With the host's announcement, the final battle began. Bai Hongyu and Xia Ziwei both took their time going on stage. Anyway, they're just there for show, they don't need to lift a finger. Everything was entrusted to Hua Qiu, who was possessed by the patriarch. Yi Martial Arts School has been the champion of the martial arts competition for 3 consecutive years, and its master is a powerful 9th-rank martial artist with great strength. But this time, facing the dark horse Bai Family Martial Arts School, they also became uneasy. That young man from the Bai Family Martial Arts School is too unfathomable. The 3 members of Yi Martial Arts School studied Hua Qiu's strength for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what it was. They didn't know how much of his strength he used to defeat his opponents so quickly each time. The unknown is what makes people more worried. The host walked onto the stage and raised a hand. "The game begins," he shouted, then quickly stepped back. Whoosh! The 3 members of Yi Martial Arts School moved with incredible speed. Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, the 3 of them approached in an instant, using all their internal energy. They set up a defensive formation. They didn't dare to launch an attack at all. The lessons learned from the previous experiences of several martial arts schools made them realize that in terms of attack, they were no match for Hua Qiu and could not possibly be his opponent. This have all the former champions been forced into this state? The audience was stunned. "Ah, how pathetic," someone laughed. "What do you know, this is the truly wise move they've made." Someone commented, "A rank 8 martial artist with considerable prestige. Every martial arts school we faced before was swept away in an instant. If they were to launch another attack now, they'd probably end up like those other schools." That young man's attack was swift and terrifying. Normally, such a powerful burst of attacks wouldn't last long. It's likely a high-burst martial art. If the Yi Martial Arts School can defend against a few waves, they can easily win the match once the young man is exhausted. After all, the other 2 from the Bai Family Martial Arts School are not much of a threat. After hearing that person's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. "No wonder he's a 3-time champion," they exclaimed. "Master, are you confident?" Bai Hongyu asked Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu did not answer, and strode away with an indifferent expression. With each step, the air vibrates. Boom! In an instant, chaos erupted on the arena, like a violent storm. The 3 members of Yi Martial Arts School turned pale upon seeing this. "Block it, you must block it!" their martial arts school owner roared. Boom! Hua Qiu's figure had already disappeared from sight. A tornado appeared on the arena, plunging the sky into darkness and obscuring the sun and moon. The audience could no longer see what was happening on the ring. Even from the stands, they could feel the roar and vibrations from the other side. They looked at each other, their expressions filled with astonishment. What kind of attack method is this? What level of martial arts skill is it? How could the scale of this event be so enormous? Could a 9th-rank martial artist really create such a battle scene? To be honest, it was a bit too shocking and frightening. Everyone, even with their necks craned out, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see what was happening on the ring. The martial arts celebrities on the platform watched very attentively. Even Liao Tongyuan frowned. Clearly, the intensity of that attack even shocked him. He had assumed that Hua Qiu was a newly promoted martial venerable, whose strength was only average among martial venerables. In hindsight, he was wrong. After a while, the storm dissipated at the arena, revealing what was inside. "Holy crap!" someone exclaimed. The entire arena collapsed. The area around the arena was a complete mess, as if it had been the site of a devastating flood. Hua Qiu stood calmly in the center of the original arena. The 3 members of Yi Martial Arts School had already been swept far away, lying on the ground, disoriented and unconscious from the storm. The audience was stunned. He was, after all, the champion of 3 martial arts tournaments. They thought they should be able to defend against several waves, no matter what. Unexpectedly, even with their best efforts to defend, they still couldn't escape being instantly killed. "What amazing power this is!" Bai Hongyu and Xia Ziwei exclaimed in amazement from a short distance away. Even before the attack began, they were sent flying by a gentle force. Too strong they're not even in the same league as other martial arts schools, the audience murmured. That young man is definitely at the peak of the 9th rank, and he also possesses more than 2 or 3 high-level attack martial arts techniques. Just who is he? People were very curious about Hua Qiu's identity. At his age and with his abilities, how could he possibly be an unknown nobody? It definitely has a significant history. The host slowly walked to the center of the stage, finding it difficult to remain calm. I hereby declare that the victor in this martial arts competition, the one who will claim the title of champion, is... Wait! Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting him. Then, Liao Tongyuan, a renowned scholar from the imperial court, stood up, his face cold. Hua Qiu frowned. Your Excellency, what are your instructions? The host asked respectfully. The winner of this championship is Giyi Martial Arts School. Liao Tongyuan shouted. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. The Bai Family Martial Arts School clearly won. Hua Qiu's face immediately darkened. 138, Chapter 138 Identity Exposed. My esteemed sage, what you mean is... Thinking he hadn't heard clearly, the host bowed and asked again. As my esteemed teacher has clearly stated, the winner of the final battle will be Giyi Martial Arts School. Liao Tongyuan said coldly. The host's expression froze, and he dared not speak. He glanced at the 3 people from Giyi Martial Arts School. At this moment, the 3 of them were still lying on the ground, and none of them were fully conscious. How could the imperial preceptor possibly judge such a martial arts school as the leader? He was stunned, not understanding why Liao Tongyuan would do such a thing. But he dared not show the slightest doubt. The audience members were even more confused. The Bai Family Martial Arts School was clearly the winner, so why did the national scholar rule that Tianyi Martial Arts School was the winner? This is just too outrageous. The martial arts celebrities on the platform exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what Liao Tongyuan was up to. How could you do this? Bai Hongyu and the others looked grim. We were the ones who won, Grand Preceptor, can't you see that? The bald senior brother almost cursed, but he swallowed the words back. That was a national hero, for him to dare to curse him was tantamount to courting death. Even a great sage cannot disregard the facts, can he? Some of the new trainees were indignant. The strategist of Qishan was a strong man they respected. But his current actions are puzzling. Ahem, Liao Guosher, according to the rules of the martial arts competition, the people from Giyi Martial Arts School have already lost. The branch manager of Qishan Martial Arts Alliance stood up with a forced smile and said. He absolutely dared not offend them. Despite repeated warnings from headquarters, Liao Guosher still insisted on causing trouble. Perhaps, Liao Tongyuan sneered. On the surface, the Bai Family Martial Arts School did win, however. That person, the martial arts technique he used is extremely similar to the core martial arts technique of a certain evil sect. I suspect that he has connections with evil martial artists. Can such a martial arts school be allowed to be the leader? He pointed at Hua Qiu and said. Everyone was shocked by these words. The strategist actually said that the young man was using evil martial arts techniques. Upon closer reflection, it does seem quite possible. A young martial artist so overwhelmingly defeated all the martial arts schools. Even if he possesses advanced martial arts skills, it would still require years of dedicated practice to unleash such power. Evil martial arts techniques often employ wicked methods of cultivation, emphasizing rapid mastery. For ordinary people, the title of national hero is extremely lofty. Its credibility is extremely strong. After Liao Tongyuan said that, almost everyone believed him. The gazes directed at the Bai Family Martial Arts School and others gradually turned hostile. Those who belong to evil sects should be killed by everyone. On the stage, Dong Jiqi helplessly slapped his forehead. He never expected Liao Tongyuan to slap such a huge label on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu is someone even the leader of the Martial Alliance values highly. This Liao Guosher is clearly talking nonsense. The Bai Family Martial Arts School members were furious, their reverence for the noble national hero crumbling.
This is blatant slander. Why would a national hero target our Bai family martial arts school?
Bai Hongyu was very puzzled. They had never had any dealings with that important figure, nor had they ever offended him.
He's targeting me,
Hua Qiu said calmly. The group looked surprised. Hua Qiu looked at the host, Liao Tongyuan, who was on the platform.
Liao Tongyuan also looked over. His expression was full of sarcasm, containing blatant provocation.
He just wants to stir up trouble.
Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. What's this national hero's name?
He asked the bald senior disciple. The name of this national hero is Liao Tongyuan, the bald senior disciple replied.
Hua Qiu nodded. Liao Tongyuan.
He called out towards the main stage.
You old geezer, are you blind? He shouted.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room was astonished. The people from the Bai family martial arts school stared at Hua Qiu in shock.
The audience looked over in surprise.
This was all because Hua Qiu dared to address the national hero by his real name and even cursed him on the spot.
What utter audacity! To berate a national hero is an extremely serious crime.
Hey, Hua Qiu, shut up.
The people from the Bai family martial arts school were terrified by Hua Qiu's shout.
Although they were also angry, none of them dared to speak ill of the national hero.
Hua Qiu is courting death. They won't escape responsibility either, they'll be implicated.
Hua Qiu, however, seemed completely unconcerned.
Since that old man is determined to cause trouble, he's not one to back down. Then I won't pretend. Hua Qiu, that's a national hero.
Bai Hongyu said emphatically, hoping he would realize the seriousness of the matter. Xia Ziwei was also taken aback by Hua Qiu's boldness and looked at him with concern.
A national hero,
so what if he's a national hero? Some national heroes are nothing but old fools who rely on their seniority, Hua Qiu said disdainfully. There was no attempt to hide it, everyone could hear it.
Liao Tongyuan's face was extremely gloomy, and he was already furious. Everyone was even more shocked.
In the audience, Wang Peng and the other members of the Jingqi martial arts school stared wide-eyed. They never expected Hua Qiu to be so brazen, not even putting a national hero in his eyes.
Huang Peng was terrified.
They're now just lowly servants at the Bai family martial arts school, and they'll be implicated just the same.
Hua Qiu, you brat, how dare you insult me? Liao Tongyuan was furious, his body trembling.
He has been a national hero for many years, and no one has ever dared to criticize him. With both old and new grudges combined, his anger and hatred towards Hua Qiu surged forth.
I've already cursed you, so what are you going to do about it?
Hua Qiu replied coldly.
Are you going to make a move?
Hua Qiu sneered, and the spiritual energy in his dantian began to activate. Today, I must teach this old bastard a lesson.
Do you really think that just because he's a senior national leader, he can bully you?
He dared to provoke a national hero at the martial venerable realm. People looked at Hua Qiu as if he were a fool.
Is he tired of living?
No matter how exceptionally talented he is, he can't compare to a national hero. Everyone thought Hua Qiu was overestimating himself.
Except for one person.
Dong Jiqi looked distressed, his expression filled with helplessness. He quickly left the altar and moved to the space between the two men.
I say, gentlemen of the nation, could you both please calm down?
He advised with a wry smile.
Liao Guosher, you made a promise to the higher-ups at headquarters, have you forgotten? Hua Guosher, you killed Liao Guosher's adopted son, so it's only natural that he's angry. Please understand, okay?
He tried to persuade both sides, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere. However, his words once again stirred up a huge wave. Everyone who heard this, except for the two people involved, was shocked.
Two national heroes. Hua Guosher. Minister Dong, what did you call that young man? Someone on the stage asked in surprise. Dong Jiqi sighed. Let me introduce.
This Mr. Huaqiu from Beishan City has achieved the martial venerable realm at a young age. He was recently awarded a medal by a counselor of the Martial Alliance headquarters, becoming the youngest national hero in our Xia Kingdom. He is Huaqiu, a national hero, with the title of Hall of Fame. A single sentence can cause a huge stir. Those who didn't know Huaqiu were utterly shocked. Everyone who knows Huaqiu looks on incredulously. The group from the Bai family martial arts school, in particular, were all stunned. Xia Ziwei stared blankly at Huaqiu, her pretty face blank. She remembered being bullied in the black market, and how Huaqiu came to her rescue and offered to become her disciple at the martial arts school. She liked this junior student very much and always taught him with all her heart. Even though he was clumsy, she never looked down on him. Now we learn that he is a national hero of the Xia Kingdom, a martial venerable. Xia Ziwei's emotions surged, and her simple thoughts became extremely complicated. Bai Hongyu and the bald senior brother and others stared wide-eyed. They always believed that Huaqiu's power was due to the possession of the ancestral master. They have always firmly believed in this and are confident and proud because of the protection of their ancestor. Now it seems that's not the case. A national hero, Huang Peng and the others were speechless. They thought that no matter how strong Huaqiu was, he was only a 9th-rank martial artist. I simply can't imagine him in that position. Hearing this now, my mind is in a whirl. His title is Hall of Fame. He's even taller than Liao Tongyuan. 139, Chapter 139 The Tyrant Patriot. A young national hero from Beishan, with the title of Hall of Fame. The people in the audience stared wide-eyed. Now everything makes sense. No wonder he could sweep through with just basic punches, no wonder he could instantly defeat all the top 10 martial arts schools. Simply because he is a national hero, a legendary martial arts master. At the same time, they couldn't help but be amazed. To achieve the title of martial venerable and the national hero at such a young age is unprecedented and unparalleled. He is truly a peerless genius. We never imagined that our senior brother Huaqiu would be such a noble patriot. He's a martial venerable. The new students at the Bai Family Martial Arts School were both excited and thrilled. They are the junior brothers of the martial venerable national hero. If you tell others, you'll have a lot of face wherever you go, and no one will dare to look down on you. He's actually a martial venerable, my God. The bald senior brother and the others became terrified. These days, they keep calling him little junior brother. The group was filled with unease. One person, however, was more excited than anyone else. You all need to know that we are now members of the Bai Family Martial Arts School, a martial arts school with a martial venerable and a national hero in charge. Huang Peng said to his fellow disciples from the former Righteous Chi Martial Arts School. They were overjoyed. My choice was absolutely right. Huang Peng said in a low voice. I will no longer feel it as a disgrace, but as an honor. I am the head of the Peng family, a martial arts clan from Qishan, and I pay my respects to Huaguosher. On the platform, those martial arts celebrities no longer dared to remain seated and hurriedly ran down to pay their respects to Huaqiu. This young, distinguished scholar has even greater potential than Liao Tongyuan, and is well worth befriending. Seeing Huaqiu being praised by many, Liao Tongyuan's face turned cold and he was very displeased. You all go to the side, Huaqiu said with a stern face. He had no interest in being polite with these people. His affair with Liao Tongyuan is far from over. Huaguosher, please bear with me, I'm begging you. Dong Jiqi saw what he meant, felt a headache coming on, and quickly pleaded. Why should I endure it? Huaqiu asked coldly. Today, no one can stop him. Heh, you brat surnamed Hua, do you think you can lay a hand on this old man? Liao Tongyuan sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Because he didn't believe Huaqiu had that kind of guts. He had been a martial venerable for many years, possessing profound strength and extensive connections among the top martial artists in the Xia Kingdom. He was confident that if Huaqiu was a smart person, he wouldn't dare to fight him. He felt that he should be in control. His adopted son was killed by Huaqiu. With the Martial Alliance interfering, it's difficult for him to do anything to Huaqiu, but today, he must at least force Hua Qiu to apologize to him, otherwise this won't end. Hua Guosher, listen to me. Liao Guosher has been at the martial venerable realm for more than 10 years. He is on good terms with many martial venerable experts, including some of the most powerful ones. You, on the other hand, are still young and should not make enemies with him, Dong Jiqi advised in a low voice. However, Hua Qiu showed disdain upon hearing this. After more than 10 years as a martial venerable, you've only reached this level, you still dare to show off? He sneered. Liao Tongyuan's cultivation level was only martial venerable level 2. In more than 10 years, he only advanced to the second rank. In Hua Qiu's eyes, this was practically the same as being a piece of trash. Dong Jiqi's expression changed upon hearing this. Boy, what did you say? Liao Tongyuan was furious, his face turning red with anger. Because Hua Qiu touched on his sore spot. Those who achieved martial venerable status around the same time are now at a higher level than him. Over the years, he has diligently cultivated his skills, but unfortunately, his progress has been limited. I'm telling you, you're a piece of trash. Hua Qiu said bluntly and loudly. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu in astonishment. As a young martial venerable, his title has reached the Hall of Fame level, which is truly amazing. But to provoke a veteran martial arts master like Liao Tongyuan now is, frankly, not very rational. He's still too green. That's what everyone thinks. He was surprisingly bold. Judging from this, could it be that a battle of national heroes is about to take place today? Sigh, Dong Jiqi shook his head helplessly. He had tried his best to mediate, but the two powerful figures were too difficult to persuade, and the situation was tense and difficult to calm down. I'm furious. Liao Tongyuan roared in rage. Boy, since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson. Even if the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance are here, they can't say anything bad about me. Having said that, he leaped down from the platform in a fit of rage and charged towards Hua Qiu like a rocket. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. Should we take action? Just what he wanted. Liao Guosher, please calm down. Dong Jiqi tried to stop him. Get out of my way. Enraged, Liao Tongyuan swung his hand fiercely, unleashing a burst of internal energy that instantly sent Dong Jiqi flying. Looking at Hua Qiu's indifferent expression, he became even more resentful and slashed at Hua Qiu with his palm from several meters away. The martial venerable formed a palm print with his inner energy and slammed it down towards Hua Qiu. The palm print meant nothing to Hua Qiu, but it horrified outsiders. Oh no, Hua Guosher is in danger. Bai Hongyu shouted. Xia Ziwei's pretty face turned anxious, and she actually wanted to go to the rescue, but Bai Hongyu grabbed her in a panic. That's a battle at the martial venerable level, if she gets involved, she'll surely die. Holy crap, something big is about to happen. The audience's expressions changed drastically. Everyone could see that Liao Tongyuan was furious to the extreme, and he showed no mercy in his attack. They believed that young Hua Qiu might get injured. But Hua Qiu's expression did not change. A mere trick, nothing special, Hua Qiu said dismissively. Liao Tongyuan's strength is not even as good as Lin Tianjiao's masked bodyguard. He flicked his sleeve slightly. Call. A gentle breeze blew by. Liao Tongyuan's large palm print vanished into thin air in an instant, too fragile to withstand a single blow. What? Liao Tongyuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He couldn't believe it and didn't understand how Hua Qiu had done it. Wow! The spectators were suddenly shocked. With a light flick of the sleeve, the old brand vanished the martial venerable's hateful strike. That was quite a shock to them. In the instant Liao Tongyuan was shocked, Hua Qiu raised a palm and pressed it down on the air. Boom! Suddenly, the sky above Liao Tongyuan's head changed dramatically. As if shattering the void, a gigantic, illusory handprint tore through space, pressing down on Liao Tongyuan with the force of Mount Tai. Liao Tongyuan looked up and his eyelids twitched. This giant handprint is more than 10 times larger than the one he just made. Its power is even more unpredictable. Even though there was still quite a distance between them, he already felt immense pressure.
Liao Tongyuan was extremely shocked. Is this really something a newly promoted martial venerable could do? What rank of powerful martial arts technique is this? He himself was so shocked that he could hardly contain himself, and the spectators were even more dismayed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. Such attack methods were beyond their comprehension and left them utterly shocked. Danger! Liao Tongyuan felt a strong sense of alarm and immediately tried to dodge without hesitation. But where could he escape to? Hua Qiu merely stirred his mind, and the giant handprint covering his head pressed down rapidly, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. This scene caused Liao Tongyuan's pupils to shrink sharply, and he moved his body even more desperately. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the giant handprint pressed down. As if a massive earthquake had struck, everyone felt the violent tremors and turned pale with fright. A huge crater resembling a handprint appeared in the middle of the venue. Hua Qiu's palm strike nearly shattered all the arena rings. The once arrogant and powerful Qishan general Liao Tongyuan lay in the pit of the giant palm print, his clothes torn and in a sorry state. His face was filled with undisguised horror. 140, Chapter 140 Liaoguosher, You're Courting Death. The entire venue fell into complete silence, you could hear a pin drop. No one expected it to turn out this way. The veteran martial arts master Liao Tongyuan took the initiative to provoke trouble and launch an attack, only to be slapped into a pit by Hua Qiu and left in a sorry state. Hua Guosher, the newly promoted martial venerable of Beishan, is incredibly fierce. A Dong Jiqi was slapped away by Liao Tongyuan and was slightly injured. He looked astonished. He knew that the higher-ups at the Martial Alliance headquarters valued Hua Qiu highly and were afraid that Hua Qiu would be harmed, which was why they had been trying so hard to mediate, even taking a slap from Liao Tongyuan. But he never expected it to end like this. Dong Jiqi suddenly remembered the time Hua Qiu had asked them to go to the Miao family to collect a corpse. At that time, Hua Qiu said he had killed a powerful evil martial artist. But they only saw bloodstains, not a body, so they didn't believe it. After all, a great martial venerable is a super strong person, not on the same level as an ordinary martial venerable. Perhaps, it's true. Dong Jiqi swallowed and muttered to himself. But if it were true, how terrifying would it be? Hua Qiu's expression remained indifferent. He slowly walked towards the large pit. Reaching the edge of the large pit, he looked down at Liao Tongyuan with a detached expression. Liao Tongyuan forced himself to sit up and looked at him in horror. What exactly is your cultivation level? He asked with a stern face. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu's strength far surpasses his. 4th rank? Or perhaps the great martial venerable? He didn't know. Liao Tongyuan was in an extremely bad mood. He intended to teach his opponent a lesson, but was instead ruthlessly crushed, all in front of numerous martial artists from the Qishan martial arts community. How will he be able to establish himself in Qishan after this? What's even more infuriating is that he cultivated for over 10 years and only reached the 2nd rank of martial venerable. This young martial arts master named Hua Qiu has already possessed astonishing strength far exceeding his own. Does someone like you deserve to be called a national hero? Hua Qiu stared coldly at Liao Tongyuan. He was thinking. Or how about we take down this bird-like scholar from Qishan as well? You weenie have to admit, the younger generation surpasses the older, Liao Tongyuan said unwillingly. Tell me, what do you want? He asked, lifting his hair. If you want me to apologize, then give up. You killed my adopted son, and I will never apologize to you. He remained defiant. Hua Qiu gave a cold laugh. He doesn't need an apology. Hua Qiu's eyes were filled with a cold light, which was quite chilling. Liao Tongyuan felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at. Dong Jiqi's body trembled violently when he saw Hua Qiu's eyes. He wouldn't be thinking, Dong Jiqi was startled. After Hua Qiu arrived in Qishan, most of those who provoked him died. It's clear that this young man had no scruples when he killed. Dong Jiqi was so frightened he almost lost his mind. He even wanted to kill a national hero. Hua Guosher, please calm down.
Dong Jiqi hurriedly ran over. Hua Qiu glanced at Dong Jiqi, whose lips still bore traces of blood, and frowned slightly. This branch manager is really working hard. Hua Guosher, let's talk this out. If you kill even Guosher, the consequences will be enormous. Dong Jiqi said nervously. Upon hearing this, Liao Tongyuan, who was in the pit, suddenly changed his expression. What, you want to kill me? His face was extremely gloomy. He never expected that Hua Qiu would dare to have such a bold idea. Even though Hua Qiu killed his adopted son, he did not harbor any murderous intent towards Hua Qiu. Because the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance will definitely intervene. And now. Humph, kill me? Can he really kill me? Liao Tongyuan sneered. Leaving aside my status in the Xia Kingdom, the two great martial venerable experts I've befriended are not people he can afford to offend. He said confidently. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. The killing intent had already been released. He could kill even the great martial venerable at will. He's killed quite a few ordinary martial venerables too. Isn't he just a national hero of the Xia Kingdom? How dare you be so arrogant in front of him? Seeing Hua Qiu's murderous intent, Dong Jiqi became even more panicked. Liao Guosher, please say less. He shouted anxiously. Liao Tongyuan had no idea how terrifying this young national hero was. Humph, what's there to be afraid of? Liao Tongyuan said nonchalantly. He was confident that he had befriended a great martial arts master, and he thought that Hua Qiu would not dare to kill him. Buzz. The air around Hua Qiu hummed, a sign of his surging killing intent. Liao Tongyuan's expression changed. This kid wouldn't actually dare, would he? He became somewhat unsettled and started to feel apprehensive. Dong Jiqi was so frightened that his face turned ashen. Once Hua Qiu makes his move, there's no way he can stop him. Stop right now. In that critical moment, a shout came from outside the stadium, a voice as loud as thunder. People looked in the direction of the sound, but only saw a fleeting shadow. The figure was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly, and it arrived at the venue in the blink of an eye. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of Hua Qiu and Dong Jiqi. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Others may not be able to see it clearly, but he can see it perfectly. The person who came was an old man with a goatee. The aura emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a powerful expert at the martial venerable realm. Hua Qiu had sensed this aura when he first arrived in Xishan, at the northern branch. The aura of the Hangwu king, who was enshrined in the black market and was at the 7th rank of martial venerable, was not much different from that of this person. The visitor was a martial king. He's stronger than the Hangwu king, he should be a martial venerable of the 8th rank. Your Dong Jiqi was stunned when he saw who it was. Your subordinate, Dong Jiqi, the branch leader of the Qishan Martial Alliance, pays his respects to the Grand Master. He quickly bowed and respectfully called out. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance? Hua Qiu frowned slightly. These are the people sent by the Imperial Capital Martial Alliance headquarters. The people sent to arrest him. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. They underestimated themselves, thinking they could just send a martial king to take him to the capital headquarters. What, even the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance has been alerted? Everyone was taken aback when they heard Dong Jiqi shout. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance, what a position that is, a lofty and important figure. Within the Martial Alliance, aside from the alliance leader, those at their level are roughly the highest ranking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a person is among the highest echelons of the entire Xia Kingdom. The battle between national heroes has even alarmed such important figures. Normally, you rarely see someone of the Martial Alliance's Grand Master's rank, even on television. Master, what brings you to Qishan? Liao Tongyuan was also quite surprised. He dared not delay and immediately stood up and bowed. If I hadn't come, you would have lost your life. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance glared at Liao Tongyuan and said angrily. Liao Tongyuan was startled, his face showing disbelief.
Hua Kai really dares to kill him. To be honest, at first he thought the chief clerk was there to mediate the conflict between the two sides. He was thinking that since the chief official was mediating, he was willing to make peace, but Hua Qiu would have to apologize to him. After all, his adopted son was killed. Unexpectedly, the head steward uttered such a sentence as soon as he arrived. Liao Tongyuan, you've been a national hero for so many years, but you've been blinded by greed. The chief steward said coldly. Your adopted son has taken advantage of your reputation to do countless shady things behind your back all these years, and you've been kept in the dark, knowing nothing about it, thinking he's some kind of good person. Hua Guosher killed him to rid the people of a scourge, you still dare to cause him trouble, you're really tired of living. The head steward looked at him with a disappointed expression. Do you think having two powerful martial arts masters as friends will make him wary? Do you know that he has already killed two great martial venerables, and quite a few ordinary martial venerables as well? What? Upon hearing this, Liao Tongyuan's face turned pale instantly, utterly shocked. 141, Chapter 141 The national hero admits defeat. Liao Tongyuan looked terrified. He believed that the words of the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance were not unfounded. In a short period of time, Hua Qiu, the national hero, has already killed two great martial venerables of the One Qi Dao Alliance, but the news has not yet spread, the chief steward stated Hua Qiu's glorious achievements. Liao Tongyuan was truly frightened. From this perspective, it would be effortless for Hua Qiu to kill him. He relied on his close friend, the great martial venerable. But others kill great martial venerables like slaughtering dogs. He dared not speak. Young friend Hua Qiu, this is our first meeting. I've been hearing a lot about you along the way, which has really surprised me. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance looked at Hua Qiu with a kind smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Hua Qiu's talent and strength are highly valued by the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance. Therefore, when they learned that he had been targeted by the Heavenly Order of the One Qi Dao Alliance, the Martial Alliance's higher-ups were very worried and immediately ordered him to seek refuge at headquarters. Unfortunately, he absolutely refused to go. There was no other way, so after discussion, the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance decided to personally make a trip to Beishan. They had discussed it beforehand, even if they had to kidnap him, they would bring Hua Qiu back to headquarters. But on the way there, I learned that Hua Qiu had gone to Qishan again and had done a lot of sensational things there. They even went so far as to annihilate a powerful evil martial arts master within the Miao clan. Even the mighty Grand Master of the Martial Alliance had to marvel at Hua Qiu, who was truly a prodigy and could be considered the #1 genius in the martial arts world of Xia Kingdom. Therefore, the leader of the Martial Alliance sent multiple telegrams, ordering him to bring Hua Qiu back no matter what. Upon arriving in Qishan, he learned that Hua Qiu was fighting with Liao Tongyuan there. They didn't even dare to rest, and rushed over here without stopping. He was terrified that Hua Qiu would actually kill Liao Tongyuan. For the Xia Kingdom, the martial venerable is extremely precious. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hua Qiu replied with a fist and palm salute, unperturbed by praise or criticism. Young friend Hua Qiu, could you spare Liao Tongyuan for my sake today? The chief steward sighed and said to Hua Qiu. His attitude surprised Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance, a top figure in the Martial Alliance, and a powerful martial king. He spoke to Hua Qiu in a pleading tone. Hua Qiu frowned and glanced at Liao Tongyuan in the pit. Actually, I've also investigated the matter of Liao Tongyuan's adopted son's misdeeds outside, and Liao Tongyuan was unaware of it, the head steward quickly said. Although Liao Tongyuan has many flaws, he is not a bad person, and he has made many contributions. More than 10 years ago, during the great battle between good and evil, he fought bravely and led his own son deep into the heart of the evil faction, killing many enemies and rescuing many civilians, but unfortunately losing his only son. Later, he adopted a son and doted on him. Unfortunately, his adopted son was not a good person and used his reputation to do evil, but he was unaware of it. Young friend Hua Qiu, considering that his merits outweigh his faults, please forgive him this time, the chief steward pleaded again. Hua Guosher, please do me a favor, for the chief steward Dong Jiqi said, spitting out blood. Seeing that Hua Qiu remained silent, the chief steward looked at Liao Tongyuan in the pit. Idiot, What are you standing there for? Are you out of your mind? He roared. Liao Tongyuan seemed to awaken from a dream. He quickly leaped out of the large pit. He glanced at Hua Qiu and took a deep breath. Thump! Liao Tongyuan knelt on one knee and bowed to Hua Qiu. I have offended you greatly, please forgive me, Mr. Hua. He shouted loudly. The sound was so loud that everyone in the venue could hear it. Some people were dumbfounded. Some people were dumbfounded. Some people find it hard to believe. Liao Tongyuan was a national hero of Qishan. Over the years, he has been revered by the people of Qishan, and many people regard him as a faith. Now, the revered and respected sage is kneeling on the ground, apologizing to a young sage and begging for his forgiveness. Such a scene would be too much of a shock to a person's heart. How could this be? The voices of the people from the Bai family martial arts school trembled. Both being national heroes, Liao Guosher actually became so humble towards Hua Qiu. This was simply because the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance arrived and said a few words to Liao Guosher. What exactly did they say? Why did Liao Guosher's attitude change so quickly? How did he, so proud and arrogant, become tamed? At the same time, another question filled everyone's minds. Both are national heroes, so why is Hua Qiu's status so high? He had only recently been awarded the title of national hero. Too many questions remain unanswered. Hua Qiu's mystery has become an enigma. Young friend Hua Qiu, do you think this will calm you down? The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance asked Hua Qiu with a smile. Hua Qiu waved his hand. You can't hit someone who's smiling. He actually had no grudge against Liao Tongyuan, and he even killed Liao's adopted son. Since Liao Tongyuan was willing to swallow his pride and apologize, he didn't necessarily have to kill him. He hasn't reached the point of being bloodthirsty. Remember, there will be no next time, Hua Qiu said calmly. Thank you very much, Mr. Hua. Liao Tongyuan quickly said. He had long since lost his temper. We should be grateful that we've survived. Isn't this much better? We are all pillars of the Xia kingdom, and we should get along well, Liao Tongyuan said, trying to smooth things over. The chief is right, we're all on the same side, there's no need to make enemies, Dong Jiqi echoed, his face pale. Branch manager, how are you? The chief clerk asked, noticing that he wasn't feeling well. Thank you for your concern, Master Xi. I'm fine cough *. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Jiqi spat out a mouthful of blood. He was struck by a palm from the martial venerable. Don't be fooled by the fact that ordinary martial masters seem weaklings in Hua Qiu's hands, even a peak 9th rank martial artist couldn't withstand that palm strike. I will heal your wounds. Liao Tongyuan said hastily, feeling ashamed. There's no need to go to such lengths, Hua Qiu said casually. He took out a pill, flicked it with his finger, and the pill went into Dong Jiqi's mouth, where he swallowed it. After the pill entered his stomach, Dong Jiqi's expression immediately changed a jolt. He felt a burning heat all over his body, as if a fire was burning in his dantian, and a continuous stream of power was surging out. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. In just a short while, his injuries were fully healed, and his complexion returned to a rosy hue. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua, he said, standing up with delight. He felt as if his realm had loosened, and he was overjoyed. Seeing the miraculous effects of the elixir, both the chief steward and Liao Tongyuan were astonished. Don't thank me yet, this pill is of very low quality and has side effects, Hua Qiu said calmly. What are the side effects? Dong Jiqi asked quickly. When this pill takes effect, besides healing your injuries, the residual medicinal power will raise your cultivation level slightly. However, it will be a superficial level, far less stable than a solid cultivation level. It will also affect your foundation to some extent, limiting your future cultivation level and making it more difficult to break through to higher levels, Hua Qiu explained. The three looked at each other in bewilderment. The side effects of this residual medicinal effect should push you to a superficial martial venerable realm in a short time. Be prepared, Hua Qiu added. Upon hearing this, the three were extremely surprised. This is what you call a side effect? That created a martial venerable.
No matter how superficial he may seem, he is still a martial venerable. Countless ninth-rank martial artists are stuck at that final step, perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 100 can make it through. That's why there are so few martial venerables, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns.
How can this be considered a side effect? This is an incredible opportunity.
Dong Zhiqi was so excited he could hardly contain himself. He knelt down in front of Hua Qiu with a thud.
Your subordinate is deeply grateful for Hua Guoshi's kindness,
he said with immense gratitude. For so many years, he had yearned for the martial venerable realm.
Unexpectedly, I received a huge surprise today.
He felt that taking that blow for Hua Qiu was worth it. The chief steward and Liao Tongyuan exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A single low-grade pill can not only instantly heal injuries, but also create a martial venerable.
What an extraordinary elixir this is. Just how many unbelievable secrets did this Hua Guoshi conceal? 142, Chapter 142 You are the ancestor. Liao Tongyuan, my Bai family martial arts school is now the champion of this martial arts competition. You have no objections, right? Hua Qiu asked Liao Tongyuan casually.
No, Liao Tongyuan quickly said.
Then let's go through the procedures, Hua Qiu said. Liao Tongyuan cupped his hands in greeting, took a few steps, and faced the audience.
I hereby declare that the champion of this martial arts competition is the Bai family martial arts school,
he announced loudly.
The people at the Bai family martial arts school erupted in enthusiastic cheers.
The audience quickly applauded.
Next, the host stepped forward and announced the rankings of the top 10 martial arts schools.
Finally, there was the award ceremony.
The top 3 martial arts schools were awarded by Liao Tongyuan, a national hero, which was an honor in itself.
Let this old man handle the award ceremony, the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance said with a smile.
It is their honor that you can come up and present them with the awards, Liao Tongyuan complimented, gesturing for them to enter. Upon hearing that the award was presented on behalf of the Martial Arts Alliance's chief administrator, the people from the 3 martial arts schools were incredibly excited. The award being presented by such a top-level figure is of extraordinary significance. As the leading figure of the Bai family martial arts school, Hua Qiu also went on stage with Bai Hongyu and others. The head steward walked up to the Bai family martial arts school group with a gleaming gold trophy in his hand. Congratulations on your martial arts school's achievement of first place. I hope you will continue your efforts and maintain your success, the head of the organization said with a smile, appearing kind and approachable. Bai Hongyu and the others were flattered. For them, being able to speak to such an important person is a stroke of luck.
Thank you, sir, we will definitely continue to work hard.
Bai Hongyu accepted the trophy with tears of gratitude in his eyes. His eyes welled up with tears as he looked at the trophy that symbolized his honor. The Bai family martial arts school has been in decline for so many years, suffering countless humiliations. Now, he has soared to great heights, adorned with glory, and is the center of attention.
He knew that all of this depended on that young man.
He didn't know why Hua Qiu wanted to conceal his cultivation level and infiltrate the Bai family martial arts school, nor did he know why Hua Qiu went to such lengths to help the Bai family martial arts school. But he knew that this person was the greatest benefactor of the Bai family martial arts school. There are no ancestors or masters in the real world.
And what kind of patriarch possession is this?
Upon closer reflection, it was all just Hua Qiu's supernatural power. He imparted top-tier martial arts techniques, taught advanced skills, and helped the martial arts school win the championship.
This is an immense favor. Master, from now on, we will no longer be last place,
the bald senior brother said solemnly. They grew up in the martial arts school, sharing honors and pride, which is deeply moving. That's wonderful, really wonderful. Xia Ziwei was moved by the scene and wiped away her tears, her face covered in sobs. At this moment, her wish was finally fulfilled.
She once thought it was a dream that would never come true.
Look at you, you don't look like a senior sister at all. All the junior brothers in the audience are watching, Hua Qiu said to her with some amusement. I'm just happy, she said, wiping away her tears.
Hua Guoshi, thank you, she sincerely thanked Hua Qiu.
Although she was simple-minded, she vaguely sensed that Hua Qiu's involvement with the Bai family martial arts school might be mainly due to her. Hua Qiu's heart skipped a beat. Disparities in social status often create barriers between people. This is also why he initially concealed his strength. Just call me Hua Qiu if you like, you can also call me junior brother, and I'll accept that too, Hua Qiu said with a smile. How could I dare, I'd be drowned in spittle. You are an esteemed national scholar, Xia Ziwei chuckled. Hua Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this girl is simple-minded and doesn't care about so many things. Their relationship was not greatly affected. But I still have to thank you properly, thank you for making our martial arts school #1. She blinked her big, bright eyes, her pretty face full of sincerity. There's no need to thank me, I'm also from the martial arts school, Hua Qiu said. Xia Ziwei didn't need to thank him at all. Compared to the kindness shown in my past life, this help is insignificant. Xia Ziwei laughed, a silly, sweet laugh. That smile slightly captivated Hua Qiu. In a past life, someone ruined this sweet smile, destroying the life of a pure angel. Now, he will protect it. The Bai family martial arts school owes its success today entirely to the help of our founder. Bai Hongyu, who was holding the trophy, suddenly said loudly. Thump! He suddenly knelt down in front of Hua Qiu. Disciple kneels to thank the ancestral master, this honor belongs to the ancestral master. He said excitedly, presenting the trophy to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu was stunned. Everyone at the Bai family martial arts school was stunned. Master! Hua Qiu is a national-level scholar of the highest rank, how could he be the founder? The bald senior brother said hesitantly. They weren't fools, they could naturally guess that Hua Qiu had been faking it all along. But now, why does the wiser master still believe it so deeply? Is he possessed? Shut up, you mustn't be disrespectful to the patriarch. Bai Hongyu shouted angrily. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? No, from the day he entered the martial arts school, I was very surprised because it looked so much like our founder when he was young, almost like they were made from the same mold. Later, the patriarch appeared to us many times, and I finally became convinced that he was the reincarnation of the patriarch. He came to revitalize our martial arts school. Bai Hongyu said solemnly. The martial arts school disciples looked astonished. If he weren't the reincarnation of the patriarch, how could he resemble the patriarch? It is precisely because he is the reincarnation of the patriarch that he is a genius and will spare no effort to help us, passing down the complete cultivation techniques and martial arts. Tell me, if he wasn't the reincarnation of the patriarch, why would he be so exceptionally talented and brilliant, and why would he help us like that? The patriarch was the strongest in martial arts, it's not surprising that he could be reincarnated. It's very clear that he is the reincarnation of the patriarch. Bai Hongyu said with utmost seriousness and certainty. The people at Bai Family Martial Arts School were starting to have second thoughts after hearing his words. Even the Grand Master of the Martial Alliance and Liao Tongyuan looked at Hua Qiu, pondering stand up. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to make a lot of sense. After all, such achievements at this age are truly astonishing. If he were a reincarnation of a former martial arts master, it might actually make sense. Hua Qiu looked at Bai Hongyu and raised an eyebrow. That old man. That's really clever. He knew perfectly well what was going on, he was more clear-headed than anyone else. However, he still outwardly believed that Hua Qiu was the reincarnation of the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School. He not only explained some of Hua Qiu's unspeakable secrets, but also brought Hua Qiu to the same side as the Bai Family Martial Arts School. Once the news spreads that Hua Qiu, a legendary martial arts master, is the reincarnation of the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School, the Bai Family Martial Arts School will become famous and firmly establish itself as the top martial arts school in Qishan. Because it's a martial arts school with a national-level master in charge. The Bai Family Martial Arts School will achieve a transcendent status, even surpassing the powerful martial arts families of Qishan. The benefits are numerous. As for Hua Qiu, there are too many mysteries surrounding him. Being linked to the identity of the reincarnation of the founder of the Bai Family Martial Arts School would actually save him a lot of trouble. It's only natural that a former martial arts master, reincarnated and starting anew, would achieve even greater heights.
Win-win.
It has to be said that although Bai Hongyu is not very strong, he is quick-witted.
Master, is he really the reincarnation of our ancestor? Xia Ziwei asked softly.
She was the first one to be fooled, being so naive.
Absolutely, I vouch for it with my integrity.
Bai Hongyu said firmly.
Keep your voice down, Hua Qiu scolded.
This matter must not be publicized, he said solemnly.
Yes, disciple was impolite, please forgive me, ancestor, Bai Hongyu quickly replied. Hua Qiu nodded, adopting an air of maturity, and accepted the trophy.
Get up!
Get up, Hua Qiu said.
Thank you, Master. Bai Hongyu then stood up.
The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. 143, Chapter 143. The joint cultivation sect is about to emerge.
Inside the council hall of the Qishan Martial Arts Alliance branch, Hua Qiu, Dong Jiqiu, Liao Tongyuan, and the chief of the Martial Alliance entered and sat down.
After the awards ceremony, the head of the department beckoned them into the branch office, saying he had important matters to discuss. Hua Qiu knew perfectly well what was going on.
The main purpose of the Martial Alliance's chief leader's visit was to bring him back to the capital headquarters. But his attitude will not change, he will absolutely not go now.
I've called you here because I have some news to tell you, the head steward said solemnly after you sat down.
Master, please speak. Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan both straightened their postures.
The evil faction is about to make a comeback. The chief steward's expression was grave. Dong Jiqi and Liao Tongyuan's expressions changed, they were quite surprised.
Hua Qiu, on the other hand, remained calm.
Because he already knew.
In the battle against the He family in Beishan City, and the battle against the Miao family in Qishan City, he killed two evil sect Grand Martial Venerables. Their conversation revealed that the evil faction had regrouped and would soon make a comeback. And this time they are full of confidence, with the desire to overthrow the righteous alliance of the Xia kingdom.
But Hua Qiu didn't care about any of this. Even though he was targeted by the evil sect's heavenly order of pursuit, he didn't take it seriously.
According to intelligence, traces of evil martial artists have appeared in some remote and poorly governed areas of the Xia kingdom. They have begun to commit crimes frequently and harm civilians, the chief steward continued. Although the Martial Alliance sent people to arrest them immediately, the trend only intensified through rigorous interrogation. They confessed that not long ago, all the major sects and factions of the evil sects received a notice from the One Qi Dao Alliance, summoning important figures to the One Qi Dao Alliance for a meeting. They got together for two reasons.
Firstly, it's because of Hua Guosher. The chief steward looked at Hua Qiu.
Hua Guosher?
Liao Tongyuan looked puzzled.
Liao Guosher, you don't know yet, but not long ago, didn't a high-ranking member of the Qi Dao Alliance in Beishan activate the Heavenly Order of Pursuit? The target of that order was Hua Guosher, Dong Jiqi said.
Liao Tongyuan's expression changed drastically.
Few of the older generation of martial artists in the Xia kingdom are unaware of the Heavenly Order of Killing. There are conflicts between the various factions and sects of the evil sects, but there is one thing that can unite them.
That's the Heavenly Kill Order.
Only the highest levels of the One Qi Alliance are qualified to issue the Heavenly Kill Order. 60 years ago, the Heavenly Order of Killing was issued once. On that occasion, a peerless genius emerged from the righteous faction of Xia Kingdom, as dazzling as Hua Qiu, which instilled fear in the evil martial artists. After discussions among the high-ranking members of the Qi Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Kill Order was created.
That was the most united the evil faction had ever been.
They mobilized all their strongest warriors, even martial saints, all in pursuit of the righteous sect's unparalleled genius. That battle was fierce and chaotic, with both sides suffering heavy losses. That peerless genius ultimately perished, becoming the greatest regret of the righteous faction. Unexpectedly, after 60 years, the Heavenly Kill Order has been activated again. Liao Tongyuan was initially surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was understandable. Hua Qiu's current achievements surpassed those of the peerless genius he was back then. When that person was the same age as Hua Qiu, he was just an ordinary martial venerable. Hua Qiu, however, had already killed 2 great martial venerables.
How powerful, how amazing.
Without a doubt, Hua Qiu will definitely reach the realm of martial saint in the future, and may even go further, achieving a martial arts legend and transcending all living beings. If he were a member of the evil faction, knowing of Hua Qiu's existence would also fill him with immense fear, and he would not hesitate to issue a heavenly order of pursuit. After all, such a prodigy, once he grows up, could very well possess the power to overthrow the evil alliance. As for the second point, it is that the evil faction is plotting to re-emerge and incite another war between good and evil. The chief steward continued. According to reliable intelligence, a few sects of the evil faction are already preparing to enter the world, among which the most powerful is the He Xiu sect. Although their base is hidden, it can be determined that it is located in the mountains near Qishan. The He Xiu sect is very likely the vanguard of the evil sect.
The He Xiu sect, that heinous evil sect. Liao Tongyuan's face showed anger.
The He Xiu sect frequently abducted young and beautiful women for their own pleasure, which was despised by upright people.
There's bad news.
The He Xiu sect seems to have ushered in a huge opportunity since a so-called holy maiden came up the mountain. The sect's overall strength has doubled. If they come out of the mountain, Qishan will be the first to suffer, and with the current defenses of Qishan, it will be unable to resist them. The words of the chief steward caused Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi to change color and become very worried. Minister Dong, the branch must strengthen patrols if any trace of evil martial artists is discovered. Report it to headquarters immediately.
The chief clerk said. Your subordinate obeys. Dong Jiqi said.
Don't worry, headquarters has already dispatched a group of high-level martial artists to Qishan to assist you, and the nearby military has also received orders to provide support at any time.
Liao Tongyuan, you are a national hero of Qishan. You must guard Qishan well, the chief steward instructed.
Rest assured, master, I will protect Qishan with my life as long as I have a breath left. I will not let anyone from the He Xiu sect set foot in Qishan.
Liao Tongyuan said resolutely. The chief steward nodded. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment.
He was unaware that the He Xiu sect's headquarters were so close to Qishan.
It is also hidden in the mountains outside Qishan.
The ancient martial arts family Lin family, which he was looking for, was also hidden in the mountains. He had already given orders to the people in the black market to send people to monitor all entrances and exits around the mountains, and to report to him immediately if any suspicious martial artists were found. Unfortunately, so many days have passed and there is still no news. Originally, he hoped to use this to discover the location of the Lin family. But now it seems more likely that the presence of the He Xiu sect members will be discovered first. If we find them and there's still no news from the Lin family, then I wouldn't mind making a trip to the He Xiu sect first. Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile. He Xiu Zone, where Zhou Yuan resides. She thought that by becoming the holy maiden of the He Xiu sect, with the entire sect as her backing, she could take revenge on Hua Qiu. The threatening messages Zhou Yuan sent before her disappearance are still on Hua Qiu's phone. She said she would make Hua Qiu regret it.
Zhou Yuan, do you think the He Xiu sect is your reliance? I wonder what your expression will be after I wipe out the entire He Xiu sect.
Hua Qiu thought to himself.
For some reason, I found myself getting impatient. Hua Qiu, what are you thinking about?
The head steward asked, noticing that he was distracted. It's nothing, Hua Qiu said calmly, concealing his killing intent.
Why don't you feel any urgency at all?
He shook his head. The headquarters leadership is extremely worried about his safety, fearing that he might follow in the footsteps of the unparalleled genius of 60 years ago. The heavenly order of pursuit is no joke. This is an extremely serious matter, and you must take it seriously. The chief steward said solemnly.
It seems that the only way we can protect you is to hide at the Martial Alliance headquarters in the capital.
Pack your things, and come back to the capital with me tonight, the head steward said.
I'm not going, Hua Qiu said decisively.
144, Chapter 144 displays astonishing strength. The three of them looked at Hua Qiu in confusion.
Everyone knows how terrifying the heavenly kill order is. Knowing he was in danger, why was he unwilling to go to headquarters? Are you really that fearless of death? Why aren't you going?
The head steward asked, staring at him. He had expected this outcome. If Hua Qiu had obediently gone to the capital, he wouldn't have come here. Anyway, the higher-ups had already discussed it beforehand. If all else fails, take them away by force. Because I have my own things to do, Hua Qiu said calmly. It's frustrating, really. It's been so long, and there's still no news about my younger sister, Hua Dong. He has mobilized the black market in various families, and Long Yuan has been investigating relentlessly, but there is no news. This made Hua Qiu realize a problem. The person who took Hua Dong away was definitely not someone from the mundane world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find no clues at all. The only news right now is about Madame Xiang from the Lin family. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. If there is still no news in 2 days, he will go directly into the Qishan Mountains without rest, and even if he has to use magic beyond his level, he will find out where the Lin family is. What could be more important than saving your life? The head steward was very puzzled. This matter is indeed more important than my life, Hua Qiu said. But you're exaggerating. I don't need to save my life. A mere heavenly order of a heretical sect is nothing to me. The three were utterly shocked. No one has ever dared to underestimate the heavenly kill order. Even a martial saint couldn't remain calm and composed. What makes him think he can look down on us? I'd like to hear your reasons, the head steward said with interest. It's very simple, Hua Qiu smiled slightly. Because I am strong enough, no matter who they send, there will only be one outcome. One comes, I kill one. One sect comes, I kill one sect. Hua Qiu said with murderous intent. The three looked extremely surprised. Hua Qiu's confident demeanor greatly impressed them. Where does his confidence come from? Young friend Hua, you are far more arrogant than that peerless genius from 60 years ago, the head steward shook his head helplessly. Geniuses are often arrogant. That once peerless genius lost his life because of his overconfidence and arrogance, and failed to grow into the person he was meant to be. He felt that Hua Qiu and that person were the same kind of people. Hua Guosher, you'd better listen to what the chief steward says, Liao Tongyuan advised. You haven't realized how terrifying the One Qi alliance is. 60 years ago, they successfully killed that peerless genius, and even the martial alliance's transcendent martial saint perished in the great battle. He was sincerely advising him. Knowing that the martial alliance had high hopes for Hua Qiu, he didn't want such a talent to die young. Hua Qiu laughed. Arrogance born of insufficient strength is laughable conceit, but arrogance born of sufficient strength is unwavering confidence, he said calmly. With my strength, why should I hide? I will not go to the martial alliance headquarters. His attitude was extremely firm. Liao Tongyuan was speechless. He thought Hua Qiu was very powerful for being able to kill a great martial venerable, but to look down on the One Qi alliance because of that was too arrogant. I knew I couldn't persuade you, the head steward sighed and stood up. Boom! In an instant, his immense cultivation power erupted. Having no other choice, he decided to use force. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi looked surprised and quickly ran a long way away. Is this the strength of a top-tier martial king? The two men's expressions were filled with fear. The aura that erupted in just a moment made them tremble. An 8th-rank martial venerable is terrifying beyond measure. His aura permeated the surrounding space, as if he could control everything in the vicinity, like an unparalleled ruler. Faced with the powerful aura of the head steward, Hua Qiu remained calm and composed. He had already sensed the aura of King Wu. Although the Grand Master is much stronger than the Black Market King Hanwu, he is still within the martial venerable category. Below the martial saint, all of Hua Qiu can look down upon him. The last time he revealed his true strength, using the sword intent of an immortal emperor, King Hanwu surrendered before even engaging in battle. He knew he had to fight the chief. Only by subduing them with his strength will the higher-ups of the martial alliance stop pressuring him to go to the capital. Master, I'll let you make the first move, Hua Qiu said calmly. The head steward was taken aback. The other two looked at Hua Qiu in disbelief.
That's an 8th rank martial venerable, a top-tier martial king. How dare he be so arrogant in the face of such a being? Anyway, I'm going to take you away today, even if I hurt you. It's out of necessity. The head steward didn't care and warned Hua Qiu in advance. Make your move, Hua Qiu said calmly. Seeing this, the chief steward stopped talking. Whoosh! He attacked instantly, arriving in front of Hua Qiu in the blink of an eye. There were no offensive moves, he simply put 2 fingers together and pressed them against Hua Qiu's pressure points. It was obvious that he wanted to seal Hua Qiu's cultivation so that he could easily take Hua Qiu away. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. The chief steward moved incredibly fast in the eyes of those two. But he could see it perfectly clearly. Avoiding it is not a problem. After a moment's hesitation, he did not dodge, but stood still in place. Seeing that Hua Qiu did not move, the chief steward revealed a slight smile. Under his aura, even the great martial venerable had difficulty moving, and he believed that Hua Qiu was too slow to react. Bang! The chief clerk pressed 2 fingers on an acupoint on Hua Qiu, producing a muffled sound. Buzz. But before he could even rejoice, suddenly, an immense force surged from Hua Qiu's acupoints. In an instant, the chief steward's expression changed drastically. He couldn't quite describe how powerful the backlash was. In the blink of an eye, a great alarm bell rang for him. Boom! The martial venerable's inner energy, which was in charge of the matter, automatically protected him and surrounded his body. Whoosh! However, the moment they made contact, his protective internal energy was immediately shattered. What? The head steward was shocked. A look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, his bones made cracking sounds. He mobilized almost 70 to 80% of his internal energy in his dantian, and very seriously resisted the powerful backlash. Buzz. The air roared again, and unseen, invisible waves spread. Bang bang bang! Everything tangible around the two of them turned to dust. This scene left Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi wide-eyed. If they were still there, their bones and flesh would probably have been completely annihilated, leaving no trace of their remains. This scene caused the chief official's pupils to shrink sharply. Because that power never disappeared. It was only offset by 1 point. The next moment, the immense power was finally transferred to him. Bang! Another loud noise. The chief steward was sent flying backwards. What? Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi exclaimed in surprise, their mouths agape as if they could fit a balloon inside. They were utterly shocked and astonished. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance, an 8th rank martial venerable, and a top-tier martial king. They are almost among the strongest warriors below the martial saint. Even someone like him, when attacked proactively, not only couldn't harm Hua Qiu, but was also blasted away by the backlash. He didn't move an inch. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi were in a state of shock, experiencing such a profound shock for the first time in their lives. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance was no match for Hua Qiu. That means Hua Qiu's strength is above that of an 8th rank martial venerable. Could it bet that he is the legendary transcendent martial saint? Just thinking about it made their hearts almost give way. He's only in his early 20s. How is this cultivated? Evildoer. He is undoubtedly the greatest martial arts prodigy of all time, unmatched by anyone. 145, Chapter 145 News finally arrives from the Lin family. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi looked to the other side. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance smashed through the wall of the branch council hall, leaving only a human-shaped hole in the wall. Through the hole, they could see the disheveled chief steward getting up from the ground in shock. Even the head of the department looked incredulous. Hua Qiu didn't even have to fight back. The recoil from the acupoints on his body broke through Hua Qiu's protective internal energy and sent him flying. This means that there is a significant gap in strength between the two. The Grand Master of the Martial Alliance was incredulous and remained silent for a long time. As a top figure in the Martial Alliance, he hadn't been shocked in a long time. This time, he was hit with an extremely strong shock. The Martial Alliance leadership highly values Hua Qiu, which is why he personally took action.
An 8th-rank martial venerable should be able to suppress Hua Qiu and bring him back to the capital. Unexpectedly, he was no match for them. 60 years ago, that unparalleled genius terrified the evil factions into issuing a top-secret kill order. If they were to witness Hua Qiu's amazing talent, they would probably be eager to send out their entire force. The most amazing genius in the history of Xia Kingdom's martial arts world. The chief murmured, his eyes shining. The martial alliance's true hope. There's no need to think about the future, he is already a giant who can shoulder heavy responsibilities. Beep beep beep. Hua Qiu's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the momentary silence. Hello? Hua Qiu took out his phone to answer. Mr. Hua, there's movement in the Qishan Mountains. The person on the phone said excitedly. Hua Qiu's gaze immediately sharpened. He ordered his men to monitor multiple entrances and exits of Qishan, hoping to find traces of the activities of the ancient martial arts family, the Lin family, and to follow the clues to find their location. Unfortunately, many days have passed without any news. Now, finally, there's some movement. I'll be right there. Hua Qiu said, and started walking out. I have urgent business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. With those words, he vanished in an instant. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi were surprised again. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Before Hua Qiu could finish speaking, he vanished from their sight in an instant, leaving no trace. Both of them were stunned. What an astonishing movement technique! Even the chief steward couldn't help but show surprise. Even with his level of skill, he could only catch a faint trace. If Hua Qiu were to launch an attack with such agility and speed, who could withstand it? If you can't even see clearly, how can you block it? The three remained silent for a long while. Master, are you all right? Liao Tongyuan asked, breaking the silence. I'm fine, just a little sore in my muscles and bones, the head steward replied. Young friend Hua Qiu didn't really make a move, which is why I'm safe and sound, he said with a sigh. If Hua Qiu really makes a move, he doesn't know how many moves he can withstand. Master, how strong do you think Hua Guosher is? Liao Tongyuan asked. Very strong. The head steward uttered two words with a solemn expression. The oppressive feeling he gives me is already faintly reminiscent of the alliance leader. Liao Tongyuan and Dong Jiqi looked surprised upon hearing this. Martial alliance leader. Transcending the martial saint. On the surface, he is the most powerful being in the entire martial alliance. His power is overwhelming and beyond question. Hua Qiu is actually comparable to the leader of the martial alliance. So, Hua Guoshi has already achieved the status of a martial saint. Liao Tongyuan exclaimed. Such a young martial saint. Unprecedented and unparalleled. The martial saint, a martial saint in his 20s, Dong Jiqi muttered as if in a daze. No one could remain calm. A martial saint, maybe not after all, a martial saint has already transcended mortals, the chief steward said uncertainly. He should be a half-saint, just one step away from becoming a true martial saint. A half-saint, even if he is a half-saint, it will be much easier for Hua Guosher to take that step than for others. It won't be long before he achieves transcendence. Liao Tongyuan said. The head steward sighed. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward, and I'm getting old too. I can't bring him back to the capital, he sighed. Whether or not we go to the capital is no longer a big problem, Liao Tongyuan laughed. Now, it is those evil factions who are trying to hunt down Hua Guosher who should be terrified. Even if a martial saint were to be dispatched, they might not be able to capture Hua Guosher. Even if the evil martial saint were stronger, he wouldn't be able to catch Hua Qiu at that speed. The three of them couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What kind of expression will the evil faction wear when they suffer a great loss and discover the truth? The mountains outside of Qishan. Hua Qiu rushed all the way and arrived at the location he had heard about over the phone as quickly as possible. After the black market has been keeping watch for so long, we finally have some news. He mobilized almost the entire northern division. Not only did they send out a large number of people to guard the mountains, but they also investigated the information of the ancient martial arts families from all channels. Persistence pays off. There was finally some movement in the mountains. From afar, Hua Qiu spotted several hiding places for black market martial artists.
Whoosh! He sped up and appeared there in an instant.
The group was startled and almost attacked instinctively.
Mr. Hua, you arrived so quickly.
The group was quite surprised. Xishan is a long way from here. Hua Qiu had just finished a phone call with them not long ago, yet they arrived so quickly.
How is it? What have you found? Hua Qiu asked in a deep voice.
He rushed over as soon as he heard the news, without even asking about the specifics.
Have you spotted the Lin family?
Hua Qiu asked, surveying the surroundings. The terrain here is naturally formed, resembling the mouth of a valley.
His eyes lit up.
Because he had already noticed some clues. It's highly likely that the Lin family is hiding nearby. Whether he's from the Lin family or not, I don't know, but that person is definitely not simple, the black market warrior replied. In the morning, there was a middle school. A young martial artist appeared here and entered the valley. We found his behavior suspicious and followed him. That person's aura was extremely powerful, and we didn't dare to act rashly, so we followed him. He seemed to have noticed us, but he didn't seem to care about us and just let us follow. Until he entered this valley, he walked all the way to the very end, and then suddenly disappeared, never to be found again.
Hua Qiu smiled after hearing this. You can't be wrong. There is a formation in this valley.
Take me inside and have a look, Hua Qiu said. So the group led him to the place where the man had disappeared. Hua Qiu glanced at it once, and his expression changed slightly. He had been puzzled before, thinking that even if a martial arts family was extraordinary in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, it shouldn't be able to reach the point of using a large formation.
The formation that can hide an entire family is something even some small sects in the cultivation world cannot achieve.
Now he understands.
This is a naturally formed formation.
Over the years, the valley has undergone changes that have created a natural formation, with separate worlds inside and outside the formation, like two distinct realms.
Given the environment of this planet, it could even be described as a small-scale paradise.
The Lin family ancestors were probably lucky to discover the secret of this place by chance, and then establish their clan's territory.
It's absolutely certain that the Lin family is inside.
Finally found you, Hua Qiu revealed a cold smile.
After a moment, his brows furrowed. Because he sensed that the heavenly formation was moving. It seems someone is about to come out. 146, Chapter 146. Another ancient martial arts family.
Hua Qiu looked towards a spot in the valley. That is where the formation's core lies. He sensed a fluctuation emanating from the core of the formation. Buzz. The next moment, ripples appeared out of nowhere, and a foot stepped out. Upon seeing this, the black market warriors were immediately alarmed and became fully alert.
Hua Qiu simply watched calmly.
A moment later, the owner of that foot appeared before them. He was a middle-aged man with his hair tied in a bun, dressed in a style reminiscent of ancient times.
When
the man came out and saw Hua Qiu and the others, he was slightly taken aback, and then he revealed a cold smile.
You annoying flies, are you still here? He said unhappily.
The people in the black market were immediately displeased.
How dare you, who are you, how dare you be so insolent in front of Mr. Hua?
One of the men shouted, pointing at the middle-aged man.
Mr. Hua?
The man frowned and looked at the group. Based on their behavior, he realized that Hua Qiu was the key figure. He glanced at Hua Qiu, and seeing that Hua Qiu's breathing was normal, he didn't take it seriously. A few ordinary people dare to shout at me. His sneer became increasingly sarcastic. Hua Qiu and the others were nothing in his eyes. He exuded a strong sense of superiority. It was as if he were a superior being, and these people before him were merely lowly commoners. Hua Qiu was all too familiar with this sense of superiority. It's similar to the sense of superiority that cultivators in the cultivation world feel towards mortals, or that immortals in the immortal realm feel towards cultivators. However, this person was at most a member of an ancient martial arts family, and was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. This sense of superiority seemed ridiculous to Hua Qiu.
A few mere mortals dare to follow me, do you know who I am? The man's expression suddenly darkened, and he asked mockingly. No matter who you are, you must not be rude. Mr. Hua's status is equivalent to our branch leader, and he is not someone you can offend. One of them said. Ha ha ha, the man burst into laughter. They laugh at those who don't recognize the true nature of Mount Lu, at their short-sightedness and arrogance. Listen up, Your Majesty. I come from a level you can never reach in your lifetime, and I am someone you should worship. He said proudly. What kind of Mr. Hua is this? I've never heard of him, nor do I bother to inquire about him. There's no need to treat him with any courtesy. As he spoke, the man suddenly released his aura. Boom! That was the aura of a martial venerable. The martial artists in the black market, who were only at the 6th or 7th rank of cultivation, instantly changed their expressions, revealing fear. The man was satisfied with the reactions of the others. But the only thing that bothered him was that the young man looked completely nonchalant. Alright, stop bragging, Hua Qiu said, unable to bear it any longer. He's just a second-grade martial venerable, what's so great about him being so high and mighty? It must be said that the pride and self-confidence of these people from the ancient martial arts families have reached a pathological level. I'm asking you, are you a member of the Lin family? Hua Qiu asked calmly. The man frowned. So you do know about the Lin family, he sneered. Since you know about the Lin family, you must also know how extraordinary ancient martial arts families are, right? He raised an eyebrow, his expression still arrogant. Let me tell you, I am not a member of the Lin family, but I am far more noble than any member of the Lin family. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Not a member of the Lin family? He initially thought this person came from the Lin family and planned to interrogate him to find out some information about the Lin family. Since that wasn't the case, he lost interest in communicating further. I come from another ancient martial arts family, a family far more powerful than the Lin family. The man said proudly. You mortals dare to speak to me like this, that is true disrespect. He narrowed his eyes, his murderous aura chilling. Several black market martial artists turned pale. To them, this man was powerful and had an aura that was awe-inspiring. You talk too much, Hua Qiu said indifferently. You just need to answer my questions. Tell me, what brings you to the Lin family? His words carried a hint of coldness, sounding more like an interrogation. His attitude made the man's face darken. The man had already revealed his extraordinary identity and displayed formidable strength, yet this young man was still so insolent towards him. What right does an ordinary mortal have to question him? Boy, what's your name, who are you, who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? The man stared at Hua Qiu with displeasure and asked in a cold voice. Answer my question. Hua Qiu's face also turned cold. He's only interested in information about the Lin family right now, he doesn't have time to chat with others. This attitude immediately enraged the man. Where did this wild brat come from? He really doesn't know his place. The man said in a deep voice. Has no one ever taught you to be humble in the face of the strong? He glared at him. At the same time, his martial aura descended upon Hua Qiu, pressing down on Hua Qiu's body. He was truly enraged and actually wanted to force Hua Qiu to kneel down just by using his imposing presence. But Hua Qiu didn't react at all, just stared at him indifferently. What's going on? The man was startled. Hua Qiu's aura was ordinary, he appeared to be just a regular martial artist. Normally, such a powerful aura would be enough to overwhelm an ordinary martial artist. But this kid made it so easy. The man looked puzzled. Trying to intimidate me with your imposing manner? Hua Qiu said with a cold smile. Boom! In an instant, an aura of overwhelming power erupted from his body, like a dragon emerging from the sea and stirring up the sun and moon. The air exploded with a loud bang, producing a violent buzzing sound. The echoes reverberated through the valley, booming endlessly. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the martial aura surrounding the man crumbled and was completely shattered. What?
Upon seeing this, the man's expression changed drastically, and his arrogance vanished.
His expression, I was so shocked that I couldn't come to my senses for a long time. A person's aura often best demonstrates their strength.
He often used his martial prowess to intimidate villains. Previously, he had almost always been successful and achieved satisfactory results. But this time, he met his match. The moment the opponent unleashed their aura, his martial prowess became so fragile that it crumbled completely.
This greatly surprised him. How could someone who was just an ordinary young martial artist possess such a powerful aura?
Under Hua Qiu's powerful aura, the man finally showed a look of fear.
Too powerful, too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he couldn't even determine the opponent's cultivation level.
All he knew was that under that overwhelming force, he was like a small boat tossed about in a storm, at risk of being destroyed by the giant waves at any moment.
How could an ordinary young man be so powerful? No, such an amazing genius could not come from ordinary people. Are you from which ancient martial arts family? What's your ranking on the prodigy ranking?
The man forced himself to calm down and asked slowly. He guessed that this young man must come from one of the top ancient martial arts families.
147, chapter 147 at worst, we'll just wipe them out. I am not a member of any ancient martial arts family.
Hua Qiu said indifferently.
Impossible.
The man exclaimed, utterly disbelieving.
There is absolutely no possibility of someone like you existing in the mortal world.
The man did not believe that Hua Qiu came from the secular world. Even if a worldly genius is exceptionally talented, without the vast resources of an ancient martial arts family to nurture them, it would be difficult to create a genius like Hua Qiu. Even within ancient martial arts families, young prodigies like Hua Qiu are extremely rare and difficult to cultivate.
Whether you believe it or not is your business, Hua Qiu said, too lazy to argue with him further. You just need to answer my questions obediently. What is your purpose in coming to the Lin family?
The man stared at Hua Qiu, his expression grim. In terms of strength, he is far inferior to Hua Qiu.
Since you don't want to say, then I won't ask. He remained convinced that Hua Qiu came from an ancient martial arts family. Since we are both from the same ancient martial arts lineage, we should be on good terms and not start a major conflict. My name is Shui Ran, and I come from the Shui family, an ancient martial arts family. You should have heard of them.
The man said.
Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. He had never heard of the Shui family. My Shui family's prodigy, Shui Tianlong, is on the list of ancient martial arts prodigies, just like you must have heard of him.
Hua Qiu remained silent.
What Shui Tianlong, what ancient martial arts prodigy ranking, it's all so fancy.
I have come to the Lin family in Qishan today to discuss the marriage between the Lin family and the Shui family, Shui Ran continued.
Marriage?
Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this.
He thought of Lin Sini.
It seems that Lin Sini was forced to marry by the Lin family, which led her to rebel, run away from home, and live a secular life. Several years ago, the matriarch of the Lin family discussed with the head of our Shui family and agreed to betroth Miss Lin to our eldest son. According to the agreement, the wedding will be held this year. I am here as instructed by the head of the family, bringing some small gifts to pay a visit, to exchange pleasantries, and to inquire about the recent situation of Miss Lin.
Is the Miss Lin you mentioned named Lin Sini? Hua Qiu asked.
Shui Ran looked surprised upon hearing this.
Do you know Miss Lin? He asked.
I've heard that Miss Lin has left the mortal world. If you've seen her, could you please tell me her whereabouts? The Shui family will reward you handsomely.
Hua Qiu smiled faintly.
No, he shook his head.
Shui Ran's expression froze.
He was angry, but dared not vent it. You have something you can't say, so it's better if you don't, he said with a forced smile. But it doesn't matter. My Shui family's prodigy has entered the mortal world and is going to find the Lin family's young lady with his abilities. He should be able to find her soon. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold.
Lin Sini is Xia Dong's best friend. He would not allow anyone to harm Lin Sini.
If that Shui family prodigy dares to lay a hand on Lin Sini, he will never let him get away with it. Who cares about ancient martial arts families?
Let me ask you again, who did you visit when you entered the Lin family? Was it that so-called Madame Xiang? Hua Qiu asked again.
His words startled Xueran.
Madame Xiang is the matriarch of the Lin family.
She was a mysterious and extraordinary woman. Even though the Xue family was more powerful than the Lin family, he did not dare to show any arrogance when he paid his respects to Madame Xiang. The heads of the major ancient martial arts families all spoke highly of Madame Xiang and dared not underestimate her. Judging from Hua Qiu's tone, she didn't seem to like Madame Xiang very much, and even seemed somewhat hostile towards her.
I did see Madame Xiang, Xueran replied. Who is Madame Xiang? Hua Qiu pressed.
Xueran was even more surprised. People from ancient martial arts families should all have heard of Madame Xiang's great name.
Why doesn't this person know? Could it be that he really isn't from an ancient martial arts family?
Madame Xiang's a remarkable woman, Xueran thought for a moment and said. She has immense charm. More than 10 years ago, she entered the Lin family as an outsider and quickly gained power within the family, taking control of a powerful ancient martial arts clan. Over the years, she has managed the Lin family very well, and everyone in the Lin family is very impressed with her. Our patriarch once said that if it weren't for Madame Xiang, the Lin family would have collapsed long ago. This meeting has left me deeply shaken. I have never seen a woman with such unparalleled beauty and ability. She can be called the #1 heroine in the ancient martial arts family.
It's clear that Xueran is fascinated by that Lady Xiang.
Hua Qiu sneered inwardly.
Does the entire Lin family respect Madame Xiang?
Lin Tianjie was willing to cripple his martial arts skills to betray the Lin family, and Lin Sini was even forced to run away from home.
The first female hero of an ancient martial arts family?
Ha, they're using information about his sister to blackmail him, trying to subdue him and make him a loyal dog.
Does she even deserve to be called a heroine?
Once he gets to the Lin family, he'll have a good look at who this Madame Xiang is and how she manages to so firmly control an ancient martial arts family. Seeing Hua Qiu's sarcastic expression, Xueran frowned.
Do you have a grudge against Madame Xiang? He asked tentatively.
Hua Qiu sneered.
I will kill her.
Hua Qiu said coldly.
Xueran was taken aback. Who was Lady Xiang? Even the heads of the major ancient martial arts families must be treated equally. Hua Qiu actually threatened to kill her?
Even if he was a powerful prodigy, he seemed to be overestimating himself.
Which ancient martial arts family are you from? Xueran asked again.
Because he felt that Hua Qiu was acting strangely.
He seemed to know nothing about ancient martial arts families.
I've said it before, I'm not a member of an ancient martial arts family, Hua Qiu said indifferently.
Xueran's expression darkened.
This time, he believed it to some extent. One last question for you, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile, where is that so-called prodigy of your Xue family now?
Xueran immediately became alert. Why are you asking this?
He can forget about ever getting his hands on Miss Lin, Hua Qiu said. If he dares to have any ill intentions, I'll send him to meet the king of hell. Hua Qiu's words revealed his murderous intent.
Xueran's expression changed. What did you say? You actually want to kill the pride of my Xue family?
Xueran was extremely shocked. But a moment later, he gave a cold laugh.
Seems you really aren't from an ancient martial arts family. People from ancient martial arts families aren't as foolish as you, full of unrealistic ideas, nor would they be so ignorant of their own limitations. Don't even mention that you can hardly see the fragrant lady of the Lin family, yet you think you can kill the prodigy of my Xue family? Ha, you overestimate yourself. My Xue family is an ancient martial arts family that is even more powerful than the Lin family.
Young man, if you dare to lay a finger on a single hair on the head of the Xue family's prodigy, the Xue family's experts will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and leave you with nothing but bones. Knowing that Hua Qiu wasn't from that kind of background, he felt more confident and dared to make threats.
Is the Xue family so great?
Hua Qiu said non-committally. At worst, we can just wipe them out, they're just an ancient martial arts family.
Xueran's eyes widened.
He couldn't understand how this person could be so arrogant, not even putting the Shui family in his eyes.
"You are worthless," Hua Qiu's voice was chilling. "What do you mean?" Shui Ran didn't understand.
"You can go die now," Hua Qiu said.
"You dare kill me? I am an envoy of the Shui family." Shui Ran was shocked. "Why wouldn't I dare?"
Hua Qiu snorted coldly and waved his hand.
A flash of inspiration appeared, then vanished in an instant.
Shui Ran's mouth gaped open, his heart had been pierced. He died without understanding why Hua Qiu had decided to kill him.
Without even the slightest hesitation.
Hua Qiu originally did not intend to kill Shui Ran. But his threat made Hua Qiu want to kill him. The prodigy of the Shui family, Shui Tianlong, is it? Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes.
He will not hesitate to retaliate if anyone dares to touch Lin Sini.
Hua Qiu looked toward the spot where Shui Ran had just appeared.
That was a natural formation, a gap leading into the Lin family's territory. 148, Chapter 148. Who dares to threaten Lin Sini?
This natural formation has nurtured a small blessed land behind it. Hua Qiu used his divine sense to probe the formation within the valley, and his expression fluctuated. Earth has scarce spiritual energy, making it unsuitable for cultivators.
But it is truly remarkable that a natural formation could be born in this place.
The Lin family ancestors were quite good at choosing locations. They were clearly people who understood the spiritual energy of a place. However, their knowledge was limited, and they were completely unaware of the various wondrous uses of the natural formation. They only discovered a rudimentary use to hide and protect the Lin family's territory. Hua Qiu could sense that the natural formation had been slightly tampered with and was connected to something else.
It's probably because the Lin family members can find and enter/exit the formation using some kind of special token.
If the Lin family could discern even a fraction of the spiritual essence of a naturally formed array and a blessed land, they wouldn't just be a so-called ancient martial arts family. Hua Qiu shook his head.
A small blessed land is enough to support a low-level immortal cultivation sect.
This is truly a waste of resources in the hands of the Lin family. This innate formation isn't difficult to break, Hua Qiu frowned. He was a supreme immortal emperor, whose knowledge and methods far surpassed those of cultivators in many other planes. Even though his cultivation level is currently low, a mere innate formation is no match for him.
However, there is a problem. If Hua Qiu forcibly breaks this innate formation, the innate formation will be destroyed. The small grotto heavens nurtured within the formation will also be greatly affected, and their spiritual energy will gradually wither away.
Considering Lin Sini's existence, although he intended to storm the Lin family to interrogate Madame Xiang, he wouldn't go so far as to destroy the entire Lin family. More importantly, he also had other plans and wanted to make use of this blessed land. If used properly, it can increase his cultivation speed by several times.
Madame Xiang, I'll let you live a little longer, Hua Qiu said indifferently, her eyes flashing coldly.
He approached the invisible array barrier, stretched out a hand, and unleashed his creative spiritual power.
Strange ripples appeared from the invisible place as Hua Qiu's spiritual power permeated this natural array. The Lin family's understanding was superficial, and their control over the formation was extremely weak. His spiritual power could easily penetrate it. Before long, Hua Qiu will even be able to control this innate formation. The Lin family, on the contrary, became outsiders. This will take a little time.
It won't be long, perhaps half a day, before Hua Qiu becomes the master of the natural formation.
Let's go, Hua Qiu said to the black market warriors. He will come again in half a day. Mr. Hua, should we deal with that body?
The group looked at the dead body on the ground, filled with sorrow.
That's a martial venerable.
But Hua Qiu killed him with ease.
What do I care, wild tigers and wolves will take care of it, Hua Qiu said calmly.
The group felt a chill run down their spines. A dignified martial venerable expert ended up lying dead in the wilderness, his body torn to pieces.
Mr. Hua, whoever messes with him will suffer.
On the way, Hua Qiu's phone rang. It was Long Yuan who called. Master, Miss Lin Sinny has left Beishan for Qishan City. She looks very flustered and anxious. I am secretly following her, Long Yuan said on the phone.
Hua Qiu frowned slightly.
To prevent the Lin family from sending people to capture Lin Sinny again, he instructed Long Yuan to protect her secretly and inform him of any suspicious activity.
Why did she come to Qishan? Hua Qiu asked.
It seems he's being threatened, Long Yuan replied. I understand. Continue following them, Hua Qiu said, then hung up the phone. His expression darkened slightly.
Someone threatened Lin Sinny to come to Qishan. Are they from the Lin family?
However, he ordered the black market people to closely monitor all entrances and exits of the Qishan mountains, and no members of the Lin family appeared during this period.
The only people who came in and out were from other ancient martial arts families. Who could it be?
Hua Qiu pondered for a moment, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him.
Isn't that so-called prodigy of the Shui family also looking for Lin Sinny? It could very well be him.
You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none, Hua Qiu sneered.
Qishan City Railway Station.
Lin Sinny got off the bus in a hurry and rushed out of the station. Her little face was full of anxiety, and there were still tears on her face.
Hua Qiu was already waiting at the exit.
Lin Sinny rushed out, and Hua Qiu almost bumped into her.
Hua Qiu, it's you. Lin Sinny was very surprised to see Hua Qiu. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Qishan? Hua Qiu asked, feigning anger.
Lin Sinny seemed to want to say something, but didn't dare to say too much. Don't panic, I can handle anything for you, Hua Qiu said with a smile.
Lin Sinny struggled internally. She recalled Hua Qiu's many extraordinary and unexpected qualities.
After hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind.
Hua Qiu, please help me.
She pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Tell me, I will definitely help you. Hua Qiu gently patted her head to calm her down.
Uncle Tian has been kidnapped. Lin Sinny sobbed. Uncle Tian? Hua Qiu was taken aback.
A few seconds later, he realized that Lin Sinny was referring to the 8th-rank martial artist who had been protecting her.
I think his name was Tian Zhongju.
In Qishan, he said he had to go back to the Lin family to take care of things, and entrusted Lin Sinny to Hua Qiu's care.
How did they get kidnapped? Uncle Tian is like my own uncle, I can't let anything happen to him.
Lin Sinny said, crying. It's clear that she has a deep bond with her Uncle Tian. I don't know who arrested him. They called me and told me to come over as soon as possible, or they would kill Uncle Tian.
Hua Qiu, can you help me rescue Uncle Tian?
Lin Sinny looked at Hua Qiu with teary eyes. Little girl, don't cry. Hua Qiu gently wiped away her tears. Looking at her, it was as if I could see my unfortunate younger sister, Hua Dong.
I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him.
He already considers Lin Sinny to be like a younger sister to him.
Hua Qiu was burning with anger.
Anyone who dares to make his sister cry must pay the price, a terrible price to pay.
Don't worry, I will definitely help you get them out. Hua Qiu said solemnly. Tell me where the person who called you wants you to go.
Lin Sinny nodded and gave an address. Hua Qiu waved, and 2 luxury cars drove up. Go and rest first, and wait for my news, Hua Qiu said to Lin Sinny.
No, I want to go with you.
Lin Sinny grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go.
Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy, please.
Okay, come with me. Hua Qiu smiled slightly, not minding at all.
He was confident that protecting Lin Sinny would not be a problem at all. Get in the car.
Lin Sinny obediently climbed into the car. Hua Qiu glanced at a certain spot and waved.
Long Yuan emerged from an inconspicuous spot and got into another car. His aura was much stronger than before.
It's clear that he's been diligently practicing the techniques Hua Qiu gave him. At Hua Qiu's command, the 2 cars sped off toward the address he gave.
We arrived at our destination in just half an hour. It is a high-end hotel.
The closer they got, the colder Hua Qiu's expression became. A murderous intent surged within his chest. 149, Chapter 149 The Prodigy of the Xue Family. Beside the outdoor swimming pool of a luxury hotel, a handsome young man, shirtless and wearing shorts and sunglasses, is drinking fine wine. Beside them stood two burly men, motionless, as if cast in steel. Several hot, scantily clad women were sitting next to the young man, feeding him fruit. Young master, Miss Lin has arrived. A bodyguard stepped forward and bowed to the young man. She also brought a few people with her, the bodyguard added. Oh. The young man smiled slightly. A young lady from an ancient martial arts family who has fallen into the secular world has no martial arts cultivation whatsoever. What kind of people could she possibly summon? She's not worth worrying about, the young man said non-committally. Send her here to see me, the young man said. Yes. Outside the hotel, Lin Sinny received a phone call asking her to go to the hotel's outdoor swimming pool. Eager to see Tian Zhongju, Lin Sinny didn't dare to think too much and immediately started running. Hua Qiu and Long Yuan followed behind at a leisurely pace. Soon, they appeared by the pool. Hua Qiu spotted the young man lying on the recliner at a glance. Martial Venerable Rank 3, 2 Rank 9 Peak, and 1 Great Martial Venerable. Hua Qiu sensed the cultivation levels of everyone. Without even a second thought, this must be the so-called prodigy of the Xue family. That young man was Xue Tianlong, whom Xue Ran had mentioned. He was a prominent figure on the list of geniuses of ancient martial arts families. In the mortal world, to have the cultivation of a martial venerable of the third rank at this age would be considered astounding by mortal martial artists. When Hua Qiu was initially identified as a martial venerable, everyone who went there was shocked. People from ancient martial arts families are indeed proud of themselves. They are indeed much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Hua Qiu was sizing up the other person, and the other person was also sizing him up. Xue Tianlong pushed up his sunglasses and looked at the three of them. Unlike Hua Qiu, Long Yuan was not able to completely conceal his aura, and the aura he revealed was not weak. To be able to summon a martial artist at the martial venerable level in the mortal world, this Miss Lin is quite resourceful. Xue Tianlong's lips curled up. He likes capable women and isn't interested in pretty but useless women. But when he saw the nervous and frightened Lin Sinny holding Hua Qiu's hand, his gaze froze, and his face darkened instantly. He looked Hua Qiu up and down, his brows furrowing deeply. An ordinary young martial artist, with a faint aura. How dare you lay your hands on my future wife, Xue Tianlong? Xue Tianlong laughed sinisterly, his smile containing a chilling killing intent. Lin Sinny looked around, searching for Tian Zhongju. Lin Sinny, come here. Xue Tianlong sat up and shouted with a stern face. You have already been betrothed to me, Xue Tianlong, yet you are still with another man, disobeying your wife's virtues. You should be punished. He said coldly. Lin Sinny's pretty face changed. You are Xue Tianlong of the Xue family? She looked at him in surprise, somewhat fearful. She had heard that the Xue family's prodigy had a bad temper, and any servant who offended him would suffer a miserable end. She didn't want to marry someone like that, so she ran away from home. What, you don't even recognize me? Xue Tianlong's gaze sharpened, revealing his displeasure. It was you who arrested my uncle Tian, wasn't it? Lin Sinny asked. Not bad, Xue Tianlong said calmly. I don't like to look for people, so you'll have to come to me yourself. You're despicable. Lin Sinny angrily retorted. Me, despicable? Xue Tianlong sneered. Lin Sinny, who gave you the audacity to run away from your wedding? He coldly demanded. Since the Lin family has already betrothed you to me, you must accept your fate and obediently wait for the wedding date to arrive. Your behavior today has made me very angry. Lin Sinny trembled with anger. She found Xue Tianlong's self-righteous attitude disgusting. His condescending and bossy attitude made Lin Sinny even more disgusted. Hua Qiu looked at Xue Tianlong, her brows furrowed. Are all the people from ancient martial arts families like this? They act like they're some kind of supreme ruler, believing everyone should obey them. Even when he looked down on the cultivation world and the immortal realm, he wasn't this outrageously arrogant.
Where did you take my Uncle Tian? Release him right now. Lin Sini shouted. Shui Tianlong frowned, clearly displeased. He's just a lackey, is he worth treating like this? He said with a stern face. When you marry into the Shui family, the first thing you need to learn is to recognize your own status. The most important thing is to follow your husband's lead. You also need to understand that servants are servants, and you must not let them overstep their master-servant relationship in the slightest. What are you saying? Uncle Tian is not a servant. Lin Sini was very angry. And also, I will never marry you, forget about it. Shui Tianlong's face turned extremely gloomy. He waved. A bodyguard walked down. Soon, he returned with someone in his arms. It was Tian Zhongju. Tian Zhongju had bloodstains on his body and his face was pale, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. This servant dared to defy his future master. He's courting death. I had him dealt with, Shui Tianlong said calmly. Uncle Tian. Lin Sini rushed over with tears in her eyes and untied Tian Zhongju. Miss, you shouldn't have come, Tian Zhongju said with a sigh. Didn't you say you didn't want to marry the young master of the Shui family? You shouldn't be interfering with me, and you shouldn't have come here at all. Uncle Tian, how could I possibly abandon you? Lin Sini said, her face full of heartache. Don't worry, Huaqiu came with me. He's so capable. Shui Tianlong and his gang can't do anything to me, she reassured Tian Zhongju. Tian Zhongju was taken aback. He glanced at Huaqiu, then shook his head with a wry smile. Of course he knew Huaqiu was very capable. In the secular world, to cultivate to the level of a prodigy from an ancient martial arts family at this age is to be called an unparalleled genius. But now he has to face the Shui family, which is even more powerful than the Lin family. The formidable figures here aren't limited to Shui Tianlong, the prodigy of the Shui family. A powerful force is also hidden in the shadows, the great martial lord. Even if Huaqiu could barely manage, how could he possibly fight against the Shui family? No matter how amazing a worldly genius is, they can never stand against a behemoth like an ancient martial arts family. Tian Zhongju had no hope and his mood plummeted to rock bottom. To be honest, although you are quite beautiful, you are too naive and can't even cultivate martial arts. I don't like women like you, Shui Tianlong said, looking at Lin Sini. However, since the marriage between the two families has been arranged, you, Lin Sini, are my future wife. Shui Tianlong, I haven't said anything, so how dare you refuse to marry me? It is your good fortune to marry me. Lin Sini was utterly speechless. If I were to actually marry this man, I'd rather be dead. Huaqiu is 100 or 1,000 times better than him. Keep dreaming. Lin Sini said indignantly. I would never marry you in this lifetime. I'd rather marry Huaqiu than you. Lin Sini made a face at him. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianlong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Huaqiu touched his nose, somewhat displeased. They actually compared him to Shui Tianlong. Is he really that bad? You mean this person? Shui Tianlong looked at Huaqiu, his face filled with chilling killing intent. His smile was chillingly cold. Just an ordinary, worldly martial artist. He dares to compare himself to me? 150, Chapter 150. He is the master of the martial sect. Shui Tianlong glanced at Huaqiu, his eyes filled with contempt. Lin Sini, is this your taste? It's really pathetic you actually like this kind of trash? He sneered. In his eyes, ordinary martial artists like Huaqiu were no different from trash. His power and his nobility far surpassed Huaqiu's. He wasn't even interested in mocking this kind of trash, because he felt that Huaqiu wasn't even worthy of his mockery. Therefore, he only mocked Lin Sini. Huaqiu is 100 times better than you. Lin Sini retorted, pouting. What a joke! Shui Tianlong sneered repeatedly, thinking he had heard the funniest joke. How dare you, a mere commoner, compare yourself to me? He was even somewhat angry, feeling insulted and desecrated. Even Huaqiu was speechless at this kind of person. To be compared to you is an insult to me, Huaqiu said indifferently. Shui Tianlong's expression froze, and he gave Huaqiu a cold look. He sneered and didn't argue with Huaqiu.
Kill him, he said calmly. Unlike previous enemies who would always threaten to teach Hua Qiu a lesson, this one simply and casually issued a kill order. Yes, young master, the two bodyguards behind him replied and stepped forward. Both bodyguards were peak 9th rank martial artists. In the secular martial arts world, he would be on par with the heads of major martial arts families. But they obeyed Shui Tianlong's every command. This is the foundation of an ancient martial arts family. Without a word, the two bodyguards approached Hua Qiu with murderous intent, ready to strike as soon as they got close. Court death. Death. Standing next to Hua Qiu, Long Yuan's expression was icy, revealing a murderous intent. He dashed off like a phantom. He was glowing red and exuded a bloody aura. He was once an international top-tier assassin who had killed countless people. The intense killing intent made Shui Tianlong turn his head and reveal a hint of surprise. No matter how strong a 9th rank peak martial artist is, how could he possibly be a match for a martial venerable level expert? Moreover, Long Yuan is a martial grandmaster who specializes in physical cultivation, and he can suppress martial venerables at the same realm. Boom! He threw a punch, and the air exploded. The two bodyguards' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly tried to defend themselves. But how could they possibly withstand that overwhelming physical power? Boom! With a loud bang, both men coughed up blood, and the bones in their hands snapped and bent. Click click click. The remaining force struck them, causing their bones to crack one by one, and their bodies to deform. Bang bang. The two bodyguards stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground, motionless. He died on the spot. This, Tian Zhongju, who was not far away, looked shocked. He had experienced firsthand how formidable those two were. Two peak 9th rank martial artists were extremely powerful in his eyes. But he was killed instantly by that person's punch, unable to even utter a scream. What's even more terrifying is that the person didn't use a single bit of internal energy. Long Yuan is not very old, yet his strength is astonishing. How come the people around Hua Qiu are so terrifying? What's wrong with this mundane world? How come two geniuses suddenly appeared one after another? You are a martial grandmaster? Shui Tianlong stared at Long Yuan and asked. He showed an interested expression. A martial grandmaster is stronger than a martial venerable of the same level, but the difficulty of cultivation far exceeds that of a martial venerable. A martial artist who relies on physical strength can become extremely powerful if they cultivate to the later stages. A high-level martial grandmaster is far more valuable than a high-level martial venerable. Long Yuan's strength earned Shui Tianlong's recognition, and he began to admire his talent. It's truly remarkable that someone like you could exist in this mortal world, Shui Tianlong said with a smile. I am Shui Tianlong, the prodigy of the ancient martial arts family Shui family. I am ranked 5th on the list of ancient martial arts prodigies and will become a transcendent martial saint in the future. From now on, follow me and be my protector. The benefits you will receive will far exceed your imagination. When Shui Tianlong tried to recruit him, Long Yuan just sneered and dismissed him with disdain. You want me to be your follower and protect you? You are not worthy. He shook his head at Shui Tianlong. Shui Tianlong's face darkened, revealing his anger. What, I am the pride of the Shui family, ranked 5th on the list of prodigies, and I don't even catch your eye? He questioned. Compared to my master, you are not even 1/10,000th as good as him, so you are not worthy. Long Yuan said. Shui Tianlong's expression changed. Who is your master? He pressed on, unwilling to give up. He was eager to know what kind of person could inspire a young martial grandmaster to follow him and claim to be 10,000 times stronger than him, Shui Tianlong. My master is right before you, Long Yuan said calmly, then bowed respectfully to Hua Qiu. Shui Tianlong was greatly shocked. Tian Zhongju, who was next to Lin Sini, was also extremely shocked. The master of this young martial grandmaster is none other than Hua Qiu. Tian Zhongju was extremely shocked. Without a doubt, Hua Qiu can be compared to the prodigies of ancient martial arts families. He is a top genius. Yet He actually managed to get a rare martial grandmaster, who was equally talented, to follow him and willingly become his slave.
This is truly unbelievable.
Because, in comparison, the existence of that young martial grandmaster was far more astonishing than that of the young martial venerable. He actually managed to become the master of the martial sect.
It's not about following, it's about being a slave. It's hard to understand. He is your master? Shui Tianlong asked in astonishment.
He looked Hua Qiu up and down again, and his conclusion was still that he was ordinary. He still considered her a worthless piece of trash.
Why should someone like this be your master? Shui Tianlong was very puzzled. Such an ordinary person, does he even deserve to be your master?
Shut up!
Long Yuan roared, you are not allowed to insult my master.
My master's extraordinary abilities are beyond your imagination, you simply can't see them because you're blind.
Shui Tianlong was furious. He didn't understand.
He is the pride of the Shui family, a peerless genius. Always high and mighty, receiving people worship him. But this time when I went down the mountain, I was repeatedly rejected. Miss Lin Sinny of the Lin family ignored him and instead fell for that ordinary, worldly boy. The rare martial arts master before him also looked down on him, preferring to serve that other person as his master.
Are these people all blind? Humph, if you refuse to follow me, then I, this young master, will kill you, you useless master. Shui Tianlong said angrily.
After saying that, he took action himself, a small sword appeared in his hand, gleaming with a cold light, and he thrust it forward relentlessly towards Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu stared at him with a cold smile, motionless.
Presumptuous. With Long Yuan present, how could anyone be allowed to lay a hand on Hua Qiu?
In his rage, the red light around him intensified, and he hurtled towards Shui Tianlong like a cannonball. Shui Tianlong's expression changed.
Because Long Yuan's aura was much stronger than when he attacked earlier.
At that moment, he couldn't care less about killing Hua Qiu and turned to face Long Yuan.
The small sword was surrounded by internal energy, its sword light chilling, as it pierced towards Long Yuan's chest. Long Yuan remained unfazed and continued to unleash his iron fists.
Splash! The moment the two touched, the small sword's edge dimmed instantly and shattered into pieces.
Shui Tianlong was shocked. Long Yuan's power exceeded his expectations.
He hurriedly activated his internal energy for protection.
Bang!
Shui Tianlong was blasted away by a punch, flying a long way before stopping, his feet leaving two deep craters where he landed. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face looked terrible. He had planned to subdue Long Yuan, but it turned out that the other party was stronger than him, which was a huge embarrassment. This martial grandmaster is incredibly powerful, even the Shui family's prodigy is no match for him.
Tian Zhongju exclaimed in disbelief.
He was even more astonished. How could such a powerful martial master willingly serve Hua Qiu as his master? Long Yuan, I am very dissatisfied with your performance, Hua Qiu said, his expression displeased.
After all this time of cultivation, this is all the strength you've achieved? He questioned.
Please watch closely, master, I will now use my true strength to kill this person. Long Yuan said, and rushed towards Shui Tianlong like lightning.
Shui Tianlong looked terrified.
Hua Qiu, however, looked in another direction.
Can you still stand watching the hidden Grand Marshal Venerable? 151, Chapter 151 Because of my master.
It was clear that Shui Tianlong was about to be killed by Long Yuan.
Boom! Boom!
A loud bang erupted from somewhere, and a figure appeared, quickly rushing to Shui Tianlong, grabbing him, and moving him to the other side.
Long Yuan's punch struck the air, instantly creating a huge shockwave. Bang!
A high wave of water was blasted up from the pool, splashing water everywhere.
This punch blasted away half of the water in the pool.
The great martial venerable who rushed out had a square face and looked somewhat similar to Shui Tianlong.
The two should be related by blood.
A sixth-rank Grand Marshal Venerable Hua Qiu glanced at the man. At the seventh rank, one can be called a martial king, which is another step up.
Tianlong, are you alright? The man asked Shui Tianlong.
Third uncle, I only suffered a minor injury, it's nothing serious, Shui Tianlong said with a grim expression.
He was still shaken. If his third uncle hadn't intervened, he wouldn't have been able to dodge at all.
I didn't expect that martial grandmaster to be so strong. Why would someone so strong willingly degenerate and serve an ordinary martial artist from the secular world as their master? Your physical cultivation to such a level is truly remarkable, the man stared at Long Yuan, revealing an expression of admiration. However, even if you become a martial grandmaster and possess formidable combat power, it's still not enough to oppose my Shui family, he said with a faint smile. I don't know why you follow that kid and serve him as your master, he glanced at Hua Qiu. In his eyes, Hua Qiu was just an ordinary martial artist. Perhaps you have some unspeakable difficulties, but I won't pry. If you are willing to join our Shui family, you can become a guest elder of the Shui family, and the matter of assassinating the Shui family's prodigy can be forgiven. I hope you will think this through carefully. The growth of a martial grandmaster requires a huge amount of resources, and apart from powerful ancient martial arts families, no one can provide them. Long Yuan smiled coldly. I've already told you, you're not worthy. The man's expression darkened slightly, and his attitude changed. Since that's the case, I'll settle things here to avoid causing trouble later, said the great martial venerable of the Shui family in a cold voice. As a 6th grade great martial venerable, he was confident that he could crush his opponent even if they were a martial venerable. A 6th grade grand martial venerable, how long can that young martial grandmaster last? Tian Zhongju looked somewhat worried. Because he felt that the only one here who could possibly fight against the Shui family's great martial venerable was Long Yuan. After his defeat, Lin Sini suffered a tragic end. At this moment, Hua Qiu spoke again. Long Yuan, if you can't take down this bastard, don't call me master again from now on, Hua Qiu said with a serious expression. He wanted to test Long Yuan's strength after he practiced the body cultivation techniques of the immortal cultivation world. He wasn't joking. What? Upon hearing this, Tian Zhongju's mouth gaped open, and he was speechless for a long time. Hua Qiu actually demanded that the martial grandmaster defeat the great martial venerable of the Shui family? Isn't this a complete fantasy? As if a 6th-rank grand martial venerable was just an ordinary martial venerable, someone who could be easily defeated. Ha, what a fool's dream. Shui Tianlong also showed a look of disdain. He admitted that Emperor Wuzong was very strong. But to think he could defeat his third uncle is simply wishful thinking. Yes, master, you just wait and see. To the two's surprise, Long Yuan actually agreed seriously. Do they really think they can defeat a 6th-rank great martial venerable? Where does this confidence come from? Take me down? The man laughed loudly. Do you think a 6th-grade grand martial venerable is made of mud? As his smile faded, a murderous aura appeared on his face, filled with chilling intent. Boom! The power of a 6th-grade grand martial venerable erupted, and a powerful aura spread outwards. Tian Zhongju looked terrified, shocked by the powerful aura. Kill! Long Yuan was completely unconcerned about the opponent's powerful momentum. His whole body radiated red light as he fearlessly raised his fist and charged forward to kill. Court death. The Shui family's great martial venerable, exuding murderous intent and enveloped in powerful internal energy, also charged towards Long Yuan. Boom! It was as if two nuclear bombs had collided. The deafening roar was deafening. After the head-on collision, the two men each took a few steps back. This exchange of blows ended in a draw. Tian Zhongju and Shui Tianlong looked astonished. That martial grandmaster is incredibly strong. Although close combat is Wu Zong's forte, being able to hold his own against a 6th-rank great martial venerable proves that his strength is extraordinary. Drink! The Shui family's great martial venerable knew that he was no match for a martial grandmaster in close combat, so he unleashed his inner strength. He intends to launch a ranged attack and use advanced martial arts techniques to defeat the martial master. The inner energy around Shui family's great martial venerable began to condense into the shapes of weapons. Swords, spears, and halberds surrounded him. Soldier suppressor. Shui family's great marshal venerable shouted coldly, and his inner force shot towards Long Yuan with great speed. Long Yuan, let's finish this quickly, Hua Qiu said impatiently.
Yes.
Long Yuan replied. Then, the red light around him suddenly surged.
He was like a burning flame. Whoosh!
His speed is even faster than the martial arts of the Shui family's great marshal venerable. Almost in the blink of an eye, he crashed into those weapons. Weapons formed from internal energy.
Bang bang bang. A series of explosions rang out, and all the internal energy weapons exploded without any doubt, scattering into the air.
For the first time, the great martial venerable of the Shui family changed his expression. That's a high-level martial art that the Shui family is famous for.
When used by a 6th-rank martial venerable, its power is truly immense.
But now, it was actually smashed to pieces by that martial grandmaster's bare body, seemingly utterly vulnerable.
Shui Tianlong looked incredulous. Bang! While Shui family's great martial venerable was still in shock, Long Yuan appeared in front of him the next moment.
Long Yuan leaped up violently and swung his hammer down at Shui family's great martial venerable.
Boom! The entire pool collapsed, and water sprayed wildly in all directions, like sharp arrows.
Tian Zhongju hurriedly stood in front of Lin Sini, deflecting the flying water spray. But the splashes of water had already dissipated by the time they reached them. It turned out that Hua Qiu had waved his hand, annihilating the water arrow.
In contrast, Shui Tianlong was in a flustered and disorganized state.
He made using all his skills and internal energy to protect himself. He dispersed the water droplets and gasped for breath.
He looked terrified. The aftershocks of the battle alone were enough to keep him busy.
When the splash subsided, Shui Tianlong looked over and was instantly dumbfounded. His third uncle, a 6th-grade great martial venerable, had his entire body buried in the ground, with only his head sticking out, his face as pale as paper.
How is this possible? Shui Tianlong couldn't believe it.
That's a 6th-grade grand martial venerable. How could that martial master be so powerful?
You area great martial grandmaster. Shui family's great martial venerable stared at Long Yuan, utterly shocked.
Upon hearing this, Shui Tianlong and Tian Zhongju were stunned. Although the martial sect is powerful, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, so few people choose to cultivate their physical body. The path to becoming a great martial master is even more difficult. In physical cultivation, the gap in strength between practitioners and martial arts practitioners widens significantly as one progresses. This powerful grandmaster martial master is already comparable to a martial king. They never expected that this young man had already achieved the status of a grand martial master, a feat unmatched by anyone. Impossible, how could this be? In hundreds of years, only one great martial grandmaster has ever been cultivated in an ancient martial arts family. Shui family's great martial venerable said in disbelief.
How could you possibly cultivate to the level of a great martial grandmaster? How did you do it? Long Yuan's expression was indifferent.
He didn't believe it before either.
What's impossible?
Long Yuan said calmly.
That's because my master is the most holy person in the world.
He helped me achieve the great martial grandmaster level in just over a month.
What?
The three were shocked and speechless upon hearing this. In just over a month, he achieved the rank of great martial grandmaster.
What kind of terrifying fantasy is this?
They stared in trembling disbelief at the seemingly ordinary young martial artist, their minds reeling. 152, Chapter 152. One palm strike kills. No matter how you look at Hua Qiu, he is still just an ordinary secular martial artist.
None of them could believe it.
How could an ordinary martial artist cultivate such a rare grandmaster in just over a month? Even the most resource-rich ancient martial arts families could not possibly cultivate a grandmaster in just over a month, even if they pooled all their resources. Over the years, ancient martial arts families have certainly devoted considerable effort to cultivating martial arts masters. But often they end up losing everything. The difficulty of becoming a martial grandmaster is too high, let alone a great martial grandmaster. Only the first ancient martial arts family has ever produced a grand martial grandmaster. But now, in the mundane world, some people have managed to do it in just over a month. None of them could imagine how Hua Qiu had managed to do it. That was something they considered impossible. A little over a month, a Grand Martial Master, absolutely impossible, said the Xue family's Grand Martial Venerable with certainty. Even our Xue family and other ancient martial arts families can't do that, so how could a mere mortal like him possibly have that ability? He refused to admit it. Believe it or not, my master did it anyway, Long Yuan said disdainfully. Furthermore, he is not ordinary. You think he is ordinary only because you are too low level to detect even a small part of his true strength. Long Yuan's words sent a jolt through the group. But no matter how they examined Hua Qiu, they couldn't find anything extraordinary about him. In particular, they also carried a hint of prejudice. It's already quite frightening that a grandmaster of martial arts could emerge in the mortal world. If that person is even more extraordinary, how can they, who are naturally proud, accept it? Master, what do you intend to do with them? Long Yuan bowed to Hua Qiu and asked respectfully. Hua Qiu stared coldly at Xue Tianlong and the Xue family's great martial venerable. The prodigy of the Xue family, is that right? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. I've got Lin Sini under my protection. I don't care if you're from some ancient martial arts family like the Xue family. If you dare to touch her, whether you're a prodigy of the Xue family or the Xue family itself, none of you will have a good ending, he said coldly. If your Xue family's prodigy dares to covet, I will kill your Xue family's prodigy. If your Xue family dares to make a move, I will also destroy your Xue family. Hua Qiu's face was full of murderous intent. The group looked on in disbelief. No one has ever dared to threaten an ancient martial arts family like this before. This worldly young man actually boasted that he would kill the Xue family's prodigy, and even wanted to wipe out the Xue family. Their confidence and arrogance are simply beyond comprehension. How dare he do that? Just because he has a servant of the great martial emperor? No one has ever dared to say they want to destroy my Xue family. The Xue family's great martial venerable sneered. You think you can go against the Xue family just because you have a Grand Martial Grandmaster as a subordinate? You're incredibly naive. What will become of the true masters of my Xue family? How could a Grand Martial Grandmaster possibly withstand such a fate? If you anger a transcendent martial saint of my Xue family, a Grand Martial Grandmaster can be annihilated in the blink of an eye. The great martial venerable of the Xue family looked at Hua Qiu without the slightest fear. If you know what's good for you, hand over Miss Lin. You think you can protect her? What a joke. People of this world are like frogs in a well, how laughable. Xue Tianlong said with a mocking expression. It seems you haven't realized your situation yet, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. He looked at Long Yuan. Kill him, he uttered. Yes, master, Long Yuan replied, clasping his hands in a fist salute. What? The two members of the Xue family were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even Tian Zhongju seemed to be startled. Kill the Xue family's prodigy and the Xue family's great martial venerable. That would completely offend the Xue family, creating a situation of irreconcilable conflict. Hua Qiu, he actually dared to do that? Isn't he afraid? Kill us, have you thought about the consequences? Xue Tianlong asked angrily. The consequence will be the destruction of your Xue family, Hua Qiu said with a chilling gaze. In any case, the Xue family will never let this go after killing these two people. Then annihilate the Xue family. Xue Tianlong was speechless. This is the first time I've encountered someone so fearless, who doesn't even respect the Xue family. He found it ridiculous, but the current situation was far from optimistic. If your master wants you dead, then you must die. Long Yuan walked towards the two men with a murderous look on his face. Xue Tianlong panicked. Xue Jiawuzen's face was as cold as ice, and his expression was gloomy. You want to kill us? You're dreaming, he shouted, and with a sudden burst of strength, he jumped out from underground. He unleashed an internal energy attack at Long Yuan, but suddenly changed his target and rushed towards Hua Qiu. If I can't beat a grandmaster, can't I at least handle you, kid? He sneered, intending to capture Hua Qiu and use him to control Long Yuan.
Third uncle, well done. Shui Tianlong smiled and shouted.
They all disregarded Hua Qiu. The only person they feared was that great martial master.
Take down his master, and I don't believe he won't submit.
As it turned out, the Shui family's great martial venerable was getting closer and closer to Hua Qiu. The two members of the Shui family wore smug smirks, convinced that victory was assured.
You're asking for death.
Hua Qiu coldly uttered two words. The next moment, he raised his hand and pressed down with a palm.
Boom!
A massive handprint ripped through the sky and descended across space, suppressing the great martial venerable of the Shui family.
Bang bang bang!
The objects surrounding the great martial venerable of the Shui family shattered instantly, unable to withstand the immense pressure.
What?
The Shui family's great martial venerable's expression changed drastically. He sensed an incredibly powerful and terrifying force.
This feeling is just like when I faced that legendary transcendent martial saint.
No, even a transcendent martial saint couldn't seem to exert such terrifying pressure. The great martial lord of the Shui family was buzzing in his heart.
This kid is ridiculously powerful. He's the most terrifying one. What is the great martial sect?
He is comparable to a martial saint who has transcended the martial arts realm. The Shui family's great martial venerable was almost stunned. The mere presence of a grandmaster of martial arts had already shocked them to the extreme.
What is this young man in front of me?
No wonder even the great martial sect master had to call him master.
Perhaps he really can train a grandmaster in a month. Shui family the martial venerable realized how terrifying Hua Qiu was and was filled with fear. But it was all too late. The giant handprint pressed down almost instantly, leaving him nowhere to hide. Ah!
He screamed in agony.
Bang bang bang!
A series of explosions occurred beneath the giant handprint, creating utter chaos.
Tian Zhongju and Shui Tianlong stared blankly.
When the dust settled, the figure of the Shui family's great martial venerable had long since disappeared. Only a few tattered pieces of cloth remained on the ground. The great martial venerable of the Shui family has vanished without a trace. Shui Tianlong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His throat was dry, and he was terrified. His third uncle, a sixth-rank Grand Martial Venerable, was just a step away from becoming a martial king. That powerful being was annihilated by Hua Qiu with a single palm strike.
There wasn't even a chance to escape.
What level and strength does Hua Qiu possess? Around in Qishan City is extremely powerful, and not many people dare to mess with him.
You're courting death too, do you know that?
Hua Qiu replied coldly, his gaze sharp.
Wang Chuan's expression froze for a moment, then he sneered. Hua Qiu, how could you hurt my friend?
Lu Yeye accused. Hua Qiu frowned, clearly displeased.
That stupid woman's really stupid. You consider these scumbags as friends?
Hua Qiu said with a sneer.
Lu Yeye, are you really brainless or just pretending? Can't you see they have ulterior motives towards you?
Hua Qiu reached out and picked up the glass of wine on the table.